As the only 3S grade martial saint in the world, you were mistakenly regarded as a useless emperor after ascending to the throne. Not only does the Empress Dowager want to rule behind the scenes, even the princes outside are preparing to rebel against you. Everyone thinks you are the perfect puppet to be manipulated, but only you know that you have already cultivated to the highest level in this world. For you, all of this is just a pastime. And now, it is the first day of attending morning court. What's the matter? Is the morning court over today? You yawned and were about to get up to leave. You hate attending morning court the most. When you were a prince before, you used to sleep until you woke up naturally, and no one told you that being an emperor required getting up so early. I wish I had known you wouldn't take it. Now all you can think about is getting off work early, going to bed, and then finding time to do the task. This scene stunned all the civil and military officials in the court. Just now, the court was in chaos, with various accusations between factions, even revealing various explosive information, as if trying to destroy each other. The words were so intense that some ministers were already angry and out of breath. Everyone thought that the new emperor could remain calm, sitting on the dragon throne with a calm expression. Now it seems that you were thinking about something else, and you didn't even hear what these ministers were arguing about. The Grand Secretary was furious. In his view, this sixth prince was simply incompetent. The Grand Secretary is responsible for supervising all officials, correcting illegal activities, and upholding the rules and regulations of the court. He is indeed one of the few loyal ministers in the court. As long as the new emperor shows authority, if he wants to consolidate his position as emperor, he will definitely strongly support the new emperor. In the hearts of these loyal ministers, they hope that you are the true dragon emperor. Now, your performance has greatly disappointed the Grand Secretary, who even regards you as the sixth prince instead of the emperor. He simply does not approve of you at all. At this moment, a soft yet authoritative voice came from behind the curtain. Since your majesty is feeling unwell, please return to the palace to rest for a while. Let the court affairs be discussed by the empress and the ministers. This sentence caused a stir in the entire court. How could the court session continue after the emperor left? The one speaking is none other than the Empress Dowager who helped you ascend to the throne. The civil and military officials of the entire court all thought that the Empress Dowager would use this puppet emperor to slowly cultivate her own political allies. Unexpectedly, she actually seized power so openly and exercised the emperor's authority, which is truly infuriating. The Grand Secretary and his loyal ministers, their teeth almost grinding to pieces, began a new round of debate with fervent passion. In their view, this was simply the greatest disgrace since the founding of the Tianzi dynasty. Other civil and military officials saw your eager-to-leave appearance and thought you were naturally timid, wanting to avoid the court disputes. Originally, everyone looked down on this new emperor, and now they despise him even more, cursing you for lacking courage, causing the royal authority to be completely lost. Actually, this can't blame you. You are usually a prince who lives a carefree life. You never thought about becoming an emperor, never did any research in this area. So how would you know how to handle court affairs? At this moment, the Empress Dowager sat behind the curtain, facing the sharp words of the civil and military officials in the court, with a slight frown on her eyebrows. The Empress Dowager herself is a descendant of a prestigious family, with her own influence in the court. These days, through coaxing and deceit, she finally managed to support the weakest prince to the throne. According to her plan, as long as you perform normally today, showing the majesty of the royal family, she will help you consolidate the throne, and then obtain huge benefits from it. So it will be a win-win situation for both of you. Who knows that you want to leave without saying a few words? She thinks you are really helpless, so she has to say these words to test the attitude of the ministers. If the court is not stabilized in the next few days, when the other princes return to the capital, it will not be easy to deal with. You may not care much about the throne, but that doesn't mean others don't care. They have been planning all their lives, some cultivating their own confidants, recruiting strong warriors, some have made great military achievements on the border, all for the sake of contending for the throne. The crown prince died suddenly in the capital recently, and the other princes are afraid that the old emperor will suspect them, so they dare not return to the capital. You belong to the prince who goes with the flow. The position of the crown prince will never fall on you. Naturally you are the only prince left in the capital. But who would have thought? The old emperor said no, and you skipped the crown prince and directly became the emperor. The Empress Dowager and the civil and military officials at that time also considered that if those princes were allowed to fight, the Tianzi dynasty would definitely be in chaos. There is no harm in you taking the lead, and everyone is helping you up quickly. The Empress Dowager and several important ministers have even blocked the news, just to make a decision before the other princes return. If you had any potential, they wouldn't be so disappointed. Seeing the civil and military officials arguing again, you feel a bit helpless. Is it easy for me to get off work? What time is it already? and you still won't let me leave. He's not off duty yet, but here comes the guy who wants him to get off early. A majestic voice entered from outside the hall, shaking the entire hall. I don't think sixth brother can be this emperor, so don't give him a hard time. I'll be the one to do it. These words even caused the civil and military officials to change their faces drastically, and even the Empress Dowager had a bad premonition, because the one who dared to say that was naturally the second prince of the Tianzi dynasty, Li Xian. As soon as the words fell, Li Xian's crossed into the hall. He was seen wearing a gorgeous brocade robe, which was colored in a deep dragon blue. It is embroidered with a lifelike dragon totem outlined in gold thread. The hem of his robe swayed gently with his steady steps. Every step reveals the majesty and honor of royalty. Compared to the idle and casual Li Qian, the aura on him was more like the might of an emperor. As the second prince, he's naturally the biggest contender for the crown prince position. All year round, on the pretext of practicing outside, he recruited capable people from all over the world. There are also many party members in the court who look up to him. He was the one who was most anxious for something to happen to the crown prince. The time when the crown prince died violently, a lot of people suspected him of doing it, but there just wasn't any proof. Of course, other than Li Qian, all the other imperial princes had also been suspected. As the second prince, Li Xian naturally had the right to attend the morning court. The pressure on the court increased dramatically when he made such an appearance. No one expected him to come back so quickly. The Empress Dowager and the 100 officials blocked the news, literally blocking it only. Just then, the rigidly upright royal historian stepped out of the column, holding a tablet. The god looked at the second prince with a grave expression. Your Highness, the second prince, this is not true. The throne has been decided. The new emperor has ascended to the throne. This is the will of heaven. As a member of the royal family, Your Highness should know that the overall situation is of paramount importance. So how can you disturb my court because of your own personal interests? Messing with my community? The words of the imperial historian were forceful and powerful, and the words were full of respect and defense of the imperial power. Those who dared to offend the second prince to his face were probably only these bloodthirsty loyalists. Li Xian wasn't annoyed. He had expected this when he arrived. After so many years of plotting for the throne and more than 10 years of hanging out in the courtroom, how could he not be prepared? The corner of Li Xian's mouth hooked into a cold smile, his gaze like a torch, looking straight at the imperial historian. Rebutted, the inheritance of the throne. Since ancient times, it will pay attention to both virtue and talent, in order to be able to convince the public. Ask my dynasty generations of ancestors. Which one of them did not have both civil and military skills in order to create the foundation of the world? Before the imperial historian could speak, the Minister of Rights next to him stood out. Dare I ask what qualifications the second prince has to say he can inherit the throne? The Minister of Rights sounded like he was refuting Li Xian, and even somewhat letting Li Xian down, but in reality he was a partisan of Li Xian. To put it bluntly, he was a trustee, using such words to make Li Xian say that he was capable enough to convince the public. With the comic relief, Li Xian naturally went along with it. Gentlemen, nowadays the country seems to be stabilized, but in reality there are dark currents, and under this peaceful and prosperous world, cultural governance is important, but without a strong cultivation to back it up, how can I protect my dynasty for 1,000 generations? I'm not boasting, but I don't think I'm losing out when it comes to the path of cultivation. Today, it has reached the heaven-viewing realm. After saying that, the cultivation on Li Xian's body was revealed. Only a thick spiritual energy surged out from his palm, transforming into a brilliant light that it circled and danced in the air, like a dragon emerging from the sea, with a magnificent momentum. In the midst of the light, the sound of a dragon's roar faintly sounded, shaking the entire courtroom. The entire court was shocked. There are a total of 9 realms in this world, which are Vein Opening Realm, Yuan Condensation Realm, Yuan Shun Realm, Cave Void Realm, Void Breaking Realm, Sixth Harmony Realm, Heaven Viewing Realm, Heavenly Abyss Realm, Saint Realm. Most cultivators stop at the Cave Void Realm in their entire lives. Cultivators who could reach the Sixth Harmony Realm could start a clan and become a dominant party. At such a young age, the second prince has actually reached the Heavenly Observation Realm? What an unbelievable talent! If the second prince can break through to the Heavenly Abyss Realm in his lifetime, that was enough to be called the most gifted prince in 500 years. If the Tianzi dynasty allowed someone of such strength to become emperor, it would surely open up a new era of prosperity. The imperial historian couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart as he heard the second prince's impassioned speech. He looked at the imposing second prince as if this was his ideal emperor. As for Li Qian on the throne, where was the appearance of an emperor? Seeing the shocked looks of the courtiers, Li Xian was very pleased inside. The reason he doesn't talk about the civil rule is because he's a major practitioner and really isn't very good at the civil rule. The only people who could say that they had political achievements were the late crown prince and the third prince who was out there leading the troops to war. So Li Xian simply put his strength on the line and proved that he was qualified to be emperor. At least compared to Li Chen, he felt that he was comprehensively crushed. From the beginning to the end, Li Xian did not even look at Li Chen with his eyes, as he debated with the 100 officials on his own. In his opinion, as long as he convinced the 100 officials, and then put a little pressure on the Empress Dowager, Li Chen, the puppet, shall not obediently roll off the throne. Just as Li Xian turned his gaze behind the curtain, Li Chen on the dragon chair suddenly spoke, and then, that tone was filled with mockery of Li Xian, who was on fire at that time. How dare this puppet emperor question me? Who is he to question me? Is he worthy? As a cultivator of the heavenly observatory realm, he could not be humiliated by this. Li Xian immediately decided to teach Li Duan a bloody lesson. But in the next second, an aura so terrifying that people couldn't breathe covered and pressed down. It loomed over the entire hall. Only Li Chen on the dragon chair was seen to be surrounded by streams of light, and the great Tao of immortal radiance blossomed. The heavenly flowers are falling, and the earth is gushing with gold. The arcane patterns flowed and the divine radiance was like a rainbow. Behind him, there was even a golden light that enveloped the entire hall. The nine-wool divine ring descended from the sky and surrounded Li Chen. Even if he was sitting lazily on the dragon chair, the people in the courtroom could feel the vast dragon authority on him. The Holy One's divine ring? Second Prince Li Xian's face changed dramatically. Only top powerhouses who had reached the Saint realm had divine rings on their bodies. Having a round of divine rings is enough to prove that this person is very strong. There are actually 9 rounds on this puppet emperor? In just this instant, Li Xian felt as if he was a candle in the wind in front of Li Chen. He, who had just blossomed, now stood like a defeated dog. He had counted 1,000 times, but he just hadn't counted on this unassuming brother having such strength. What is the concept of the Saint realm? He didn't even dare to think about it. The 100 officials were even more frightened by Li Chen's hand, so much so that they didn't dare to say anything, and their hearts set off waves of shock. A royal family of the Saint realm? I'm afraid that only the founding emperor of the Tianzi dynasty had such strength. The imperial historian was trembling with excitement and muttered, "God bless my Tianzi! God bless my Tianzi!" Behind the curtain, the Empress Dowager, who had always been calm and collected, had stood up, and she was staring at Li Chen on the dragon chair with a deadly stare. Who knows what she was thinking, but one could tell by the degree of rise and fall of her full breasts that she was no less surprised inside than the others. At this moment, Li Chen on the dragon chair looked down on the entire courtroom. His gaze locked on Li Xian. This puts pressure on Li Xian, and it feels like he's being locked in can't even move a finger. A wave of fear came over me. You know, the only one who can make Li Xian afraid is the old emperor. Now, this new emperor could actually make him feel fear as well? No, this was the pressure of the Saint realm. In fact, it couldn't be blamed on Li Duan for scaring him. Wasn't it all because he asked for it? In Li Duan's view, the cultivation of the district heavenly observatory realm. You spaced this show, Nima. If you want to say anything else, I won't even bother arguing with you. You have to catch the cultivation thing. Sorry, you're the brother. Originally, I can't even rule in civilization, but you have to compete with me in cultivation. I'm sorry, then, you have no comparison. Chapter 3, if I don't give it, you can't rob it. Understand? The shocking change in the courtroom caused the throne, which was originally disputed, to be directly capped. After all, who would dare to compete with the Saint realm for the throne? Not to mention that this Saint realm person was already sitting on the throne. Since ancient times, there's only been a precedent of the Sage realm rebelling to seize the throne, who had nothing better to do than to dare to mess with a Saint realm powerhouse. What's the difference between that and looking for death? The entire hall was unusually quiet, practically a pin drop. Originally, we thought there were 3 main protagonists in this meeting. That is, the Empress Dowager, the Chancellor and the Protector General. The 3 of them are leaders of their respective factions. The men under them held most of the power in the dynasty. After this pilgrimage, their power will be even greater. Killing a powerful second prince halfway out had been unexpected. Now it's good. The new Emperor Li Chen is even more invincible. The Chancellor and the Protector General don't dare to speak. Even breathing was very careful. All conspiracies and partisan struggles are just floating clouds in front of absolute strength. After all, if you pissed off, the new Emperor Li Chen had the ability to slaughter everyone present. Then a new batch of obedient ones. Here, there is no need for the 100 officials to consider whether Li Chen dares or not, because if Li Chen really does it, and there's no one to stop him. Elder, Li Duan said to Li Xian, who was trembling in shock at his highness. My lord, I am here. Li Xian was also frightened and immediately knelt on the ground. Now how dare he say that he is Li Chen's second brother? All have already bowed down to all. Thinking back to the fact that he had just charged the new emperor, saying that he was the one who deserved to be the emperor, he was already sweating, because he knew that no one would be able to save him if Li Chen were to take him on right now, and he's still in the wrong. The throne didn't sit, and now his life may not be safe. What I give you is yours. You can't grab it if I don't give it. Understand? I understand, and I hope your majesty will forgive me. Seeing that the entire court was quiet, Li Chen then showed his satisfaction. Originally, Li Duan had felt that he might not be qualified as an emperor, so he didn't really want to speak. However, when the second prince said this, Li Chen instead thought, if I don't become the emperor, who will? Is there anyone better than me? That's all for today's court. First on the left and first on the right. Come to my imperial study in the afternoon. This time when Li Chen got up and left, it was true that no one dared to say a word more. The 100 officials respectfully sent him away. Even the Empress Dowager could only wait for Li Chen to leave before she dared to go. Not to mention that Li Xian, the second prince, had been kneeling above the main hall. In the end, it was the Minister of Rights who helped the second prince up and gave him a step down. It was good enough for him to leave. Second Highness, it's not a good time for you to come today. Why don't we go back and discuss this in the long run? Walking out of the palace, the secretary of the Ministry of Rights looked out of his own master could not swallow this breath. Afraid that he would cause trouble, he began to pacify. Li Xian has been plotting for so many years. It's hard to wait until the crown prince dies violently. How to be willing to just give up? Just now in the courtroom, he was indeed afraid and knelt down to Li Chen in order to survive. Now that he's left the palace, the guy's got a lot of nerve. You're right. Now I can't stay on in the imperial capital. I have to go and invite my master over. Only the Saint Realm can deal with the Saint Realm. The reason why Li Xian was so powerful was that he had worshipped under a powerful Zun of the world. He had just gotten a secret message from the Minister of Rights, so he rushed over here, bringing nothing with him. It was only then that he suffered a big defeat at Li Duan's place. It's true that we have to plan slowly now. The throne will be mine sooner or later. On the way out of the imperial capital, Li Xian couldn't figure out how sixth brother cultivation could be so high. Originally, he wasn't even stable to be the emperor, but when I said that, he was stable instead. It's bad. He's playing like that. I'm a ING trustee. On the other hand, the border of the Tianzi dynasty, the army was like a rolling black sea, vast and imposing. The sunlight poured over the iron armor, reflecting the dazzling light of each shield and lance seemed to carry the valor and glory of countless warriors. This army, undoubtedly the victor's army, is in an unstoppable position. Toward the imperial capital in the distance, all the passes they passed through passed and gave way. The third prince, as the young commander-in-chief of the Tianzi dynasty, wore a military uniform inlaid with gold trimmed. It both highlighted his honorable status and revealed an inviolable majesty. His face was stoic, his eyes deep and sharp, and the hair on his forehead was neatly tied back by his military cap. Showing a full forehead adds a bit of Englishness. A bland smile hung at the corner of his mouth, the calmness of having the throne in his hands. The third prince thought in his heart, even if the second ran fast to go back first, so what? When my army arrives at the gates of the imperial capital, the throne will still be mine. Who dares to bear the might of a great army? This was a truth that the third prince had summarized after so many years of experience in the borderlands. That's why he took control of this elite force early on, just waiting for his chance to rise to the top. The old emperor is dead and there is no one left to subdue him. Even if you have achieved success in your cultivation, so what? Could you still cultivate to the Saint Realm? The third prince, riding on his own seat, was contemplating the fact that when he became the throne, how do I get the historian to record that I am in the line of succession? A messenger appeared ahead on a fast horse. The third prince's subordinates instinctively wanted to stop the messenger and protect his safety, but he waved his hand for his subordinates to be at ease, and this was one of his men that. It should be a message reported by one of Titus' men. The messenger stopped his horse in front of the third prince, then dismounted and respectfully handed over a letter to the third prince. The third prince frowned as he opened the letter. He had a not-so-good feeling about it, but what was written on the letter surprised him even more. Withdraw the army and return to the border. The third prince immediately gave the order. In this army, his word is the will. As the adjutant commanded the withdrawal, he inquired curiously, Your Highness, what's going on over there in the imperial capital? The third prince held his tongue for half a day before a bitter smile appeared on his face and said, Old Six is hiding very deeply. It's actually the Saint Realm, scaring away the oldest two who just went back. He wasn't going to say anything, trying to stabilize the troops, but sooner or later, this matter would reach everyone's ears, so it would be better for him to just say it. The adjutant directly didn't even dare to take this sentence from the third prince. What? The new Emperor Li Chen is actually in the Saint realm? No wonder the third prince didn't dare to go to the imperial capital. If the news had just said that the new Emperor Li Chen had reached the Saint realm, the third prince would never have believed it. Might even speculate that this must be a smokescreen put up by those in the imperial capital. The purpose is to stop yourself from going back. How could anyone reach the Saint realm at such an age? And it wasn't like this was the era of the great struggle. However, the fact that old 2 was scared away with all that strength was enough to prove that old 6's strength was absolutely terrifying. The reason why the third prince had withdrawn his troops was because he was only afraid of the Saint realm. The Saint realm might not be able to kill this army, but it was still possible to kill him in the midst of 10,000 troops. Can the third prince not be afraid? He also didn't understand. Wasn't the most talented of the current generation of royals the second one? He also worshipped a strong Zun of the Saint realm. How is it that oldest 6, who is usually always peaceful, is able to be even stronger than oldest 2? Li Chen then revealed his strength, directly scaring the second prince into running out of the imperial capital overnight. The third prince withdrew a mutiny, and at this moment, Li Chen was sleeping back to sleep in his bedchamber. There were already 2 important ministers of the court waiting for his arrival with fear and trembling in the imperial study. Chapter 4, as the saying goes, if the king wants the subject to die, the subject has to die. These 2 who were named by Li Duan in the courtroom were the head of the civil officials, the current chancellor Zhao Wenyuan, the head of the military generals, the Jinhua Grand General Guo Buiyun. After the morning court, the court officials naturally changed out of their court clothes and put on their own formal attire. Li Duan just said that he would let them both come over in the afternoon, but he didn't say what time in the afternoon. If it were an ordinary new emperor, the 2 of them might not be able to come on time. At least he is a senior official in the Tianzi dynasty, qualified to throw some shade at the new king whose position was precarious. But what level was Li Chen? That's an emperor of the Saint realm. Who dares to provoke the bottom line of this new emperor? It's not even afternoon yet for both of them. The chancellor and the great general just went back for a meal and rushed over to the imperial study room to listen to the dispatch. Will you stop wiggling? You've been walking in front of me for over an hour. I'm tired of watching if you're not. Chancellor Zhao Wenyuan didn't have the good sense to say. Ever since the 2 of them arrived at the imperial study, Great General Guo Buiyun had been pacing back and forth. He couldn't stand it before he said that. If normally, Zhao Wenyuan dared to say this, Guo Buiyun would definitely start spraying him. However, times are different nowadays. Guo Banyun didn't have the heart to quarrel with this old rival in the past. He scanned the surroundings, came directly to Zhao Wenyuan's side, and said in a low voice, "You say that this your majesty of ours? What's the point of calling us both here? As the saying goes, accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger." Guo Banyun was still at ease in front of the late emperor. How had Zhao Wenyuan ever seen him look so timid? If you ask me, who am I going to ask? Don't look at Zhao Wenyuan's calm and relaxed appearance. In fact, the inner panic and suspicion was not at all less than Guo Banyun's. You would have to say that the late emperor and a few other princes. He would not dare to say that he could completely guess but it's more or less understood. What do these guys like to hear? What's their personality like? What's their demeanor in the world? As the chancellor of the dynasty, he definitely had to go for a serious study. This is the only way to be able to mix like a fish in water in the dynasty. And the phase position is as stable as Mount Taishan. But Li Chen was the only one. Not that he was elusive. It was because he hadn't been exposed to it at all. Zhao Wenyuan had always known that there was such a person in the royal family. He had also seen Li Duan at some palace banquets, but he really didn't know anything about what exactly this person was capable of or what his preferences were. The reason why the chancellor and the great general are panicking inside is that at the morning court today, the 2 of them were tearing their parties apart more, and they were so focused on promoting their disciples' parties that they even ignored the new emperor. As the head of the 2 factions, he was truly afraid that Li Chen was now going to make an example out of him. Had they known that Li Chen had such strength, they wouldn't have dared to do so if they were given a few guts. The unfortunate thing is that the 2 of them didn't speak at the morning court. Hopefully, the new emperor would look at the 2 of them for their laborious work and leave the matter alone. Actually, the chancellor and the great general weren't the only ones thinking about all this. The few ministers who had made the most noise in this morning court were now scared to death. Some of the ministers with a worse state of mind are already preparing for the aftermath in their mansions. Only those loyal ministers who are upright and not afraid of shadows rejoice, because what they waited for was, in the last 500 years of the Tianzi dynasty, the emperor with the highest cultivation level. It was only around 3 in the afternoon that the door to the imperial study room was pushed open by the eunuch. "You 2 are here so early?" Just as Li Chen entered the door, the prime minister and the great general immediately stood straight. "It's not too early. We've both just arrived. It is an honor for both of us to be summoned by His Majesty. Used to kissing ass all year round. These words came out of his mouth. Li Dust had hung them out to dry for 3 hours, and they froze without any temper at all. To say that Li Chen didn't know that the two of them had already arrived at the imperial study, that was impossible. Li Duan knew it when he first woke up from his sleep, but so what if he knew it? Now that he was the emperor of the Saint realm, he didn't spoil these important ministers. The art of empire Li Duan did not learn, but he understood one thing, that for his men, you can't give too much face. If you do, they'll stomp on it. But it's true that Li Chen doesn't care about the imperial court, and the reason why he asked these two to come and it's just to go to the system quest next. You two have lived in the imperial capital for many years. Are you familiar with the eastern part of the city? Even though Chancellor Zhao Wenyuan thought of hundreds and hundreds of conversations during those 3 hours, but how could he not expect Li Chen to ask this? Seeing that the great General Guo Broyun was pretending to be deaf and dumb there, Zhao Wenyuan, as Chancellor of the, only to reply, "Back to your majesty. The eastern area of the city is the prosperous area of the imperial capital, and most of the merchant families of my dynasty that, all of them have important industries here, and many foreign merchants, who come from far and wide to see them, adding a measure of prosperity to our dynasty. However, as for foreign merchants, I feel that it is necessary to protect their legitimate rights and interests and encourage them to operate actively, contribute to the economic prosperity of our dynasty, and collect taxes in a reasonable manner to ensure the soundness of the state's finances. Specifically, the micro-minister suggests that a specialized agency for the taxation of foreign merchants and traders could be established. B. Conducting detailed verification of the operations of foreign businessmen and setting reasonable tax rates based on the scale of their operations, profit levels and other factors. In addition, the micro-consultant believes that tax incentives can be used to encourage our businessmen to expand their scale of operation, introduce advanced technology and improve the quality of their products, thus further promoting the development and prosperity of our dynasty's economy. Zhao Wenyuan said a whole bunch of things, simply making Li Chen a little confused. Did I ask for this? But what he said, Li Duan didn't feel there was anything wrong with it and didn't interrupt him. He's the chancellor. After all, if you open your mouth and say something like the country is prosperous and the people are at peace, the 4 C's are at peace, in other words that sing the praises of the people, it will make people think that he does not have any competence or ability, and is just a prime minister who will form a party. At his age, Zhao Wenyuan was reused by the late emperor and has been in the ministerial position for such a long time. There must be real talent. Even Guo Broyun, who was next to him, thought that this old thing's reaction was really fast. It seems to have been prepared. Although he didn't know what Li Chen preferred to hear, Zhao Wenyuan wanted to use these words too. Side by side, he told Li Chen that he was able to share Li Chen's worries, as long as he was recognized by Li Chen. Then his phase was still very stable. The one who's embarrassed right now is Guo Huayun. If the new emperor had to move one of them today, it would more than likely be him. One had to think of a way to salvage the situation and let Li Dane know that he was somewhat useful. Just as Guo Broyun was ruminating, Li Chen spoke. In that case, then you two come with me to the east side of town today. The two veteran courtiers looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. The two of them really didn't know what Li Chen intended to do by doing this, but they didn't dare to ask. One can only agree firmly. As subjects, they have to do whatever His Majesty says. As the saying goes, if the king wants me to die, I have to die. But there is a prerequisite here, and that is that the king must be able to make his subjects die. The fact that Li Duan dared to open his mouth like this was that he knew he had the strength to do so. That's the beauty of having power. It is possible for a subject to realize at all times that he or she is only a subject. Chapter 5, Where Conflicts Breed. A natural mission site. The prosperous commercial avenue in the eastern part of Imperial City. The buildings here are staggered and majestic. Every brick and tile reveals the craftsman's exquisite skills and endless craftsmanship. The towering towers, reaching for the sky. All the time, the splendor and glory of the Tianzi dynasty was being told. In the past, Li Chen was a royal son and knew that the water in the imperial capital was very deep. So in order not to cause trouble, just stay in the palace and study. It was still his first time in this place and he wasn't very familiar with it. That's why he'll have 2 of his old ministers out with him, just looking for 2 bandwagoners. But times are different now. And now he can be said to be patrolling his own turf. Look around at the bustling streets, the people coming and going. Li Duan was considering how he was going to accomplish his mission. The way of cultivation in this world starts with the meridians. After opening the meridians, the physical quality of the body improved dramatically, and one could induce qi to condense the elements, and then increase the cultivation level step by step. If the foundation was not well laid, the cultivation in the later stages would not be too high. The way to fight was to activate the meridians and explode with a powerful force, but high-intensity fighting can damage one's meridians. Most cultivators would rest for a while after a battle to let their meridians recover. So under normal circumstances, as long as the cultivators didn't activate their meridians, no one knew his cultivation level. This puts Li Duan in a bit of a bind. Since everyone looks pretty much the same, where am I going to find a mid-pulse opening realm cultivator to beat me up? Originally, Li Duan felt that this task was not difficult because he had heard it from the palace before. There are more disciples of the imperial capital's worldly families and nobles, and these disciples often cause trouble in the imperial capital, messing with the heirs of certain powerful men. Those concubines in the palace will then plead with the late emperor, and then the crown prince will be asked to be the peacemaker, and these things will be trivialized. There is a process for all of it. The prince that would surely love to do such a thing, he just sells favors all over the place, to build a foundation of good connections for later sitting on the throne. Li Chen was not repulsed by the crown prince. After all, there was no possibility of him and the crown prince fighting. The prince behaved very well with all those who did not have a direct conflict of interest with him, even if he was pretending. At least he was pretending well. Li Dane was used to hearing about these things, so he was in some of the more heavily trafficked, and the world's noble disciples love to appear at the end of the luxury commercial ground to observe. Whenever he catches a troublemaker, he immediately punches them and finishes the job. But the idea was good. But after half a day's wandering, how come I didn't find a single one? The disciples of those worldly families and nobles along the way didn't look as arrogant and domineering as they were rumored to be. So Li Duan turned to wonder if he was thinking wrong. Most of the disciples of the world's noble families received a good education, and their elders were very strict in their demands. The unlearned were only a minority. How could one find a place where there were monks in conflict? After contemplating for a moment, Li Chen spoke. Which part of the eastern part of the city do you guys think has more cultivators? In Li Duan's opinion, many of the cultivators were high-minded and proud, and mixing together was prone to conflicts, so it should be right to look for places with more monks. Great General Guobroyun snatched the answer. Back to your majesty. Your excellency, there are several battle academies in the eastern part of the imperial capital, cultivating many excellent talents for our dynasty. There are more cultivators over there. Just now it had been Zhao Wenyuan, the chancellor, who had been talking, and he had been the one who had introduced the various localities. Wei Jianyun was there like a transparent person, drying up. It's so hard to catch a topic of conversation right now. He had to make a better impression on this new emperor. As the head of the military generals, he still knew more about this aspect of cultivation. In the past, he had accompanied the late emperor on private visits, and looking at Li Chen's current appearance, presumably, they are also following the example of the late emperor by touring the imperial capital. That's why he addressed Li Chen as Gengzi, knowing that Li Chen didn't want to reveal his identity. The difference is that the late emperor was accompanied by a mysterious and powerful man in the palace when he made his private visits. Except for that, Wei Jianyun would also arrange many secret guards to protect the late emperor's safety. As a great general, he is powerful in his own right, but it's easy to dodge the dark arrows. It would be a dereliction of duty on his part to let the Holy Spirit be frightened. This new emperor is in the Saint realm. The second prince is so strong that he's scared away. Theoretically no one dares to touch him, but does that eliminate the need for an escort? Wei Jianyun felt that it was just the opposite. The Saint realm is originally a transcendent existence. If this one starts a fire, to put it nicely, then everyone can't afford to eat. To put it harshly, then it's a bloodbath. That's why he sent out more than 3 times as many secret guards as even the late emperor. Some of the characters that seemed to be passers-by were actually Guo Baiyun's henchmen, and they were very strong. As long as any less than harmonious images appeared in the area that Li Chen was heading to, they'll just settle ahead of time. For example, if 2 cultivators had a verbal argument, or if there were any more ferocious demonic beasts in the vicinity, these dark guards will then tie up the men and hold the demonic beasts down. Let Li Duan pass through these areas normally. Wei Jianyun's men heard that they were escorting the new emperor. That's all pumped up about trying to get things done. That's why, after half a day of searching in the busy area, Li Duan neither found the cause of several of the troublemakers. When Guo Broyun mentioned the combat academy, Li Chen immediately became interested. For he was not the only one who had been living in the palace for a long time. The concubines, maids and eunuchs were also idle and bored. Just loved to inquire about some of the gossip of the imperial capital. Li Duan usually had nothing to do, but also heard a lot. There's more than one battle academy in the imperial capital. There are 3 relatively large battle academies in the east of the city alone. Separately, they are controlled by different forces. If you get good grades and graduate from the combat academy, then you can serve in the military or local forces. You could say that there is a direct establishment for graduation. There is a limited number prepared each year, so there is a competitive relationship between these 3 combat academies. There is also a great deal of conflict. Normally, Li Chen had heard that students from the major combat academies often fought on occasions. I would rather be disciplined than disgrace my college. The late emperor turned a blind eye to such things. He felt that the students of the combat academy still had to be bloodthirsty. The Tianzi dynasty didn't need a bunch of people who would only flatter and flatter. What's more, there were quite a number of disciples from the worldly families and geniuses from the cold family within the combat academy. Since ancient times, between the disciples of the worldly families and the geniuses of the humble families, there were able to talk and those who work hard together to cultivate, and even become pillars of the nation later, also become a period of jiawei. But there are still a lot of conflicts, because the disciples of the lineage are supposed to run for the establishment. In order to consolidate his position in the family, how could a genius from a humble family let go of this opportunity to leap the dragon gate with a carp? All those who managed to graduate with honors from the imperial capital's several major combat academies. It really is the presence of 1,000 choices. Steady on. In Li Duan's opinion, this kind of paradoxical breeding ground could definitely accomplish the task by itself. Chapter 6. What's the difference between you doing this and fooling me? The Salary Flame Combat Academy was one of the 5 major academies in the Tianzi Empire. It even ranked in the entire continent. Many of the instructors at the Salary Fire Combat Academy were generals who had retired from frontline barracks. It can be said that the faculty is very strong, and students who are recognized by these teachers, maybe a letter of recommendation will go down, and you'll be able to make a name for yourself in the military later on. There were actually 3 battle academies in this area, and Li Duan just happened to come here first. Needless to say, the imperial capital was also really big, and it took him a couple hours to walk to this place. Along the way, Li Chen also discovered the end. 2 streets earlier, he had plainly heard a noisy noise in the jumbo store near the 2 cultivators of notable strength both had their eyes on the same treasure, and as a result, they came into conflict and called out to break each other's legs. One could even hear the sound of things being smashed, and the fluctuation of hypnotized meridians. Li Duan was happy at that moment, thinking that he should be able to complete his mission this time. But when he entered the store, he found it peaceful. Those 2 cultivators who had just clamored to break each other's legs had actually hooked up and it felt like a very close relationship. Li Chen realized that some people in the store were looking at Great General Guo Buiyun. He probably knew what was going on. Walking out of the jumbo shop and arriving at an unoccupied alley, Li Duan suddenly stopped in his tracks. The 2 old ministers behind him, how dare they walk in front of him, naturally stopping at his side and back. Whose men are those secret guards at the store? One sentence made the 2 old ministers instantly kneel on the ground. As a subject, one is not afraid of the emperor's anger, but of his speaking in such a salty tone of voice. No one could guess what the emperor was thinking. Back to your majesty, it's one of my subordinates. Wei Jianyun began to sweat as he knew that he might have messed up. There was a temporary problem at the jumbo shop next door just now, and his men didn't take care of it in time. There was then a very incongruous scene, and with one of his men looking at him with inviting eyes, how could his majesty not guess? Li Chen now realized why he hadn't encountered any trouble along the way. So it was you, old boy, who took it upon himself to fix me up. If we want to get the job done, we'll have to find a way to sidetrack him first. So Li Duan said, since you know that I'm microdosing, I want to see the real Titus. What's the difference between you doing that and fooling me? Wei Jianyun kowtowed. I am aware of my sins. I'm also just trying to make sure that your majesty doesn't get caught up in the trouble as much as possible. Li Chen sighed and said, that's just it. You go back to your house to reflect for 3 days, and you are not allowed to go out. Hearing this punishment, Guo Broyun was temporarily relieved. After thanking the Lord, he left the area, incidentally evacuating all the secret guards he had sent. As a courtier, you can't guess the emperor's mind, but you must understand his words. Li Chen glanced at Chancellor Zhao Wenyuan, whose face was full of folds. Next to him, ask if there are any more of him in the neighborhood. Zhao Wenyuan is a smart man. He took the opportunity to say that he is a civil official, and there are only a few old servants in his family. Presenting himself as if he had 2 sleeves, he naturally did not have the ability to arrange for so many people to escort him. Hearing him say this, Li Duan then nodded in satisfaction. Along the way, Zhao Wenyuan was like a butler. Whenever he found out where Li Chen's gaze was interested in, just start describing the place. Your Majesty, this is the Payload Combat Academy, where the late emperor, during the time of the subterraneous dragon, it has also been furthered here. The imposing gates of the Combat Academy in front of us, enough to show what a higher institution of learning in the Tianzi dynasty should look like. When you walk here, there are more young people coming and going. Most of these young people were students of the Salary Battle Academy. It had been a few hours since he left the palace, and Li Chen was getting a little hungry. Just came to a more traffic road and found a random bistro to get something to eat. The store assistant was also very resourceful. Seeing that these two were not ordinary people in their clothes, he immediately ran over and wiped down the table and stools and asked the two of you what you would like to eat. He moves with the demeanor of a small master. Li Chen casually ordered some beef and wine. Then he glanced at this young shopkeeper. He casually asked, "You're a good fighter. Aren't you going to get a job?" Anyways, Li Chen was now an emperor, and felt that this shopkeeper had such strength at such a young age. It's a waste of talent here. The store assistant smiled awkwardly and replied, "To tell the truth, the younger one is a student who is furthering his studies at the Payload Combat Academy, and due to his family's poverty, he is working here to earn some living expenses and not to add to his family's burden. I'm sure he's been asked by many people and is very skilled at answering." Li Duan didn't think there was anything wrong with this kind of self-reliant, cold-hearted son of a. He still appreciates it more. Next to him, Chancellor Zhao Wenyuan had been observing, and he did not make any comments or observations. Having spent some time with Li Duan, he knew that Li Duan, the new emperor, had his own way of thinking. Zhao Wenyuan also knows very well that the emperor hates it when his men are as smart as Guo Banyun, so all he had to do was to do whatever Li Chen told him to do, so that he could avoid making mistakes. Just like this meal, Li Chen moved his chopsticks first before he was able to move. When Li Chen put down his chopsticks, whether he was full or not, he had to immediately put down his chopsticks. This is what a perfect courtier should do. Gui Jianyun, just learn it well. Just as Zhao Wenyuan was inwardly feeling satisfied that he had been able to gain the new emperor's approval, Li Duan's words broke his perfect vassal persona. "Did you bring any money? You definitely need to pay for your meal." Li Chen used to eat in the palace and didn't have the habit of bringing money. Didn't bring it. Zhao Wenyuan was a prime minister, and he didn't have the habit of carrying money. The scene was awkward for a while. Who would have thought that the two most powerful people in the Tianzi dynasty would not be able to come up with 1 or 2 pieces of silver? The only one who might have brought money was still driven away by Lidane. The two men, who were about to get up, silently sat back down again. Li Chen thought to himself that Zhao Wenyuan was a civil official and had no strength in him. A round trip would take at least a couple hours. "Do you want me to wait here until dark? Then I'll have to make a trip back myself to get the money to ransom Zhao Wenyuan. You can't just grab anyone and say I'm the new Emperor Li Chen and you give me 50 taels of silver. Why don't I make you a great general when I get back to the palace? Even if Zhao Wenyuan has been the prime minister for decades, I can't think of a better way to face this situation. He can't let His Majesty run away with the bill. If this were to spread out, the other princes wouldn't even need to revolt. They would be directly laughed to death by Li Chen." The gazes of the surrounding diners began to focus on them, making the awkwardness intensify. Most of all, the shopkeeper had come over. Zhao Wenyuan was feeling around his body quickly, hoping to find something to pledge. Just at this time, a beautiful young woman suddenly sat down on the seat next to Li Chen. Chapter 7, You should know that it pays to beg. The young woman beside Li Chen had delicate and beautiful features. Loose hair framed a fair, melon-like face. Even if the face looks a little haggard, it is still difficult to hide the flavor between the brows and eyes. The thing that struck Li Duan as most strange was that her youthful figure that, instead, she wore a dark purple, flounced, peep-breasted jacket. This kind of dress has to be worn by women who have a fuller figure to make it look good, not like a style she can handle. Before Li Duan could open his mouth to ask her what she was up to, she then spoke first. "This gentleman is a bit strange looking, seldom comes to our area, right?" She spoke in a soft, pouty voice, like she was pampered and there's a kind of implied emotion in the way you look at people. Let every man she gazes upon. Both had the illusion of, does this woman like me? Such women are most capable of tugging at a man's heart. Li Chen won't eat this. Compared to those sultry women in the palace, this woman is simply innocent as a daisy. He asked directly, "Just tell me what's up. This woman looks like she should have a hard time. And by the way she's dressed she should be going to some kind of dinner party. And she was young and pretty, definitely able to attract a lot of male attention. No, to be precise there should be quite a few male suitors." If Li Duan's guess was correct, this woman didn't seem to want to attend the dinner party. Then she was more than likely going to ask herself to be a shield. If it were before, Li Chen would have refused to do it. But now, doesn't being a blocker mean you can go and punch someone reasonably hard and maybe get the job done? But Li Duan also didn't expect that he had guessed right. But not completely right. "That's what you said, so I'll get right to it." As she said this, the woman's picture changed dramatically, from a woman with a lot of charm to a girl with a lot on her mind. You could tell that the seductive look had just been staged. She orders a jug of wine and after taking a swig, she bravely begins to tell her story. Her name is Lin Yue, a student of the Salary Flame Combat Academy, and from a young age she has been endowed with an overpowering. In the local area it was a household name for a cultivation genius. When he said that, Li Duan was a bit confused. "I told you to be straight. I didn't tell you to start at the beginning. However, seeing the bitterness in her eyes, Li Chen didn't interrupt and acted as an onlooker. After all, it was really bad for Li Chen to go without silver on him to pay for his meal. As a child of a humble family, Lin Yue cultivated very hard. I hope to accomplish something soon. Unsurprisingly, with hard work and talent, she managed to pass the most rigorous test. Gain acceptance to the Payload Combat Academy. This is one of the top academies in the Tianzi dynasty, and as long as you can graduate successfully, that could all be described as a coattailed return. With a full heart, she uprooted herself from her hometown and came to the imperial capital. I thought I would become the brightest new star in the imperial capital with this skill. It was only after arriving at the Payload Combat Academy that I realized that it was home to a collection of talented people from all over the country. Some of them are even more talented than she is, and they work even harder than she does. It's like a gathering place for curly dogs that oneself comes across as mediocre. It sent all her beautiful dreams back to reality and even into a funk at one point. After sulking for a while, Lin Yue just started to wake up, precisely because this place was full of geniuses. It would be gold if he himself could stand out. So she worked hard at the Salary Fire Combat Academy, and finally achieved something. The rankings are also very high. That's a nice inspirational story. Though, for the time being, Li Chen did not understand where the bitterness in her eyes came from. Lin Yue paused at this point, seemingly not quite ready to speak. Immediately afterward, she smothered down a few more mouthfuls of wine and continued to start talking through her drink. As a woman with a little bit of talent, it is natural that there is no shortage of trouble with the opposite sex pursuing her. But the one who pursued Lin Yue was a government official in his 40s, whose father was an official of the Ministry of Rights, a high position of power. This guy is a typical loafer, money-grubbing and womanizer. He met Lin Yue by chance, then he went crazy on her. Lin Yue had worked hard until now. How could she be willing to marry this kind of person and go on to become a concubine? But the official's son puts out his father's identity, and all the other suitors don't dare to compete with him. After all, how could one still mix in the Tianzi dynasty if they offended the imperial capital's Ministry of Rights officials? Usually, with the teachers taking care of him, this official's son was not good enough to cause trouble in the academy. There's a special party tonight. All of the more outstanding students in the 3 major academies were required to attend, and it was a matter of their future. That official's son in his 40s had made it clear that if Lin Yue didn't agree, just don't think about graduating from the Payload Combat Academy. Lin Yue had to go, but didn't want to compromise. That was the general situation, and Li Duan had heard it. Then why me? I just took a look at what the prince is wearing. He should be a son of the royal family, right? Lin Yue wasn't stupid. She knew that royal children weren't afraid of official children. When I was just passing by, I saw that Li Chen's clothes had a dragon-patterned gold border, so I beat a dead horse, decided to come over and ask for help. I see, but you judged correctly. I am indeed royalty. Li Duan didn't tell a lie either. Isn't the emperor a member of the royal family? Lin Yue said excitedly. Then is the gentleman willing to do me this favor? Li Duan swept a glance at her and said, you should know that there is a price to pay for begging for favors. Feeling Li Chen's gaze glancing over her body, Lin Yue seemed to get something. A small blush. As long as your excellency's request is not excessive, Yue will try her best to fulfill your excellency. Although Li Chen's facial features were born with a heavenly appearance, and his face was even more handsome, the more she looked the more intoxicated she seemed to become under the influence of alcohol. But she still has a certain bottom line. Okay, that's what you said. In fact, Lin Yue was prepared for the worst. Who knew that Li Chen's request was to have Lin Yue pay for his meal? Lin Yue was dumbfounded on the spot, and it felt like, I've got my pants down. Is that what you're showing me? Still, Lin Yue reacted quickly, and she felt that Li Chen was just finding a random excuse to help her. With this one's dress and demeanor, how could he not have money in his pocket? Taking a step back, even if this royal son has no money in his pocket, there's no way that old butler next to him didn't have any money with him. Thinking of this, her favorability towards Li Duan rose a few more points. Only she didn't realize that these two really didn't have any money with them. After Lin Yue paid, the few people left the pavilion. The mansion where the dinner party was held was not far from this area, just 20 minutes away. On this journey, the cool breeze cleared Lin Yue's mind. If it wasn't for the booze, she was really embarrassed to ask for help from a royal son she had never met before. But without a background, she'd be helpless in this deep water empire. There really was just no other way. Li Chen was her only saving grace. Just as she was rambling on, she had arrived at the mansion where the dinner party was to be held. The party that hosted the banquet was the Ministry of Rights. Li Chen and Lin Yue were well dressed, and the guards at the gate casually asked before letting them both in. But the guards stopped Zhao Wenyuan, stating that the subordinates were waiting outside. Can't get into a place like this. This made Zhao Wenyuan angry enough. I am the prime minister of the dynasty. How dare you guys say that I am an inferior? How dare a few guards from the Ministry of Right stop me? But then again, beside Li Chen, he was indeed an underling. If it wasn't for the look in Li Chen's eyes, Zhao Wenyuan would have wanted to call someone to tear the place down, because he knew that he wasn't the star of the show today. The Ministry of Rights is afraid of suffering. Zhao Wenyuan had heard a little bit about these things, which also belonged to the unspoken rules of the dynasty's officialdom. But this one who went in is the absolute rule of this dynasty. Chapter 8, The Royal Family is Great. So what? As the sky darkened, a magnificent mansion was brilliantly lit. The Ministry of Rights, one of the most important organizations of the Tianzi dynasty. It is in charge of the country's ceremonial, cultural, educational and diplomatic affairs. This dinner was actually an exchange meeting between the elites of the major battle academies in the imperial capital. The officials of the Ministry of Rights will, at this banquet, tell these young students about the so-called etiquette of the soon-to-be officialdom. And finally, the Minister of Rights will show up and make some contact with these young scholars. It's kind of a field test for them. Everyone wants to do well in front of him, and if they can gain the favor of this great official, won't you soar in the future? Li Chen had just entered this mansion when he saw quite a few young talents just like Lin Yue. They wear smiles and their talk reveals an unearthly demeanor. Their presence injected youthful vigor and vitality into the dinner. These people are the future backbone of the Tianzi dynasty. At first glance it does highlight the depth of the dynasty. As time slowly retreated, Li Duan also realized that behind the feast, it also hides undercurrents. Since the appearance of those officials of the Ministry of Ceremonies in their official uniforms, and of the second generation of, the smiles on the faces of the scholars then began to tighten, and a layer of gloom began to hang over this dinner. Li Duan had seen more than once that those second-generation ancestors were molesting and provoking the young talents present. The officials present were indifferent, and the young talents could only resist a little and hold their breath. Li Chen glanced at Lin Yue next to him and asked, "Have they always been like this?" Originally he just wanted to beat up someone and finish his mission, but looking at it now, it seems like the place has gone sour. Theoretically, those second-generation people are uneducated and have no business being at such dinners. It's like flies everywhere now, and this goes unchecked? The late emperor was very focused on education, even if Li Chen hadn't done any homework. It was also known that these elite scholars were the future of the Tianzi dynasty. If they were also bullied and suppressed here, then other scholars could be imagined. As a prince, Li Duan could care less, but he was now the emperor, and he was very upset inwardly. He doesn't understand the political affairs of the full dynasty, but he can see the look on the faces of the scholars clearly. Now that they are all holding back and daring to speak out, how can they do anything in the future? Hearing Li Chen's words, Lin Yue nodded helplessly. Even if she was furious, so what? Unless she didn't want to hang around in the Tianzi dynasty. Otherwise, in front of these officials of the Ministry of Rights, it is not just to endure. In fact, when she came here Lin Yue had considered that if the one pestering her was really excessive, the big deal was that she would leave the imperial capital and go to some powerful sects to mingle. This is one of the reasons why the clan has prospered in recent years. Lin Yue just felt that it was indeed very unfortunate that so many years of hard work and further education at the academy had been wasted. Now with the help of this royal disciple, she was sort of able to survive this. The others present, unfortunately, were not so lucky. Compared to a nerd like Li Duan, Lin Yue still had a certain amount of socialization in this circle. A number of students from the Payload Combat Academy came nearby to chat with her. When they saw Li Chen next to Lin Yue, especially the girls, all of them showed envious eyes. "Yue, is this your friend? Why don't you introduce us to him?" "That's right. This gentleman is really a talented man with an extraordinary demeanor." Seeing her friend's uproar, Lin Yue was quite embarrassed. Not that she didn't want to introduce them. She was the one who didn't know what Li Dane's name was either. "Hello everyone, my name is Li Duan." Everyone around seemed to be able to tell that this one was a son of the royal family, and it was natural for his surname to be Li. Because of this, there weren't many second-generation ancestors in Li Chen's region. There is also a certain amount of conflict between the second generation and the royal children. Normally, when Li Duan was in the palace, the people he came into contact with the most were the palace maids and eunuchs. Those people are very rigid in what they say in front of him. It's rare to run into someone your own age. Li Duan then began to chat with this group of Combat Academy students. At first we all said some polite things. After we got acquainted, they felt that Li Chen had an elder's demeanor, so they began to pour out their grievances to Li Chen, saying that these uneducated dilettantes often come to disturb their practice, taking up a lot of resources and not making any effort to cultivate made the teachers at the Combat Academy a headache. Some of Lin Yue's little sisters even whispered to Li Duan. There are quite a few untouched girls in the academy who were scourged by those second graders and even forced them to drink with some officials. They just got tired of being accosted. That's why they came over to Li Duan's side to hide for a bit. Hopefully, Li Duan will help block it. Li Duan laughed in exasperation when he heard this and said, "Don't worry, as long as they dare to come over here. Come one and I'll hit one." At the time, everyone took it as a joke to lighten the mood and didn't really care. Lin Jue was even a little embarrassed. She felt that she was really bothering Li Chen tonight. It was only meant to be a block for her alone, but now it actually helped her little sister as well. Seeing the resentful eyes of those second-generation people around me, she knew that Li Duan had already offended a lot of people tonight. Even the sons of the royal family can't afford to offend some powerful officials. As the day wore on, more and more people entered the dinner. The average second-generation ancestor didn't dare to mess with the royal family's children. That meant that their background wasn't very hard. The second generation of those who dared to offend, their dads were naturally in high positions. Just as Li Chen was chatting happily with these students of the combat academy, a 40-something-year-old dilettante then approached. His eyes were deep-set, his bags were bloated, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper, walking with a wobbly feeling. It looks like he's been hollowed out by booze and sex. He's over 40 years old, he doesn't even have a title, and he's still flaunting his father's official authority. How much of a waste was this man? No wonder Lin Yue looked down on him. The students of the combat academy subconsciously took a few steps back when they saw him. No one seems to dare offend him. This middle-aged second-generation ancestor was even more arrogant without bounds, directly ignoring Li Chen, chatting with Lin Yue next to her. "How are you considering what I asked you to consider? To say that all the other second-generation guys are just secretly doing a little bit of work. This one started bullying in front of so many people. It's a disregard for the law. It looks like he really thinks this is his home." Before Lin Yue could reply, in the next second, the second-generation ancestor was kicked out by Li Chen. His body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, knocking over nearby tables and stools, and cups and plates were in disarray and wine was splashed, eventually falling heavily to the ground. He let out a groan of pain. Seeing this sudden scene, the people around them were instantly thrown into shock, especially those two little sisters of Lin Yue, who were wide-eyed and it was as if he had seen something incredible. "Just now we thought you were joking, but we didn't realize that when you say fight you really mean it." They originally felt that this second-generation ancestor was already arrogant enough, but they didn't expect Li Chen to be even more wild. When this guy does it, he doesn't even ask who's on the other side. The beaten second son was quickly helped up by the ritualists. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Li Chen furiously, saying, "Your imperial clan is great, isn't it? Can a royal family's son just beat up anyone?" Li Chen shrugged his shoulders and replied, "The royal family is amazing." "So what?" Chapter 9, You wait, I'm going to take you to court. For a while, the onlookers at the scene couldn't tell who was actually causing trouble. Why does it feel more like Li Duan is saying the villain's lines? The second patriarch was also angry enough. If it were usual, he would have angrily sprayed Li Chen's ancestors for 18 generations, then have his men break Li Chen's legs and throw him out. But Li Chen was dressed in a dragon-patterned Shobian robe. The identity of the royal family was there, and there were many officials present. He really didn't have the guts to curse. But in the opinion of the second-generation ancestor, so what if the royal family? The royal family is still divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. Ordinary royals have no power or money, they just have a status to pose. If you have the guts to stay here, we'll see. The second ancestor did sense from the slap that he was no match for Li Chen. Just let the men help him to call someone. Seeing him leave, Li Duan didn't care. He wanted to see how rotten this place was. But the people in his neighborhood are in a hurry. To beat the son of a court official bloody in front of so many people, that's not even if you want to go private. Even if the second patriarch doesn't care, the other officials will do the same to Li Duan. Lin Yue hurriedly told Li Duan the information about the second ancestor. This second ancestor, named Chen Jie, was the son of Chen Rong, a ceremonial purveyor of the Ministry of Rites. Chen Rong of the Department of Ceremonial and Clearance of the Ministry of Ceremonies was in charge of the ceremonial and military rites, as well as the management of academic affairs and imperial examinations. It is the real power in the dynasty. The power in hand is not small, and there are many disciples. This is the second-generation ancestor Chen Jie, their arrogant and domineering backing. Lin Yue was just trying to get Li Duan in the way. She also didn't expect Li Chen to make a direct move without saying a word. You should know that Chen Jie is Chen Rong's only son, and Chen Rong is the only one who has a flame, and a notoriously protective one at that. If Li Chen handled the situation poorly today, at the very least, he would be guaranteed 10 years in jail. But seeing as Li Chen was still calm after hearing it, He thought that the backstage should be quite strong as well. One of Lin Yue's little sisters was even secretly inquiring with Li Duan about what his background was. Who knew that? Li Chen said. I don't have a background. This time the crowd was completely shocked. You have no background and you dare to hit Chen Jie? We thought your father was some kind of king. Now it seems this guy couldn't be some kind of royal sidekick. Is this what it means to not know? And many of the people present were already casting pitying gazes at Li Chen, because just at this time, Chen Kai's had returned with help. When Chen Rong, the ceremonial clearer of the Ministry of Rites, appeared, he naturally became the center of attention in the room. A number of people on the scene immediately went up to greet him. Trying to get in front of this courtier. Chen Rong's voice was low and loud, carrying an unquestionable majesty. The official tone is just right. After greeting the crowd, he stepped in front of Li Chen. Chen Rong slowly raised his hand and gently stroked the strands of well-groomed beard on his chin. Every movement seemed so subdued and unhurried. It was as if he had long been accustomed to this high life, and had long been used to such scenes. Next to Chen Rong, Chen Jie's face was even more pleased with himself. It was as if he could see Li Chen's face begging for mercy later. How you hit me just now? How I'm going to hit you back later? Who is beating people here? Stand out for this official. Chen Rong snapped and bellowed with official authority. It is clear from this statement that he is an official veteran. He didn't ask who hit his son, and if he did, wouldn't it look like he was defending his son? Chen Rong grasped the point, which was to severely punish the assailant as the superior. In the past, it was his son who caused trouble by beating up people, and he could only force himself to protect his son. Let the opposite side give him face. Now it was his son who was getting his ass kicked, and he had to take advantage of this rare windfall. So what if the one who hit the person was a royal family? He was in the right. But what came back to Chen Rong was a slap in the face. Boo! Chen Rong followed the route his son had just flown and flew it again. He was in his 60s, and the slap almost killed him. Now the entire crowd was completely shocked beyond words. The royal family's son who had just beaten up the second generation was fine, but at most, he would be jailed. But now, he actually dared to hit a court official, or in front of so many people? If this goes up, you'll be banished if you don't die. Lin Yue rubbed her eyes. If she wasn't mistaken, this was what Li Chen had hit. She has seen people who are ruthless and don't talk much, but this one doesn't talk at all. Just directly hit. The beaten Chen Rong was even more furious. His son, Chen Sui, looked at his dad with an innocent look in his eyes, as if to say, just now I told you that I was beaten like this, but you didn't believe me. Now you know. This one is not reasonable at all. Chen Rong spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Li Chen aggressively. Angrily, he said, your royal family is great, isn't it? Can a son of a royal family just beat up anyone? The corner of Li Chen's mouth twitched slightly as he said, can you change your words? I've heard this before. Chen Rong gritted his teeth and said, fine, you wait for me. I'll make sure to have Lord Shangshu take you to task in the morning court tomorrow. When these words came out, the whole room was in an uproar. Chen Rong is trying to make trouble with his majesty. Looks like this thing didn't end so well. But this sentence really amused Li Duan. What? You're coming to me? Who in this hall is suing me? What? You know you're wrong now? It's too late. When Chen Rong saw that Li Chen didn't say anything, he thought that he was afraid. The atmosphere at the scene had been scorched to the core, and many officials were calming Chen Rong down. The other melon eaters were also speculating whether Li Duan was going to sit in jail this time or be exiled to the frontier. Lin Yue quietly tugged on Li Chen's sleeve and said, otherwise, let's just run. She had already thought of a way back inwardly, how to say that Li Duan was the one who pulled her over. She couldn't leave Li Duan behind if something happened. When the time comes, the two of them will find a clan and change their faces to live in seclusion. I just don't know if it's too late to run. Li Chen waved his hand and said blandly, it's fine. I'm just trying to beat out one that knows me. Not many people got that one. What do you mean beat out one that knows you? Is it possible that the two of you are still in love as you fight? No. Why does that sound so strange? He speaks as if he knew him rather than he knew. I can't blame them for not being able to understand. Chen Rong is too small of an official to even qualify for the morning court. Just some of the court officials have seen Li Duan. As the saying goes, if you beat up the little ones, you beat up the old ones. And if you beat up the little ones, you beat up the old ones. Li Dust is all about hitting it out of the park. The crowd in the arena was talking when the big one finally came. The Minister of Rites has arrived. With the guard's announcement, the Minister of Rites slowly stepped into the great hall. His face was majestic and solemn, his eyes deep. The surrounding crowd bowed and saluted in unison, their movements neatly organized. Awe and devotion were written all over their faces. This was a serious official. Some people you never see once in your life. Seeing his own boss appear, Chen Rong quickly walked to Yan Hai, the Minister of Rites, and complained, Where was the overbearing look just now? But rather like an aggrieved child. Yan Hai frowned slightly. Which royal family's son was so bold? How dare you hit him on his turf? Is not to put this royal family's son to be severely punished. How can he still have a foothold in the courtroom? When Yan Hai walked up to this audacious royal family's son, he directly knelt on the ground in seconds. My humble servant Yan Hai. See your majesty. Chapter 10, Your Majesty. Should I say I did? Or didn't? Yan Hai, the Minister of Rights, knelt that fast. But when he knelt, the whole room was stunned. In the next second, the entire mansion fell to its knees. Student to your majesty, I beg your pardon. Your majesty. The dinner at the mansion, which had just been bustling with activity, was now practically a pin drop. The pressure from Li Chen's body instantly swept across the entire mansion, causing heaven and earth to tremble. The bodies of the officials who filled the room were trembling under the pressure of his forehead was pressed against the cold ground, not daring to raise his head in the slightest. The surrounding scholars who were kneeling on the ground then realized why Li Chen said that he had no background. And you dare to beat up an imperial official. It turned out that he is the emperor that still need what background? He is the other people's biggest background. In this world, people with backgrounds aren't scary. What's scary is the ones that don't need a background. Lin Yue, who was kneeling next to her, was horrified. How could she not expect that he had found a random shield at a roadside restaurant, and he was actually the emperor of the dynasty? No wonder he said beat out one who knows him. But it turns out that the officials are too small to recognize him. I'm the one with the small frame of mind. I just guessed that he's not a simple man. But how could I not expect it to be the emperor? There was no one more scared at the scene than Chen Rong and Chen Jie's father and son. After Chen Rong heard Yan Han, the Minister of Rights, call Li Chen your majesty, remembering that he had just threatened to senate the current emperor, he was so frightened that he jerked himself on the spot. Chen Sui's face was already purple with fear. And he was so scared that he was already incontinent and peed all over the place. It's true that he was justified in taking the beating, but so what? It's not that the opposite side is unreasonable, it's that it doesn't have to be. Knowing that this royal son was his majesty, he wouldn't dare to show up here even if he had 100 guts. Yan Hai, I am. Hearing his majesty call out to him, Yan Hai was now in a batch of panic, and his palms were sweaty. He searched for the fact that his group of subordinates actually dared to offend this new emperor of the Saint realm. It looks like the new emperor is going to make an example of him. If another prince had become emperor, Yan Hai wouldn't have been so alarmed, because there were a lot of things to consider if the other emperors wanted to abolish him, or kill him. Let's say he didn't commit a capital offense and was killed by the new emperor like this. Then the laws established by successive emperors will become a joke to the world. The other emperors need to gather evidence of his guilt. And even if they planted evidence, it would take a while. He can also find a way to figure out how to defend himself in the meantime. And that's the game between the dynasties. It can also be described as a fight between a ruler and a minister. The Tianzi dynasty is a kingdom of laws. But then again, what does it mean to be in the Saint realm? Many clans on the continent dare to lord it over the people and ignore imperial authority. It wasn't because there was a Saint realm sitting there. The Saint realm was already in existence beyond the law in this world. Strong people in the Saint realm could judge whether something was right or wrong with their own consciousness. Not to mention that this was still an emperor of the Saint realm. Could Yan Hai not be afraid? When he got off the morning court today, he thought he'd have that day. I just didn't expect it to come so soon. He was prepared to be severely punished and copied by Li Chen. Who knew that Li Chen said, "Don't you have any real power?" These words caused Yan Hai to freeze before he looked up and slowly replied, "Your Majesty, should I say that I have that, or not? If compared to others, I still have some power. If compared to you, then I dare not say I have." Li Duan glanced at the surrounding dilettantes and, turning to Yan Hai, he said, "Then how did these people get mixed in?" Yan Hai understood at once. So His Majesty was angry about this. As long as he's not being dealt with, it's all small potatoes. When you're an official, you have to be able to hear the emperor. If he's not good enough to be done, then he's going to be done. At this moment, Yan Hai had resumed his proper appearance as a Shangshu, and told his men to escort these second-generation ancestors away. Even their old man was removed from office and investigated, with the fastest possible speed to find out the evidence of the crime. It is bound to return justice to everyone. As for Chen Rong and Chen Jie's father and son, they would surely be given special care by him. When all these eyesores were taken away, the whole mansion looked a lot more comfortable. Li Chen told everyone not to be too formal. Everyone present was an elite of the Tianzi dynasty. It is the future pillar of the Tianzi dynasty. Tonight, we can all speak freely. Tell Yan Shangshu our grievances and demands. Yan Shangshu will try to fulfill everyone's request as much as possible. This turn of phrase made Yan Hai a bit confused. Shouldn't you solve it? How did it come to me? But since His Majesty had said so, Yan Hai naturally did as he was told. The elite students of the Combat Academy saw that His Majesty had opened his golden mouth, and with the Emperor backing him up. Then, naturally, Yan Hai was approached for feedback on various issues, and Yan Hai had his men record them one by one. Looking at the very pure eyes of these Combat Academy scholars, and the anticipation that came from their hearts, Yan Hai actually had the idea of wanting to seriously help them solve their problems. It felt as if I had returned to the time when I was a student, full of passion and righteousness. At that time, he was thinking that when he became a big official, he must work for the people. But when he came in, he started to lose his way, choosing to be complicit in order to gain more power. It was at this moment that he realized he was far from the strife of the court. Right now, he was not some second prince's henchman, but just the role of a minister of rights. Li Duan didn't tell him to take sides or punish him, he just told him to do his job. In fact, subordinates do these things he really knows, because if the second prince wants to enlist courtiers, he must give them privileges. How else would they sell out? It's like these two biters are running amok in the imperial capital. To put it bluntly, the biggest reliance is not the second prince. Yan Hai, as the Minister of Rights, could only turn a blind eye. Today, he finally made a return to the Ministry of Rights in a dignified manner. For some reason, Yan Hai inwardly began to feel that Li Chen was indeed more like an emperor, because true emperors are all about public regardless of private. The elite scholars of the major combat academies all felt that this new emperor had majesty at the same time. It's also very hands-on. He can listen to the students. Then they naturally embrace him. A large portion of the dinner at the mansion was underway, and Li Duan seemed to feel that something was missing. On second thought, he then remembered that there was someone still outside the door. He called Yan Hai over and told him to pick up someone at the door. Yan Hai was wondering at the time who it was that needed him to pick it up personally, but he didn't say anything. He went when His Majesty told him to go. It was only when he ran to the door that he realized that Chancellor Zhao Wenyuan, with his hands in his sleeves, a grumpy face stood in the doorway. This startled Yan Hai and immediately went up to ask why Zhao Wenyuan didn't go in. It was fine if he didn't ask, but once he did, Zhao Wenyuan was even more furious. Wasn't it your men who stopped me? Zhao Wenyuan didn't dare to complain to Li Chen, but he still dared to clean up Yan Hai. Having held his fire, he was now finally able to find someone to vent it. The people around could then see that the Minister of Rights was being scolded by a housekeeper-looking man. Don't even dare to talk back. Yan Hai is also helpless. After all, the official is a big man. Of the Imperial City East Combat Academy, after learning that Li Duan would often visit the academy to see them as well in the future, he would even take the time to teach them some skills, and all the gloom was swept away. This big cake to eat? One of them is so excited that they can't wait to immediately go to the mountain of knives and frying pans for Li Chen. Seeing the fervent appearance of these Combat Academy students, Li Chen could sort of understand that, why the late emperor valued these young scholars so highly. When the dinner was over, Li Chen naturally took a step ahead and left the Ministry of Rights residence. But from the time he revealed his identity to the time he left, Lin Yue hadn't said another word to him. Is it that she doesn't want to? No, there was no chance at all. Chapter 11, Man. The value of self-knowledge. Wherever Li Chen went, he was surrounded by people, and there was no way for Lin Yue to get close. She could also only silently look at the back of the departing Li Duan with mixed feelings in her heart. At this time, a little sister next to her looked at her with a sorry face and said, Yue, why didn't you take advantage of the opportunity? I heard that this new emperor of ours has just ascended the throne and doesn't even have a consort. What she meant was that she was encouraging Lin Yue to reach out to Li Chen. Maybe they can fly up to the branch and become a phoenix. These words caused Lin Yue to be stunned. Then she said seriously, you can't say it like that. His Majesty just happened to come across me while on a micro-visit, helped me solve my problem, and incidentally improved our cultivation environment and the welfare of the academy. I think what we need to do is not to think about climbing up the ladder all day long, but to practice hard and do our part in the future. Contributing to the Tianzi dynasty. This will not be a waste of His Majesty's cultivation of us. Lin Yue was honest in her words. She knew she was a bit of a poser, but it's not enough to be mesmerizing people. It is valuable to have self-knowledge. Think too much about unrealistic things and you'll take the bull by the horns. If Lin Yue couldn't even figure that out, she wouldn't be at today's cultivation level. Most of all, the way Li Chen looked at her was clear and, you can tell at a glance if you like it or not. So what are you standing here dumbfounded for? I was just thinking that your Majesty's favor is not over yet. Tonight could be a day of all joy for many. The new emperor, Li Duan, has solved a problem that has plagued the Combat Academy for years. Not only will there be no more second generation to cause trouble, but more resources will be added, restoring the Combat Academy to its former vigor. His reputation would naturally spread by word of mouth in the Combat Academy. Many elite students have come to see him as the one they want to follow in their lives. It was just Li Duan, who now somewhat wanted to curse. What? You don't even count this as me completing my mission? Returning to his bedchamber, Li Chen realized that his mission had actually not been completed. He did it twice. Chen Rong, the ceremonial clearing division of the Ministry of Ceremony, has no cultivation. This Li Duan is not clear, but at least Chen Sui Ershir Zhu has advanced in the combat academy. Even trash should have cultivation. Upon inspection, the cultivation levels of the two people the host defeated are peak condensed element realm and no cultivation, respectively. The host did not defeat a cultivator in the middle stage of the vein opening realm, so the quest cannot be settled. Li Chen, the Yuan condensation realm was a realm stronger than the vein opening realm. Good guy. You have to ask me to open the middle stage of the pulse realm. A little higher doesn't count, right? You are also not afraid that I will beat the middle stage of the vein opening realm to death. At Li Chen's current level, it was easy to find powerful ones to fight, but it was really hard to find weak ones. However, seeing that the remaining time was quite long, Li Duan could only take the time to make another trip to the east of the city. It would make him wonder if he was going about it the wrong way. At first, Li Chen thought that he was already an emperor of the Saint realm, taking two subordinates out with him. Find a random troublemaker to beat up and finish the job. He didn't bother to hide his identity, as long as the name was right. If the system determines that you've just crossed over, and then sets yourself up with a newbie tutorial, then one should not have had many subordinates around him back then and not have a high status. So the system is letting me go alone? And to hide my identity? But what is its intention for me to do this? Is it really just a mission? Or, rather, what the system is trying to get me? This thing should have helped me back then. The next morning's court, Li Duan still had that listless look, but the people below were in high spirits, especially Yan Hai, the Minister of Rights, with a springy look on his face. Those who didn't know would think that his family had some kind of happy event. Still, there was a big change in the morning court today. General Guo Banyun was sentenced to 3 days of reflection at home. The Empress Dowager, who was supposed to listen to the government from behind the curtain, did not participate in the morning court on the pretext that she was sick. Chancellor Zhao Wenyuan still had that same steady look. No one knew what he was thinking. Compared to yesterday's clamor, today is extraordinarily serious and dignified. Everyone's attention was focused on Li Chen, the new emperor. His every move needs to be scrutinized. The court meeting had just begun when Yan Hai, the Minister of Rights, presented some lists. These are the sins of the officials of the Ministry of Ceremonies, which he thoroughly investigated yesterday, and which were written in great detail. Even Chen Rong, the ceremonial purveyor, once stole a chicken from his neighbor when he was 7 years old, was found out. Li Dane doesn't even know how he checked. As for how to dispose of it, this is also very simple. Li Chen asked Yan Hai to follow the law strictly. Yan Hai understood Li Duan's meaning. Originally these people who used their power for personal gain were just in jail. Now it's all being to be sent out to dig. Next, other court officials began to report in earnest. For example, the eaves of the palace need to be renovated, and repairs to the official roads outside the city. And what was reported by the various government offices. For the first time, Li Duan felt like he was in jail. How is it that the emperor has so much going on that he has to listen to hours of just debriefing? Not to mention that there were still some Zhangbia waiting for him to read in the imperial study. This made Li Chen very headstrong. He didn't understand why the other imperial sons wanted to be the emperor so badly. It's only been 2 days since he became emperor, and he's getting a little tired of it. But Li Duan also had his own way. Let the court officials handle the small things themselves, and ask the next prime minister, Zhao Wenyuan, about the big things. These are subject to certain rules and regulations, and they must be well aware of them as they have been officials for so many years. It just needed the permission of Li Chen, the emperor, to do it. Halfway through the court meeting, the Minister of War stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have received an urgent report from the border, that His Royal Highness, the Third Prince, has treasonous intentions at the border. The day before yesterday, the army has already risen in rebellion, and the army is marching towards the imperial capital. The situation is critical. I hope that Your Majesty will make a decision early. The voice of the Minister of War echoed in the great hall, each word like a heavy hammer. It struck at the hearts of the ministers. The hall instantly fell into a dead silence, leaving only the heavy and rapid breathing of the Minister of War. The ministers looked at each other with shock and unease in their eyes. What surprised them wasn't that the Third Prince rebelled. What surprised them was that the Third Prince actually dared to rebel. If it were an ordinary emperor, he would have rebelled. But this is an emperor of the Saint realm. What's the difference between the Third Prince rebelling and seeking death? Because there are no radios in this world. There's a delay in the transmission of information. The Third Prince has withdrawn his rebellion. but no news of his retreat has been received on this side. Now the whole court started to talk about it, to say that the second prince had also come to make trouble. But at best he's a mouth breather in the courtroom with no real action. Besides, if Li Chen was too lazy to care about him, there was no need for anyone else to continue mentioning it. But the third prince was different, taking the troops at the border out of the defense zone, which really just didn't wash. Chancellor Zhao Wenyuan didn't say a word, but he knew in his heart that the Minister of War was the Empress Dowager's man. The Empress Dowager didn't come today, so I guess she's manipulating all this behind the scenes. Could it be that the Empress Dowager wants His Majesty and the third prince to fight first? Chapter 12, whoever said let's deal with principles. Seeking favorites, seeking monthly tickets. Chancellor Zhao Wenyuan city is extremely deep. Not that he's trying to usurp the throne, he's just trying to stabilize his position in the court. The people who have mixed to this level are not only him, but also the great General Guo Buiyun and the Empress Dowager. Even the other princes, they have offended too many people. They're all backed up by their so-called henchmen, and their next of kin. These people are bound to them. If one day they fall, these close relatives of theirs, or even the families and clans in which they live, all will be uprooted by the enemy. Being relegated to the status of commoner was considered a good outcome, and usually resulted in being sent to the frontier or having his head killed. In the Tianzi dynasty, both official positions and cultivation resources were conserved. Only by driving out those who occupy them can others gain access to these resources. That's what happens when the walls come down. When the Empress Dowager was pushing Li Chen to be the emperor, Zhao Wenyuan also expressed his support. It's because Li Chen doesn't have a party, and it's not like he's going to promote his subordinates when he gets to the top. This has no effect on Zhao Wenyuan, and he can even use this opportunity to expand your power. Of course, that's just what he thought at first. After learning that Li Chen was in the Saint realm, Zhao Wenyuan only wanted to be a loyal subject. He had no direct conflict with Li Chen. To put it bluntly, even if Li Chen didn't become the emperor, it wasn't his turn to do so. Who's in direct conflict with Dusty Li? That would naturally be the Empress Dowager and several other princes. Needless to say, several other emperors have endured for so many years, holding back their desire to become emperor. How can you just give up? Zhao Wenyuan felt that the Empress Dowager's ambition wasn't too small. Remembering the words the Empress Dowager said yesterday, it is to test the courtiers. The purpose is to override the emperor, or when the time is right to abolish the emperor and become an empress yourself. This sort of thing is not uncommon in the history of the continent, and there are some dynasties around that. It is also the reign of the female emperor. In all the years of fighting with the Empress Dowager, Zhao Wenyuan had been checking the Empress Dowager's identity. On the bright side, the Empress Dowager is the Queen of Honshu. That is to say, the Empress Dowager's ancestors had once followed the founding emperor of the Tianzi dynasty and made great achievements. If that's true, then her background naturally counts as clean. Don't look at Zhao Wenyuan pretending to be a poor scholar at Li Duan's, but he's managed to survive until now. Zhao Wenyuan also has his own set of classes. He had been investigating the Empress Dowager ever since she entered the imperial capital. Even though the Empress Dowager is hiding very deeply, he has received information that the honored family that the Empress Dowager belongs to. In recent years there has been a connection with the remnants of the former dynasty. He's the only one who knows about it, and he hasn't found any evidence of it. Naturally, it was impossible to go and talk to the late emperor. Otherwise, if the Empress Dowager bites him back, he's not asking for trouble. Zhao Wenyuan wanted to be a loyal subject now, and that was naturally because he realized that Li Chen had no intention of moving him. So all he had to do was show that he was useful to Li Duan. Show his loyalty to Li Duan. He will surely be able to keep his position as chancellor. A young emperor who is so powerful as to be terrifying, and who has no party whatsoever. The good certainly outweighs the bad for someone in the position of a courtier. Zhao Wenyuan was even willing to be Li Chen's henchman. In the same way, Guo Banyun also figured this out, but probably played it wrong. In this courtroom, the two of them were not in direct conflict with Li Chen, so how could they not protect Li Chen? Zhao Wenyuan had already judged that, and Li Chen was aware of this as well. That's why he called them both to the imperial study yesterday, just to see their attitude. He actually knew about the third prince's rebellion, but according to his estimation, the third prince would more than likely have to retreat after learning that Li Chen was in the Saint realm. If things had turned out like this, Li Duan could have turned a blind eye to it completely. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. After all, killing your own brother just after ascending the throne wouldn't sound too good if the word got out. But now, the Minister of War pushed the third prince directly in front of Li Chen. Li Duan couldn't even pretend to be invisible right now. Now that it's known, it must be dealt with. If it's not dealt with, it's detrimental to the emperor's authority. Everyone saw that it was fine for the third prince to rebel, and there would be more than one rebel in the future. If the third prince knew that Li Duan was going to do him, he definitely wouldn't be able to take it lying down. This wasn't a clear case of a young plot to let Li Chen go and fight the third prince to the death. Even Zhao Wenyuan, who had been an official for many years, didn't know how to solve it. After listening to the Minister of War's report, Li Duan yawned and said, "Oh, since Laosan wants to rebel, you'll go and get Laosan back." This sentence directly gave the Minister of War a whole lot of confusion. What do you mean? I'll go and get it back? That's really putting it lightly. But Your Majesty, do you think I'm also in the Saint realm? Just as the Minister of War tried to explain, Zhao Wenyuan said in a deep voice, "What? Do you want to disobey the decree?" These military ministers were completely flustered. A good Zhao Wenyuan, really good at snapping hats. I was the one who brought up the trouble, and you guys are asking me to fix it? Seeing the Secretary of the Ministry of War suffocating, Zhao Wenyuan inwardly rejoiced wildly. It seems that this Majesty of ours has some skills after all. It was supposed to be a conflict between His Majesty and the third prince, and all the Minister of War had to do was to go like this. That would be the conflict between the Empress Dowager and the third prince. If the Minister of War doesn't go, then he'll be charged with 2 crimes. It would take the wool over his eyes, and the power on the Empress Dowager's side would be weakened. In such an insoluble situation, and still able to find a way, Zhao Wenyuan somewhat admired Li Chen. In fact, he was overthinking it. Li Duan didn't put the third prince in his eyes at all, and I don't know how to deal with it, so I'll just follow the whoever said let's deal with it principle. Since you brought it up, you naturally have a solution. If you can't solve it, what's the point of keeping you around to get me in trouble? Under the dual pressure of Li Chen and Zhao Wenyuan, the Minister of War had to say that he would go back and think of a way. We'll have our men ask the Empress Dowager what to do when the court is over. In the first place, the rebellion of the border army was a matter that shook the country. But the ministers couldn't panic. They all wondered, could this be the sense of security that His Majesty of the Saint Realm could bring? No wonder the second prince's mouth stank yesterday when he said but without a strong cultivation to back it up. And how can I protect my dynasty for 1,000 generations? It seems to have really gotten to him. But this person wasn't the second prince. It was Li Duan. Some even wanted to see how the third prince was going to end up. The time was already close to noon, and only then did Li Duan have to follow the morning court, the imperial palace, the chambers where the Empress Dowager resides. Just after the morning court, the palace maid under her command delivered the news that and it comes with words that the Minister of War wants to tell the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager stretched her back. Her bodice was getting a bit wrapped around her chest. Seeing that she was about to break through the shackles, the Empress Dowager then lowered her arm to avoid an accident. The matter is already known to the mourner. You go and tell Zhou Chang, let him leave the empire at His Majesty's bidding, and take time to irritate the oldest, and not get into any great conflict with him. By the way, let's see how ready the second is. When the palace maid left, a hint of playfulness appeared on the Empress Dowager's face. Your Majesty, it seems I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to surprise me 2 days in a row. She wasn't in a hurry at all. She had too many undercards, and each one of them was enough for Li Duan to drink a pot. But for now, she's going to go ahead and give Lydane a little surprise, letting Lydane know that, who is the lord of this palace? Chapter 13, Only Children Choose. I'm the Emperor. The Empress Dowager has arrived. Just after the morning court, Li Chen was having lunch when the eunuch's voice came from outside the door. He was no stranger to the Empress Dowager, but he wasn't very familiar with her either. It used to be an occasional meeting, but in the last few days there's been more contact over the enthronement. It seems that I have come at a bad time, so I won't disturb His Majesty's meal, will I? The Empress Dowager said in a gentle voice, exuding the unique flavor of a mature woman. At her ripe old age, every line on her body was so attractive. The women in the palace cared most about their looks and figure. This figure of the Empress Dowager has been maintained for I don't know how many years. Raising his hands and feet seemed to be filled with endless temptation, especially the full breasts, which can simply make one's imagination infinite. That's why Li Duan's eyes were clear out there, all through great trials. After saying these words, the Empress Dowager waved her hand, and the palace maids and eunuchs around her retreated together, and closed the door as well, because she's going to dig a hole for Lydane next. That's why she's telling all the others to recuse themselves. Avoid word getting out. Li Duan was a bit confused. I'm eating hot pot. Don't you feel hot when you close the door? The Empress Dowager sat down on the seat next to Li Chen without being told. She was about to say something, but was distracted by the food in front of her. Your Majesty, what is this, and why is it bubbling? What Li Duan ate for lunch was a hot pot that he had researched himself from memory. Surrounded by the aroma of steaming meat, it can instantly arouse one's primal appetite. In the hot pot, the red oil rolled, The golden oil bubbles kept rising, and then abruptly ruptured. It makes a boing boing sound. In the pot, bright red slices of beef, as thin as a cicada's wing, each one well textured and tender. It's called fondue. Saying that, Li Chen used his chopsticks to pick up a slice of beef, and the gravy instantly overflowed and dripped onto the soup surface, stirring up a circle of delicate ripples. The mellowness and freshness of the gravy seems to melt the taste buds instantly, and the bright green vegetables, made brighter and more inviting by the red oil of they are perfectly interwoven with ingredients like beef and tofu. This hot pot base is still the 14th generation of Li Dust's homemade, and it'll make him all happy. That's naturally not mortal. Anyway, he used to be a prince, staying at the palace to study these in addition to practicing. Li Chen realized that the Empress Dowager's eyes had been fixed on the meat on his chopsticks. Casually, he said, "You want some?" The Empress Dowager swallowed and said, "Then how can the mourning family be so kind?" Having said that, her beautiful eyes seemed to be telling Li Duan, "If you try to persuade me again, I'll eat it right away." Now she had forgotten all the things she had wanted to say when she arrived. After all, she'd been waiting for news and hadn't had her lunch yet either. "I've been eating light because I have to stay in shape and I can't eat such oily and spicy things." The smell of the hot pot directly drew her cravings out. "There are a bit too many ingredients prepared today, so we may not be able to eat them all, and it would be a waste to pour them out." "Alright, since your majesty said so, then I will help your majesty to eat some of it. Can't afford to waste the food." When Li Chen gave an excuse, the Empress Dowager's appetite overcame reason and she couldn't wait to pick up her chopsticks. Under Li Duan's guidance, she used her chopsticks to hold the meat pieces in the pot. Then it rolled around in the pan a few times, and all of a sudden, a much stronger flavor wafted out. It was as if the chunks of meat and the hot pot had some kind of marvelous reaction. When Li Chen said it was ready to eat, the Empress Dowager couldn't wait to taste it. As soon as you bite into it, the tasty slices of meat stuff your teeth and the flavor spreads from your mouth to your nostrils. It makes the whole body start to float. After chewing slowly, you experience the broth overflowing from the meat, which is simply memorable. In moments, it could mesmerize her. "Your Majesty, this beef should be a snowy spirit yak from the extreme north of the continent, right?" "That's right, the snow spirit yak lives on top of the snowy mountains in the far north and feeds on ice grass. It grows from drinking snow water, and its meat is so delicious and delicate that it melts in your mouth. And this tofu, it should also be ice lotus jade tofu from the far north. Yes, it is made from the juice of the ice heart lotus, which is unique to the far north, ground together with selected soybeans from the spirit field. These things absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and in addition to tasting good, they can also enhance cultivation." The Empress Dowager was praising the ingredients as she ate them, and also praising Li Chen for his ability to enjoy them. He also asked Li Duan which chef he had hired to do it, and after learning that it was Li Duan himself who had done it, it's even more admirable. It's all about eating people's words. Since the Empress Dowager had already called for the door to be closed, plus the hot pot itself was a bit slightly spicy. For someone like her who was used to eating light, that got hotter and hotter. People don't care that much as long as they're addicted to food. In an unimaginative effort to wick away the heat, she loosened her dress unimaginatively, leaving the neckline wide open. This made Li Duan, who was sitting next to him, want to not look at it. It was hard to take your eyes off the snowy whiteness of the gully. "I ate rather light for lunch," Li Duan thought to himself. "You can't even handle it if it's only mildly spicy, but if it's extra spicy, you'll have to expose your clothes." This time lunch Li Dust did not eat much. To the back, that is simply the Empress Dowager alone in eating, and it has been eaten openly. It didn't take long for the meal to be considered complete, as her belly was all slightly rumbling. How good was it? Let's just say, the Queen Dowager came close to eating the base of the hot pot. "Empress Dowager, you didn't come to my place just for a meal, did you?" Hearing Li Chen's reminder, the Empress Dowager then remembered what she was about to say. Did His Majesty have any sweethearts during his time as a prince? The Empress Dowager has actually been setting up the situation all along. She had her men encourage the second and third emperors to cause trouble. It's all about finding ways to put pressure on Li Duan. Li Dane needs someone to lean on whenever he's under pressure. Then the Empress Dowager could throw out an olive branch at this time to help Li Chen solve his troubles and gain his trust. One must know that, putting aside Li Chen's status as an emperor, his cultivation level of the Saint realm, it was enough to make countless great powers kneel and recruit. Any power, as long as there is a Saint realm powerhouse present, it was above the other forces that didn't have a Saint realm. So wherever Li Duan went, he was an absolute flavorful bun. In order to be able to draw a good relationship with Li Chen, the Empress Dowager also prepared another step, which was pillow talk. Don't underestimate this plan. Since the old days, heroes have always had a hard time with beauty. Many monarchs ate this up, Unless Li Chen was a eunuch, the Empress Dowager only needs to arrange for one of her own to enter the palace, preferably to give birth to an heir for Li Chen. This would enable him to keep a firm hold on Li Duan. All along, the Empress Dowager had no intention of harming Li Chen. She just wanted to gain benefits from Li Chen. No, Li Duan honestly said. After all, he is very nerdy. In addition to the harem of these female, he has not seen a few, but it's because these women have seen so much. Not much interest in meeting some normal women when you go out. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager continued. Since His Majesty has ascended the throne, he should have branched out earlier. Leave a bloodline for the royal family. In fact, Li Duan would like to set the words and say something like you said you'd just come and take care of it, but feeling that something was wrong, he could only say, the Empress Dowager says so. Is there a suitable candidate? When she heard him say that, the Empress Dowager took the long-prepared list out of her sleeve. The list totaled 10 women's names, from lineages, lords, clans, feudal lords, and so on. 8 of them were the Empress Dowager's men, and these women, both in appearance and in culmination and talent, were, all of which the Empress Dowager was able to recognize. After all, she was trying to pull in Li Duan. There was no need to put some crooked dates to offend Li Duan. It couldn't be made too obvious though, and the Queen Mother put 2 more together to go up. Both are notoriously good-looking, but unusually high-strung. She just couldn't believe that Li Duan was able to pick these 2. Your Majesty, I don't know which one you fancy, but I can summon them to the palace. This is the Empress Dowager's routine. After all, dare to be high and cold are all have a Saint Realm powerhouse when the background. So it looks like a multiple choice question, but it's actually a required question. Who knows that Li Duan directly put the list into his sleeve? The feeling seems to say, children only choose. I'm the Emperor. Chapter 14, after practicing hard for so long, why can't you enjoy yourself? Your Majesty means to summon all of them to the palace? The Empress Dowager was slightly surprised, and with the sway of her stance, again, it gives a different flavor and scenery. I mean one by one, Li Dust was truly not trying to pretend to be pure. In the first place, he was an able-bodied traveler, with no physical ailments of any kind. There are no strange hobbies either, and the orientation is normal. Plus, in their own right, the appearance ratio would take 2.5 pan-ans to match. Physically, it's at least better than 5 bogus eunuchs. All of them had cultivated hard to the full Saint Realm, and then they also became the Emperor. So why shouldn't they be able to enjoy themselves? It's redundant to make any excuses. Just be happy within what he feels is reasonable. There was a lot of party strife in the courtroom, and Li Duan could definitely see it. But he didn't bother with any of them. Not because he couldn't care less, because he didn't feel the need to. In Li Chen's view, these civil and military officials were all working for him, and they do get their jobs done, as long as there are no errors of principle. That's all. After all, this team, which was left behind by the late emperor, was considered to have achieved some kind of balance to a certain extent. There was no need for one to support some more forces to fight these people openly and make it very troublesome. As long as he sat on the throne for a day, these people would always be his subjects. To say that there was a dark tide within the Tianzi dynasty, hiding many dangers, this Li Duan did not deny, because up to now, the cause of the crown prince's death had not been found out. But the problem was, so what if the dark tide was raging? Li Chen was in the Saint Realm. He dared to take seconds from anyone who dared to show his head. Yesterday, the second prince was a better example. After Li Chen revealed his strength, he was trembling with his words. As a traveler, Li Dane has his own way of playing the game, and no worries because the system wasn't turned on at the time. Just having enough strength is the best security in this world. The biggest factor in the so-called fear is the lack of firepower. Furthermore, it was the identity of the emperor. Li Chen felt that, anyway, the Tianzi dynasty had already lasted for thousands of years. Successive emperors have been more sophisticated about rules and regulations, so there's no need to bother with that on your own. As long as you don't make trouble for me, I won't spoil you if you make me mad. Of course, if he saw an injustice, he would still manage it, because he's strong, and can decide right from wrong, by virtue of his own conscience. That's the right of the strong. And that's why. The reason why Chancellor Zhao Wenyuan and Great General Guo Banyun wanted to protect Li Chen no matter what. In other words, if it had been any other prince who ascended the throne this time, these emperors do not have the absolute power to make their subjects obey. So in order to sit on the throne as emperor, he would certainly find ways to centralize power. Then the conflict between the emperor and his subjects is obvious. Li Duan did think that the ministers were quite obedient, even the minister of rights under the second eldest. To put it bluntly, Li Chen and the second prince gave an order at the same time. Yan Hai, the minister of rights, would definitely prioritize the completion of Li Chen's order, and even consider whether the second prince's order would offend Li Chen before daring to complete it. Because Yan Hai knew that he might be dethroned by the second prince if he offended him. That's just maybe. But offending Li Chen would be death on the spot. He still knows the lesser of the two. Take the Empress Dowager again. If the emperor is a powerless puppet, then when he saw the Empress Dowager, he had to get up and call out mother. This argument could bring himself closer to the Empress Dowager. It can be described as a verbal curtsy and a bowing down. However, Li Chen didn't even bother to greet the Empress Dowager, and was even still calling out to the Empress Dowager according to her position. The Empress Dowager thinks there's something wrong with all of it. It wasn't because she also didn't dare to offend the Saint Realm Emperor too much. From the experience of being an emperor for the past 2 days, Li Chen was still relatively satisfied. Then the next step is to consider other aspects. That is, the issue of the Empress Dowager introducing him to her consort. In the past, when he was more of a homebody, he hadn't come into contact with many women other than the concubines in the palace. Frequently subjected to these greater tests, his vision naturally improves. So when the Empress Dowager introduced these women to Li Chen, he didn't refuse. After all, sometimes it's hotter in the palace, so it's better to take the heat off. Besides, the one elected by the Empress Dowager was certainly not a mediocre one. For the time being, Li Chen didn't feel that the Empress Dowager had any intention of harming him. This is something he should enjoy as an emperor. If the Empress Dowager was doing him harm by introducing these women, then he hoped that the Empress had better do more of it. You can even come to harm yourself. In the palace, the Empress Dowager, after hearing Li Chen's reply, then he began to tell him about where these women came from and who they were. Your Majesty, this is Chu Ruoyan, the eldest daughter of the Chu family, a famous family in the imperial capital. She's one of the imperial capital's double best, and her talent strength is pretty good too. In fact, the Empress Dowager wanted to say that this Chu Ruoyan's talent and strength were both very strong. However, when she remembered the strength of Li Chen, she changed her mind. Only Chu Ruoyan was in the imperial capital, and if he was summoned now, he would probably be able to come to the imperial palace after a while. In fact, there are still many beautiful women in the imperial capital, but the Empress Dowager only elects the forces under her own command, and it meets the requirements. Alright, then she's it. I'll go to the imperial study first to grade the Sangha. Let me know when someone comes. The thought that he still had a job gave Li Duan a huge headache. The emperor didn't need to go to court every day either, and sometimes only used it once a week or so. It's just that there's been a backlog of things lately, all waiting for Li Duan to take care of. On the other hand, the residents of the Chu family, a famous family in the imperial capital. These prestigious families, wanting to gain a foothold in the dark and turbulent imperial capital of the Tianzi dynasty, there has to be a backbone behind it. Otherwise, it was quickly outlawed by the newer families. The backer of the Chu family is naturally the nephew of the current Empress Dowager, who is not qualified to contact the Empress for the time being. It's just fair to say that under the Empress Dowager's command, the Chu family was only considered a second-rate family in the imperial capital, and the family's oldest ancestor had the cultivation of the heavenly observatory realm. But the old man is old. If he should die someday, their Chu family would have no more use for them, and they would naturally be abandoned by the Empress Dowager's faction, and their status would be in tatters, thus disappearing from the imperial capital. Fortunately, their family had produced a stunning heavenly beauty, Chu Ruoyan. Chu Ruoyan was not only extremely talented, but also looked like a heavenly fairy. Just after reaching adulthood, he was elected as one of the imperial capital's 2 best. Now there are a few 20. Has long since grown the body exquisite, floating, convex, curves seductive. The imperial capital's various kinds of honored sons and daughters, the geniuses of the world's most powerful families, and even the demons from outside the city, as long as see Chu Ruoyan a glance, that are soulful, swear to be with her. This life will not change. It could be said that the people chasing Chu Ruoyan could line up from her doorstep to the east gate of the imperial capital. The reason it was lined up to the east gate was because it was so close that it would have been too far to line up to the other gates. The Chu family was also little known in the imperial capital because of Chu Ruoyan. Chu Ruoyan had shown a very high level of talent since she was a child, and had also been well protected by the people in her family. Naturally, it's a bit arrogant and high-strung. She never gave anyone a good look, including the family, because she felt that her family always wanted to use her as a marriage tool to stabilize the family's growth. No real sense of seeing the good in her, being extremely gifted. It was only natural for her to think this. After all, she felt that for the family to grow, it must also be hard on its own. Chapter 15. So what if it's the Saint Realm? I'm not afraid of the Saint Realm. Doesn't the union rely on the prestige of the other family? That's why Chu Ruoyan still practiced very hard on weekdays, and that's why she had her current cultivation level. That is, the middle stage of the cave realm. This was considered to be a relatively high cultivation level when placed amongst the peers of the entire imperial capital. Among those who pursued her were three of the finer beings, respectively, the nobleman's son Lu Hao, late stage of the void-breaking realm, one realm higher than the cave void realm. It was the person with the highest cultivation level among the suitors, and the family had a great background. Xiao Ming, the son of a downtrodden family, the middle stage of the void-breaking realm. Don't look at only the middle stage of the void-breaking realm. However, his fighting strength was extremely strong. Even Lu Hao might not be his opponent, and over-level challenges were a routine for him. And then there's Wu Qi, an outsider's son, at the early stage of the void-breaking realm. It was said that his family's old ancestor had the cultivation of the heavenly abyss realm. Of course, these three, all of them could reach the void-breaking realm at a young age. That would be top young cultivators in the imperial capital. After a chance meeting with Chu Ruoyan, the three of them were obsessed with Chu Ruoyan like they were possessed, and they could also be said to be Chu Ruoyan's most loyal licking dogs. Especially the way Chu Ruoyan was nonchalant towards the three of them drove them crazy. During the weekdays, the various congresses in the imperial capital, the various trials and secret realms around it was all the three of them who were competing and trying to find ways to capture Chu Ruoyan's heart. In the past few years, the three of them hadn't fought a lot for Chu Ruoyan, and today, Chu Ruoyan was cultivating at the Chu family's training grounds when the maid quickly ran over, told her the news that she had been summoned by His Majesty. At this moment, the entire Chu family was boiling, especially the dying old ancestor of the Chu family. The clarity of the eyes has cleared up quite a bit, not to mention the Chu family head, who has been running wild with excitement, because they know that the new emperor doesn't have a consort. And if Chu Ruoyan is seen by the new emperor, then the Chu family's position in the imperial capital is secure. It might even surpass those first-class lineages and become a super lineage in the imperial capital. Many of the Chu family's disciples saw that smoke was rising from their family's ancestral graves. At this moment, within the Chu family's training ground, you all heard that, right? Chu Ruoyan said to the three licking dogs next to him. The three of them were Chu Ruoyan's followers. Wherever Chu Ruoyan went, they followed. When Lu Hao, the son of a nobleman, heard that Chu Ruoyan had been summoned by the emperor, his heart thumped at that time. Then he opened his mouth and said, "You guys, look at this, it's getting late. My mom is still waiting for me to eat at home. I'll leave first." After saying that, Lu Hao directly left the Chu family at the speed of light. This speed was even faster than the last time he was chased by a demonic beast. This is not a joke. Being the son of a nobleman means feeding off the royal family. How dare he mess with the current Emperor Li Chan? What's more, I heard that this emperor's strength was very terrifying and might have reached the realm of legends. If his old man found out, he'd beat him to death on the spot. The face of Wu Qi, the outsider's hoity-toity son, flashed like a stoplight. Not long after Lu Hao ran out, he gritted his teeth and said, "My family's old ancestor entrusted me to buy something in the imperial capital. I'll send it over to him first." Gentlemen, leave it at that. Wu Qi ran out no slower than Lu Hao, afraid that he would be caught by someone. Finally, Chu Ruoyan looked at Xiao Ming. She wanted to know what excuse Xiao Ming would find. Who knew that the corners of Xiao Ming's mouth rose slightly, and he did not have any intention of leaving. Instead, he said, "Ruoyan, I'm true to you. Don't worry, I'll find a way." His words made Chu Ruoyan feel better inside. Chu Ruoyan's favorable impression of Xiao Ming also rose quite a bit. At a time like this, Xiao Ming did act like a man, at least compared to the other two. He's very tough indeed. Chu Ruoyan sighed and replied, "But what can you do?" In fact, after she had been with the three Xiao Ming for a long time already, the excellence of these three she knew. To say that there were no feelings, which would be unlikely, she had been refusing to agree to. It's about trying to prove yourself on your own and not relying on marrying someone to front yourself. But what Lu Hao and Wu Qi did really chilled her heart. Right now, Chu Ruoyan was thinking inwardly that if Xiao Ming was going to take her far away from home, she won't hesitate. She didn't want to stay in that cold harem and become one of the emperor's 3,000 beauties. Seeing Chu Ruoyan's sorrowful eyes, Xiao Ming patted his chest and, with hot eyes, he said, "Give me 7 days, and I will definitely take you away by then. But I heard that His Majesty is in the Saint realm. So what if it's the Saint realm? I'm not afraid of the Saint realm." His words gave Chu Ruoyan hope. Did Xiao Ming have a way to deal with the Saint realm? Or is there a way to get her out? The imperial capital is heavily guarded. It's not easy to leave. Not to mention her being summoned by His Majesty. Chu Ruoyan had always been able to detect something very strange about Xiao Ming, as he often crossed the level of challenges, showing strength beyond his peers. As girls, it's actually all very curtain-raising, and Xiao Ming has a mysterious master. So far Chu Ruoyan didn't know who Xiao Ming's master was. Perhaps Xiao Ming's safeguard was this mysterious master of his. 7 days is 7 days. Chu Ruoyan didn't say anything and turned to leave. Prepare to change your clothes for an audience with His Majesty. Maybe His Majesty has other things on his mind. And he didn't say that he must take her as his consort. However, Chu Ruoyan didn't have any favorable feelings towards His Majesty, and even had a slight resistance. After waiting for Chu Ruoyan to leave, Xiaoming secretly left the Chu family and came to an unoccupied street. He began to inject some aura into his necklace, as if trying to activate something. Master, are you better? Xiaoming's words were slightly hurried because some time ago, in order to take in the heaven and earth spiritual treasures, great battle with a demonic beast. With his cultivation it was definitely not enough, still relying on the remnants of the saint's soul in the necklace. It was only barely able to defeat that powerful demonic beast. After that time, the saint's remnant soul had been resting in the necklace. Originally, Xiaoming shouldn't have disturbed his master, but now that the situation was more urgent, he couldn't care so much. The matter is known to the old man. The disciple should not be anxious. A pale voice soon came from the necklace and floated into his mind. That dim-witted ruler is a puppet. Not worthy of Ruoyan at all. Ruoyan and I are true love. Old me supports your decision. That girl child has a special physique that will help you in your future cultivation, since you and she are truly in love. It's just a matter of snatching them. The words were so dominating that it was as if he was back to that time when he was fighting for supremacy. Xiaoming was delighted and hurriedly asked the saint's remnant soul what he was going to do. To the remnants of the Holy One, that emperor was very young. It was probably just a presence like him on his body, making a scent to scare people. It wasn't a big deal at all. By giving him 7 days to recover, he could help Xiaoming snatch his beloved away. As long as they left the imperial capital, then the sky was high and the emperor was far away. Who cared about them? Xiaoming was waiting for these words. He didn't expect to be able to kill the emperor, but as long as master could help him snatch Chu Ruoyan away, it would be fine. Thinking of this, Xiaoming began to plot his escape route, preparing for a faraway journey. At this moment, a silhouette walked into the imperial study where Li Chen was. Chapter 16, a legendary, war god level existence. Outside the palace gates, many people had come from the Chu family, and even the Chu family's oldest ancestor had come out. They were not summoned by Li Chen, the emperor, so they could only wait at the door. When the Chu family head saw that Chu Ruoyan was walking a bit slowly, he even tried to push her in harder, but his wife prevented him from such furtive movements, and stated that this was a palace. Be decent. The Chu family head then stopped, but he was still very uneasy and agitated. The old ancestor was old, and whether the Chu family could continue in the imperial capital depended on Chu Ruoyan's entry into the palace this time. The Chu family head had been mixing with the imperial capital for so many years, so he was definitely an old man. In his opinion, Chu Ruoyan was in excellent condition in terms of appearance and was called into the palace by the young new emperor who had no consort. Basically nothing other than thinking about taking a concubine. He rather hoped that Chu Ruoyan would not come out when she entered the palace this time. Even have already punted some eunuchs to go to the Empress Dowager to say a few good words and take more care. Ever since the moment she stepped into the palace, Chu Ruoyan had a lifeless look. Even though she had worked so hard to cultivate, in the end, she still couldn't escape the fate of being used as a tool person. A rejection of this place filled her, and she felt like everything was cold here. The only warmth within was probably Xiaoming mentioning that he would be able to take her away in 7 days. As the courtesan walked slowly through the imposing palace, the palace maid had just received her father's beatings as well, and was earnestly explaining the rules of the palace to Chu Ruoyan. Chu Ruoyan's heart was so mixed that she couldn't listen to it at all. The trance had come to the door of the imperial study. She was very unfamiliar with the emperor inside, so unfamiliar that she was a bit scared. One thing Chu Ruoyan knew was that she could not offend the emperor. If it made the emperor angry, then she and her family would be implicated. So Chu Ruoyan squeezed out a smile as much as she could and stepped into the imperial study after the palace maid informed her. At this time, Li Duan heard someone come in and also looked over. Chu Ruoyan was a bit of a showstopper the moment she appeared. The long black snowfall hair, at first glance, makes you feel ethereal and ethereal. Pale violet eyes sparkled with a starry light, and a pink showy nose was high and straight. A mouth of light pink is slightly pursed, and the overall elegance is dignified. The snow-white skin exuded an air of cleanliness. There was an opening in the hem of the skirt, and Li Duan could even vaguely tell that she had a pair of long legs from between the openings. The waist corset was tied with gold sequins, and the collarbones were clearly exposed. It is more than a trifle thin. It was the kind of feeling that makes you want to go up and take a couple of bites and leave your mark hard. At this age, her breasts were already of some size. If Xiaoming saw this, he would probably bite blood from anger, because usually when Chu Ruoyan practiced with them, she was wrapped up like a dumpling. How can you wear a slit and low cut in front of Li Duan when you can't see anything but your hands and face? Chu Ruoyan's outfit was carefully chosen by her family. The purpose is also obvious, to bring out all of her strengths. Normally dressed, she's already able to drive countless young talents crazy, not to mention the fact that it's still her now. She could even think of the emperor acting that piggish after seeing her. The thought of it even disgusted her a little. At first it was just as she expected, and she felt a glare upon entering. But who would have thought that the owner of this gaze would just blandly say, "I'm still a little busy. Why don't you find a place to sit down first?" This answer took Chu Ruoyan by surprise, and she looked curiously at Li Chen. What came into view was a divinely handsome face. The face is well defined, with strong lines that are both majestic and handsome. Those deep eyes, as if they could see into everything in the world, glittered with wisdom and determination. His brows were slightly knitted as he stared at the Jingji in his hands, his concentration awe-inspiring. The moment Chu Ruoyan saw Li Chen, she felt that the entire world had become dim. Only Li Duan is the only divine splendor in this world. What was even more absolute was that the vast dragon might emanated from him, and his body was even hazy with immortal light mist. With such a heavenly and divine face, there was a stunning sense of an immortal ruler falling into the mortal world. After seeing Li Chen, Chu Ruoyan was deeply shaken in place. She had a look of disbelief in her eyes that, inwardly, I can't help but sigh. It turns out that there really is a so-called heavenly man. In the past, Chu Ruoyan's suitors, the one with the highest cultivation level was Lu Hao, and the one with the best looks was Wu Qi. Xiao Ming could only be described as good-looking and strong. In the entire imperial capital, being able to have these three as suitors was enough to see how high Chu Ruoyan's face value was. But today, she truly realized what a true god's face was. Regarding the aura emanating from Li Chen, I'm afraid that even a single hair was stronger than Lu Hao. Wu Qi's face was about as good as a brick on the ground in front of Li Chen. As for Xiao Ming, he could only be described as the most loyal licking dog. Chu Ruoyan looked at Li Chen dumbfounded, and for a moment, she was actually at a loss for words. She didn't feel that Li Chen was intentionally hanging him out to dry, because Li Chen was the emperor that. The emperor had to deal with national affairs every day and was burdened with a heavy responsibility. So how could he delay national affairs because of a small matter like seeing himself? His movements in leafing through his dispatches were as swift as they were precise. It was as if every word escaped him. His fingers are long and strong, and the way he holds the pen is even more elegant. One can't help but find it pleasing to the eye. It couldn't be said that Chu Ruoyan had any too much goodwill towards Li Chen after seeing this scene, but at least it's not as repulsive as it was at first. The lifeless face that had just entered the palace was now filled with curiosity about Li Chen. Chu Ruoyan stood in the imperial study for half an hour. Not that Li Chen was busy. It's another man at the door. When Chu Ruoyan saw this person, her eyes widened in surprise. She'd seen this man before, at a dinner party for one of the great honchos of the empire. At the time, she had only caught a glimpse of it from a distance, as the man sat at the far end of the table. With the status and position of the Chu family, a second-rate family at that time, they could only sit in the center by the peripheral seats. There's no way to get access to a bigwig of that caliber. Chu Ruoyan still remembers that. From a long distance away she could feel the unrivaled domineering aura of this man. This man was no other than the fierce general who had made great achievements for the Tianzi dynasty. Protectorate General Guo Banyun, a legend in folklore, a god of war. At that time, Chu Ruoyan thought that if she could get to the point where she could become a great general of the protectorate, then the Chu family will surely be brilliant in her hands. But that was just a fantasy. And out of the billions of people in the Tianzi dynasty, only one person, Guo Banyun, had come out. The probability of this was perhaps even lower than her reaching the Saint realm, but it's such a great general of the protectorate who is admired by millions of people, and now he's like an ordinary old man, kneeling in front of Li Chen. That strong sense of contrast made Chu Ruoyan a little dizzy, thinking if I'm dreaming. No, I forgot to kneel when I came in just now. Should I kneel now? SSSH? That doesn't seem right either. I just came in and His Majesty told me to find a place to sit down. Am I disobeying orders by standing here? Just as Chu Ruoyan was thinking, Li Chen closed the triple-folded zhang in his hand. Then he placed it on the table and stared at the great general in front of him. In an instant, a majestic aura began to spread. Chapter 17, Don't blame me for being unsympathetic if I catch you in the act. What's going on with you? Li Chen looked at Guo Banyun with mud on his hands and boots and, casually, weren't we punished by His Majesty with 3 days confinement? Idly growing some vegetables at home? It's not that when I heard His Majesty's summons, I immediately ran over. Kneeling on the ground, Guo Banyun replied, Yo, you're complaining to me? Don't think that Li Chen couldn't hear it. This old thing was using the opportunity to take the 3-day grounding. It's hard to say if they're actually gardening or if it's a deliberate act. Hearing this tone of Li Chen's voice, Wu Banyun kowtowed once again, sincerely and fearfully. He said, I dare not, dare not. What is your majesty's business in summoning the humble servant? Li Chen stroked his chin and said, when the crown prince was in trouble, were you the one responsible for giving him an escort? These words directly scared Wu Banyun out of his sweat. He thought to himself, which bastard wrote a petition to his majesty to slander my old man? If this charge is really put on me, I'll have to go see the late emperor immediately. Your majesty, unjustly, a week before the prince's accident, he's already ordered my secret guards to evacuate. I wouldn't dare to say anything else, but if it's true that I'm escorting His Highness the Crown Prince, then the old minister must have sworn to guard the Crown Prince. The old minister has spent dozens of years of his life on the military horse for the Li family. With that, the old general started to pull old scores. Tell us all about your hard work and suffering. I've worked for the Li family for so many years, shedding blood and sweat. How could you betray the Li family? That was an order given by the Crown Prince himself, and he, as a subject, could only listen to it. He was absolutely abjectly loyal. Okay, I'm just asking. Go ahead and go home. Li Duan got tired of hearing it too much and interrupted him. Just as Wu Banyun was about to leave, he was called back by Li Chen. Wait a minute, is there anything else? Your Majesty? Grounded for 7 days. Good lord, this Majesty holds a grudge. I just got 4 more days for just one more comment, and so on and so forth. Now I guess someone is pushing the matter of the prince's death. He thought he'd better not be the outlier. After thanking the Lord for his great kindness, Wu Broyun left the imperial study with trepidation. There was still some dirt present where he had just knelt, proving that he had indeed been there. These old things are just fine. Li Dust muttered and began to criticize the Sangha again. But the scene that just happened gave Chu Ruoyan all shocked silly. In her eyes, the unattainable, war godlike protector General Wu Banyun, to actually be so afraid of this new emperor Li Duan. Her father wouldn't believe it if she told him. Because there were rumors in the imperial capital that Li Chen was only a puppet emperor, there is no way to verify the so-called strength or otherwise. As an ordinary lineage, where do you know so much? Their information came from the mouths of the household servants under the families of some of the courtiers. After all, it's word of mouth, and who knows what will become of it when it gets around. But now Chu Ruoyan seemed to think that, not daring to say anything else, Li Chen was definitely not some kind of puppet. How could a puppet make a highly prestigious old minister like the protector General Wu Banyun afraid like this? Especially with that innate kingly aura that Li Chen displayed. It sent a ripple through her insides. It wasn't long after the protectorate great General Wu Banyun left that another heavyweight came to the imperial study room. Li Longyu, the king of Jing'an of the Tianzi dynasty, was the late emperor's own brother and Li Duan's uncle. Li Longyu hadn't been to the court for a long time and didn't know why Li Chen had called him over. If he hadn't heard that Li Chen was in the Saint realm, he wouldn't have bothered to come. This was to give face to the Saint realm. Although King Jing'an Li Longyu was old, his face was still handsome, and he was dressed in the gorgeous regalia of a prince. A jade pendant, a symbol of status, is worn around the waist. When he first entered the royal study, he had a few moments of ease and indolence on his face, seemingly oblivious to what was about to happen. In a place like this that was not a courtroom, he could just say hello politely without kneeling. Li Duan didn't say anything, but just threw a sangha in front of him. Li Longyu picked up the zhang. The composure on his face slowly began to disappear. Just then, Li Duan spoke. King Jing'an, it says you've been conniving with your subordinates to forcibly seize good land. Don't tell me you didn't know that. His tone was flat, but his voice carried an undeniable authority. When King Jing'an heard this, his heart was shocked, but on his face he still forced himself to remain calm, trying to diffuse this sudden crisis with a light-hearted tone. Your Majesty, I have indeed not heard of this matter. Perhaps the people below took the liberty of. I will be sure to be strict when I return. It is true that this matter was not done by Li Longyu, an old prince in a high position. Who cares about such little things? Most likely, it was one of his lineage's descendants who had taken a liking to a good piece of land and used his power to seize it by force. The late emperor forbade this kind of thing, but there are still people who do it secretly. Li Longyu didn't take it seriously either. Perhaps in his mind, we are all royalty, and the world is not all our families. We're family, and since you told me not to do it, I'll give you face to go back and tell your men not to do that, and we'll all just forget about it. However, Li Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a particularly casual tone, I think, right? If your men forcibly seize the people's good land, the people will have no fields to grow food to eat, and if they don't have enough to eat, they'll rebel. You can't even see that, can you? Or maybe you're just doing it on purpose to teach me a lesson? When King Jing'an Li Longyu heard this, he immediately fell into an ice cellar. Li Chen has spoken to this point. Li Longyu had realized that this nephew of his had gotten angry. This matter is small, but it is also big. Li Longyu trembled his knees, and involuntarily fell to the ground. There was a bit of panic and pleading in his voice. Your Majesty, I really don't know about this. I will punish my men severely, and return all the good land that was confiscated, compensate the persecuted peasants, and ask your Majesty to be gracious. He's adamant this time that he doesn't know anymore. There's none of the vagueness of the old days of trying to muddle through. I don't care to talk to you. There's been a lot going on lately, so I'll spare you for now. Simply punish you with a year's salary and do what you promised to do within 3 days, and I'll take the time to see to it personally that Don't blame me for being unsympathetic if I catch you in the act, so get out. I'll get on with it. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the role. I'll get on with it. After saying that, Li Longyu flew out. It was a feeling of deep fear of being caught by Li Chen in more ways. When we get back, we must investigate closely. His Majesty may have to brush up on his performance these days. Just tell your own children and grandchildren to tighten up and do their jobs. If other emperors become the emperor, Li Longyu is really not need to be so afraid, and will not give face. You can even use your uncle's status to press, but this one is not familiar with it, and the other is in the saint realm. It wasn't even a matter of giving or not giving face. It wasn't a matter of people moving their hands if they wanted to kill him. One can act better than the other. Muttering another sentence, Li Chen continued to review the Jingji. But the Chu Ruoyan beside her was already shocked beyond words. She didn't expect Li Chen to even dare to punish her own uncle, and he didn't leave any mercy, and didn't even have any room for discussion. It seemed that this new emperor really wasn't as bad as the rumors had it, and was even superior to the norm. Perhaps it would be a blessing for all the people if the Tianzi dynasty could have such an emperor. This is the most intuitive feeling as the people of the Tianzi dynasty. Chu Ruoyan was becoming more and more curious to know just how good this majesty was. Chapter 18, The Overly Pompous Acting Group of Ministers. Imperial Palace. Imperial Study Room. These two bigwigs of the dynasty that had just appeared had already made Chu Ruoyan's heart pound. She was also not expecting that she would be able to meet such a big shot on such an occasion. But what came next, more than anything else, made her a little terrified. And, because some of these people she knew, as a second-rate family in the imperial capital, the Chu family was still able to come into contact with some of the upper circles. These people who entered the imperial study one after another. Those were all big officials with real power in the imperial capital. The core of the 6 ministries, the backbone of the guards and the city defense force. There was even the imperial prefect, and a great honored man of renown. There are a few of these people Chu Ruoyan or big shots that she has seen in various gatherings. Her father even used to go and send gifts during the festivals in order to curry favor with these big shots. Especially when you specifically go to inquire about anniversaries like the birthdays of these big names. And people don't invite them. The head of the Chu family was all but brazen enough to go. Don't look at Chu Ruoyan, her father's cultivation level is also considered high. And in the Chu family it is also imposing. In front of these powerful officials, it was a case of being submissive, with one's tail between one's legs. But now, these big officials with real power in the imperial capital, one by one, they knelt in front of Li Chen with fear and trembling, and some of them even started to tremble without entering the door, and their words were not clear. To say that the great generals and princes in the front have an element of acting, these bits coming from the back are really afraid. Of course, the great honored one Chu Ruoyan knew nearly tripped when he entered the door, and did overact. The performances are deliberate and still pompous. Chu Ruoyan also began to understand that. Why did Li Duan just mutter the tone of the old thing really knows how to act? For some reason, looking at each of these big officials kneeling and shivering on the ground, Chu Ruoyan became very emotional. It's the big shots that her old man couldn't even afford. The high and mighty. Can it also look like that? These big shots might leave the palace with a single look that could send chills down the spine of those around them. But this is the palace, and they are facing the emperor. In front of this emperor, it is they who are the ones who are cowed. Slowly, the way Chu Ruoyan looked at Li Chen's eyes appeared to change slightly. Chu Ruoyan herself could not tell the rest, but the respect and admiration that, it was all written in her eyes. Chu Ruoyan stood for almost 3 hours before Li Chen finished reviewing the zhang on the table. Sorry to keep you waiting so long. Looking at the beautiful figure standing in the imperial study, Li Duan revealed an apologetic smile. This could make Chu Ruoyan feel somewhat flattered. She looked flustered and, the hands were constantly shaking. No, sire, you mustn't say that. You're on official business. It's an honor to see me in my busy schedule. If you're not available today, I can be summoned at any other time. Speaking later, Chu Ruoyan no longer knew what she was saying. Her flustered face had begun to redden slightly. Which still had the contempt and lifelessness towards Li Chen when he first arrived. Now, just a little girl with her hands full. It was the first time in her life that she had ever been in such a mood. Looking at Li Chen walking over, Chu Ruoyan's heartbeat began to accelerate, and her mind was already in a daze. I don't know what I'm going to say later. In fact, Li Duan was just planning to chat with her, get to know her better, go out on a date or something like that. After all, it's about choosing a wife. Appearance is important, but personality and all that, still have to dig a little deeper to find out. At the very least, there has to be some kind of emotional foundation. After all, we'll sleep on the same pillow later. What if you take advantage of your defenses to lay down a black knife? Li Duan was a relatively stable person. He wouldn't covet a bit of beauty just to, and put yourself in danger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to bury his head and cultivate hard to the Saint realm before revealing his strength. Just as Li Duan was about to open his mouth, a few more people walked in. Their appearance made even Li Chen a bit puzzled. Aren't all the people he summoned here today? And who is this? The ones who came were 3 eunuchs, and the one at the head was Eunuch Chui, the eunuch-in-chief he was familiar with, responsible for the big and small affairs of the palace. He was also the person beside the late emperor. The chief eunuch and 2 small eunuchs came over again holding a large pile of zhangfu. Your Majesty, these are the folders from all the states, and some secret reports from the officers. It's been backlogged for some time, so I'd like to ask Your Majesty to take care of it sooner rather than later. And the old slave put it here for Your Majesty first. After saying that, Eunuch Chui let 2 small eunuchs with nimble hands and feet pile up the zhangji on the table, and put the ones that Lidane had already taken care of on the other side. It didn't take long for 2 more hillocks to appear on the table. Li Duan had just planned to go out on a date to relax, and then so much trouble. From getting up so early in the morning until now, and still not letting anyone live. Li Chen looked at the agile and seductive Chu Ruoyan in front of him, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Your Majesty, you should still be concerned with the affairs of state. If you don't mind, the straw man is here to keep you company for a while. Chu Ruoyan is certainly a woman who sees and understands things. It was also a way of saying the more decent things she could think of. I still remember when I first entered the palace. Chu Ruoyan felt that the palace was cold and icy. Don't want to stay a moment yourself. But now, she wasn't so repulsed by the place anymore, because she could see a good emperor who was working hard. In the face of his subordinates, Li Chen's talk had the hegemony of a monarch in the world, without losing that calmness and wisdom unique to the emperor. The majesty and power revealed in words, in the face of a blood relative, being able to deal with everything impartially. Chu Ruoyan wasn't sure if Li Chen counted as a good emperor among the others, but at least in her eyes, Li Chen was a good emperor. Hey, well, you can just hang out here by yourself for a while then. Li Chen called the palace maid in charge and asked her to prepare some refreshments for Chu Ruoyan. Then he began to sit down at his desk again to grade the scrolls. The reason it's piled up so much is because it was never dealt with during the time of the late emperor's death. These are still among the more urgent zones that require his consent to proceed. There was nothing Li Chen could do. After all, he was the emperor now. Since he has become the emperor, he should at least do certain duties. Noticing Li Chen's little expression of returning to the table to read the zhengfu with a speechless face, Chu Ruoyan then found it very interesting. The emperor of the hallowed Tianzi dynasty also had such a depressing moment. Gee, isn't it true that your majesty wanted to go out with me because he wanted to, and then now he doesn't have the time? Is that why you're depressed? Thinking of this, Chu Ruoyan still has a little bit of small joy inside, but soon she felt that she was making a fool of herself, and that his majesty must be worried about the country. It was a change she hadn't even noticed in herself. The courtesan in charge of the palace set a seat for her in the imperial study. Delicate tea and pastries were placed next to it. If an ordinary person might not be able to see it, but Chu Ruoyan's eyes were filled with surprise. A few of the pastries she actually recognized. The one here that made her gag the most was the dragon's mouth jade dew cake. Ambergris jade cake is made with deep-sea ambergris, golden jujube, and rare Ganoderma lucidum spore powder. Chu Ruoyan still remembered that on her 18th birthday, a great nobleman had given her such a pastry. Chapter 19, The Difference Between Adults and Children. According to that great nobleman, this ambergris cake is made by condensing the collected morning dew with a secret method, removes impurities and retains its purity and sweetness. Subsequently, the ambergris was finely ground and mixed with golden jujubes and Ganoderma lucidum spores. Then simmer it slowly over moderate heat until it is fragrant and jade-like in color. Finally, the condensed morning dew is stirred with the mixture and poured into special molds. Use spiritual power to promote ripening, and when it cools down, you can get this crystal clear and fragrant dragon's mouth jade dew cake. Chu Ruoyan's thoughts even went back to that year, when she ate the dragon's mouth jade dew cake. It simply melts in your mouth, as if it cleanses the mind and makes you forget about the world. She was thanking that great honored one 1,000 times after she ate it at that time. I didn't realize the rarity of being out there, the gifts that only the great honored ones could possibly give. It's just a regular snack here? and according to the courtesan in charge, she could always offer it after eating it. This made Chu Ruoyan's heart surge a little, but women are still a bit reserved. She sat there for a long time, never daring to eat. After sneaking a few glances at Li Chen's handsome side face, he realized that Li Chen was still seriously reviewing the zhengfu. Inside she thought, I'll just try a piece, but when you eat it, there's something about it that you can't stop eating. The wonderful taste had immersed her in a world of fantasy. I was thinking of having a piece to try, and before I knew it, I had finished all the pastries on my plate. Just as she was subconsciously preparing to continue taking it, she accidentally bumped into the cup of tea next to her. With a crisp landing sound, the teacup came into close contact with the ground and shattered instantly. The fine tea leaves and tea inside were scattered all over the place. The sound not only attracted the gaze of the palace maid outside, but also Li Chen. Chu Ruoyan got up in a panic and came to Li Chen, bowing and kneeling to apologize. Originally, she was wearing a low cut, and this position gave Li Duan an unobstructed view. Li Duan was still thinking while looking carefully, I didn't expect she actually has such a scale. It's not as exaggerated as the Empress Dowager's, but it's quite intense for its peers. This is a small episode. Li Duan see almost, the mood is better. It also indicated that it was not much of a big deal, letting the palace maids clean these up, and sending some refreshments to Chu Ruoyan. Then Li Duan began to deal with the zhengfu again. This time Chu Ruoyan didn't continue to eat greedily, her slender eyelashes blinking and blinking. Look at the serious man in front of you. Li Chen's appearance of seriously reviewing the zhengfu was full of the charm of a mature man, coupled with his divine face. It was indeed very intoxicating. Chu Ruoyan didn't even realize that she was already in a state of disorientation at this time. She'd seen all kinds of men in her life, some of them stirring up the drink and being bold and generous. Some are young and hot-blooded, tough and rigid. Others are loyal to him until death. As one of the imperial capital's double best, there were too many men pursuing her. Many of the suitors are seen by others as all the best in the world, but she had only never seen a man like Li Chen, who had a heart for the world and truly worked for the country and the people. In the past, Chu Ruoyan saw her gang of lickspittles fighting for her, even fighting big time. The mouth said it was not rare, but in fact, inwardly, she was still a little happy. And wasn't this a sign that she was attractive? Now that I see men who really do great things, I realize the difference between adults and children. Looking at it this way, other men were in front of Li Duan, and that wasn't worth mentioning at all. To be honest, Chu Ruoyan didn't even bother to compare the men she knew to Li Chen, because it's not even on the same level. Thinking about this, Chu Ruoyan already had a slight favorable impression of this emperor who was dedicated to his work. I can't help it. It's really too good. Where else can I meet another one? This was something that even Li Chen hadn't expected, and he didn't know that Chu Ruoyan had so much inner drama. In fact, when Li Chen just saw Chu Ruoyan's first glance, he felt that this woman had big breasts and long legs. True to form, the Queen Mother selection does deserve a bit of development, but I'm really busy today, so I'll have to leave the woman hanging around for now. It was hard to get busy and think about finally getting a date. Who knew that a bunch of things had come up again, or things that had to be dealt with by the emperor himself? Li Duan pondered that this date was more than likely going to be a bust. The woman may be fine on the outside, but she should be impatient on the inside. Who knew Chu Ruoyan could still be a self-starter? At last, after 5.5 hours of busy work, that is, at 6:30 in the afternoon. It was only then that Dusty Li finished the job. Putting down the last zhangji, Li Chen leaned back in his chair and took a long sigh of relief. Finally relieved. It was at this point, and Li Duan was no longer in much of a mood to go out on a date. Just let the imperial catering room prepare some food, and he and Chu Ruoyan would eat while chatting. It was said to be a casual chat, but whenever Li Chen opened his mouth, Chu Ruoyan would obediently put down her dishes and chopsticks. Listen to him and answer before you dare continue with your meal. Li Duan told her not to be so formal and just talk normally. It had to be said that Li Duan still had a knack for flirting with girls. At first, they chatted about some basic information and then asked Chu Ruoyan about her hobbies. Knowing what Chu Ruoyan's hobbies were, he could start with the hobby aspect, expand on the chat between the two. For taking the liberty of talking to a woman about something you know well. This woman doesn't know how to answer or strike up a conversation if she isn't familiar with it. So from the other person's hobbies, she could say a lot of things that's a very good choice. But chatting is about getting to know each other, not getting to know someone unilaterally. Then we talked about the hobbies of Chu Ruoyan. Li Chen then said something he was more interested in, attracting Chu Ruoyan to be curious about the topic. As long as she was interested, then Li Dane used it as a centerpiece and began to play to her strengths. Let the other person come to remember what she wants to tell her and get an initial impression of herself. Once the topic of conversation opened up, Then Chu Ruoyan naturally wasn't as formal as she was at the beginning. There was also a lot of laughter during the course of the evening meal. Talking about it, the two of them got to know each other about as well as they could. Seeing Chu Ruoyan's bright smile, there was also the trembling of that full figure produced by a light laugh, and Li Duan knew that her first impression of herself was not bad. At least this meal on its own was a way to draw closer. The next step is to just take the time to go further and find out if the other person has feelings for you. In the end, that would naturally be an exchange of various special skills to increase their feelings for each other. It was getting late, so Chu Ruoyan could only take her leave first. On the way back, it was unbelievably easy and pleasant. Seeing His Majesty the Emperor so young and dominant, eating delicacies that he would not normally be able to eat. She also chatted with the Emperor about so many interesting insights, and she did feel comfortable all over. Under the escort of the palace maids, Chu Ruoyan left the palace, and then took the Chu family's carriage and horse, back to the Chu family. But in the shadows, a mysterious figure quietly followed. Chapter 20, a heart hanging in the air is finally halfway down. In the Chu family residence, from the head of the family and the old ancestor, down to the maids and horsemen, they were all unusually excited. For today, the eldest lady of their house has been summoned to the palace by His Majesty. If His Majesty can take a liking to Missy, then won't they also have a chicken and a dog? Chu Ruoyan had just stepped into the front door of the mansion when she saw her mother hurriedly welcoming her out of the house. His face was full of concern and anticipation. "Daughter, you finally returned." Chu Ruoyan's mother took her daughter's hand and there was an anxious and excited glint in her eyes. "Quickly tell mother, how is His Majesty? Does he have a crush on you? How are you and His Majesty progressing?" Chu Ruoyan's father pretended to drink tea on the side, but his hands were shaking. This was an opportunity that could determine the fate of the Chu family. How could he not be excited? But then again, Chu Ruoyan's temperament was still known to his father. If this girl is dead stubborn, there will be big trouble. Being kicked out of the palace is just a small matter. If we offend His Majesty by doing so, then the Chu family will be able to leave the imperial capital with their heads rolled up. All can be considered lucky. After Chu Ruoyan returned home, she had returned to that normal look. She gently patted her mother's hand in a soothing gesture. "Mother, take it easy. Let me speak to you slowly." With that, she slowly stepped into the house, her mother following close behind with anticipation in her eyes. Sitting by the window, Chu Ruoyan lightly sipped a mouthful of tea and moistened her throat. Then he began to tell the story of the luncheon. "His Majesty is looking very good today, and he has been very courteous to me, but it's just that this matter of love, how can it be accomplished overnight? My daughter had a few conversations with him during the evening meal, but did not get too involved in personal affairs. Then the kind of person who can't move his legs once he sees her. Then as far as the person who pursued her like a fiend madly was concerned, this approach of Li Chen could most definitely make Chu Ruoyan feel good. At least she could feel that this emperor, who was in a high position and powerful, treated her with respect. It was also able to take care of her feelings during the exchange. Not like those other guys who are always bragging about how great they are in front of her. Never cared what she really wanted. Li Chen was then very considerate. Knowing that Chu Ruoyan liked to eat sweets after, not only did he thoughtfully prepare a lot of desserts for her, but he also said that he had done some research on the subject. Chu Ruoyan was then looking forward to being able to eat the ice cream that Li Chen was talking about. She gulped at the thought. At that time, Chu Ruoyan felt that Li Chen had not been too excellent. Right? It's almost like it grows exactly to your favorite point. Which woman would be able to carry this level of attack from Li Chen? When Chu Ruoyan was chatting with her mother, she also said that she had met many great people in the imperial study. Don't look at those big shots who are usually so powerful, but when they make a mistake. Also trembling, he knelt in front of Li Chen. This frightened her mother, who said hastily, "Hush, these things are not to be spoken of. Even if you see them you must not mention them to anyone else. Don't you understand? It's a very dangerous thing to talk about the palace without authorization." Chu Ruoyan heard her mother say this, which made her a little afraid. "Bad. I just heard so much. Won't I be in danger? One must know that every one of those ministers kneeling in front of Li Chen could put the Chu family to death." Seeming to see her daughter's concern, her mother reassured her. "Don't worry, since it was His Majesty who told you to stay there, you've got his tacit approval. It's just that we commoners can't hear it." Doesn't Chu Ruoyan's mother want to know what's going on in the imperial study? She wanted to know, of course, but she also knew there were some things it was better not to know, that she shouldn't know. Stay out of trouble. When the Chu family head saw this expression on his daughter's face, how could he, as a person who had been there before, not know that my own daughter definitely has a crush on the emperor? His hanging heart was finally halfway down. The other half, well, that depends on whether the emperor looks at his daughter. However, there was one thing that the Chu family head could be sure of. and that was that this new emperor was certainly excellent. If the new emperor is untoward, his own high-spirited daughter, in reference to the emperors, the eyes would never show such adoration. After chatting with her family, Chu Ruoyan was also a bit tired and was ready to go back to her room to rest. Just as she came alone to the courtyard she was in, a dark shadow crept up on her. This person was no other than Xiao Ming, who blocked in front of Chu Ruoyan. "Why are you in my house?" The moment she saw Xiao Ming, Chu Ruoyan subconsciously covered her chest, and lifted the collar up quite a bit. Xiao Ming then felt that he was more decent. Even if he wanted to look, he still deliberately averted his eyes. "Keep your head down." Even took a few steps backward to express that he was indeed a decent man. "Ruoyan, I'm here to tell you the good news. My master has agreed to help us leave the imperial capital." Xiao Ming had followed him from the palace gate until now, just to find an opportunity to make this matter clear. Seeing Chu Ruoyan dressed like this, Xiao Ming was really heartbroken. For so many years, he had never seen anything other than Chu Ruoyan's hands and face. Damn it, to be taken advantage of by that dog emperor just like that. Xiao Ming's heart was dripping blood. Ever since the moment Xiao Ming saw Chu Ruoyan, he had already identified this woman. Now that your own goddess is threatened, Xiao Ming felt that he must save the goddess from the poisonous swamp. Just now, while waiting outside the palace gates, he was able to visualize that the humiliation of her own goddess in the palace. Damn dog emperor, this revenge I Xiao Ming kind of remember. The day I become a sage, I'll teach this emperor a lesson. A snowball's worth of hate. Unfortunately, now that he was not strong enough, he would only be able to let the dog emperor off the hook first. If Chu Ruoyan knew he was thinking that way, definitely say, "It's not really as humiliating as you think, and it's even a little bit of fun." But it was only at this time that Chu Ruoyan recalled that it seemed like he had acquiesced to the matter of eloping with Xiao Ming. She didn't say yes outright at the time due to her reserve, but the idea did cross her mind. It was only after she went to the palace and saw Li Chen that she forgot about it. Just as she was about to explain, Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and said, "I understand that this is not your intention, and you don't need to explain it to me. I believe in you as a person. You must try your best to stall these 7 days." After saying that, Xiao Ming didn't wait for Chu Ruoyan to reply and disappeared into the Chu family's backyard in a puff of smoke. Because in his opinion, how could a condescending woman like Chu Ruoyan look at that emperor? In Xiao Ming's mind, Li Chen was an old, ugly and horny image. After all, most people only knew that the Tianzi dynasty had a new emperor. This new emperor's specific information was not clear to them. Xiao Ming's strength was originally one realm higher than Chu Ruoyan's, and he practiced an odd technique. The stance was also very fast, and she could not stop Xiao Ming at all. Chapter 21, Benefits and Disadvantages Coexist in the Existence of Clans. Forget it, let's clear it up when we meet next time. After having some good feelings for Li Chen, where would Chu Ruoyan think of eloping? Chu Ruoyan grew up not being considered a brocade dresser, but her living conditions were not bad either. On the one hand, he was living in the wind with Xiao Ming, and on the other hand, he was enjoying all the glory and riches in the imperial palace. Furthermore, Xiao Ming was only a potential stock, and perhaps in 10 or several decades, Xiao Ming was able to accomplish something great. It's still only possible, and the future is anyone's guess. Li Chen was already standing at the apex of this world. As the emperor of the Tianzi dynasty, the power has reached its peak and the face is unmatched. This is an emperor with real power, and his strength is even more unfathomable. It was impossible to say that Chu Ruoyan was not moved. It's not that she tends to be a bit of an ass. The problem is that Li Duan's conditions are right there. What woman can carry that off? And it's only the first day of contact. Coupled with the fact that Li Chen was originally a veteran of love affairs, he knew exactly where he stood. Just determine what type of woman you want to raid and play to your advantage normally. Back in her room, Chu Ruoyan had thought of practicing for a while, but from time to time, Li Chen's divinely handsome face would appear in her mind, disturbing her thoughts. Even while resting on the bed in broadcloth, Chu Ruoyan was still recalling the images she had seen in the imperial study. At first, she just thought that Li Chen was very powerful and domineering. However, now that she carefully contemplated the conversation between Li Chen and the ministers, she felt more and more that Li Chen was not simple. I remember when the great General Guo Banyun came, his hands and shoes were covered with mud. When he says he's growing vegetables, he's really showing weakness and aiming to show His Majesty that he doesn't have much ambition. The most cunning of all was the king, Li Longyu. At first, when questioned by His Majesty as to whether his men had forcibly requisitioned good land, Li Longyu answered vaguely, only opening his mouth to casually say that he did not know. Just go back and discipline them. It's playing dumb and has no intention of making any concessions. After all, he was His Majesty's uncle, and perhaps he felt that His Majesty would not hold on to such things. But when His Majesty got really angry and reprimanded Li Longyu on the grounds that the people were revolting, he knelt down, said he would deal with it strictly, and told all about how it would be handled. And only then did His Majesty tell him to get lost. Recalling Li Chen's muttered words again, Chu Ruoyan couldn't help but laugh a little. Chu Ruoyan really felt that Li Chen was really powerful for being able to play with these old foxes at such a young age. During the dinner, it seems that Li Duan even asked her to meet tomorrow. Thinking about it, Chu Ruoyan had a shallow smile hanging at the corner of her mouth and fell asleep in a daze. The next day, early morning, Chu Ruoyan had just gotten up and was a bit distracted. While eating breakfast she was wondering when Li Duan would summon her. What should I wear for myself? Did Dusty Li like that outfit from yesterday? Or did he want to see something else? Looking around the room full of clothes, she felt for the first time that there wasn't enough to go around, and she changed quite a bit this morning. All of them kept the maids so busy that their hands were sore. But the maids remembered that yesterday, Missy still changed her clothes reluctantly and, numb as a muppet. How come today Missy was so proactive and complained about not having enough clothes and wanted to go buy some? During the change of clothes, looking at myself in the mirror, Chu Ruoyan began to feel again if her body was not good enough, if her face needed to be made up or something. You know, Chu Ruoyan used to attend various dinners and meet with other powerful sons and daughters of the imperial capital when she was, without even thinking about that, her plain face is a stunning presence. Time slowly passed, and the more it reached noon, the more Chu Ruoyan became a little uneasy, because there was never any news of Li Duan's summons. Li Chen is the emperor. It's not like she's going to take the initiative to find Li Chen. Is it possible that Li Duan has forgotten about this matter? The complex emotions inside began to intertwine again. Chu Ruoyan's mother seemed to see this, so she comforted. His Majesty has just succeeded to the throne. I think I've been quite busy lately, and I don't think I've even gotten out of the morning court yet at this hour. So look at your eagerness. Who's in a hurry? We just had a date last night. Mother, get out of here. I'm changing. Chu Ruoyan's face was a bit shy when she said this. That's what you said. After all my years of dressing experience, are you sure you don't want to listen? In the aspect of how to cultivate, Chu Ruoyan's mother had no way to point out, but in terms of how to show femininity, Chu Ruoyan couldn't really compare to her mother. My daughter knows she's wrong. Mother, please help me choose. Chu Ruoyan hurriedly stopped her mother and pleaded with her to show her a hand or two. On the other hand, Li Chen had just gotten out of the morning court and it was another day of commotion for the courtiers. The summary of today's morning court was nothing more than about the issue of clan control in the Tianzi dynasty. Originally, clans were difficult to manage, and certain clans had powerful people of the Saint realm in them. Then is beyond the constraints of the world. These clans are extremely prestigious in the area and have seriously affected the administration of the local government offices. If these clans were more decent, then it wouldn't really be a big problem. The local government offices also turned a blind eye, and everyone stayed out of harm's way. There's also cooperation when needed, like when there's a demonic beast revolting around. When there were evil cultivators who took people to make pills and such, these clans would also do their part to contribute to the stability of the area. So the successive emperors had no control over these sects either, and it could be said that they could not. But the problem has arisen in recent years, with the growth of the sect and the increase in the number of disciples. The disciples under the door were of mixed character, and various conflicts would arise between the sects. These clans are starting to organize into some kind of alliance. For example, the Misty Immortal Alliance, the Nine Abyssal Sacred Domain, and the Purple Heavenly Palace were all relatively large sect groups within the Tianzi dynasty. These alliances were initially formed only to regulate the conflicts between the sects and their regions. It has now spawned into the major alliances fighting each other and stealing territory from each other. In particular, the discovery of rare mineral veins and the descent of divine objects has led to a great deal of fighting, causing great disruption on the ground. These alliances were filled with strong people inside, and the Tianzi dynasty didn't have the energy or ability to care about them. If it were any other emperor on the throne, perhaps these courtiers would not have brought it up in the court. It will only be mentioned in a private zine. To put it bluntly, these clans have overridden the supremacy of the imperial power, and other emperors can't even manage it if they want to. Which courtier said it in the courtroom would be embarrassing the emperor. But Li Chen is an emperor of the Saint realm, the strongest emperor in the last 500 years. It was only then that they dared to propose in the courtroom that Li Chen find a way to manage it. This is something that Li Duan is also deeply aware of, because yesterday, while reading the Jingbiao, a number of state officials have mentioned that some clans have become hiding places for vicious criminals and there is nothing they can do about it. The officers' folders, too, state that the clan's disciples are fighting in the barracks, interfering with their normal operations. Li Duan felt that these were indeed problems, but right now, he hadn't specifically contacted the clan's people yet. Not so sure what these people are thinking. Wait for a chance to make contact and then make up your mind. The existence of clans has both benefits and disadvantages, and finding ways to manage them is the best policy. Having said that, today's morning court was declared over. Li Chen returned to the imperial study. Because he was more diligent yesterday, there were very few folders today. It didn't take long for it all to settle. Stretching, he realized that the countdown for his newbie quest was still spinning. If I remember correctly, Chu Ruoyan's family seems to be in the east of the city. It's just as well that I can ask her to act as a guide for me and continue to come up with some offense along the way. Thinking of this, he let the eunuchs go and summon Chu Ruoyan. It wasn't long before a tall and beautiful figure appeared in the imperial study. Chapter 22, Don't Ask Why. Ask as I brought enough money today. Li Chen was stretching his back when a slender white thigh crossed into the imperial study. As his eyes looked at the figure, he happened to bump into the young girl's clear and bright gaze. Li Chen didn't feel anything, except that the young girl pursed her lips and slightly lowered her head. Looks a little introverted and shy. The straw man sees his majesty. Chu Ruoyan knelt in front of Li Chen, and you could tell that she was still prepared this time, not standing around like yesterday's dumbass. Today she was dressed in a light purple rosette with a flower garland embroidered on the bodice. There's a sense of a young girl in her rosy bloom. From the front, the thin waist is full of fruit. From the back, the tall figure is as slender as it can be. Get up. Only after hearing Li Chen's words did Chu Ruoyan slowly get up. She was still a little nervous, but Li Dane quickly talked to him. Li Duan stated that he intended to make a tour of the eastern part of the city today. I wonder if Chu Ruoyan is familiar with this place. This was the point where Chu Ruoyan was asked that she could answer, and she immediately patted her full breasts and said that he himself grew up on the east side of the city. It seemed to her that this majesty should be going on a private visit. On this trip, Li Duan purposely changed his clothes and did not show his identity as a member of the royal family. And with the lessons learned from last time, he had a lot of money ready. There are a lot of merchants in the east of the city, and the Chamber of Commerce creates all kinds of shopping streets. The surrounding stores are naturally high-end. The streets that Li Duan came to this time, ordinary people simply can't afford to spend money on them. Those who can buy things here can be the powerful and wealthy of the imperial capital. Thugs like to buy these things to prove that they have power more than the empire's powerful people. Li Chen and Chu Ruoyan first came to a Neishang Yui Pavilion clothing store. This store is famous in the empire for its unique design and precious materials. It was the desired place for countless nobles and cultivators. Stepping into the store, a light aroma comes to the nose of the. It was emitted by the store's special spices, which were able to calm the mind and soul, as if they were in a fairyland. The interior of the store is decorated in a rustic yet elegant manner, with a variety of dress patterns hanging on the walls. Each one reveals the designer's ingenuity. On one side of the store, a wide variety of silks and brocades are displayed. These can be handwoven by the dynasty's renowned weavers, and each one contains a different spiritual power that can nourish the wearer's body and mind. If the customer wants to customize it, he can choose the silk and brocade of his heart. On the other side of the store, a wide variety of finished apparel is on display. There were exquisitely embroidered robes with intricate totems and runes. Every stitch and every line reveals the craftsman's exquisite skill, and there are long flowing dresses with hemlines swaying in the wind like fairies descending to the earth. Li Chen casually pointed to a dress and said to Chu Ruoyan, "Do you like this dress?" Chu Ruoyan looked at the ridiculously expensive brocade robe in front of her, and a hint of delight flashed through her heart. How can a woman not like this stuff? But in the way of reserve, she said she didn't like it that much. Li Dust also lazy nonsense. Directly and next to the shopkeeper said, "Hear that? This one my friend doesn't like, so pack all but this one." These words directly scared the shopkeeper and Chu Ruoyan silly. You know, clothes are expensive in this part of the world, and they've seen them buy many pieces of clothes at once, but such a purchase is unheard of. Li Chen didn't care if Chu Ruoyan agreed or not. Don't ask why. Ask as I brought enough money today. Having money is building. The store naturally has a professional delivery service, and the customer just has to pay for the. They also send strong men to specialize in escorts. Looking at the silver ticket in his hand, the shopkeeper's hand was trembling. Today his performance is bursting at the seams, and he is as humble as he can be, bowing down next to Li Chen, already treating Li Chen like his ancestor. If he knew Li Chen's identity, it could be said that treating Li Chen as an ancestor was something he was reaching for. Chu Ruoyan hadn't yet come to her senses from the shock she had just experienced when the two of them went to a big brand store for women's products called Ilua Xian. On the lintel of the store hangs a plaque carved from 1,000-year-old wood. On it, written in gold powder are the three big words, Chilua Xian. The handwriting is smooth and simple. At a glance, it is the handwriting of calligraphy experts. Stepping into the store, a faint fragrance of, it was a perfumed rouge crafted from exotic treasures, each bottle containing a different spiritual power that could nourish the skin and enhance cultivation. The store was decorated with all kinds of rouges and powders, some as brilliant in color as the haze of the, some are as fresh as morning dew, and each one is a favorite. Li Chen's sweeping methods were also getting more and more outrageous, but anything that Chu Ruoyan's eyes had seen, all packed. It's so trenchant that it literally makes your head spin. When the owner of Cherry Chest heard that there was such a big customer, he even ran over to receive him personally. The boss's little mouth was like honey, praising Chu Ruoyan all over again, already comparing her to a fairy in the sky. For these perfumes and rouges to be used by Chu Ruoyan was their honor. Even if there are any new products in the follow-up, they will definitely provide them to Chu Ruoyan at the first time. This is a privilege only available to great honored nobles who have continuously purchased goods here for more than 10 years. Chu Ruoyan's demeanor was in a bit of a trance. She felt that this world was too crazy. No, the crazy one is Li Duan. Normally she and her mother came to these stores and it hurt her flesh to choose a medium perfume rouge. Now it's great. The most expensive and best perfume rouge here feels like wholesale. And what made Chu Ruoyan's heart thump the most was that Li Chen bought things for her, not consulting with her at all. This kind of overlord level of buying, which woman can carry it off? Anyway, Chu Ruoyan couldn't carry it anymore, especially with the envious gazes cast by those women in the neighborhood. It made her flutter a bit. This was the aura that Li Chen had brought to her, causing her favorability towards Li Chen to be rising indefinitely. But that's not all. Li Duan brought out really a lot of money today, directly brought Chu Ruoyan, who was in a state of disorientation, to a store called Golden Jade Hall. This store was a prestigious jewelry and gold brand in the imperial capital and even the entire Tianzi dynasty. The store's facade, made of a single piece of crystal clear jade, was illuminated by the sunlight. The jade gave off a soft, warm glow that was worth a lot at first glance. When I walked into the store, I saw all kinds of jewelry on the shelves. Some are encrusted with sparkling gemstones, while others are crafted in solid gold, each of which is skillfully crafted and breathtaking. The most notable one is a rare jewelry called Tears of the Stars. This gemstone is unique in the world, made by fusing fragments of fallen stars with deep sea, ethereal blue coral. The most popular places to visit in Golden Jade. It's because they are the ones who are qualified to supply the royal family with gold, silver and jewelry. Can anything that the royal family can look at be bad? When you hear this, you know that Golden Jade is taking the high-end route. The people coming and going inside are more or less powerful and wealthy, especially if the riff-raff, hearing that the royals are buying this, then buy it themselves too. Wouldn't it prove that their taste is similar to the royal family? And even more so that they want that face by spending a lot of money on things here. Chu Ruoyan had only passed by this place before and didn't even dare to go in, because a family like the Chu family was the main cultivation. Money was spent on cultivation resources and weaponry. But what woman doesn't like these shiny things? Chu Ruoyan has been very understanding since she was a child, and even if she likes it, she won't add trouble to the family. Today it's different, because she hasn't seen the Tears of the Stars yet. Li Duan had then had it all packed for her, even more confused than Chu Ruoyan. That was only the Chu family congregation that saw all sorts of valuable treasures sent to their homes. The horror on their faces seemed to say, was Chu Ruoyan preparing to move the commercial street to her own home? Because they saw that the fellows in the stores that, even the store's door panels and ceiling hangings were brought in, which was beyond the scope of the Chu family's crowd's comprehension. Li Chenjin just bought whatever he saw, not even caring if the thing was going to be sold in the store. Some people were happy and some people were sad. Just when Chu Ruoyan was at a loss for words in her joy, there were two figures in the dark but they were gnashing their teeth. Chapter 23, Nobody. You really dare to mess with the emperor? Lu Hao was the son of a great honored noble, and he was usually considered a powerful man in the imperial capital. When his peers saw him, they had to call him Ho, and if anyone doesn't, he'll beat them until they do. With great strength and background, bullying people is just a routine for him. Some of the elders of the world's families were also very polite in front of him, and this was the superiority of the disciples of the honored families. But lately, his sense of superiority has been stomped to death, just from chasing after it for years and years. The goddess, who hadn't even touched her hand, had been summoned to the palace. What would develop afterward? Lu Hao didn't need to think about it. He had a taste of what it was like to be bullied and powerless. In the past, his opponents were Xiao Ming, whose strength was unpredictable, and Wu Qi, who had a mysterious and powerful background. Lu Hao thought that he wasn't inferior to these two, so he fought with both of them until now. But as it turned out, a descending blow came against him, making it very difficult for him. No, it seemed that he was not qualified to be a rival to the new emperor. Lu Hao is not thinking out of the box. He has no choice but to think out of the box. What else can you do if you can't think straight? Steal a woman from the emperor? But whenever he had that thought, he was sure his father would be the first to tackle him. The Lu family had been firmly established in the imperial capital for hundreds of years, and it was by hugging the thighs of the imperial family. If he has a conflict with the emperor, the entire Lu family will go up in smoke in a matter of moments. After a day's reprieve, Lu Hao came to the luxurious shopping streets of the imperial capital to buy something to comfort himself. The result was a scene of his goddess shopping with another man, especially Chu Ruoyan's little woman's shy posture. He had never seen it before. This is what your own iceberg goddess looks like in front of the powerful. Lu Hao was on fire at the time and wanted to go and teach the man beside Chu Ruoyan a lesson. Calm down faster though. Lu Hao could have this kind of cultivation. So naturally, he wasn't a cutie. Chu Ruoyan was summoned by His Majesty, and Chu Ruoyan was acting very shy in front of this man. Doesn't that prove that this man is the current emperor? So when Li Chen and Chu Ruoyan passed by, Lu Hao could only hide in the corner, secretly grieving. After seeing Li Duan's almost crazy shopping style, Lu Hao already knew the gap between himself and Li Chen, and it was just a matter of time before the goddess was taken down. So, what are you doing here? Lu Hao said to the person next to him. Didn't I tell you that my family's old ancestor entrusted me to buy something in the imperial capital? You think I'm joking? Wu Qi shrugged his shoulders, expressing his helplessness. He was also here to buy something when he saw Li Chen and Chu Ruoyan appear and hid. Who knew that he just happened to run into Lu Hao, who was also observing in the dark? In fact, Wu Qi's heart was as hard as Lu Hao's right now. Two of the imperial capital's proudest sons, who have been fighting for so many years. For the first time, I felt the same sickness from each other. I guess I'll have to go back later. You grew up in the imperial capital, and you've been chasing Ruoyan for the longest time. Are you just willing to watch from here? Wu Qi subconsciously archly flamed Lu Hao twice. Who knew that Lu Hao really walked over towards Li Chen? No, man, you really dare to mess with the emperor? On the other hand, Li Duan had been strolling around all afternoon and was a little hungry and ready to eat when a gentleman in fancy clothes walked over. Coincidence? I didn't expect to see you here. And this is? Lu Hao naturally began to greet Chu Ruoyan and asked Chu Ruoyan about Li Chen's identity. Chu Ruoyan surprisingly didn't know what to say for a moment, and was even slightly flustered. She was afraid that Lu Hao wouldn't be able to think straight and make trouble in front of Li Chen. And if Li Chen got angry, that's a lot of trouble, because she knew that Lu Hao had been chasing her for so many years. He definitely wouldn't give up so easily. My name is Li Chen. I'm Ruoyan's friend. Seeing Chu Ruoyan squeaking and whimpering, Li Chen answered for her. Just said his name. So it's brother Li Duan. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I told you that Ruoyan is as beautiful as heaven. How can a mortal be worthy of it? Today when I got to meet brother Li, I was also amazed. You two are truly a match made in heaven. This answer from Lu Hao made Chu Ruoyan puzzled. Could it be that he didn't come to cause trouble? Why are you hooking us up? This is something that Li Duan loves to hear. And his first impression of this one called Lu Hao was not bad. Lu Hao took this opportunity to start introducing himself, saying that he was the son of a nobleman and the son of the head of the Lu family. His attitude, that was nothing short of humble. Only outside of glancing at Chu Ruoyan at the beginning, his gaze was always on Li Chen. Li Chen had just become emperor, and he didn't know much about the sons of the nobles. Recently, there are many Zhangbiao also about the issue of honors, so I would like to take this opportunity to ask Lu Hao. Upon learning that Li Duan was preparing to go eat, Lu Hao even said that he knew a restaurant that was particularly delicious and was generous enough to treat himself. In order to invite this meal, Lu Hao, that is a wonderful language. The table of food to stay alive and well, attracting all of Li Chen's cravings, Lu Hao naturally gained the right to treat himself. The address for this meal was quickly finalized, and that was the renowned Drunken Immortal restaurant in the imperial capital. In fact, this kind of place Lu Hao usually cannot afford to go. His father occasionally took him to go, but who made today one of the few chances he had to flatter the emperor? Then Lu Hao is naturally going to be bloodthirsty. Located in the heart of the imperial capital, the Drunken Immortal mansion was ancient and elegant on the outside, but inside it was a different world. The specialty of this place is its unique brew of the year. It is said to be brewed by the secret brewing master in the building with 100 years of spiritual springs and rare herbs. Each drop contains the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and drinking it can refresh the mind and even benefit the cultivation. Each floor of the drunken house has a different theme. From the traditional cuisine of the Tianzi dynasty to the delicacies from all over the world. It is a place where the dignitaries and the rich and powerful families in the imperial capital vie for patronage. When the three of them entered the Drunken Immortal house, Wu Qi, who was secretly observing, gave himself a hard slap. Asterisk. This guy Lu Hao is going to kneel down and lick the emperor. Why didn't I think it could be played this way? Since the goddess is hopeless, it is through the goddess to please her man. It's also a tricky way of thinking. No wonder this guy Lu Hao's cultivation is so high. This enlightenment is not a cover. In the shadows, Wu Qi began to panic. He felt that he had accomplished nothing in the imperial capital. Other disciples in the family were still waiting to replace him. But if he pleases the emperor, who will dare to compete with him when he returns? You can't miss this opportunity. You won't be able to find this store after this village. He waited for Li Chen and the three of them to enter the drunken immortal building before coming to a chance encounter as well. But Wu Qi was even more desperate. He directly greeted Lu Hao and took the opportunity to come to know Li Chen. Neither looked at Chu Ruoyan. With that, Wu Qi also mixed into this drinking game. In terms of doing things, Lu Hao and Wu Qi are even more unquestionable. When Li Chen tried to go into the elegant room, Lu Hao quickly went up to open the door, and pulled the curtain open, and, allowing Li Duan to be able to enter the door directly. Wu Qi, on the other hand, helped Li Chen move his stool to a position he found comfortable. During the meal, whenever Li Chen gulped and felt his mouth dry, Wu Qi immediately got up and poured wine. Li Duan's chopsticks were on a certain dish, but again, there was very little left of this dish, and Lu Hao immediately asked Xiao Er to add more dishes, especially when speaking to Lidane. Whenever Lidane asked about something, Lu Hao and Wu Qi knew everything. After so many years in the imperial capital, the two of them still knew a few things. Even if some of their views would offend the powerful, they were both aware that that's the truth the emperor wants to hear. In the intervals of small talk, they were both very careful and humble, and their words were as ingratiating as they could be. It could be said that Chu Ruoyan was like an outsider throughout the entire process, unable to interject at all. It was only when the meal was almost over that she finally responded. It's bad. These two are here to steal my man. Chapter 24, These two boys, they're very uptight. After 3 rounds of drinking, Li Chen had already gotten a preliminary understanding of Lu Hao and Wu Qi. One was a disciple of the great noble Lu, whose ancestors had once also won great battles. It is only in the last 200 years that it has begun to decline. One is the son of the lord of Tiger's Grip City. Tiger's Grip City, that's an important fortress of the Tianzi dynasty. This was because Tiger's Nest City was surrounded by a savage forest infested with demonic beasts. The two of them were at the late stage of the void-breaking realm and the early stage of the void-breaking realm, respectively. Even Li Duan felt that the two of them were practicing quite well. Of course, the nice thing to say here is that it's only compared to the vast majority of cultivators. At least, it is also a proud son of the sky that is ranked at the top of the imperial capital. The gold content is still there. It just couldn't be compared to Li Chen. There was no comparison between anyone and him. You know the reason why the second prince, Li Xian, dared to be so wild. It was because he had already reached the heavenly observation realm at his age, which was a full 2 great realms higher than Lu Hao and Wu Qi. But Li Chen was still 2 great realms higher than Li Xian, and was even much younger than Li Xian. This was the main reason why Li Xian ran away with his tail between his legs at that time. The meal was a good feeling for Li Duan. Recognizing 2 young talents, these two both satisfied Li Duan in terms of their demeanor and conversation. But Chu Ruoyan wasn't satisfied. She had been burying her head in eating and drinking until now, and couldn't get on with Li Duan at all. At first, Chu Ruoyan had always felt that Lu Hao and Wu Qi would definitely cause trouble. The two of them have nothing to offer and are definitely either adulterers or thieves. In the past, Chu Ruoyan kinda liked to see these guys fighting over her. Doesn't that make her look attractive? Hey, there's just this trouble with being pretty. But today, she found herself not bothered at all. It's true that Lu Hao and Wu Qi are fighting over jealousy, but they're both fighting to please another man. Didn't care about her at all. It gave Chu Ruoyan a feeling of losing favor. Not to mention the fact that after all that drinking, these 3 guys were talking even more. She's more like a mixer in this drinking party. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Chen's identity was in the way, I'm afraid that Lu Hao and Wu Qi would have started to call themselves brothers with him. The point where Chu Ruoyan suffered a disadvantage was that she didn't have much experience in being a licking dog. When she and Li Duan were alone, it was Li Duan who steered the conversation. Lu Hao and Wu Qi that are professional dog lickers, licking for so many years. It's not just a different person licking. That's still open. This look Chu Ruoyan are very headache, thinking about the future to try to practice how to lick Li Duan bar. Otherwise they don't even get a chance to lick it. Having just drank a lot of mulled wine, Chu Ruoyan was ready to go to the outhouse to relieve herself. So she left the elegant room for the time being. Seeing Chu Ruoyan leave, Lu Hao was ecstatic in his heart. He knew the opportunity had come. He was seen pouring another glass of wine for Li Chen, taking this opportunity to get closer to Li Chen and he spoke in a low voice. Brother Li Duan, I have a clan sister. Her looks are exquisite, and her figure is even better, with a convex front and curved back. If Brother Li Duan sees fit, I'll make sure to arrange this matter for you. Before Li Duan could say anything, Wu Qi next to him was stunned. Okay? Are you kidding me? You'll do anything to please the new emperor. You even used the beauty trick. You're so cheap. Feeling Wu Chi's eyes, Lu Hao gave him a provocative look, stating, "What's the matter? Come on, if you dare." Wu Chi thought over it in his mind at light speed and revealed a very bad smile. With his wine cup in hand, he opened his mouth as he toasted to Li Duan. "Brother Li Duan, look at him. His sister is no better. I have an aunt. She's a beautiful woman, and she still has her charm. But don't worry, my aunt is still in her boudoir. So if you want to, she'll be able to do anything she wants. I'll have my aunt come over overnight." This sentence was said in a way that made Lu Hao very angry. "You kids talk about your aunt. Just talk. Why are you stepping on me? You've just met me, and now you're trying to steal my goddess. Don't you want to lose face?" Taking advantage of the strength of the wine, the angry Lu Hao pointed at Wu Chi and cursed, "What's wrong with my looks? Even if I can't look good, my clan sister is 100 times better looking than your aunt." Wu Chi was pointed at and also got a bit angry. "Joke. My aunt is not only 1,000 times better looking than your sister, but also 1,000 times better looking than your sister," he said. "There's certainly no comparison in terms of size to a brat like your sister. I think you're itching because you haven't been beaten by me in a few days. Come on, who's afraid of you? If I don't beat you to death today, I'll take your name." This made Chu Ruoyan, who had just returned, directly confused. "How come when I went to the toilet, you two are fighting over a man? What the hell is going on? Someone please tell me." Seeing this, Li Chen sort of understood. These two boys mostly guessed their own identity. That's why I said that. Among them, the one who knew how to read people's words the most was Lu Hao. This kid didn't dare to take advantage of Li Chen. It was only then that he said that he would introduce Li Chen to his clan sister, so that Li Chen would be above him in any way. And the wittiest thing about this kid is that he didn't say it in front of Chu Ruoyan. That way, it wouldn't make the scene awkward, and you could still see Li Duan's real feedback. If he said it in front of Chu Ruoyan, it would be too unintelligent. Wu Chi doesn't have Lu Hao's ability to read people's words, but he reacts fast. He also heard it. So opening his mouth, he introduced his aunt to Li Duan, and even more so, he elevated Li Duan a few times. Li Duan was judging from here that the two of them should know that he was the emperor. Why else would these two boys be frantically introducing themselves to beautiful women when a few of them had just met? But Li Duan could see it, and he didn't point it out. Two people who were pleasing him. Why would he say no? After all, that's all he was good for. Throughout, he was not the type to pretend to be innocent and like it. Li Duan even felt that these two boys, they were very uptight. Knowing to pitch in is indeed a talent to be reckoned with. Seeing the two of them about to make a move, Li Chen just raised his hand to gesture and just let this farce die down. Even if the two of them were on fire, they wouldn't dare to make trouble in front of Li Chen. After this meal, that was also late in the day, Lu Hao even settled the bill in advance without giving Wu Chi any chance. Seeing the situation in front of her, Chu Ruoyan had some doubts inside. When these two chased me, I don't think they're that attentive, are they? At this point in time, Lu Hao and Wu Chi no longer had any reason to pester Li Chen. The two of them had achieved their goal today, leaving a good impression in front of Li Chen, and there would be a long time to come. There will be plenty of opportunities later. When they walked out of the front door of Drunken Immortal Mansion, the two of them said goodbye to Li Duan in a very courteous manner. Today's date was a bit of a hiccup, but Li Duan's main objective had been achieved. It's just that this system task was never completed. However, there were still more than 10 days to go, and Li Duan was also guessing at the system's laws, so he wasn't in that much of a hurry for the time being. Just as he was planning to send Chu Ruoyan back to his residence, a violent fluctuating sound came from the surroundings. As a Saint realm, Li Chen's perception was sharp. It seems like there are strong people fighting nearby, and judging by the intensity of this catalyzing sinews, it was at least a powerhouse of the 6th Harmony realm. Strange. This is the most crowded shopping street in the imperial capital. Who dares to make such a mess in the street? Chapter 25. Since he's afraid of my identity, I'm going to make good use of it. Why are you still following me? Who's following you? My house is over here too. Lu Hao and Wu Chi's already bad relationship since they came out of the Drunken Immortal Mansion. Now it's even worse. They both wanted to stab each other to death if they could. The two of them had walked and tossed words along the way, and with a good deal of drink, just didn't pay much attention to the road ahead. The result was a solid bump into a line of people. Lu Hao's cultivation level was still relatively high, and he took a few steps back before stabilizing himself. Wu Chi might have been drunk. His footsteps were a bit weak. He just felt like he had been hit by a brutal bull. The powerful force caused him to fall back on his butt. The sight of the person in front of them sobered them both up halfway. The two people in front of us were standing tall, and their strength and majesty were revealed between their hands and feet, which could not be underestimated. Especially the murderous aura on his body if there was any, which was the proof of killing out on the battlefield. The garments of these two were made of heavy animal skins interwoven with precious silks, and above the skins, painted with intricate and mysterious totems that had been the beliefs of their ancestors for generations. At his waist he wore a fine sheath in which he concealed sharp daggers. Even though the dagger was unsheathed, everyone around could feel the biting coldness. Seeing that there was a conflict here, the surrounding crowd of eaters stopped in their tracks and, even the second floor of a nearby restaurant had been swept down with eyes. Lu Hao and Wu Qi have been hanging out in the imperial city for so many years. It was already evident that these people should be from the northern royal court, and by the looks of their dress, they were still nobles. With so many people around watching, the two of them must have been humiliated. If it were normal, the two of them in this temper might have already made a move. But the people we met today were different, and on the principle of more is less. Lu Hao picked up the somewhat unconvinced Wu Qi and prepared to leave. When the people around saw these two eunuchs concede, they felt that there was nothing good to watch, all ready to disperse as well. But at this very moment, these two nobles of the northern royal court, however, surrounded them without relenting. Yo, are all of you Tianzi dynasty people so lacking in manners that you want to leave without apologizing for bumping into someone? The nobleman of the royal court at the head was tall and powerful, and in his strong, powerful hands, wearing a gleaming eagle ring. The ring is made of extremely precious material, carefully crafted from the finest gold. Every detail of the eagle is portrayed, from its sharp beak, to its sharp talons, all of which show its bravery and fearlessness. That's the symbol of his status. This was something that even the relatively good-hearted Lu Hao didn't like to hear. Is this road run by your family? Who are you to teach me manners? Lu Hao's ancestors have made great achievements in battle, and since childhood, he has not looked down on these foreigners. Now that the foreigners have bullied their way to the head, how can they still tolerate it? But this statement of his, it made the head royal court noble, Altai, and his brother, Attard, next to him, burst out laughing. Ever since he came to the imperial capital of the Tianzi dynasty, it was the first time that someone dared to talk to both of them like this. Not to mention a young man, they were both planning to come here today to buy some stuff to go back. As a result, many stores were swept away. I was in a bit of a bad mood when I bumped into these two ungrateful boys. In fact, the two of them saw Lu Hao and Wu Qi approaching, but the condescending ones had no intention of getting out of the way. In the old days at their place, only others gave way to them. It can be said that the two of them are deliberately knocking down Lu Hao and Wu Qi. Altai didn't ask for much, as long as the two boys apologized and he showed off the nobility of the royal court. There was no need to hold on to such trivialities, and the unpleasantness of the day could be recovered from these two. But who knows? One of the boys actually called him something. Altai was on fire. This time, when he went on a mission to the Tianzi dynasty, he couldn't afford to lose his family's prestige. Unsupervised thing, I'll take care of you for your father today. Saying that, Altai swung a hand to attack with the force of 1,000 pounds. In a flash, a powerful wave of air caused the surrounding passers-by to fall back. Lu Hao and Wu Qi's faces changed in shock. They both could see that the strength of this royal court noble in front of them was not bad. One after another, they activated their meridians and erupted with powerful strength, directly breaking free from Altai's pressure. Boo! A huge handprint appeared on the ground, scattering dust and rubble. Now Lu Hao and Wu Qi were considered to be completely sober, and they both looked at the broken ground. If it wasn't for the two of them dodging fast, they would have been crippled if not dead. Facing the provocation of the royal court nobles completely provoked the ferocity of the two of them. Looking for death? Are you? What's the point of talking so much nonsense with him? If we don't teach him a lesson, how are we going to make it in the imperial city? Not bad. A bit of strength. No wonder you dare to speak out of turn. But you're still too young. Brother, let me have this boy. A violent clash suddenly broke out between the two groups, as if two wild winds had. It swept through the neighborhood in an instant. Attard took the lead, pouncing on the stronger Lu Hao. He seems to prefer fighting the strong. Lu Hao violently activated his meridians, and a wave of pure ability flowed through his body. A shocking aura erupted around his body. Wu Qi was also not willing to show weakness. He swung his big fist, transforming it into a radiant fist main. The wind of his fist roared and, straight to the head of his opponent, Altai. Altai was not very flustered at the sight, and with one hand behind his back, he casually urged his meridians to, letting the muscles of his other hand ripple. His fist slammed down like a heavy hammer with even more majestic might. The fist-to-flesh clash caused a wave of fluctuation in the air around them. Wu Qi was knocked back a few steps, but Altai didn't move at all, his powerful demeanor showing. At this time, Wu Qi also began to realize that his opponent had hidden his strength. Having already done it, then there was no point in continuing to hide it. Wu Qi bit through his mouth and used the secret family method to get yourself more powerful. However, Very soon, Wu Qi fell into a disadvantage because the opposite party was a full realm higher than him. Altai is intentionally waiting for him to elevate, before revealing a higher level of strength, always a little higher than Wu Qi. Now that Altai had completely exploded, Wu Qi was beaten like a knuckle-dragger, and that handsome face, it had been smashed and somewhat deformed. An Iron Mountain lean crashes through Wuzzy as Altai prepares to end this one-sided, vicious beating. Just one hand blasted at Wu Qi's chest. If this slap were to hit, Wu Qi's ribs would probably be shattered by most of them. It'll also leave a serious wound in his chest. But the problem was, now that he was so unsteady that he couldn't dodge in time. Next to him, Lu Hao was also in a bitter battle, with no way to support him. Wu Qi's face was ashen at the moment. He really didn't expect this despicable outsider to actually pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. If you had said you were so strong, I wouldn't have dared to fight. It's over. If I don't die this time, I'll have to recuperate for a year or two before I can recover. Just when Wu Qi was in despair, a white robe appeared in front of him. The white-robed man grabbed Altai's wrist with one hand, and he had a death grip on it. The powerful force instantly dissolved. As the white-robed man pinched with force, a crisp click sound resounded throughout the street. The royal court nobleman, who had been so fierce just a moment ago, was now twisted on his knees with one hand, and let out a guttural wail. It's like being held down like a chicken ***** with no power to fight back. All the surrounding melon eaters were shocked at how strong this white-robed man was. There was a lot of speculation about who he was. What happened? A familiar voice entered Wu Qi's ears. The person in front of him who helped him block this blow was no one else but Li Chen, whom he had just been trying to curry favor with. Li Chen's perception was very strong. As long as there was a catalyzing of the tendons and an eruption of fluctuations, he was soon able to perceive it. The white-clothed figure with its back to the living beings actually made Wu Qi look at God, as if he was looking at a god. His handsome face didn't know if he'd been drinking too much, or what. And a slight redness actually appeared, and his heartbeat began to accelerate, his eyes even becoming mesmerized. I thought to myself, no wonder women like powerful men. If I were a woman, I would have married long ago. Thanks to the fact that Chu Ruoyan, who had just arrived, didn't know that he was thinking that way, or else she would have slaughtered him. It's not enough for dinner to steal my thunder, but now even the heroes save the day. You've got the script for Love and the Buff, don't you? Lu Hao also stopped fighting as he came to Li Chen's side, for he knew that there was no suspense when His Majesty stood in front of him. This royal court noble Altai was only in the 6th harmony realm at the end of his life, so he was just bullying Wu Qi. Lu Hao could even see that His Majesty had already collected his strength, and that if he had used a little more force, Altai guessed it wouldn't be as simple as a broken hand. Lu Hao roughly described the situation, and Li Chen sort of understood the reason why the two groups of people made their moves. Just as he was considering what to do about it, the royal court noble he had twisted on the ground grabbed the opportunity to open his mouth. Let go of me. I'm a royal court envoy. Do you know what the consequences of making a move on me are? After he came out that he was a royal court envoy, the white-robed man in front of him unsurprisingly let go. Then the white-robed man yawned and said see you some other time and left the place with his men. Altai's younger brother, Atard, thought that Li Duan was afraid and wanted to run, so he was ready to go over and stop Li Duan. In his opinion, the so-called see you some other time is just a harsh word like you wait for me. Altai swung his unbroken arm down, telling Atad not to do anything rash. This guy just had terrible strength. Don't mess with him now. If I hadn't pressed him by speaking out as an ambassador, today might not have ended well. So that's it? Atad was a bit reluctant, especially when he saw the disdainful gazes of the people around him. He felt that he had lost face. If we go back like this, we'll be punished by the Khan. Altai smiled a sinister smile instead of anger. Since he's afraid of my status as an envoy, when the two of us meet with His Majesty of the Tianzi dynasty tomorrow, I'm sure His Majesty will do me justice. After he said that, Atard relented. I'm sure it's still my brother who's smart enough to catch the other side's weaknesses. Let the people of the Tianzi dynasty infight on their own. Chapter 26, 6 days to go and you'll have your light back. Chu Ruoyan's home was in the east of the city, and she was the first to return to her residence. Just as she arrived in the hall, her mother came running anxiously. Daughter, you're buying too much here. What did mother teach you in the past? Try to show your virtuous side in front of His Majesty so that His Majesty will like it. Mother, I haven't even said a word, and His Majesty has bought it all for me. Do you think I dare refuse? While Chu Ruoyan sighed, she looked at the room full of treasures and inwardly rejoiced greatly. It was the first time in her life that she had encountered someone so domineering in favor of her. Women, they say they don't want it, but inside they are honest. When she heard her daughter say that, her mother breathed a sigh of relief. Then a bright smile appeared on her face. It seems that His Majesty really has a crush on Chu Ruoyan, or else he wouldn't have bought so many things. And she, as a mom, had also dipped into Chu Ruoyan's light a bit today. These costumes and jewelry are the finest in the imperial city. If he wore a few sets out, he would make those 8 women from other clans envious to death. With that, mother and daughter began to try on clothes and precious jewelry. After being busy for a long time, Chu Ruoyan was also a bit tired and returned to her room. But just as she was about to close the door, the mysterious black shadow reappeared in front of her room door. Xiao Ming, you're finally here. Chu Ruoyan searched. Last time he didn't explain clearly. This time he had to explain properly. But when Xiao Ming heard it in his ears, it wasn't the case. He felt like his goddess had been waiting for him to take her away, and didn't want to stay in the empire for a moment. That's why it comes out in such a compelling tone. Xiao Ming was once again heartbroken, hating himself for being unable to do anything about it. He scanned the room full of treasures and clothes and, gritting his teeth, he said, "That dog emperor actually insulted you with mundane things. What kind of person does he take you for? It makes me so angry to see that." Xiao Ming had been a licking dog for so many years. He knew that Chu Ruoyan did not like this kind of vulgarity. Even the dress code is plain. Even the things that Lu Hao and Wu Qi used to send, Chu Ruoyan strictly refused, and made it clear that he just wanted to practice well, that he wanted to work his way through let the Chu family go to the next level and become a first-class family in the imperial capital. What a woman who is not impressed by material things and who is independent and self-reliant. This was Xiao Ming's favorite point about Chu Ruoyan. If Chu Ruoyan had known that he thought so, he would have said, "Actually, I used to dress plainly. It's because I can't afford it." If it's insulting to give away these precious costumes, Chu Ruoyan wished the insult had come harder. As for the reason why Chu Ruoyan didn't want the things Lu Hao and Wu Qi gave her, it was because of a woman's reserve. And once she took it, the other could go further. There was no way she was going to take them until she was thinking about going further. But in front of Li Chen, she didn't have a chance to refuse, and couldn't even find a reason to refuse. Women who can be unimpressed by material things fall into 2 categories. The first, she has no shortage of her own. The second, you don't have enough substance. No, Xiao Ming must have misunderstood something. Chu Ruoyan felt she had to make things clear. Before Chu Ruoyan could say anything, Xiao Ming disappeared once again, leaving behind a mysterious and unpredictable back. One more sentence echoed in the air. 6 days to go and you'll have your light back. Chu Ruoyan's beautiful eyes stared at the boss. This guy is not giving me a chance to speak at all, ah? Does he think he looks good doing that? But it is true. Now hiding in the dark, Xiao Ming cannot restrain the corners of his mouth to rise. He had been preparing all afternoon to play this wave. The design of his back from the time he appeared to the time he left, plus the lines, could have been carefully prepared by him. He just wanted to let Chu Ruoyan know that he was the #1 deep love in the imperial capital. After the battle in the downtown area, Lu Hao also returned to his mansion. Compared to the Chu family's joyful atmosphere, the Lu residence's atmosphere was a bit tense at the moment, because Lu Hao just got home and sat his ass down on the seat next to his dad. Straight away, he picked up the teapot and drank it, looking as wild as he could be. The Lu family was so strict in their domesticity that the underlings in the neighborhood had their eyes popping when they saw this place. In his heart, he thought to himself, "Is the young master crazy today? How dare he sit in the seat next to the master?" A knowledgeable servant has already closed the door to the mansion. Avoid the scene of father's kindness and son's filial piety to be seen by outsiders later. Lu Hao's father is also a violent temper. Saw his son actually did not even greet. He just dared to sit next to him. He's itchy, isn't he? Just as Lu Hao's father stood up and aggressively pulled out the belt around his waist, was about to teach Lu Hao a lesson. Lu Hao put down the teapot. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he spoke. "I invited His Majesty to dinner today. In a word, no one in the Lu family dares to move, including his father." And his father's hand that stopped in midair holding the belt. Being able to climb a bit of a relationship with Li Chen. This was the capital. Lu Hao had to go home today and dare to act like a pussy. Anyway, he didn't believe his father would dare beat him. Today this pussy, Lu Hao will pretend. The truth was just as Lu Hao expected. The aura on his dad's body instantly dissipated. Started asking Lu Hao eagerly what happened. Lu Hao was going to say that he was thirsty and asked his father to pour him some tea. But considering the possibility of actually getting killed, I didn't dare say anything. Forget about the small load. Didn't I go to Commercial Street today and happen to run into Chu Ruoyan? He then related how he had judged Li Chen's identity through Chu Ruoyan, and then secretly observed that, finally finding an opportunity to have a chance encounter, pretending not to recognize Li Duan. Then the matter of using Chu Ruoyan's relationship to curry favor with Li Chen was told, talking and giving his dad all the excitement. Well, 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 well. My Lu clan lineage really has a successor. Seeing his old man's smiling face, Lu Hao was extremely pleased. He felt more and more that he had been a resourceful batch at the time and had made the best choice of his life. Lu Hao that naturally started blowing up, talking about introducing the clan sister with Li Chen. His old man even gave a thumbs up. It's marvelous, His Majesty never had a consort in the first place. And if you put this thing in order, our Lu lineage will surely return to the court. Perhaps Li Chen was too lazy to go to a place like the imperial court, but that was countless worldly families and lords of the Tianzi dynasty, a place to squeeze in after a lifetime of exhaustion, even if it's just to be able to stand at the very back. Lu's ancestors also have in Guo broken cloud a level of great generals. Just the follow-up, no talent to continue on. The result is that it is now ineligible to enter the courtroom. In the opinion of Lu Hao's father, Lu Hao's move was a two-handed one, both for him and his clan sister. As long as one of them was able to get close to Li Duan, then honoring the ancestors would be just around the corner. Lu Hao's father even immediately ordered that. Have the clan sister mentioned by Lu Hao on call 24 hours a day to enter the palace as soon as His Majesty summons her. Better hurry up and help His Majesty have a child, while he has no heir. This will enable the consolidation of the position. And what happened? What did His Majesty say? Lu Hao's father urged. Chapter 27, even I was moved by the sight of it, let alone anyone else. His Majesty's expression should have been satisfied with my proposal. Only later Chu Ruoyan came and His Majesty didn't give me an answer either. But more chance encounters in the future is all. Lu Hao didn't dare to say that Li Chen was good at this, but he felt that Li Chen was a normal man. When Lu Hao mentioned that there was a conflict with two royal court nobles in the commercial street of the imperial capital, a powerful aura stormed up from his dad's body. This kind of killing aura was the first time Lu Hao had seen it in his life. Damn! These dogs of the royal court, beaten into hiding in the snowy mountains hundreds of years ago. Now he actually dares to come to our Tianzi dynasty to clamor and dare to beat up my son. Let my old man go and clean him up. Seeing Pops so angry, Lu Hao felt that something must have happened here. However, after hearing Li Chen's strike, Lu Hao's father's face was filled with shock. What? His Majesty pinched with one hand, without even urging his meridians to. The hand of the 6th Harmony Realm's Wang Ting Dog was broken? That's right. Wang Ting Dog still exploded his full power to fight Wu Qi. His Majesty blocked it casually. I've long heard that His Majesty might be in the Saint Realm, and now it seems that this news is mostly true. As a former great nobleman, even if he is no longer qualified to go to the court, but the channel for the message is still there. At the mention of Wang Ting, Lu Hao's father had a belly full of fire, because the northern royal courts have made a comeback in the last 100 years with great vigor. The Tianzi dynasty was again in a state of internal and external trouble, and the late emperor had always made concessions in order to stabilize the situation. Lu Hao's father used to be stationed in the north, and it was for the reason of the concession that, so withdrew to the empire to retire. Without military power, the Lu family's status was slipping. After all, it was state policy, and he knew the late emperor was helpless. At this moment, Lu Hao's father looked at the northern sky with a hot gaze. How he wanted to go back to the place where he had fought. After a long time, Lu Hao's father came back to his senses, looked at Lu Hao in a serious manner, and said, remember, our Lu family can wimp out anywhere, but on the battlefield, we can never back down even if we die. At that moment, the bloodline power in Lu Hao's body seemed to boil up. On the other hand, when Wu Qi returned to the mansion where he was staying, instead, he found a mysterious man here that he hadn't expected. Auntie, what brings you here? The mysterious man in front of him wore a black cloak and had a voluptuous physique. A stunning face was hidden under the hood. This person was none other than the aunt Wu Qi had just mentioned, Wu Nanjian. She was the daughter of a powerful man of the Heavenly Abyss realm in Tiger's Grotto City, and the sister of Wu Qi's own father. When Wu Qi saw her, it was natural for him to maintain great respect. Wu Nanjian ripped off her cloak, and a hard look appeared on that stunningly beautiful face. She sighed and said, it's not your grandfather and your father, always pushing to find me someone to marry. Your aunt had been on over 40 blind dates a month, and I'm so tired of it that I ran to you to hide for a while. With her looks, not to mention Tiger's Nest City, the strongest people in the other surrounding cities were all crazy about her. Not to mention that the Wu family's old man was a top powerhouse in the Heavenly Abyss realm. It was said that there was a chance of being able to break through to the Saint realm. If the Wu clan's oldest ancestor could really make a breakthrough, then the Wu clan's power in the region would be even stronger. Just ask, which local family member did not want to join the Wu family and hug the thigh of the Wu family's oldest ancestor? Plus Wu Nanjian absolutely beautiful face and body, completely blood earn well. Upon hearing this, Wu Qi immediately spoke. You don't need to worry about this matter. I'll fix your aunt's marriage for you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wu Qi immediately received a violent chestnut. It made his already beaten head swell some more. Wu Nanjian gasping, full chest violently undulating. If not to see Wu Qi still injured, she's not going to stop this one. After calming down, Wu Nanjian scolded. You little, where is it your turn to make decisions about your aunt's affairs? I think you owe me a beating. Your grandpa and your dad are already annoyed with me. And you're still here, right? Wu Qi actually wanted to say, I'm a little, what about you? Besides, haven't you already fought? He didn't dare to say what was on his mind in order not to be beaten again. Auntie, you're mistaken. I met the new emperor of our Tianzi dynasty, this head. Much like Lu Hao, Wu Qi spoke about what he had encountered today. Of course, here he was even more of a braggart than Lu Hao, presenting himself as if he was the one who discovered Li Duan. Make it sound like Lu Hao is here to stir the pot. Anyway, how do you say it? It's not like you're relying on your own mouth. When she heard Wu Qi praising her beauty, Wu Nanjian was still a little happy. At least she didn't feel inferior to anyone. But the problem is, you can't joke about it. What if His Majesty really likes her? Because of the reason of the closed information, plus the deliberate slander of some forces in the dark, many people in cities outside of the imperial capital felt that this new emperor was just a puppet. According to these people, Li Chen is the uneducated waste of a prince, fat and ugly, a little cutie who can't read a word. Emperor Wu Nanjian was preoccupied, and naturally simulated Li Chen's unpleasant appearance in his mind, very resistant to this sort of thing, seeming to discern her aunt's displeasure. Wu Qi hurriedly said, this matter is just something I casually said in front of His Majesty. The 8 words haven't even been written yet, but auntie, you can use this as an excuse to. I'm sure grandfather and my father wouldn't dare continue to rush you. Wu Nanjian thought to himself that it is also right. Anyway, he just ran out to avoid the blind date. There is an excuse is also good. Wu Qi, this brat, is probably just drinking and bragging. His Majesty may not take it to heart, and surely this Majesty has little real power. Such things as marriages have long been arranged, which can be related to yourself. Alright, counting that you've solved the trouble for auntie. Auntie will let you off today. After saying that, Wu Nanjia swayed her body and returned to the room she was resting in. Wu Qi was relieved to see this evil woman leave. The reason why he didn't say good things about Li Duan in front of his aunt, and bring out the good things about Li Duan, it was because he knew his aunt wouldn't believe him if he told her. The only way to find a chance to get auntie to meet with Lidane. Naturally, my aunt knew what it meant to be an outrageously handsome man. Even I'm tempted to look at it, let alone a woman. In the inner courtyard of the palace, the candlelight of the emperor's bedchamber swayed. Li Chen was checking the information of the surrounding countries. Many of these were secret reports sent over by eunuch Shui. The Ice Bear royal court to the north of the Tianzi dynasty had been crushed 600 years ago, hiding in the snowy mountain metaphysical domain. Since then, the Ice Bear court has disintegrated. As a result, after hundreds of years of recuperation, the mighty Snow Eagle race rose to prominence. The Snow Eagle court was established to make a comeback. It is said that they have been blessed with heavenly powers in the far north. The warriors of the royal court had stronger and fiercer bloodlines. If there was the Snow Eagle royal court alone, in fact, the Tianzi dynasty wouldn't be afraid at all. But the neighboring countries that are also coming on strong. Dusty Lee had been reading the information for a few hours and had a general idea of what was going on. Just as he was about to rest, the eunuch's voice sounded outside the door. The door of the bedchamber was gently pushed open, and a delicate figure quietly stepped in. Precisely the Empress Dowager. She was dressed in a delicate nightgown, the bodice of which clung to her chest. Even the loose robe couldn't hide her luscious, buoyant figure. The candlelight glowed with a soft luster, outlining the Empress Dowager's figure in a more delicate and moving manner. The Empress Dowager slowly stepped into the inner room, her pace light and graceful. It was as if each step was on top of a cloud. Those features were exquisitely picturesque, and the candlelight cast faint shadows on her face. It made her face more three-dimensional and alluring. Li Duan was a bit annoyed when he saw this. He had been working under a lot of pressure lately, and he hadn't been sleeping well at night. Are you going to let me sleep like this? Empress Dowager, you wanted to see me at this late hour? Chapter 28, come to me. You better be up to something. Look at what you're saying. Can't the morning family come to see you if there's nothing wrong? The Empress Dowager walked over to Li Chen's table and gently sat down on the seat next to her. Her movements gentle and delicate. She obviously didn't do anything strange, but the swaying of her body always gave an endless temptation. You better be something. Li Chen put down the information in his hands and said with some impatience. You have nothing to do. I'm trying to sleep, and you're not going back to the morning court tomorrow. Li Duan was thinking about whether he should pull this Empress Dowager to drape the curtain and share the pain. This idea of his was also unprecedented. What other new emperors were afraid of, he was truly not afraid of. Hearing Li Chen say this, the Empress Dowager's beautiful eyes made to roll her eyes. It's rare for me to be gentle. So you're not going to do anything about it, are you? If it were any other prince, he must not get up and thank him profusely. It's just that. Who let you be in the Saint realm? I'm not going to bother with you. It's not a big deal. Just 2 things. So what do you think of the Chu girl? The Empress Dowager came to inquire about the progress of Li Chen and Chu Ruoyan so that she could consider whether or not to cultivate Chu Ruoyan. If Li Chen didn't like it, she was good to pass the next one into the palace. I've spent very little time talking in the past 2 days, but I'm quite impressed with her. Li Duan was really busy lately and didn't have much time to find out. But taking down Chu Ruoyan was just something that would happen sooner or later. This Li Chen was very certain, because young girls around 18 still believe in love. They're pure, not yet tainted by the world. They also desire a Prince Charming and Cinderella romance. Just get them moving. They will even be willing to throw away everything to follow a man she has a crush on, even if the man is penniless. If it was a woman at this stage, then Li Duan would still need to put in some effort. But Chu Ruoyan is different. She is obviously a woman with some experience. I've seen a lot in the mixed bag that is the imperial city. This kind of woman knows exactly what she has to offer and what kind of man she wants. In Lai Dane's opinion, this would be too good to handle. After all, in his capacity as the emperor of the Saint realm, he wanted money and power. The strength is even more unmatched. When he came to deal with Chu Ruoyan, it was a direct descending blow. Khan's time now to get more comfortable with each other. As for feelings, that will have to wait until later. Okay, then let's do it according to your idea. The Morning family supports you in all of it. With that, the Empress Dowager seemed intent on getting up and leaving. I thought you said there were 2 things. Li Duan wondered. Oh, if you don't say it, Mourner has forgotten. The Empress Dowager moved her hip flaps and moved her body closer towards Li Chen's side, like it was going to be some little secret. Li Chen could feel the tantalizing body fragrance of the Empress Dowager. It's how that hot pot you ate last time was made. I asked the imperial cuisine to get a lot of ingredients for it. None of it has that flavor of yours. Hearing this, Li Duan was speechless for a while. You just make a mysterious look for this crap. I thought you were going to have some other kind of exchange. That hot pot won't work without the base. If you want to eat it, I'll write you an ingredient list. The Empress Dowager had helped him choose a consort, and he couldn't afford to be stingy. Li Duan took out a piece of paper and wrote some ingredients on it, but halfway through the book, he considered that the Empress Dowager couldn't eat anything too spicy, so just put this one on the side and revamped the ingredients. Even if it's just a hot pot ingredient list, after the Empress gets it, it was as happy as a little girl, like a treasure with a bright smile on her face. Li Chen thought that this Empress Dowager might really be a bit of a mouthful, but this kind of woman has a changeable personality and is good at disguise. It was impossible to see if this was her true face or not, or it could also be said that this was the look she deliberately showed Li Chen. What did she want from Li Chen? What was her ultimate goal? These Li Duan couldn't guess for the time being. The Empress Dowager looked broken all over, but that just happened to make it impossible to do anything about it. That was the woman that Li Duan found more difficult to handle. The moment she left Li Chen's bedchamber, the Empress Dowager put the formula away inside her lapel, restored that majestic physique and face. The aura of his body had changed dramatically, as if he were a different person. It made the nearby palace maids and eunuchs tremble. Perhaps while Li Duan found her difficult, she also found Li Duan very difficult. It seemed to her that Li Chen was acting too casually, as if he was interested in many things, but not very obsessive. She wouldn't be able to judge what Li Duan really needed, and thus do hold Li Duan. Being a woman of great ambition, who knows what she's really thinking. The next day, the morning light broke. The outline of the Forbidden City is becoming clearer in the mist, and the hour of the morning court has arrived. Outside the great hall, on the stone steps, the courtiers were dressed in their court dresses and were walking towards the great hall. And there was no lack of courtiers in the temple who had come in advance, and who stood is saying hello to the one that just walked in the door. Within the hall, it was even more brilliant and magnificent. The towering dragon chair was placed in the center of the hall, on which was carved a lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon. On each side of the dragon chair, a phoenix with spreading wings stood. Before Li Chen had even appeared, the hall was already bustling with activity. The ministers were either talking to each other or whispering, with a few moments of relief and laughter on their faces. Not a few of them were discussing where they would go after the next morning court. It's which restaurant to rub it in, and whose turn it is to treat us today. What's more, they talked about which lord's newly recruited dancers, and how they'd have to go and meet them sometime. The words were full of envy and jealousy. However, in the midst of this cacophony, there were a few ministers, such as Zhao Wenyuan, the chancellor of the dynasty. Who? They stood straight, their eyes firm and solemn. There was originally another one corresponding to his position, but this one was grounded by Li Chen for 7 days. The biggest official in the courtiers is now him. Just then, a long cry came from outside the Great Hall. Your Majesty has arrived. With this cry, the murmurs in the Great Hall instantly came to an abrupt halt. Only Li Chen, dressed in a dragon robe and wearing a crown on his head, walked in with a steady pace. There was a touch of idleness and indolence in his face, but the lifting of his hand, however, it exuded an unspeakable imperial pressure. Don't look at it as only being on the throne for a few days. That natural air of superiority that it made everyone present feel an inexplicable sense of awe and submission. Li Chen's arrival meant that this pilgrimage had officially begun. Only the Minister of War took the lead and walked to the front of the hall, presenting a piece of intelligence with both hands. His voice was loud and clear as he reported, Your Majesty, the humble servant has something important to report. Li Duan nodded, signaling please start your performance. After handing the information to the eunuch, the Minister of War said, That rebellious third prince, Hearing that His Majesty's Heavenly Majesty and Dragon's face were so angry that he was so frightened that he retreated overnight and dared not commit another offense. Such news. It is indeed a blessing for my dynasty and your Majesty's might. After taking a glance at Li Chen's reaction, the officials of the Ministry of Military Affairs began to agree. Your Majesty is wise and mighty, shaking the 4 seas and making those petty criminals flee from the wind. This is the destiny of heaven. And the people's heart is in the right direction. Our dynasty will enjoy peace for 1,000 generations. Above the Great Hall, the rest of the courtiers' compliments were endless. The Minister of War actually wanted to ask what his own boss, the Minister of War, would do. It was the same one that was sent by Li Chen to capture the third prince. But the Minister of War knew Li Chen's character, so he was afraid that if he asked that, Li Chen would send him out as well. That would be a big trouble. So it was a simple report to see how Li Chen would handle it. It was as if Li Duan had forgotten about this matter, stating that he knew about it and then nothing more. It seemed that the Minister of War could not return for a while, so the Minister of War had to return to his position. Next, a number of ministers reported on the situation in various regions. At this time, Yan Hai, the Minister of Rights, stood out. My humble servant Yan Hai, the Minister of Rights, has something important to report to your Majesty. Recently, the Northern Royal Court has sent an envoy to meet with your Majesty to engage in friendly exchanges and discuss matters of state. A matter that concerns the diplomatic relations between our two countries. I have come to ask your Majesty whether to arrange an audience with the envoy at once. Chapter 29, Who's spoiling you guys now that you're in the Saint realm? Requesting for recommendation tickets and collections. Altai and Adard had been waiting outside the temple for a long time. The younger brother, Adard, looked a little impatient, and the older brother, Altai, still had a bandage on his hand. The two of them went to the residence of Yan Hai, the Minister of Rights, last night, and told him about the matter, calling out that if they didn't give them both a satisfactory answer, it would be a provocation to the Snow Eagle Royal Court. At that time, Yan Hai, in order to pacify them both, and for the sake of the stabilized situation in the north, guaranteed to find the real culprit for both of them. Based on the descriptions of the two of them, Yan Hai judged that the ones who beat up the people were mostly the sons of the nobles. Lu Hao did have accessories on him to prove his identity. Today, Altai and Adard were bound to ask His Majesty of the Tianzi dynasty to give them both an explanation. After waiting for a while, the palace eunuch summoned them both to court. Both of them were on their toes as they made their way to the Great Hall. It's like an envoy from a superior dynasty who goes to an inferior dynasty to do some inspections. Not to mention the fact that today they both think they're in the right. Later on, in addition to having His Majesty of the Tianzi dynasty punish the murderer, the medical bills and such would certainly be unavoidable. Otherwise, the armies of the Northern Royal Court were not vegetarians, had been holding back a full stomach of words, but it turned out that when the two of them walked out into the courtroom, when he saw clearly the face of His Majesty, the new emperor of the Tianzi dynasty, he instantly froze in place. Isn't this the same kid who beat up Altai last night? How does he sit on the throne? He can't be the emperor. It was then that Altai reacted to why that kid had said see you some other time after beating him up yesterday. It turns out he wasn't afraid of my status as an ambassador. He knew I would come to him. It's broken. And you think about looking for trouble, and you end up delivering it to your door. At the first glance alone, the aura on the two noble ambassadors of the royal court was half a step shorter. It didn't have the same kind of swagger that it had just had. When the whole court saw the two of them in this state, they also felt very strange. Finally, it was Yan Hai, the Minister of Rights, who stood up and said, Your Majesty, yesterday, someone openly assaulted a royal court envoy in the downtown area. Such behavior is really against the state. and I implore your majesty to severely punish the culprits in order to set the court straight. He's the minister of rights. Diplomacy is his job. It was his task to pacify the ambassadors of the surrounding countries, and if Altai and Adder did not lose their temper, go back and tell them Khan that the armies of the northern royal court are coming south, and that there will be great trouble. So seeing Altai and Adder frozen in place, he thought the two didn't know how to talk and said it himself. The civil officials all began to talk about which of the honored sons was so illiterate that he dared to beat up the envoy. When the investigation is clear, they must make a joint petition to punish this honored one severely. Upon hearing this, Li Chen couldn't help but curl a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. Slowly, he spoke. Do you know why the two of them are afraid to speak? Yan Hai shook his head, but had a bad feeling. Li Chen said teasingly, I was the one who hit him yesterday. How does Lord Shangshu think I should be severely punished? The court was in an uproar at these words. Those civil officials who wanted to help were even more frightened that their hearts were racing. And those political opponents of Yan Hai, each one of them stifled their laughter. Searching for the guts of this guy. How dare you senate the emperor? I am terrified. I didn't know it was your majesty. I hope your majesty will forgive me. Yan Hai was so shocked that he fell to his knees at that moment. Punish his majesty severely? What a joke. What's the difference between that and seeking death? He looked at Altai and Adder next to him with an incredulous look on his face. Thinking to myself, you two are screwing me over? Didn't you say that a few honored sons beat you guys up? How come it was the emperor who moved? If he really knew that it was Li Chen who hit them, Yan Haina would definitely help Li Chen to make up for them a few times. I don't have the guts to complain. Yan Hai felt that he had also been unlucky lately, hitting the gun twice. The last time his subordinates clamored for him to attend his majesty, and it turned out that this time he really got it. You can't really hide from this in your life. Altai felt Yan Hai's gaze and was helpless. I didn't even say anything. You had to say that. Is it my fault? It's embarrassing now, isn't it? We both couldn't play dumb if we wanted to. The atmosphere in the Great Hall began to be gloomy and even Chancellor Zhao Wenyuan didn't dare to pick up the fight at this time. After a while, Li Chen's voice resounded in the hall. Go out and give yourself 100 smacks, and come in when you're done. Thank you, Lord. Yan Hai flew out of the hall, and soon, there was a popping sound from outside the hall. The force of that mouth was very hard, just as if he was afraid that Li Chen wouldn't hear it. When Yan Hai came back again, his face was swollen like a pig's head. This punishment is already considered light, for offending the emperor. Then the punishment would depend on the emperor's mood. After this lesson, Yan Hai no longer dares to talk too much. Stay away from the two ambassadors like the plague. It was Altai who reacted faster, and he made a kneeling bow that, seeing Li Duan as an envoy of a foreign state, he wanted to put the matter behind him. The younger brother, Aderd, seeing that his brother had already knelt as well. They're the only two ambassadors from the royal court to have knelt in the last few hundred years. All the other ambassadors of the royal court simply saluted. So what if Altai's hand was broken? He would have been the one who had nothing to do last night. If it had been someone else who had done it, he could still have weaseled his way out of it. But the one who made the move was His Majesty of the Tianzi dynasty, and he knew that he couldn't pull it off, so he might as well change the topic. Flatten yourself. There's something to talk about. Li Duan's words were still as simple and direct as ever. My humble servant has come here on the order of our Khan to form a marriage with the Tianzi dynasty, consolidating the friendly relations between the two countries. I hope that your majesty will grant it, Altai said in a serious manner. This matter has been guessed by many courtiers, and the 9th princess has reached the age of 18. It's even one of the imperial capital's double best. It is assumed that the royal court envoys have come here for this matter. With one princess for decades of peace on the border, the civil officials felt it was still a good deal. The military officials felt a little offended, but they were silent, and were used to it anyway. His Majesty, mostly for the sake of stability, will surely agree to it as well. Not to mention, they guessed right. Li Duan spoke with a smile on his face. No problem. It's still you Khans who have thought it through. He presumably knew that I had just ascended the throne and that the harem was vacant. So he made this proposal, and I could not refuse his good intentions. Tell you what, I've heard that you Khans have quite a few sisters, so give me 10 unmarried ones. Those who don't have enough can make their way to the royal blood relatives. After all, only if your blood relatives come over will we be able to ensure a closer relationship between our two dynasties. I have heard that there are many tribes in the north, and that there are many capable men and women, and that I don't want many of them. Each tribe to get together 200 to 500 beautiful women as a dowry can be. Anyway, the minimum of 200. You want to give more, I also come. As for the dowry, just have your Khan prepare 50,000 fine horses and 10,000 tons of prime beef. Li Chen had just finished saying this and seemed to be somewhat unsatisfied. But the whole court was already in an uproar. The two ambassadors were directly petrified in place. It's true that the emperor promised, but he opened his mouth to ask for it. It's always been the Northern Crown Court that's been claiming it, the late emperor and successive emperors, in order to make these barbarians a little more peaceful, thought that by giving these away they would be able to exchange them for decades of peace and stabilization of the situation, negotiate and agree. However, in recent years, the Northern royal courts have been demanding more and more frequently, which is indeed a source of frustration. Who knows? The new emperor Li Duan inverted the Big Dipper, directly justified in turn to be. Altai and Adard are confused. Isn't that our word? And we've never asked for so much. And Yu Tianzi dynasty is asking for so much? Li Chen is not impressed. He's given you so much. Now I'm going to get it back with interest. You're all in the sage realm now. Who's going to spoil you? Chapter 30. Who has consulted with you? And you are not qualified to consult with me. Everyone in the Great Hall stared and strained their ears. Some ministers have been in office for decades, but this is the first time they have heard someone dare to ask for this. Those who knew could still understand that Li Duan was making a request to tie the knot. Those who didn't know would think that Li Duan was robbing the Northern Royal Court. But then again, there's already no difference between his request and robbery. The civil officials, one by one, lamented and at the same time were a little uneasy, because if His Majesty really said so, it is bound to stir up conflicts, and I am afraid it will not end well then. Most of the people who read the book are looking for stability, and small favors can be exchanged for long-lasting peace. It's a great deal in both sense and reason. The military officials then smiled and laughed, as centuries of gloom seemed to be swept away by this new emperor. Li Chen's words gave them a feeling that they were able to straighten their backs and be human. The Ming and Ming dynasty is strong. Each time something is ceded to neighboring countries for the sake of stability, most kingdoms still know how to return a gift. Just the Northern royal courts only know how to ask for it. But the Northern royal court is very particular about what they want every time, and they want just a little bit. Without hurting the root of the Tianzi dynasty, the late emperor and successive emperors were too lazy to care. Over time, a little becomes a lot. It wasn't long before Altai and Adard snapped out of their days as well, and they both looked at each other and it was his brother Altai who spoke up. Your Majesty, you must have some misunderstanding. Our so-called marriage, shouldn't it be a princess from your dynasty marrying in our north? And you're asking for too much. Altai's original line was that he wanted Li Chen to marry off the ninth princess, then ask for some gold, silver, treasures and the like. For good luck. Isn't that what all the other royal court ambassadors want? His Majesty is so kind to talk about hundreds of beautiful women and tens of thousands of horses, 10,000 tons of bullheads but also the top grade. Into the goods are not so exaggerated well. What? You can't even give this point out, so you have the nerve to say you want to marry me? All of you know that you have to be thankful, and you still want my sister to marry. Are you provoking me? Li Chen snapped. His voice echoed throughout the great hall, the kind of majesty that could not be questioned. The military officials even began to look angrily at the two ambassadors under his infection. As long as Li Duan said something, he thought that some courtiers would go up and the two of them. Allow us to discuss this matter with the Khan. What do you think? Altai, even if he is an envoy, doesn't have much power in the Northern Royal Court, at least not the right to start a war as such. If the Khan does not want to go to war, the two of them said so without authorization, but go back to the head to be killed. Joke, I'm just informing you. I'm not discussing it with you. Go back and tell your Khan. I'll limit him to prepare it within half a year, or else I'll personally lead my troops to get it. Li Chen had capped it with a single sentence. Consultation? Who's negotiating with you? You're in no position to negotiate with me. When it came down to it, Li Chen was already too lazy to talk nonsense and directly had the two of them kicked out of the hall. How high and mighty Altai and Adard had been when they arrived, and how wretched they were now that they had been driven out. Because the Praetorian Guard is also dependent on the attitude of the emperor, who treats the Northern Royal Court in a friendly manner. They naturally didn't dare to offend the envoy, and now that the emperor had this attitude, where were the generals of the Forbidden Guards to be polite? Did you two just look down on us? You'd better be honest now, lest we do it. Altai and Adard walked out of the palace, disheveled and feeling like this trip down south isn't going anywhere. Didn't all the ambassadors in the past get a good reception? And when they returned they bragged about how great they were. How did it come to this with the two of them? Brother, what do we do now? We just go back empty-handed? Adard knew that Khan had seen the portrait of the 9 princesses and couldn't stop thinking about it. That colorful look is truly frightening. When he came, Adard even packed his bags and said he would get it done. And Khan even drank a bowl of wine with him. Now it's a mess. Oof. I'll be sure to speak to the Khan about this. It won't do for the Tianzi dynasty not to pay a price this time. Altai is simply putting up a tough fight. What else can I do if I don't go back like this? You dare to make trouble? Don't you know what realm the Emperor is in? Didn't you see how my hand was ruined? As we walked, Attard's brain flashed. Quietly, she said, I've heard that the 9th princess is fond of poetry and songs, and often studies at the imperial capital's academy. So why don't we? The only reason he dared to think that was because he was exempt from punishment when he returned. Anyway, the emperor of the Tianzi dynasty had said something so desperate that Khan would surely not let it go. Sooner or later, the two countries are going to have a bad relationship, so it's better to do something drastic. I have to say, Altai thought his brother had a lot of nerve, daring to rob someone in the imperial capital of the Tianzi dynasty, or robbing someone's princess. But in case it's going to work out, not only will they not be punished, but they'll be rewarded for going back. This is indeed a broken move. Okay, let's do that then. Let's go ahead and get some intel. Altai knew that he only had one chance and needed to think it through. With the end of the morning court, the news of the northern royal court envoys being given a humiliating beating by Li Chen quickly spread. The Empress Dowager's chambers. The full-bodied but not at all bulky Empress Dowager was exercising in the gossamer dance to maintain her enviable figure. The sunlight poured through the delicate windowpane, spilling onto her jade-like skin. It adds a little more softness and light. The Empress Dowager was dressed in a thin, cicada-like practice suit. Her full figure swayed gently as she moved. Every lower back, every kick, always with an ineffable flirtation and elegance. That's the secret to her gluttony, and yet she's able to stay in shape. The beloved palace maid had long since come to the door, but seeing that the Empress Dowager was practicing, she did not disturb. It wasn't until she had finished practicing for a week that she began to report the contents of today's morning court. The third prince's retreat was something the Empress Dowager expected. These princes would not fight a battle they were unsure of. Li Chen's revealed strength could indeed make them recalculate their countermeasures, but that doesn't mean they'll give up. It was only Li Chen's attitude that made her puzzled as to whether this kid wanted to manage, or didn't want to manage. In speaking of the envoys of the royal court of the north, the Empress Dowager murmured, His Majesty is a bit young and exuberant, but not exuberant that is still called young people. Empress Dowager, should we make an early layout in the north? The beloved palace maid had followed the Empress Dowager for many years, and many things were clear to her. The Empress Dowager's power is not just in the imperial capital, but in the northern borders, and even the northern royal court. There are all her people. The reason why the beloved courtesan said that was because she didn't think that this His Majesty was joking. Do as you think best, and remember not to expose the traces of the. There are a lot of people watching us these days. As you wish. When the Empress Dowager finished speaking, an aroma wafted into her nostrils, whetting her appetite. She's already had the imperial cuisine prepare all the ingredients Li Chen gave her yesterday. We're going to enjoy a good meal for lunch today. Except for the courtiers and the palace. The ones who reacted more violently to the event that were naturally the sons of the nobles. Especially a family like the Lu family that had fought in the northern battlefields. Then we'll wait for Li Duan to give the order. Lu Hao's father told Lu Hao to seize the opportunity to mingle in front of His Majesty. It will be just a matter of time before we can build our careers and soar to the top. And the repercussions of Li Chen's treatment of the royal court's envoys were huge within the academy on the western side of the imperial capital. Because the 9th princess, Li Xining, was studying at the largest Yunlu Academy in the imperial capital. Chapter 31, this kind of words, if it wasn't the Saint realm would he dare to say it? Yunlu Academy, set on the southern shore of the city in the Tianzi dynasty, is not only the largest academy in the imperial capital. It is even a holy place in the hearts of countless readers. The academy is situated on a lofty hill, which is surrounded by clouds and mist, just like a fairyland. Whenever the morning sun shines or the sun sets, the golden sunlight penetrates through the mist and sprinkles on the ancient and simple buildings, adding a little more mystery and solemnity. Early in the morning a convoy of cars slowed to a halt at the foot of the hill, and in the sumptuous carriages of the 9th Princess Li Xining stepped down slowly on a small ladder. The mountain breeze gently caressed her dress and long hair. Li Xining had loved reading since she was a child, and was the most prestigious talented girl in the imperial capital. Yunlu Academy, also her favorite place to come. She's here today to see this place one last time. For yesterday she had received news of the northern envoy's arrival in the imperial capital. According to the old rules of the past, she, the unmarried princess, was basically a victim of a political marriage. Although there is some reluctance, but as a member of the royal family, knowing the book, she has long been clear about this ending. She strolled along the verdant stone-paved paths of the Yunlu Academy. Looking at the lush pines and cypresses and seasonal flowers beside her, the air filled with the faint scent of books and flowers, which would have refreshed her mind. But now there is only gloom. Inside the academy, a familiar pavilion appears. The book depository, the lecture hall, the garden of meditation. These are the places where she often reads and listens. Meet the ninth princess. Meet the ninth princess. Wherever Li Xining passed by, a scholar would come over to greet him. She responded to them all with a nod of her head, and that smile was warm and subtle enough to make one's heart yearn for it. And yet, I dare not blaspheme in the slightest. Looking at the back of Li Xining's departure, all the scholars also sighed with a million sighs, and there seemed to be regret in their hearts. But there's nothing to be done about it. Student Li Xining, greetings to husband. Inside the stargazing pavilion, Li Xining saluted the husband in front of her. When the surrounding Confucians listening to the lecture saw Li Xining appear, they also began to rise and salute. There was more red tape for the readers, and the set of rituals took a lot of time. The ninth princess is here. Have a seat. Where was I just talking about? The person who spoke was the founder of Yunlu Academy, known as the Imperial Husbandman. He was in existence admired by countless readers of the Tianzi dynasty. He once traveled around the world and argued with countless great scholars without ever falling into a disadvantage. When the late emperor was alive, he also intended to recruit him to join the court as an official, but he politely refused. The man, Mikado, was pure, just preferring to read books and give lectures. He has many disciples all over the Tianzi dynasty, even in the imperial court. It can be said to be peachy. Anyone who thinks he's a weak bookworm is sadly mistaken. The imperial husbandman is 8 feet tall, with a bald head and large white beard, and a face full of cross-cutting meat. A thin white shirt couldn't hide those 16-pack abs, especially his arms, which were bigger than the average man's head. If this goes out in a different outfit, anyone would think he's a martial artist. The imperial husbandman reached the sage realm when he was nearly 70 years old, and then abandoned martial arts to pursue a career in the arts. I became obsessed with reading, and I read from morning to night every day, rejoicing at the knowledge I gained from the books. That's why, while traveling around the world, the main reason for arguing with other great scholars without falling behind. After all, the great scholar across the street had to consider his feelings even if he could speak over him. Otherwise, if this guy swings in a hurry, who can carry him? Over time, the reputation of the imperial husbandman spread, and many readers came to study. He then opened the Yunlu Academy in the imperial capital, and for a time, the reputation spread throughout the entire Tianzi dynasty. Li Xining was the disciple of the imperial husbandman, and the imperial husbandman admired her for this pure desire for knowledge. The late emperor was so busy with state affairs that he had very little time to care for Li Xining, and the time Li Xining spent in the academy, even more than at the palace. The imperial husbandman also loved her very much and treated her as if she were his own. This would be treasonous if it were on anyone else. How dare you treat the emperor's daughter like your own? But imperial husbandman was in the sage realm, and he had this kind of transcendent capital and status. Plus, the late emperor also came to the academy from time to time to play chess and talk with the royal master. Li Xining then became the favorite of the academy in name only. Not only the love of the imperial husbandman, but the vast majority of the scholarship school students who could breathe and were still alive. Who doesn't want to be a sidekick? Li Xining was one of the imperial capital's double best, with top-notch beauty and status. Whoever marries her will have decades less to go through. There were quite a few Confucians on the scene who were admirers of Li Xining. There had been a few scribes who had confessed their love to Li Xining, but they were discovered by the imperial husbandman. Give them a straight whirl out of the bookstore. Nothing like that has happened since. The imperial husbandman actually just wanted Li Xining to have a good reading environment. Didn't want to let complicated emotions disturb Li Xining, the princess who loved to learn. Husband, Xining has come to say goodbye to you today. The poignancy in Li Xining's words truly made the hearts of everyone who heard them ache. As a disciple of Yunlu Academy, there are many other fellow disciples in the dynasty, and the academy is naturally well informed. They naturally knew a thing or two about the royal court envoys coming to make peace. That's why when Li Xining came, many of the scholars revealed a look of regret. Hearing Li Xining come to say goodbye, the faces of the surrounding Confucians were instantly covered with indignation. How can the emperor be so weak and incompetent, to go so far as to trade peace for a moment of peace? A scholar in a green shirt clapped his hands, his eyes filled with anger. Yes, our dynasty is a great country. How can we let the royal court of that barbarian land bully us so? If we really marry the ninth princess, won't it be a disgrace to the world? Another scholar shook his head inside. The tone was full of helplessness and indignation. Your Majesty's move is indeed a pain in the ass for those who are close to you and a pain in the ass for those who are not. Where is the majesty of our dynasty? Where is the face of the people? An emaciated scholar clenched his fists, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. If this is true, how can we, as readers, sit back and do nothing? We must write a letter of advice. To right the dynasty. An older scholar stood up with a firm gaze and resounding words. The Confucians actually dared to speak directly about the emperor in this way, and if such remarks were to spread out, mostly it's going to kill your head. But this is the academy, and there is an imperial husband sitting there, and the imperial husband didn't stop it. Plus they were in love with Li Xining, and that went to their heads. The imperial husbandman also put down his book, gently stroking his beard and looking at Li Xining with a kind face. Xining, if you don't want to go, the academy is your home. When these words came out, all the Confucians in the audience were very excited. The imperial husbandman was in the Saint realm, and by saying this, he was trying to protect Li Xining. Not to mention this new emperor. Even if the late emperor came, he would have to give face to the imperial husband. Thank you, husband, for your kindness. Xining is a descendant of the royal family. I should do my part to stabilize the Tianzi dynasty. And thank you, husband and brothers, for your teachings. The more understanding Li Xining became, the more disheartening it became. The imperial husband actually didn't want to see Li Xining like this, but he respected Li Xining's choice. However, the Confucians in the audience exploded, and when they were thinking of submitting a joint petition with righteous indignation, Li Xining's maid ran in. Going back so soon? Li Xining thought the maid had told her to go back to the palace and wait for the marriage, because as long as she can't appear outside the palace after a marriage contract, this will affect the reputation of the royal family. When the maid said that His Majesty had agreed to make peace, Li Xining didn't have any ripples. She had already thought about it. However, the maid caught her breath, and only then did she relay the words that followed what Li Chen had said. His Majesty's promise of peace was not to marry the 9th princess to the north. Instead, they want the royal family of the northern royal court to marry into the Tianzi dynasty. After hearing Li Chen's lion's share of the price, not to mention Li Xining's eyes widened. Even the imperial husbandman had a slightly surprised look on his face. This news is like a spring breeze, instantly blowing away the haze in the hearts of the Confucians present. Their mouths instantly became respectful and pious, and they began to praise the emperor's brilliance. So it is. Your Majesty is really far-sighted. This move can not only show the majesty of our dynasty, it can also avoid the pain of the princess marrying far away. It is really a 2-for-1. The green-shirted scholar was the first to change his words, his tone filled with admiration. Yes, your Majesty's valor is overpowering, and such brilliant plans are beyond the reach of ordinary people. We have truly been villains in vain, and have nearly misunderstood His Majesty's hard work. Another scholar also hastened to concur. A look of shame came over his face. Your Majesty's move not only demonstrates the tolerance and generosity of our dynasty, and even more so, let that northern royal court know how powerful our Tianzi dynasty is. Truly a brilliant ruler of his generation. The emaciated scholar's eyes flashed with admiration. The words were full of praise for the emperor. Yes, the emperor is so wise, and we, as scholars, should be all the more loyal to our country. Serve the court. When that northern royal family marries in, our dynasty will be more prosperous. The older scholar also stood up excitedly, his voice filled with longing and anticipation for the future. Seeing this, the imperial husband were all speechless. Just now it wasn't you guys who cursed the most fiercely. How can you just change your face? Do you have any principles? How could Li Xining not have imagined that this brother, who usually kept a low profile and whom even she hadn't seen a few times? I can't believe it's so overbearing. The imperial husbandman pondered for a moment and said, Xining, your brother is definitely in the Saint realm without a doubt. Li Xining was puzzled. How can you see that? The imperial husbandman smiled faintly. This kind of words, if it's not the Saint realm would he dare to say it? Listening. Makes sense. For the first time, Li Xining was curious about a person. Chapter 32, To survive in the palace. You have to wear a mask. Not having to marry into the northern royal court and getting rid of her miserable fate, Li Xining was now in an extremely good mood. This was not just after returning to the palace. She immediately went to where Li Chen was. At the moment, she had a few moments of excitement and more. If a few other emperors had been emperor, she might not have been so nervous. Those emperors had favored her more since she was a child. The crown prince, as the future crown prince of the dynasty, was well aware of this hobby of his sister's, so she ordered people to go around collecting rare books to satisfy her desire for knowledge. Moreover, the prince was very knowledgeable and many times was able to answer her book confusions. Li Xining had always admired this big brother and felt that he would definitely be a bright ruler when he became emperor in the future, because she could see the majesty and wisdom of royalty in the crown prince. The second prince, an outstanding cultivator with exceptional talent. Whenever he returns from the clan, all of them would bring a special gift for Li Xining, and he still remembered that last time. The second prince had brought back a jade pendant that contained a rich spiritual qi. Whenever Li Xining wore it, she felt a stream of warmth flowing out of the jade pendant. It slowly surged into her body. Wherever this warm current passed, her meridians seemed to be gently nourished. Li Xining admired her second brother, having strength strong enough to call the shots. The third prince, the commander of the dynasty's border army, has been fighting for many years and has made great achievements for the dynasty. Whenever he returned in triumph, he would always bring some loot for the 9 princesses. Last time, the third prince brought back the spirit beast, the Song Wolf. She then raised her to be a fat dog that panted heavily when she took a few steps. He didn't say much to this brother, but every time he promised Li Xining he would do it, gave her a lot of respect. The other emperors, too, took much care of her, but these were all superficial, because Li Xining was a princess. The emperor had taught her from a young age to be knowledgeable. As a princess, you should like to read books. You should listen to your elders. Don't go too far with your requests and do things with your own identity in mind. Try to compliment your elder brother when you are under his care, and in the face of your father's favor, to show great delight. These her mother had told her since she was a child. Wanting to live in the palace, one must learn to disguise. It doesn't matter if you like it or not. What matters is that other people like it. People in the palace wear their own masks. People seem warm and seem to be on good terms, but hearts and minds are not the same. This was the main reason why Li Xining didn't like living in the palace. Only in front of Li Chen, she could remove her disguise and become that naughty and cute sister. Thoughts instantly went back to more than 10 years ago, when she especially liked to go and play with Li Duan, because there were a lot of toys in Li Dane's room that she'd never even seen before. One of her favorite toys to play with was called Lego, or so Li Chen told her the name. She thought it was so amazing that it could be pieced together to her liking. Other than that, it was Transformers that impressed her. At that time, Li Xining thought that this toy was so powerful that it could actually turn from a human form into a 4-tire car. There were also some beautiful girls with colorful hair. Li Duan told her they were called hand-me-downs, and wouldn't let her touch it. She was so sad at the time. Li Duan would also teach her to play Euro, yo-yo and the like. Whenever she was free, she liked to run to Li Duan's room to play with these toys. But since she was getting older, her father made her less exposed to Li Duan. Perhaps in her father's eyes, she should have been more in touch with her other brothers. It's the other brothers that are excellent. Too much contact with Li Duan will turn you into a playful mediocrity. As a young girl, she knew there was no way she could live the life she wanted. So Li Xining resumed her appearance as a princess, burying that love he had for Li Chen along with his naivety and naughtiness in his heart all alone. Then there was less communication. But today was different. Only her favorite brother was left in the palace. Maybe when she was outside the palace, Li Xining even pretended a little. Ever since she entered the palace, she started bouncing when she walked, because Li Chen was the emperor. Li Chen would not ask her to look like a princess. For the first time she felt that there was freedom in the palace. No longer is it the gloomy, dead-end palace. So Li Xining was excited because she was going to meet this brother later. Brother Li Chen is hiding so deeply. He's actually a strong person on the same level as Fu Zi. Li Xining felt that the reason why Li Chen had refused the peace offer from the Northern Royal Court, even directly provoking the Northern Royal Court, he must be heartbroken for her as a sister. The passing courtesans were even able to see that her eyes were filled with little stars of adoration. At this moment, a young girl in a gorgeous palace dress, lightly traveling between the long corridors of a curious and mischievous smile was on his face. She came lightly to the door of the imperial study. However, as she was about to push it in, a slender figure caught her eye. The figure was standing quietly under the window of the imperial library, slightly sideways. A pair of large, bright eyes peered curiously into the room through the window pane. Her figure was as delicate as a willow branch swaying in the wind in spring, making people unable to resist looking at her more. A wave of curiosity welled up in Li Xining's heart, and she approached gently and, as if afraid to disturb the silence, as her fingers rested lightly on the shoulders of the slender back of the other man was obviously startled by the sudden touch, only to see that beautiful woman turn around violently, her big watery Koslan eyes instantly glaring round and eyelashes fluttered like a frightened deer. Her hands unconsciously covered her chest. The slightly opened red lips revealed a hint of shock and shyness. That look, both cute and touching, made one's heart sing. Seeing this, Li Xining couldn't help but giggle. She felt that the girl's reaction was just too cute. She carefully surveyed the beauty in front of her, and realized that the other party was actually born with a beautiful face as well. No comparison to myself. This moment was the first time that the Imperial twin Jedi had met, and it was clear from the eyes that both of them were awed by each other's looks. Are you Imperial brother's consort? Li Xining asked curiously. There was a hint of mischief and tentativeness in his tone. The beauty sniffed, and 2 red clouds immediately rose on her cheeks, and she waved her hand shyly and, hastily explaining, No, I'm not. Seeming to feel that statement was not quite right, the beautiful woman changed her words again. I'm not for a while. Her voice was clear and pleasant, with a touch of rigor and cuteness. When Li Xining heard this, she felt even more amused. She didn't think there was such a sweet and strict girl under the sky. As a princess, she was not as formal as Chu Ruoyan in the palace. She blinked, her mind calculating that, as her brother's good little sister, it was only natural to help my brother keep an eye on this future consort to see how she really was. If it's really not possible, you have to tell your brother properly, and you can't let him be scourged by a demon girl. Just as Li Xining was about to say something, Chu Ruoyan made a shhh gesture and then he pointed into the royal study. Li Xining curiously came over to her face, and the two stunning faces came very close to each other. It made Chu Ruoyan's small face flushed again, and even had some small vertigo. Just as she reached the window, Li Xining heard the sound of cursing coming from inside. Chapter 33, Strange Talking Incident in the Imperial Study Room. Are you capable as a minister or not? So many people write folders to send at you, saying that every time you're asked to do official business, you either push or procrastinate, and that a small matter has dragged on for more than a year. Why don't you just go to hell? And you, even the cost of bricks and mortar for the paving of the palace you coveted at my feet. I count your ing guts. The guy next to you would be a Shingshu if he had half your mobility. That's right, the one who uttered these words was Li Xining's heartfelt brother, Li Duan, and in front of Li Chen, he saw two officials kneeling on the ground, shivering. By the way, you can still see a folded book, slammed with unerring precision into the face of an official. The officers was so scared that he was on the verge of fainting from the convulsions. It was the first time she had seen such an angry brother, and that imperial aura simply showed. It made Li Xining's already full favorability rise a few more points. Maybe whatever Li Chen did, even if it was walking or eating, Li Xining would like it. The good feelings were all on the rise. She just hadn't realized it yet. Next to her, Chu Ruoyan was also curious as to who this palace maiden was. In her opinion, this palace maiden looked like a fairy coming out of a scroll. Her skin was snowy and her eyebrows were picturesque. Her nose was high, and her lips were the color of a cherry. Even she, who had always been known for her beauty, was under a tremendous amount of pressure. Chu Ruoyan remembered one thing. Listening to this palace maiden just now seemed to call Li Chen emperor brother. Is it the princess? I hadn't heard that the relationship between the royal blood relatives wasn't very good, and that everyone was wearing a mask for good. But according to Chu Ruoyan's perception, the admiration and fondness for Li Chen in the eyes of this palace maiden, it really doesn't look like an act, and she didn't seem to be afraid of Li Duan, so maybe the two of them had a good relationship. Chu Ruoyan then wondered if she wanted to get on good terms with this palace maiden first. If she became Li Chen's consort in the future, this would be her own little aunt. But how embarrassing it would be if Li Chen didn't see himself. Most of all, the two of them were so close to each other's faces now. Chu Ruoyan wanted to move away, but she was afraid that the palace maiden would think that she was expressing her dislike. But how does it feel weird not to move away? Just as she was torn, already two ministers inside had already had their results. One rolled out on his own to wait for news. The other had already been carried out by the forbidden soldiers. You two come on in. Li Duan's voice soon reached the ears of the two beauties who were peeking through the window. Li Xining playfully spat out her tongue and walked in. Chu Ruoyan still had a somewhat restrained look, even more nervous than when she came a few days ago. In fact, it couldn't be blamed on her. Many people were afraid of coming to Li Chen's imperial study. Chu Ruoyan saw many courtiers, including the great General Guo Banyun, go in and come out either with shaky legs or covered in sweat. That's right, Li Dane's royal study. Like there's a rule freakout going on. It's a place where the ministers of the Tianzi dynasty are ghostly. Among the ministers, there was even a copy of the rules of the imperial household circulating. Rule number 1, upon hearing His Majesty's summons, please drop your business immediately. Arrive at the imperial study as fast as you can, or you'll be in danger. Rule number 2, when picking up a folded document that has fallen at your feet in the imperial library, whatever you see, please be sure to act scared, and beat to death not to admit what is written on the top of the fold, so you can survive for a while. Rule number 3, when His Majesty rises, never look him in the eye, or he'll think you're being provocative. Rule number 8, if you violate the above rule, you have been contaminated by weird talk. Please go to the noon gate yourself to receive a knife and end this strange talk. Perhaps in front of many people, Li Chen was terrifying, a majestic new emperor. Li Xining is more of a heartache. Listening to the husband said that being an emperor is very tiring. It sure looks that way now. As Li Duan's good sister, it was natural then to try to share for Li Duan. At this moment, in the imperial study, Li Chen also did not understand that when the late emperor was alive. It doesn't seem like there are so many folds. How is it that when you are the emperor yourself, these folders are sent here like no money? What he doesn't know is that during the reign of the late emperor, to balance the situation in the dynasty, he even had to take care of those old ministers who had followed him during the subterranean period. Many things were dealt with coldly, or not at all, and the courtiers probably understood the emperor's meaning of, then not a lot of the ones that go up to the playbook, who let Li Chen catch whoever he wants. He doesn't have a party, and he doesn't have to care about the feelings of these old ministers. Even the princes and great nobles cleaned up. Then the ministers were very energetic in their folding. As his political achievements continued to rise, Li Chen was naturally getting better and better in the eyes of his ministers. Especially those loyal ministers were privately comparing Li Chen to a generation of bright rulers. You have to know that saying that Li Chen is a bright ruler to his face is actually a compliment. Who cares? Saying it privately is very gold. It is equivalent to their sincere recognition of Li Chen. Inside the imperial study, Li Chen finished approving the last Zhangfang and gently rubbed his temples. Finally a break from the mountains of official business. At this time, Li Xining and Chu Ruoyan also slowly stepped into the imperial study. Seeing the two beauties appear, Li Duan's mood was also much better. Imperial brother, you're finally done with your work. With a few playful smiles, Li Xining, concern for Li Chen flickered in his eyes. Li Chen raised his head, his gaze gently falling on Princess Li Xining. Laughing, he said, I have indeed been a bit busy lately. Why are you free to return to the palace? Aren't you busy reading? Li Xining walked over to Li Chen and gently pounded his shoulders for him. Spoiled, I heard that the royal brother day and night work hard. This is not my heartbroken brother. Want to come back to help you share some well. The two of them hadn't seen each other for a long time. Plus Li Chen was after the emperor. There weren't too many rules binding them here. Li Xining then began to pour out her grievances, talking about the hardships she had suffered over the years. Usually her mother makes her learn this and that, and many things don't interest her. Still being forced to learn. On holidays, there are celebrations in the empire. She wants to go, but she can't. It's so boring to just listen to the buzzing atmosphere outside. For his part, Li Duan said, don't worry, since I've become the emperor, who else but me is in charge of you? The two of them were chatting so much that they even forgot there were other people here. Chu Ruoyan even felt as if she wasn't a bit redundant here. After chatting for a while, Li Xining seemed to have remembered something, and her complexion became somewhat solemn. Imperial brother. In fact, there's something else I almost forgot to mention when I came back this time. Li Duan froze slightly, enjoying the massage while signaling her to continue. Li Xining took a deep breath and said, tomorrow is the 20-year anniversary of the founding of Yunlu Academy. There will be great scholars from all walks of life, and even students from all over the world who come here just to see the elegance of the academy. I specially asked Imperial Brother to be present at that time to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the establishment of the academy, and also to allow the world's readers to look up to the holy authority. Feel the wisdom of your royal brother, the husbandman of Yunlu Academy? This Li Duan had heard of him, one of the few saint realms in the imperial capital. Li Chen remembered that when the late emperor was on the throne, he had invited him to join the dynasty as an official many times, but he had politely declined. Even the late emperor visited him personally at the academy, and he had not been so willing. How is it that now, all of a sudden, he wants to reach out to me? It's rare to be able to run into a strong person of the same realm, and to put it bluntly, they're all hanging out in the same place. Li Duan also wanted to get to know this one, so he agreed. Good, I will definitely come to the grand ceremony in person tomorrow to celebrate with the world's scholars. This answer of his would be more official, representing the emperor's attitude. Seeing Li Chen agree, Li Xining was also very happy. Then she glanced at Chu Ruoyan next to her, with a bad smile on his face. He said, royal brother, are you guys still going on a date? Li Chen blankly glanced at her and replied, since you know, why don't you quickly disappear? Yes, sir. As Li Xining left, she also gave Chu Ruoyan a cheering expression that, it made her a little oddly embarrassed. Chapter 34, A well-matched couple. In the eastern part of the imperial capital city, Chu Ruoyan was internally cheering herself on continuously. She had been preparing all night for today's date and had even planned her route. After all, yesterday was spoiled by two guys who got in the way. Today she purposely chose a place where her acquaintances wouldn't show up, and that was the imperial capital's famous dating mecca, In-Law Mountain. The reason why Marriage Hill is famous, besides the 100-meter-high marriage tree on the hill, there are also many touching love stories, but that's beside the point. The point is that there are many activities on the mountain that can enhance friendship between couples. Li Dust House in the palace for a long time. Long heard that there is this place, now or the first time to come. The scenic beauty of In-Law Mountain is like a flowing picture scroll, with mountain flowers and colorful butterflies flying around. The air was lightly scented with flowers. The fallen leaves paved a golden path that made a rustling sound when people stepped on it. There are a lot of couples going to and fro, but there are also a lot of people who go up alone to seek marriage. Not only is In-Law Mountain rugged, but it's also very high in elevation, and the further up you go, the fewer people there are around. Li Chen and Chu Ruoyan were both cultivators, even if the road up the mountain was rather rugged, but it's not hard for them at all. When she was a good halfway up the mountain path, Chu Ruoyan secretly took out her small notes and glanced at them. On the front stretch, she devised a little session where she twisted her foot. The reason why he chose the front position was also because he was afraid that Li Chen would find it too tiring. To act realistic, she had come to In-Laws Hill all last night to walk through it. It could be seen that Chu Ruoyan was also very attentive for this date. She was doing this homework even more seriously than practicing. One step at a time, Chu Ruoyan was nervous when she walked to the more difficult steps of the section. The mind had begun to wander. She was a little worried that Li Chen would see that she was acting. What if Li Chen thought she was scheming? Why didn't I think of that myself yesterday? To pick a better place. Thinking about it so much that I didn't pay attention to the steps under my feet and literally twisted my foot. That subconscious backward breath, and that slightly pained expression of, it really doesn't seem like an act. At this time, Chu Ruoyan's little obsession appeared, and I don't know what she thought about it. It seemed imperative to walk to the intended location. Ladena must have been very understanding, picking her up and placing her on the grass next to her. Give her a massage where she twisted it. As a Saint realm, he could indeed use his abilities to help Chu Ruoyan's legs reduce the swelling. But is it necessary? Of course it's not necessary. This is an unparalleled welfare link. So naturally, it should be cherished. The delicate, smooth feel on those calves during the massage was so endearing. In fact, when they first met, Li Chen realized that Chu Ruoyan had a tall figure. Those are really long legs. How exciting it would be to carry it on your shoulder. But there were still passers-by coming and going here. If it were anywhere else, Li Chen wouldn't even let her go. After rubbing it for a while, Li Chen carried Chu Ruoyan on his back. And by the way, you can feel the softness coming from your back. It's safe to say that the two of them are just tacitly in sync with each other on this wave. Each other achieved what they wanted. There's no need to be so squirmy when you probably understand each other. It wasn't that Chu Ruoyan wasn't reserved. As a woman, she would definitely be a little shy inside. However, she knew more clearly what kind of person Li Duan was. And after this village, there would be no more this store. Didn't see Lu Hao and Wu Qi's virtue of hating themselves as women. Yesterday was all about not being proactive enough to realize that those two guys took advantage of the situation. It was a rare chance to be alone with Li Chen today, so he had to make the most of it. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at the top of In-Law Mountain. Right in front of you is the legendary marriage tree that represents love. While shaking the signature requesting cylinder, Chu Ruoyan had been silently asking for a good signature, preferably a top one. Li Chen, on the other hand, activated his gong method and directly made Chu Ruoyan shake out a top sign. One of them expects God's blessing, the other has the ability to choose for himself, and they both end up wanting each other. Next up were little activities on the mountain, like carrying people across bridges blindfolded. One man blindfolded, one man directing the way forward, and if he goes the wrong way, he'll fall into the pool of. Test each other's understanding. For a fee, the staff here will also say a romantic moral. To put it bluntly, with some little game of, allow shy couples to increase some physical contact as a way to improve their relationship. Aside from that, there are a few more simple activities, but these two, who participated in the event, each other has their own plans. The most outrageous thing is that the two of them inexplicably go well together, even if Chu Ruoyan sometimes misses the mark. But it was as if Li Chen knew what she was planning, and was always able to help her accomplish it, taking advantage of her in the process. There have actually been a number of hiccups during this period. Let's say a woman with a cape on her head and a voluptuous body accidentally falls over. Even a glimpse of the stunning face on the opposite side of the room. Li Duan would indeed be able to hold the fullness of this benefit if he were to pick it up, but he simply urged the energy in his body to make this woman stabilize her form. He got Chu Ruoyan's appreciation for this approach, as well as the cloaked woman's gratitude. While doing the mini-game, you can also see two big aggressor seeds, fighting over a woman. It hinders everyone's normal activities. Li Dust didn't even bother to speak, just sliding his fingers to point in the air, and the two of them directly vomited blood and fell to the ground. Knowing that they had angered the strong man, these two immediately got up and apologized, and just left. In front of a truly strong man, the two of them didn't dare to go to the head because of a woman. That was just a lesson just now. If you don't know any better, you won't be spitting blood. But the people in the neighborhood don't think so. They think it's the god of in-laws showing up, punished the troublemakers here. As a result, many more people ran to the marriage tree to pray. And here, another legend. but the Chu Ruoyan beside her saw clearly. This is not a manifestation of the god of marriage. Standing before them is the true god. The pleasant day ended there, and it was dusk when they both descended the mountain. Chu Ruoyan was very touched. It had been 3 days. Finally a decent date. This in-law mountain is good in every way. The only thing that makes Li Duan dissatisfied is that, surprisingly, there is no one nearby to open a 5-star inn or the like. Even if there is a clock room, really will not do business. However, today's purpose had been achieved. Taking down Chu Ruoyan was just a matter of time. Dating is all about feedback. If a woman really likes it, then she will naturally show initiative. In Li Duan's opinion, that final result was important, but the process involved was also indispensable. With his strength and status, it would be too easy if he simply wanted beauty. Of course, he didn't rule himself out of doing it later, but for a woman like Chu Ruoyan, he enjoyed the process of obtaining it even more. After all, he was able to tell the difference between who he lived with and who he had a good time with. Chapter 35, Not so soon, but soon. At night, the Chu family residence. Chu Ruoyan paced back and forth in the room, looking a little preoccupied. Today, we must make it clear to Xiaoming, and absolutely not give him a chance to open his mouth. She now had a high favorability rating for Li Chen. Where would she still go far away from Xiaoming? It was just that Xiaoming had never known this and thought that Chu Ruoyan was enduring humiliation at Li Chen's side. But there was one thing Xiaoming knew. If he didn't act quickly, then Chu Ruoyan wasn't enduring humiliation at Li Chen's side. But underneath, the thought of his goddess colliding with someone else made him scratch his head a little. Gnashing of teeth. The remnant soul of the saint in Xiaoming's necklace thought that this emotion would delay Xiaoming's cultivation. It can even go off the rails in severe cases. But before the saint's remnant soul could persuade him, it was surprised to find that Xiaoming, at a time like this, the speed of cultivation was actually increasing violently. The remnants of the holy man began to suspect that this disciple of his, is there some special attribute on it? Chu Ruoyan is also aware of Xiaoming's temperament. What he determines will never change. Definitely coming back tonight. All kinds of euphemisms that were also well prepared. She absolutely had to preemptively open her mouth and make things clear. But the problem was that Xiaoming didn't give her a chance to open her mouth this time either. Just as Chu Ruoyan was pacing back and forth, a short sword pierced through the window with unerring precision. It stabbed steadily into the wall of Chu Ruoyan's room. Chu Ruoyan thought that it was some kind of concealed weapon, but it was only when she looked closely that she realized that there was a letter on the short sword. The letter reads, "I know every day you're here is an ordeal, and you don't miss me too much. See you in 5 days." Chu Ruoyan was angry after reading it. This guy is really not giving me a chance to explain? She only hoped that Xiaoming would not make any trouble, or it would not end well. Should I talk to Li Duan in advance? But what could Xiaoming do at that realm of Li Chun? On the other side, inside the mansion where Wu Qi lived. Why? See how listless you are? Wu Nanjian, who was eating fruits, saw his nephew coming back listlessly. Just curious. Nothing. I just didn't wait for the person I wanted to wait for. And yet you spend a day wide-eyed with someone you don't want to see. Wu Qi sat directly on the threshold with a tired face. He went to the Chu family residence early this morning to squat, just because he wanted to follow Chu Ruoyan. From there, you can go and please the goddesses, man. He also found Lu Hao near the Chu family residence. That guy was probably thinking the same thing. The two of them despised each other a little and didn't say much. But strangely enough, the two of them didn't find Chu Ruoyan coming out of the mansion today. Has the goddess been snubbed by his majesty? It really was a day of squatting before the two of them returned to where they were staying. Actually not. Chu Ruoyan had long guessed that the two of them would do this, so she didn't go out through the front door. Instead, they went over the side yard fence and left. Wu Qi and Lu Hao naturally couldn't block her. But I heard that His Majesty will attend the Yunlu Academy's grand ceremony tomorrow, so we can try our luck then. Thinking of this, he looked at Wu Nanjian who was eating fruit. Wu Qi was thinking about how to lure his aunt to Yunlu Academy. If Auntie is in His Majesty's sights, then he himself will have accomplished a great deal. Wu Nanjian also did not expect that this nephew of his really wanted to sell her. Auntie, didn't you go to In-Law Mountain today? And what was the result of seeking lots? It's okay, the scenery's pretty good there, and the in-laws and stuff are just for fun. Your aunt doesn't believe in that stuff. In fact, she had asked for a top sign, and the interpreter indicated that she would meet her true destiny in the near future. Wu Nanjian felt that the sign interpreter was merely speaking auspicious words and didn't care too much about it. Did you meet any interesting people? This question was not answered by Wu Nanjian, but she did meet a man. The man's breath was strong. He was also very handsome, and most of all, his eyes were very clear. It did give her a lesser feeling. Seeing Wu Nanjian's silence, Wu Qi began to change the topic and talked about the Yunlu Academy. This had piqued Wu Nanjian's curiosity. I've heard your grandfather say that the husband of Yunlu Academy is a powerful person of the Saint realm. Your grandfather once had a meeting with him and spoke quite highly of him. Seeing that his aunt was interested, Wu Qi must have gone along with the conversation. Finally, under his softly coaxing, Wu Nanjian promised to accompany him to take a look tomorrow. In the deep palace, when Li Chen returned to his chambers, found a saucy figure lying on his bed. At this, he didn't feel very surprised because this person was Li Xining. After leaving the imperial study, Li Xining went straight to Li Chen's chambers. It had been a long time since she had been here, but every time she came, it filled her with joy. Outside the demure and virtuous ninth princess, here she was just a big girl releasing her nature. Familiarly, he opened a door, and inside were toys that Li Dane used to make for himself when he had nothing better to do. I don't know why, even after playing it many times, Li Xining still really likes to play with that toy called Lego. Now that Li Duan wasn't around, this was her territory. It's nice to feel like you don't have to pretend. Under her skillful hands, Lego is transformed into all sorts of marvelous buildings. It took a full 2 hours, and she even finished a small palace. At this time, it would be great if he could still get a compliment from Li Duan. Hey, why isn't my brother back yet? How long is this date going to take? Li Xining yawned, looking slightly tired, and flopped down on Li Chen's bed. She inhaled violently, a satisfied smile on her face. The smell that lingered on the quilt pleasured all the cells in her body. Without realizing it, she fell into a deep sleep while hugging Li Duan's pillow. When Li Xining opened her eyes again, a godly handsome face that she had longed for appeared before her. Brother, you're finally back. Li Xining slowly opened her eyes, which seemed to contain stars, and in her sleepy haze, reveals an unearthly stained innocence and tenderness. Her lashes fluttered gently, and those eyes came into focus. There were still a few moments of first awakening disorientation in her eyes, enough to make the heart grow fonder. Her long, waterfall-like hair fell casually over the pillow, and a few strands of it brushed her cheeks gently. It adds a bit of softness and femininity to her, and underneath the long, soft hair was the white, fragrant shoulder that her left side unobtrusively revealed. The skin was as delicate as porcelain, with a light powdery luster that drew people's attention. As Li Xining stood up slightly, those fragrant shoulders became even more conspicuous. I can't help it. I don't want to come back, but I have a lot to do tomorrow, Li Duan said casually, and at this time, Li Xining's pretty face pressed over, revealing a bad smile. How did it go? Speaking here, Li Xining compared a circle with her left hand, and her right index finger moved back and forth in this circle. Ahem, not that soon, but soon. Li Duan was also at a loss as to who taught her all this. Did the late emperor tell her to read books? And that's all she's been reading? Probably no one would have guessed that the two of them could have such a simple and brutal conversation. Chapter 36, As long as I haven't practiced myself to death, that proves I'm practicing right. Hearing Li Chen say that, Li Xining patted his shoulder and said in a serious tone, Brother, you still need to work hard. Prince brother, at your age, consorts are more than 10. Li Chen gave her a blank look. Wasn't I busy cultivating before? But the death of the crown prince has always been a mystery, and the investigation has not yielded any results until now. According to some intelligence, it seems that the crown prince knew that he was going to die, but at that point in time, he removed the guards again, which is unfathomable. The matter had been under investigation by the Ministry of Justice, and Li Chen actually didn't have too much free time to worry about it. It's just that as the current emperor, one has to be aware of these things. Just as he was thinking about the problem, Li Xining spoke again, but brother just needs to work hard. It's only a matter of time before we overtake brother prince. Li Chen, what a black joke. I can't even take it well. Can't the prince come back to life and take a concubine? Then again, you didn't mess with anything in my room, did you? Li Duan directly changed the topic. Don't worry, I still know which things my brother won't let me touch. When Li Xining said this, she came to the palace she had just put together with Lego. Then he kept on coughing and rocking back and forth to attract Li Chen's attention. It felt like a puppy dog that got something good and wanted to be praised by its master. If Li Xining had a long tail, it would be wagging constantly by now. Wow, who put this together? It's a work of art. I must pay a personal visit to this master artist sometime. Hearing Li Chen say that, Li Xining's pink moist lips couldn't help but curl up, a smug look on his face. Will, the master of the art is right in front of you. After waiting all night, she finally waited for Li Chen's praise, so she was naturally very proud. In Li Xining's opinion, all the glory in this world was inferior to Li Chen's compliments. The daily routine of this sibling pair was just so plain and simple, and Li Duan coaxed her as if she were a child. These props in Li Chen's bedchamber, as long as she wanted to play with them, Li Chen would not refuse. except for hand-me-downs. Of course, just as the two of them were chatting, Li Duan realized that his system panel had actually updated. Congratulations to the host for completing the quest Crossing the Levels of Challenge. Rewarded with Heavenly Meridian Strengthening Elixir X10. Time-limited quest, Fierce Mysteries. Mission requirement, the host needs to work hard to raise to the middle stage of the vein opening realm. And you need to obtain a top-quality treasure from the middle of the wild secret realm for a limited time of 60 days. Li Duan didn't know how to spit out this quest for a while. The two people that he had casually cleaned up on Inlaw Mountain should have had cultivators in the middle stage of the vein opening realm. It also seems to be a mistake. This Heavenly Meridian Strengthening Pill is absolutely precious. It was able to accelerate the speed at which a cultivator at the vein opening realm strengthened his meridians. And the system gives them all heavenly products. The pills in this world were categorized into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow, and each grade was also divided into different qualities. The system is all about giving to the best, and you can't say it's stingy, but it is useless for yourself. What's more, this wild secret realm was indeed a more dangerous place. According to Li Chen's understanding, the wild secret realm was the fastest way ordinary cultivators could obtain resources. It's also a more dangerous place. Wild secrets appear randomly, with no set refresh point, and the fixed resources of this world, such as spiritual fields, spiritual mountains, mineral veins, and so on, all of them are under the control of the major powers, and all of the official Tianzi dynasty occupies a lot of them. If cultivators of the Tianzi dynasty wanted to obtain resources, entering the combat academy was undoubtedly the best option. The clans and big clan forces, at most, occupy an area that. The Tianzi dynasty was a huge kingdom. The state will feed you as long as you excel in the combat academy. This was the main reason why both Li Duan and the late emperor had emphasized this aspect. In the case of the Payload Combat Academy, on opening day, you think you're a 1 in a million genius, crowning the 8. It turned out that your classmates were even more terrifying than you, and those were all martial arts champions from various regions, who was not chosen out of millions. The stability and development of the Tianzi dynasty was in great need of these backbone forces. Resources are definitely important if you want to raise your cultivation quickly. The great sects formed alliances and were in conflict, also because of the distribution of resources. The current Li Duan had all the good resources in his hands, but they just weren't very useful. Thinking about this, Li Chen suddenly looked at Li Xining. Wait, the system said that it would definitely be able to help cultivate himself to the great perfection of the Saint Realm. So that means that one could just follow the system's process and get a Saint Realm Great Circle out? System quests are dangerous, and that's really only for people who have just activated them. In this way, himself, a full-grade magnum, you can just swipe a full-leveled trumpet out of it? To say that he would give these resources to others, Li Chen would not even bother to give them even if they rotted in his hands. But if you give it to Li Xining, then you can indeed try it. But before that, Li Duan had to make sure that his sister hadn't practiced. Come here. Seeing Li Xining's happy face, Li Chen shouted, seemingly hearing the order. Li Xining didn't even ponder why before running to Li Chen. Reach out. Li Xining's white and tender left hand was then placed in front of Li Chen. The other one, Lithgow, held out another hand, but didn't ask why. All she knew was that Li Duan shouted so, and she did as she was told. Li Xining was not going to refuse any of Li Chen's requests. Li Chen's hand was on her pulse, checking her physical condition. This little ninny really hadn't practiced. She was simply a blank sheet of paper. After making up his mind, Li Duan was ready to practice this trumpet. The reason why it's Li Xining is because she's obedient. Do you want to become the Saint Realm? Li Dust. This came up as a big cake. Feed her first. As soon as she heard about the Saint Realm, Li Xining's eyes lit up and said, brother, are you passing on your lifelong cultivation to me? But don't worry, brother. When I become a Saint Realm, I will definitely snatch many harems back for you. Li Duan said with a speechless face. You've read novels for stupidity, haven't you? If I channeled any energy to you at this level, your body would have to explode. And if it wasn't for the fact that your last sentence was okay, I wouldn't even bother teaching you. Cultivation in this world starts with quenching the meridians. The meridians would be damaged if they couldn't withstand the powerful ability, and frequent activation of the meridians would also cause loss. So most of the cultivators were similar to normal people. Li Xining actually didn't care that much about cultivation, but it was an excuse to be able to contact Li Chen often. Then she will naturally try. Seeing that my sister has made her realization, Li Chen then gave her the previous newbie gift pack of Heavenly Grade Vein Strengthening Dan and the 9 Heavenly Dragon Vein Technique, along with the Heavenly Grade Meridian Strengthening Dan. And hand in hand, he began to teach her how to cultivate, which meridians on her body to cultivate first and so on. The next day, when Li Chen woke up from his sleep, he was surprised to find that Li Xining, after a night of cultivation, it had already reached the early stage of the vein opening realm. This terrifying speed, I'm afraid that even a genius of the second prince's level would be out of reach. In other words, Li Xining had officially stepped into cultivation. Li Chen had planned to advise her to slow down, and it would be best to consolidate at the vein opening realm. It helps to settle a bit more so that you can improve later on. However, remembering that he had reached the early stage of the vein opening realm in 10 minutes before, he felt as if it was nothing. Anyway, Li Duan's approach to cultivation is simple. As long as I haven't practiced myself to death, that proves I practiced correctly. Chapter 37, this one, however, is an emperor of the Saint realm. There's a shabby little courtyard in the 7th ring of the empire. This is the place where Xiao Ming practices daily. It was also one of the former residences of the remnants of the saint's soul in his necklace. Inside, there was a secret room that hid the treasures that the saint's remnants used to collect. It was by relying on these things, as well as the guidance of the saint's remnant soul, that Xiao Ming, from a genius of a downtrodden family, he turned into a heavenly pride ranked at the top of the imperial capital. Early in the morning, Xiao Ming was practicing diligently, and the majestic energy was running through his meridians. His strength was also rising, and he was vaguely on the verge of breaking through to the middle stage of the void-breaking realm. The remnants of the Holy One were very emotional when they saw this. Originally, according to his estimation, Xiao Ming would not be able to break through for at least 2 more months. However, these few days of humiliating cultivation had caused Xiao Ming's cultivation speed to rise by leaps and bounds. As a former continental powerhouse, the saint's remnant soul naturally observed some details. Xiao Ming was born in a city on the border of the Tianzi dynasty, and had been a household name in the area as a genius since he was a child. It also showed a sizable talent for cultivation. But the good times didn't last long, and one day, more than a decade ago, the enemy came to the door. Father killed, mother taken captive, family destroyed. He escaped from his enemy's pursuit all by himself. The Xiao Ming at this stage is the real genius, demonstrating an amazing cultivation speed. The many dangers he encountered along the way from the frontier to the imperial capital, which he repeatedly turned into a safe and a qualitative improvement in strength, by an ordinary small-town genius, growing up to become a heavenly pride that ranked in a core area like the imperial capital. As time passed, the saint's remnant soul realized that Xiao Ming's cultivation speed began to slow down. The saint's remnant soul now recalled that the boy should have met the first redhead on the way to the. It started to happen. It just wasn't obvious at the time. On the way, he also encountered a number of young girls, but Xiao Ming still insisted on coming to the imperial capital. The problem lies in the imperial capital, where he meets Chu Ruoyan, a stunning woman who makes him swoon. In other words, at this point in time normally, Xiao Ming was definitely not cultivating in the courtyard. Instead, they ran to the training grounds of the disciples of the lineage to fight over Chu Ruoyan, fighting with Lu Hao and Wu Qi, 2 geniuses. The saint's remnant soul felt that if Xiao Ming hadn't wasted so much time, the cultivation level was at least higher than even Lu Hao. But Xiao Ming was young and had pursuits, and the saint's remnant soul naturally understood that as a master. Everyone loves beauty. As long as you practice normally, you can have a very high cultivation level without any surprises. The last natural thing to do was to find a way to resurrect the saint's remnant soul, and at that time, the saint's remnant soul would then take him to impact the saint realm. As for whether or not Xiao Ming would be able to rush up before his lifespan expired, that would depend on his life. As a master, there was only so much he could do. But now, with Chu Ruoyan's departure, the saint's remnant soul realized that this disciple of his was rising in cultivation at a terrifying rate, even more terrifying than at his previous peak. If we keep up this speed, then becoming a saint realm is just around the corner. The remnants of the saint's soul were tempted to say, if you had practiced like this, hasn't that wench been your woman for a long time? The saint's remnant soul also blamed himself a little. It was all because he, as the master, hadn't realized that what does Xiao Ming, a small child, know? Women would only affect the speed of his cultivation. The more humiliated, the more able to endure loneliness. That cultivation speed is naturally fast. So on the matter of taking Chu Ruoyan away after 7 days, the saint's remnant soul began to hesitate. If this kid and that girl are dating, what's the point of practicing? It's not full of baby making. By then, not only is the kidney weak, but the concentration is not focused. This life will be overall. It's even more hopeless for the old man to expect you to come back to life. Thinking about it, the saint's remnant soul felt that not only could he not allow Xiao Ming to take away Chu Ruoyan, he even had to find a way to make Chu Ruoyan get together with that emperor earlier. This kind of humiliation would be able to make Xiao Ming rise up and cultivate. To put it bluntly, this kid is he won't cultivate properly if he doesn't do it himself. The saint's remnant soul looked at Xiao Ming. It's not that the teacher won't help you. The teacher is doing this for your own good. After making up his mind, the saint's remnant soul began to plot what to do next. How could Xiao Ming, who was practicing bitterly, not expect that in a few days, there would be a person who would win? Only he's hurt in the world. On the other hand, Li Chen was in a very good mood at the moment, finally having a reason not to go to the morning court. As the sunlight first sprinkled, the capital city of the Tianzi dynasty was bathed in a golden glow. Today is the day of the once-in-a-decade ceremony at Yunlu School. The entire capital was immersed in a festive atmosphere. Many readers who have traveled from afar are treating today as a day of pilgrimage. And in the midst of all this festivity, the most striking of all, there was nothing like the imperial carriage that was slowly approaching the academy. Above the carriage, the great flag of the 9-measure-high carriage fluttered in the wind. The 12 tassels hanging from the flag swing lightly like tassels, and the sun, moon, and rising dragon patterns drawn on the flag face are vivid, as if they are ready to soar into the clouds at any time. Straight to the clouds, driven by 6 rare and exotic beasts, which are both the hybrid offspring of a unicorn and a dragon. Also possessing extraordinary strength and wisdom, each step caused the ground to tremble slightly, demonstrating the majesty and dignity of royalty. The carriage was surrounded by forbidden soldiers, dressed in iron armor, armed with lances, and with firm eyes, swear to guard Li Chen in the carriage. Of course, this was the one escort that the Forbidden Army didn't have to worry about the most. After all, Li Chen was in the Saint realm, who has nothing better to do than attack him. Having said that, the Forbidden Army still put forth 200% of their spirit, and His Majesty's majesty could not be questioned. Wherever the carriage in which Li Chen was riding went, all the people knelt down. Awe and devotion were written all over their faces, as if they were greeting a heavenly god who had descended to the mortal world. Finally, the carriage slowly stopped at the entrance of Yunlu Academy. At this moment, a white-bearded old man with an upright figure and 16-pack abs slowly stepped out. He was none other than the master sage imperial husbandman of countless readers in this Tianzi dynasty. Possessing the cultivation of the sage realm, he was even better at literature and martial arts. And in this world where the strongest is the most respected, he is proud enough to look down on heaven and earth. Today, however, he had personally welcomed him to the entrance of the courtyard, a move that, it was a shock to everyone in the room. You should know that when the great scholars of other countries visited, the imperial husbandman was just making tea and waiting upstairs in the Stargazers building. Even when the late emperor of the Tianzi dynasty arrived, the imperial husbandman only greeted him at the entrance of the Stargazer building. No one had ever been able to get him to come to the gates of the courtyard in person. Just as the crowd was talking, the curtains of the carriage were slowly drawn back and a young man wearing a dragon robe slowly stepped out. His aura was transcendent, as if he lived with heaven and earth, and shone with the sun and moon. It was as if his surroundings were enveloped in a faint mist of immortal light. It was not too much to say that it was a divine ruler descending from the 9 heavens. Li Chen directly didn't even bother to act, directly releasing the pressure of the Saint realm. In an instant, the void was shaking, as if it was lifting 10,000 waves. That raging aura that rushed in from the ages of the ages ran through the heavens. Everyone present, looking up at this new emperor, their eyes were filled with shock and awe. Is this the new emperor of the Tianzi dynasty? It was true that God's martial arts were extraordinary, and his strength was even more unpredictable. It's no wonder that even the imperial husbandman had to come to greet him in person. The strong, indeed, have the qualification of not kneeling to the emperor, but this one is an emperor of the Saint realm. Are you better than him? You dare not kneel? Now, whether it's the great scholars from other countries, or the powerful men from the Tianzi dynasty, or some high-status celebrities, all of them kneeling on the ground, the pressure was instantly on the Mikado, because he was the only one in the entire room who hadn't yet knelt down in front of Li Chen. Everyone in the room wanted to know that, in the face of this Saint Realm Emperor who had already unleashed his aura, does he kneel, or does he not? Chapter 38, Under the Putian, there is no one who is not the king's land, under the rate of the land, there is no one who is not the king's subject. In an instant, this area where Li Chen and the imperial husbandman were located became the center of attention of the entire field. Originally, this was just a celebration, and no one had anticipated that once Li Chen got out of the carriage, it actually released an unparalleled aura, and the aura of the Saint Realm was revealed. There were quite a few people staring at the place with dead eyes. They just wanted to see what the imperial husband was going to do. The oaf himself was a little confused. He instantly felt a huge pressure present itself. All these surrounding princes and nobles, ordinary people, and even this new emperor Li Chen, who was in the Saint Realm, they're all looking at him. At this time, he felt that Li Duan should have taken the initiative to greet him, and then asked the people around him to flatten themselves out. It would have been able to avoid this state situation, but the problem was that Li Duan didn't have the intention to do so and just looked at him there. At this moment, The imperial husband understood that this majesty needed an attitude from him. He felt that the reason why Li Chen got off the bus and released the aura of the Saint realm, it shouldn't just be to show that he was in the Saint realm. In fact, Li Duan did it on purpose. Successive emperors? In order to stabilize the situation. Then it was natural to be courteous to these top-tier powerhouses. Then it was quite natural for a top-tier powerhouse like the imperial husbandman to not think too much of imperial power. They took the emperor's humility for granted. All the readers in the world worshipped the royal husbandman, and they all took the royal husbandman as their saint. In the eyes of the world's readers, the status of the imperial husbandman was far above that of the emperor. The readers dared to scold the emperor, but they didn't dare to scold the imperial husband. If other emperors, they could only turn a blind eye, and they were also afraid of offending a long list of people. Li Chen is different. He has the two eyes open to see who dares to disobey him in this Tianzi dynasty. I wouldn't have asked you so much if you'd invited me to tea in private. Today is different. You're inviting me as emperor. But this is a public place, and both the common people and the princes and those powerful ministers, they're all watching. I've come to give you face, and you should remember who you are. I'm in the sage realm, and I'm still spoiling you guys? If you don't kneel, the world will think you can be my equal. At this moment, no one knew what was going on inside the imperial husbandman's mind. However, in the next second, the imperial husbandman knelt down on both knees and said in a deep voice, "My humble servant, Imperial Zhong, see your majesty." The oaf kneels, completely kneeling in front of Li Chen. This kneeling of his represents not only him, but also the world's readers. It was only at this time that the surrounding readers came to realize that above the imperial husband, there was another emperor. What does it mean that under Pu Tian, there is no one who is not the king's land, and that under the rate of the land, there is no one who is not the king's subject? That, in a nutshell, is the best way to put it. Level off. Li Duan personally went up to help the imperial husbandman up. The imperial husbandman also thanked him again and again before this Yunlu Academy celebration could be opened. No one was more excited on the scene than the princes, nobles and ministers. Because their majesty has told the world that he is the supreme ruler of heaven and earth, and that he is the common lord of the world. In this Tianzi dynasty, he calls the shots. If you, Mikio, are not convinced, you just release your strength. See if our saintly realm sires you or not and be done with it. In fact, seriously, if Mikado didn't have that realization, I'm afraid that this Yunlu Academy will be demolished by Li Chen, and he, for one, has the ability to do just that. Afterwards, Li Chen slowly stepped into the ancient and solemn gate of Yunlu Academy. Each step was steady and strong. The officials followed closely behind, but did not dare to exceed the. Even the Yunlu Academy saint, imperial husbandman, could only walk flanking behind Li Chen. This action was not only a sign of respect for Li Chen, but also a sign of reverence for the supremacy of imperial power. The scene in front of him made some of the loyal and old ministers feel a little emotional. Once upon a time, they had followed the late emperor here, when the royal husband, but walking side by side with the late emperor and talking and laughing. The late emperor invited the royal husbandman to join the court as an official several times, but the royal husbandman was not quite ready to give face to him. The majesty that the royal family had lost in Yunlu Academy, Li Duan was now completely getting it back. A bland smile hung on Li Chen's face. There was more of a disdainful air between his hands and feet. He walked slowly forward, and the scholars of the academy, the scholars who had once prided themselves on their learning, at this moment, they all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at this heaven and earth supreme. Especially those Confucians who had mouthed off to Li Chen in private were even more terrified inwardly. When Emperor Li Duan stepped through the gates of Yunlu Academy, the common people outside were talking about. Their faces were overflowing with excitement and respect, as if they had witnessed the incarnation of the mighty heavenly power and the mighty Yingwu. An aged man stood up trembling, with a gleam of admiration in his eyes. He said in a trembling voice, "Old man, I've lived for so many years. Today I've had my eyes opened. Your majesty is truly a dragon walking in the world, and your valor is unparalleled." Next to her, a young woman was holding her child, her eyes full of adoration and awe. She said softly to the child, "Child, you must remember what he looks like. He is the wise monarch of our Tianzi dynasty. Not far away." A young royal son sighed excitedly. "With an emperor like that, there is no worry that the Tianzi dynasty will not prosper. I dare say that our Tianzi dynasty will produce a king for all time." As far as the effort between getting out of the carriage and entering the academy was concerned, there weren't really many who could see Li Chen. These people are either of high status or came here early. The people in the back are trying to squeeze in to see how heroic the emperor really is. This led to a degree of confusion at the scene. In the midst of this bustling crowd, the Chu clan's oldest ancestor escorted the clansmen as they retreated. Aside from Chu Ruoyan, it was the first time the rest of the Chu family had seen Li Chen. The head of the Chu family didn't realize until he just saw it, that his own high-spirited daughter, why do you look like a soul after seeing His Majesty? Young, handsome, terrifyingly strong, and with an even higher status. This is not to mention Chu Ruoyan. Which woman can carry it? The Chu family had felt that he had come over early in the morning before dawn, and that the trip had been worth it. Chu Ruoyan's eyes were even more loving now. It was the first time she had seen Li Chen in a dragon robe. It gave her a wet look at the doctor of heaven and earth. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Wu Qi came early this morning, but when he did, the place was packed and he couldn't even squeeze in. Holy yeah. I'm afraid these people came over before dawn to take their spots. I'm so impressed. He was very chagrined to have missed an opportunity to kneel to Li Duan. Wu Qi's cultivation was very high, and he was also a famous heavenly pride in the imperial capital. But there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers around here, strong people like clouds, and there were even forbidden guards around. Wu Qi can't squeeze in with this much skill. Next to him, his venomous aunt Wu Nanjian was counting him out. Usually when you boys send letters home, you don't always brag about how well you're doing in the imperial city. How come you can't even get a front row seat? I told you to work hard at your training. And look at your little body. This feeble strength. It just got squeezed out. So it's a good idea to call yourself a genius. Faced with these words from his aunt, Wu Qi froze and did not dare to talk back. Wu Nanjian didn't see what the emperor looked like. However, she could still feel the strength of the Emperor Saint realm, which was many times stronger than Wu Qi's his grandfather. She wondered how the scent was somehow familiar. Among them, none was more pleased than Lu Hao, who was the son of a great nobleman. It's a bit of a downfall, but a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Yesterday, when he heard that Li Chen was going to Yunlu Academy, he asked his father to look for all sorts of connections, blend into the interior of the academy ahead of time. As soon as he found an opportunity, he immediately began to frantically kneel down Li Duan. Chapter 39, Li Dust's Fan Meeting. The Yunlu Academy can be characterized as a collection of great scholars. They were either celebrities from all over the Tianzi dynasty or exotic scholars who had traveled from afar. To be able to enter the Stargazer's Pavilion, each one of them is a personage of great renown. It can also be described as a side of literary titans. When they all came only to admire the royal husband. At the moment, however, they had all turned into ardent fans of Li Chen. These literary greats are the ones who can properly see the wind in their sails. If we were to go and hold up the imperial husbandman at this time, wouldn't that be a direct offense to the emperor? On the contrary, if you go to praise Li Chen, maybe you'll be happy to do so. Li Chen will reward them with an official position. As for whether or not it would offend the royal husband, whatever. Thinking of this group of Confucians raised their pens and wrote poems in praise of Li Duan. Then one by one, these literary titans lined up and knelt in front of Li Chen. Dedicate what you've written to Li Duan. Those who didn't know thought that today was Li Duan's fan meeting. Li Duan did not stop these literary titans from praising the. It felt as if it was saying, you guys make a big deal out of it. I love it. Those few hot tears did get a little overacted though. This kind of look is usually lack of real combat. The imperial courtiers kneeling in the imperial study. It's the real acting. And the Mikado, for a change from his usual wild and unruly manner, with his clothes buttoned up and standing straight. Sit upright. It was even lower profile than Eunuch Shui, the chief eunuch next to Li Chen. If they didn't know that he was the imperial husbandman, I'm afraid that the people around him would have thought that he was Li Chen's escort. The fan meeting ended quickly and finally came to the part of inspiring the students of the world. Flanked by the crowd, Li Chen arrived on the platform of the Stargazer building, overlooking thousands of schoolchildren downstairs. There are tens of millions of students in the Tianzi dynasty who take the academy examination every year. These people have to take the township test after they pass the exam. If you advance in the countryside examination, you can come to the imperial capital to participate in the Congress examination. As long as you get on the list in the society examination, then you are inducted and disembarked. However, the top few of the Congress examination were eligible to go to the temple examination, which was presided over by the emperor himself. In other words, if we can get Li Chen to appreciate it, these lucky ones had the opportunity to go directly to the imperial court to hold important official positions. These thousands of scholars at the moment are basically the ones who are going to take part in the meeting examination. They come to Yunlu Academy every year to pay their respects to the imperial husbandman before the exams. It's like burning incense before an exam. It's become a tradition. The oafs usually give impassioned speeches at this time of the year. Encourage your students to achieve the desired results. Over time, his status in the minds of the world's readers has grown. What's more, they have begun to follow the example of the imperial husbandman. What kind of person is the imperial husbandman? He wouldn't even accept the emperor's invitation to become an official. That's why there's a trend vaguely within Yunlu Academy, especially among the disciples of the imperial husbandman. Each one of them disliked the emperor on the top and mocked the ministers on the bottom all day long. Doesn't take the court seriously at all. Even in front of Li Xining, the princess of the royal family, they come off as disrespectful to the emperor, because they know it's nothing, even if the story gets out. As long as Mikado is here, they'll be fine. This kneeling of the imperial husbandman today really did not give them a small shock inside. Some talented students are considering whether they should still take a merit test. It's not a good idea to keep fooling around in the academy. Look how powerful those officials behind Li Chen are. When the center of gravity of their adoration changed from Mikado to Li Duan, then the consideration of things starts to be different. With this lowering of the imperial husbandman's head, these disciples of his naturally followed suit. This was the result that Li Duan wanted. Don't think that Li Chen couldn't guess that the reason why imperial husbandman invited him to attend this academy's grand ceremony. It's all about trying to get him to be a chaperone. As the president of Yunlu Academy, the saint in the hearts of the world's readers, you can still get the emperor to come and support you during the great ceremony of the academy. In the literary world that can be said to be famous in history, what literary titan could have had his kind of achievement? The late emperor's humility has made it a habit for the imperial husband. But Li Duan didn't spoil him and came up with a downward spiral. Many people wondered why the Mikado knelt. High sentimentality. The imperial husbandman knew that the world is so large and the people are so numerous that they all need to be ruled by the king. Only then can the country be prosperous and the culture flourish. And he, as a subject of the Tianzi dynasty, although he has great attainments in learning, but when it comes to matters of state and the ways of kings and ministers, one should keep a humble heart. Low EQ, I didn't dare to do anything at that time because I felt I couldn't fight. This is a world where the strongest are honored. And if reasoning works, then who still cultivates? In Li Duan's opinion, the only solution to the difficulty was force. If you can't solve it with force, it just means you don't have enough force. Don't tell me how much literary attainment the imperial husband has. If he didn't have this force, not to mention today's achievement, he would have been killed on his way to travel around the world. Li Duan just used the same method to give a warning to the imperial husband. As for what the imperial husbandman would think subsequently, Li Chen didn't care. If he didn't obey, he could have done it. Li Chen, who was standing on the stargazing platform, had already felt the expectant gazes of the scholars. He said in a raised voice, I am well aware that you and others are making great efforts to prepare for the upcoming spring exams, and I hereby encourage you to strive for good results. When the golden list is awarded, you will be able to share my worries and work for the welfare of the people, and build the splendor of my Tianzi together. His voice was as imposing as a god's. Every word struck a chord in the hearts of the scholars and sent a thrill through them. Long live your majesty. We will live up to your majesty's high expectations and serve the country in the future. To share your majesty's worries, the scholars chanted in unison. Their voices were filled with longing and desire for a great future. Seeing the excitement of the scholars, Li Duan was satisfied. This is what you should look like. Time is still early. Li Duan is not in a hurry to go back, like a leader to continue to inspect in Yunlu Academy. Wherever he went, the neighborhood schoolchildren were thrilled that even some of the scholars were dancing and flushed, so close to playing an encore ditty. There was also a small incident during which, when Li Duan walked to the vicinity of the Garden of Silent Thought, accidentally saw Lu Hao's physique, where the scholars squeezed him, sort of let him find an opportunity to approach Li Chen, but before he could get the lines of allegiance out of his mouth, Li Duan then patted his shoulder and said, do well in your exams this year, and look forward to seeing your name in the list. Lu Hao, people were stupid. He did not participate in the spring exam, just mixed in. It's bad. His Majesty has taken me for a candidate. If I tell the truth, am I cheating the king? At that time, Li Chen didn't expect that he would just casually say this. Lu Hao was really reading after he went back. Even his old man was beginning to wonder if his own son had been taken over. Chancellor's residence, Zhao Wenyuan didn't have to go to the morning court today either, but he had the habit of waking up early, was checking the intelligence sent by his men, and looked a little grave. The second prince's side moves a bit frequently. Can't you hold back so soon? Then shall we tell his majesty about this? The henchman next to him inquired. This was an opportunity to curry favor with Li Duan. Zhao Wenyuan frowned and didn't answer. Chapter 40, The Second Prince's Undercard. Steady victory. After what I've observed in the past few days, this majesty of ours, who doesn't like trouble very much, more than anything, he doesn't like it when someone gives him trouble. You see? Zhao Wenyuan had an inscrutable look on his face before savoring the bitter tea in his cup. Unlike the tribute teas of other courtiers, the tea he brewed in the water was very ordinary. The common people can afford to drink it in their homes. The henchman next to him listened to him say that with a look of realization. I see. Then let's just help His Majesty out of trouble. His Majesty will love it. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Wenyuan spewed out a mouthful of tea, choking on it. The men hurriedly handed him a hand towel and then wiped the water stains from the table. Taking a breath, Zhao Wenyuan cursed. Settle my ass. If I can settle the second prince. So, forget it. Let's not talk about it. We, as subjects, are here to help His Majesty in his time of need. That way His Majesty will find us useful. This is Zhao Wenyuan's way of being a minister. The mistake of General Gui is that he wants to show off too much. Go through your own understanding to help Li Dane do his job. But are those what Li Dane needs? If he guessed correctly, it would indeed be appreciated by Li Duan. Guess wrong. Not grounded at home. Zhao Wenyuan has been the prime minister for decades, and can be so stable that Li Chen doesn't have much of an opinion of him. It's because he understands the ways of kings and ministers. What Li Chen needed, he could prepare in advance, but he wouldn't give it to Li Chen in advance. It's as if Li Chuan was thirsty and wanted a drink of water, and he'd already prepared 10 cups of water of different flavors, but he won't give it voluntarily. When Li Duan asked for it, he served it out for Li Duan to choose, and Li Duan would pick the one he liked. That way, he can never make a mistake, nor would there be a situation like Guo Broyan's situation of patting the horse's ass on the horse's leg. Zhao Wenyuan is the chancellor. He's already unsealable, as long as he doesn't make any mistakes, and show that you can keep your position. The so-called perfect vassal persona is how he defines it. Of course, the last time we ate at playing for keeps without money. Something like that, pure and simple accident. Zhao Wenyuan wasn't expecting it either. Since that time, Zhao Wenyuan has developed the habit of going out with some money in his pocket. On the other hand, in the middle of the Tianzi dynasty, there stood a grand and magnificent sect that, Tianyan Divine Sect. The Heavenly Diffusion Divine Sect was sitting on 9 immortal mountains, each of which was surrounded by clouds and mist, with a dense immortal aura. These 9 immortal mountains, from low to high, progressed from layer to layer, as if they were heavenly staircases, plunging into the clouds. They are called the 9 heavens by the disciples of the sect, symbolizing the extraordinary nature of the sect. The Heavenly Diffusion Divine Sect covered a vast, boundless area, as if it was an independent small world. The buildings are staggered and imposing in this vast area. There were gilded palaces, secluded and elegant courtyards, towering towers that, each building revealed the clan's heritage and strength. There are thousands of disciples under the door, all of whom have outstanding talent, and there are even more tens of thousands of registered disciples, who, although they failed to be formally initiated, but the same reverence and longing for the clan. The sect was as strong as a cloud of experts. Among them, Patriarch Top Heavenly Man that was of unfathomable strength, possessing a skill that could penetrate the heavens and the earth. The 9 Abyss Sacred Realm was started by him, and he was also the ally of the 9 Abyss Sacred Realm. Most importantly, the top heavenly figure was also the master of Li Xian, the second prince of the Tianzi dynasty. This relationship made the status of the Lingxiao 9 heavens in the Tianzi dynasty even more honorable and special. The second prince, Li Xian, ran back to the clan in ashes after eating a big turtle at Li Duan's place. Wanted to ask his master to come out. In his opinion, Li Chen must have just gone up when he reached the Saint realm at this age. His master, the top heavenly being, was a powerful father who had been in the Saint realm for decades. There were even more powerful people who had lost to the man in the top sky. As long as the master is invited to make a move, then cleaning up Li Chen is still not a handful. But the question is, how to invite his master? Granted, the name Zenithian sounds pretty treasonous, but he hadn't done anything treasonous for a while. Killing Li Chen would be regicide. The entire Tianzi dynasty would be in turmoil as a result. Sect cultivators compare themselves to worldly immortals, but they can care very much about reputation. Easily wouldn't do such a thing. Ever since Li Xian returned to the clan, his face didn't look too good. He was powerful and had a high status in the sect, and the disciples around him didn't dare to mess with him. The man at the top of the sky was in seclusion, and Li Xian had already told his master the news on the day he returned. But now 2 days had passed, and the delayed response from the people at the top of the sky made him very anxious. If we don't do it now, and wait for Li Chen to sit the emperor down, that would be a real treason. He couldn't wait any longer. So Li Xian came to the back of the Sex Mountain. There is a secluded courtyard here. The courtyard was rich in aura, making the flowers, plants and trees unusually lush. In the courtyard, there sat an exquisitely beautiful woman, dressed in a flowing fairy dress that, wearing a delicate jade crown on her head, the little bit of bright red vermilion on her brow added a few points of charm and enchantment to her. And yet, it is not the least bit less immortal, so that people dare not blaspheme. Her skin was as delicate as porcelain, Her nose was straight and beautiful, her lips were pink and moist and, especially when she blinks, the flare in the corner of her eyes is mesmerizing. If you look at it from a different angle, you'll still be able to see the curves of those voluptuous buttocks. There's also the rippling of the side of the front chest that you can see from all the way back. It felt like a beautiful mature woman just over 30, ripe to drip honey. She was the second Prince Li Xian's teacher's wife, and the top heavenly humane couple, the fairy of Yulan. Senior mother, it's been 2 days, why hasn't master gotten back to me? Li Xian was very respectful every time he saw the Yulan fairy, because his master was always in seclusion. Most of the things that guided his cultivation were taught to him by his master's mother. He was able to achieve this level of cultivation at such a young age thanks to the careful teaching of his master's wife. You're still so fussy. What did master teacher teach you in the past? Rushing into things can only end up being a lost cause. The voice of the Yulan fairy was like heavenly music, causing Li Xian's restless heart to slowly begin to calm down. Then Li Xian started complaining like a child about how many years he'd fought for the throne. In the face of the crown prince's suppression, in the face of the backstabbing of the other princes, he had survived with difficulty until now. If he gave in here, he wouldn't be happy about it in any way. The orchid fairy seemed to be moved by his words and promised to go talk to the top heavenly being again. Li Xian was overjoyed and thanked his master's wife again and again, and promised that when he became emperor, we must build the largest dojo in the imperial capital for Shifu. Seeing the back of Yulan fairy's departure, Li Xian knew that he had secured this one. The master is usually the one who listens to the master's wife the most. A marvelous figure walked in from within the cave where the man in the top heaven was in seclusion. I suppose Xin Er begged you to come? Even before the Yulan fairy opened her mouth, the people of Xingtian heaven knew what she had come for. If you know, why don't you give Xin Er the go-ahead? And I see that in the next 2 days, he all looks a little distracted. The Yulan fairy did still take care of Li Xian. Upon hearing this, the top heavenly being said blandly, of course I will help Xin Er. Not now, that's regicide. Doubt was evident in the expression of the Yulan fairy. She thought that the top heavenly being was hesitant to speak up because he didn't really want to take the blame. Who said I was going to commit regicide? The man in the sky at the top smiled enigmatically. Chapter 41, it's not that hard to look at me just to look at me. Anyone familiar with the man at the top of the sky knows that with that look on his face, it shows that there is a well thought out plan within. In fact, the people at the top of the sky wanted Li Xian to be the emperor more than anyone else. Because if Li Xian was to be the emperor, then he himself would be the state master of the Tianzi dynasty. The status is naturally higher. Don't look at the heavenly diffusion divine sect's supreme status in the Tianzi dynasty and its numerous disciples. But to put it bluntly, it's an illegitimate civic organization. If Li Xian were to be the emperor, wouldn't Tian Yenshinzong have been converted? It directly became a major power officially recognized by the Tianzi dynasty. The people at the top of the sky will be able to really enjoy that feeling of being above the royal power. Not many people can carry the temptation of stepping on the emperor's head. The government was one of them, even if he was well read enough to know that it wasn't quite right to do so, but the thrill of it made him want to go on. Of course, he planted his heel very hard. The reason why the people at the top of the sky dragged their feet for a few days was not to make Li Xian's attitude even lower. I'll go right away if you beg me to? It doesn't look like I'm begging. To put it bluntly, he wanted Li Xian to beg him a few more times, so that when Li Xian became emperor he would know that who gave himself the throne. I see. This is indeed more favorable to our clan. The Yulan fairy now sort of understands the mind of this Tao couple of hers. From before, she knew that the people of Xingtian were extremely deep in the city. You don't do things until you want to understand them. Immortal Yulan was very caring of Li Xian, but doing things was definitely judged from the perspective of the heavenly diffusion divine sect. This is the destiny of the people of the clan. It's good that you know that if I were to commit regicide, I'd certainly have a bad reputation in the future, and we're going to have to do that. It's natural to find a way to control that new emperor, so that he'll take the initiative to pass the throne to Xian'er, so that we can both let Xian'er know of our kindness, without taking the blame. Wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? That's a great way for the Zeniths to do it, even if everyone suspects they're behind it, but there's no evidence of that either. The one who gets scolded is at most Li Xian. How can he not be counted on his head? With that, the man in the sky at the top took out a treasure. This is a divine artifact that he seized back when he defeated the extraterrestrial heavenly devil. Just implant this into that emperor, and the emperor will be at his mercy. Back then, that extraterrestrial demon, it was the thing that was used to manipulate a human Saint realm powerhouse to launch a backstab, which almost led to the destruction of the group. The props of the extraterrestrial demons are all forbidden in this continent. It's said to be prohibited, but no one has found out otherwise. Besides, The level of the heavenly beings at the top of the sky is no longer within the control of the rules. The rules were originally made up by the gang themselves. It took me 20 years to refine it. The man at the top of the sky looked at the fine needle in his hand with a look of fascination in his eyes. He had been in seclusion all these years because he was tinkering with this needle. Immortal Yulan somewhat didn't like this very much, but for the sake of the heavenly diffusion god sect, she had to do the same. Noticing that the man at the top of the sky was a bit haggard, the Yulan fairy wanted to share his worries for him. With a serious face, he said, "Husband, your body hasn't recovered yet. I'll take this divine object to deal with that little emperor. You just wait for the good news in the sect. The world knows that the top heavenly being is in the Saint realm, but the Tianyan divine sect hides the deepest. That would be the Orchid Fairy. She had been showing her strength at the peak of the heavenly abyss realm, but she had actually broken through to the Saint realm a long time ago. Although it wasn't as strong as the top heavenly beings, it was stronger than the ordinary Saint realm. The reason for not revealing it was also because he was worried that the other sects would be too scrupulous. Many clans didn't even have a Saint realm, and this double saints in one clan shall not force the haters to embrace the group. Hearing that his wife was going to deal with the emperor alone, the man in the sky at the top hurriedly put his things away. And seriously, it's not that I don't trust you. There's more than one Saint realm in the imperial capital. That the emperor may have just reached the Saint realm doesn't mean that everyone else has just reached it as well. And I'm doing this for your own good. The man in the sky is not a cutie. If he doesn't miss, he'll be fine. If he does, wouldn't your own full-flavored, sultry wife be given away for nothing? He didn't even dare to imagine what would happen to his wife if she fell into the hands of the enemy. It was too risky for Fairy Yulan to go to the imperial capital alone. So the heavenly man at the top of the sky had a proposition to make. That's the two of them together. 2 against 1. And you can't be killed back? The Orchid Fairy was slightly unconvinced in her heart, but she felt that it was not unreasonable for the man at the top of the sky to consider it. Agreed to move to the imperial capital when he was back to his best. The opponent was a newly promoted Saint realm, and even if it was only at the early stages, one should not be sloppy. When things were pretty much discussed, the top heavenly beings continued to shut down and adjust their state. Fairy Yulan told Li Xian about this news. Let's just simply say that Zenith Heaven will consume his life force to control Li Chen with the clan's forbidden method and lose Li Chen's mind, so that Li Chen will pass the position to him. The reason why he said to use the consuming life force method was to make Li Xian grateful. The other things, the Yulan fairy didn't say. At this moment, Li Xian cheered, and the emotions he had suppressed for several days were completely released. Old 6, wait for me. All that is lost I will definitely take it all back. In a trance, he felt like he was already sitting on the dragon chair, becoming that emperor of 10,000 people. If Li Chen knew that he thought so, he would have said, "Have you ever been an emperor? How dare you say you lost?" And the news that Chancellor Zhao Wenyuan had gotten was the change in Li Xian's expression at the Heavenly Diffusion Divine Sect. Li Xian, the second prince, who had a black face all day, was suddenly overjoyed and, doesn't that prove that his master has more than likely promised him to help him take the throne? If not, he wouldn't be so happy. For the Saint realm to come to the imperial capital, it was no small matter. Zhao Wenyuan wasn't in the Saint realm and didn't have any Saint realm henchmen, but he did know one. This person was none other than the imperial husbandman of Yunlu Academy. Zhao Wenyuan and the imperial husbandman have been friends for many years, so as long as he uses love in a small way and reason in a big way, the government would more than likely step in to help. I heard that Li Duan was also invited to the Yunlu Academy's 20th anniversary ceremony. In Zhao Wenyuan's mind, Li Chen and the imperial husbandman should be at Stargazer's house at this moment, putting on a drink and having a good time. A face that hates each other. At this time Zhao Wenyuan obviously didn't know that Li Chen had already made the imperial husbandman kneel. Soon enough though news was able to reach his ears. In the inner courtyard of the palace, Li Duan's kneeling in regard to the imperial husbandman, as well as the courting of the literati and the students. There wasn't much excitement. In Li Duan's opinion, isn't this what these people should do when they see me? You're going to give in for the sake of stability? For what? You'll see that they're afraid to die and that's the end of it. But without the morning court, without having to listen to that group of courtiers gabbing, Li Duan's mood is not bad. When he returned to his chambers, he found Li Xining, who was meditating and practicing on the side. Ever since the last time she came back, it seems like Li Xining has relied on this place and refused to leave. Saying something about practicing here, ability to increase speed, Li Chen wanted to retort, but he could not find any reason to do so. But it's also true that Li Duan had no intention of driving her away. Who would refuse to have such a well-behaved and beautiful sister by their side? That heavenly pill that countless people had dreamed of was casually placed on the plate next to it by Li Xining. At first glance I thought it was a snack. The Nine Heavens Dragon Vein technique was placed right on top of her skull. and there was a feeling of knowledge being poured into her brain. Li Dane remembered that he didn't seem to have taught her that. Seeing that Li Xining was in closed-door cultivation, Li Chen did not disturb her and prepared to change places. But just at this time, Li Xining's eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if sensing Li Chen's return. Forced awakening from seclusion. While spitting out blood, he ran over to me and said in his sweetest voice, "Brother, you're finally back. Li Chen, it's not such a fight to see me." Chapter 42, What's the difference between what you said and what you didn't say? How was your practice today? While speaking, Li Chen used his hand to help Li Xining wipe off the blood from the corner of her mouth, especially when it came to wiping Li Xining's lips. The bright red blood smeared on the pinkish lips of it added a seductive feeling, making Li Xining's already delicate features even more alluring. And it feels exceptionally good, soft and stretchy. I've only been practicing for a little while. I've only been able to cultivate 2 meridians. It is estimated that it will be many more days before brother says he will put the 12 major meridians. Li Xining pouted, clearly dissatisfied with her performance. With only 2 practices in one morning, he might not feel satisfied, but this could definitely give a lot of people a scare if they said it. Normal monks practice a good line only for a week, and some, in order to consolidate the foundation of even 1 strip a month, just about a year to complete. At this stage of the pulse opening realm, being fast wasn't necessarily a good thing, but being this fast was indeed a bit scary. Li Dane thought it was okay, he could be faster anyway. Yesterday, Li Chen had told Li Xining that the cultivation of the Qi meridians was very important. As long as the 12 chakras in a person's body are found and opened, they can receive the yuan power of heaven and earth. Physical fitness will then improve, and attributes such as strength, speed and reaction will also be improved to varying degrees. If the talent is high, some special abilities will also be awakened. Lu Hao's awakening was of the wind system, and he had a relatively high level of attainment in stance and swordsmanship. Wu Qi was awakened to a special dark system, and when he exploded, a dark energy appears on his body, an ability that corrupts his opponents and has a huge advantage in a protracted battle. The one that Xiao Ming awakened is relatively rare. It's the fire system that countless cultivators can only dream of. 1 in a million exists. In addition to being extremely strong in combat, the fire system was also the primary requirement for alchemists. On top of that, Xiao Ming had also awakened the earth department, which he usually used to pretend to be a pig and eat tigers. If you can't beat it, switch to fire to pretend. The 2 abilities that Li Chen awakened were even more special. They were above all things. Respectively, they were golden energies that represented the power of the heavenly Tao, the will of the heavenly Tao, and contained endless majesty and sanctity. And the purple energy that symbolizes the emperor's aura, the most honorable of all things in the world. It gave him an aura of being a king all the time. That's why he was able to invoke the resonance of the heavens and the earth when he exploded. It made the crowd feel a sense of heaven and earth living together, the sun and the moon shining together. Li Xining needed to train all 12 major meridians before she could awaken her special abilities. However, Li Chen had just tested her meridians, and if nothing else, it should be the lightning system. There are 3, 6, 9 levels of awakening in each faculty. And what kind of abilities are awakened? It's up to her. After chatting for a while, Li Xining was curious about cultivation. She inquired, "Then what realm is after the pulse opening realm and what can it do?" Li Chen replied, "After the vein opening realm is the yuan condensation realm, and after you reach this realm, it will be possible to store heaven and earth aura in your meridians, allowing you to use the abilities you have awakened, as well as further strengthen other meridians." Then what realm is after the condensed yuan realm, and does it have any special abilities? After the yuan condensation realm is the yuan shen realm. You can activate the yuan shen. The 2 siblings chatted for a long time, basically having things to do with cultivation. There must be quite a few gags in the middle. For Li Xining's cultivation, Li Chen really didn't have any requirements. Just let her practice and play. It was only in the afternoon that Li Xining suddenly remembered something. "Brother, aren't you going on a date today?" "What? Can't you stay here with my sister?" "Of course I can." "Then you're mine today." Li Xining guessed some of the reasons, but didn't bash it out. When Li Chen came back, he got the news that Chu Ruoyan had been summoned by the Empress Dowager. It is estimated that the Empress Dowager is going to give Chu Ruoyan some rules of the harem. By the way, brainwashing and so on. Anyway, the Chu family was a power under the Empress Dowager's door, and Chu Ruoyan knew that it was the Empress Dowager who had given her the opportunity. It's natural to listen to some of the words. Hanging out in the harem, offending the Empress Dowager is a very dangerous thing. As for what Chu Ruoyan would consider later, this Li Chen was not worried. After a certain amount of emotional grounding, even if Chu Ruoyan would follow the Empress Dowager's words in certain aspects, it was on the premise that it would not harm Li Chen. When the time comes to temper it, then it will be obedient. At the first sight of Chu Ruoyan, Li Duan then judged that she was the type of young girl who hadn't been trained, which was why it took a while. If it's the kind of person who is loyal to the Empress Dowager and is directly sent over to fill the harem, then Li Chen doesn't have to be polite and just be cool and be done with it. Different people, Li Duan would treat them differently. In fact, many people in the court had underestimated Li Chen's current power. He could have gotten that information even if he hadn't been very deliberate, because when the late emperor was alive, these forbidden guards and eunuchs were all absolutely loyal. These people have all kinds of information channels under them. For example, Eunuch Chui, the chief eunuch, served the late emperor for decades, and his strength and ability naturally had no choice. There's also Li Sixing, the commander of the Praetorian Guard, a proper royal, and betraying the emperor won't do him any good. If Li Chen is incapable and is a puppet emperor, then they will soon have to defect to the major powers of the dynasty for self-preservation. But with Li Chen in this state now, they naturally flaunted the sole principle of loyalty to His Majesty. Don't even need Li Chen to greet them. They'll just serve the late emperor like. Tell Li Duan everything that's going on in and out of the palace and do your job. Those forces in the court are no longer bigger than the late emperor. The art of empire is just the pursuit of balance. But it doesn't mean that emperors don't need to hold power. Of course, there were still some here that were already out of Li Duan's control. But as long as they don't make trouble, and listen to orders like Zhao Wenyuan and Guo Banyun, Li Chen was still too lazy to clean them up. This is the benefit of not hiding. A direct showdown. I'm in the Saint realm. You guys are on your own. Li Duan sort of had a good day's rest. Perhaps even Li Chen himself didn't realize that he was now like the biggest boss in this world. The ultimate goal of many is to fix him. On the other hand, Chu Ruoyan only returned to her own mansion at night. Now everyone in the Chu family feels that this matter has been stabilized. The Chu family's eldest young lady got the emperor's favor. Also got the Empress Dowager's summons. Into the palace as a consort is not the nail in the coffin. Even the nephew of the Empress Dowager of the current dynasty came to make good relations with the Chu family today. You know, in the past, it wasn't even easy for the Chu family head to want to see this person. The Chu family could also be said to be a power under the door of the Empress Dowager's nephew, working for him. Now that he had taken the initiative to come over instead, the Chu family head felt his face was very dignified, finally straightened up. Happy as he was, the Chu family head still solemnly told his daughter that from now on, don't make trouble in the palace. Listen to His Majesty and the Empress Dowager. At this time, Chu Ruoyan suddenly came with a sentence. If His Majesty and the Empress Dowager's words were the opposite, who should I listen to? The Chu family head froze on the spot, then stood up and observed the surroundings. Only after making sure that no one was there did he say, our Chu family has been able to establish a firm foothold in the imperial capital thanks to the Empress Dowager's care. But His Majesty is very strong right now, and even the imperial husbandman has knelt down in submission. Chu Ruoyan was slightly stunned and puzzled. Father, what's the difference between what you said and what you didn't say? Hearing her say that, the Chu family head felt that his daughter's experience was still too little. Isn't that the answer? Sometimes talking crap just doesn't offend either side. What does it mean to be a fool? It's not just pretending to understand. Then he asked Chu Ruoyan what she thought of the Empress Dowager when she saw her today. Did the Empress Dowager say something? These words completely blinded Chu Ruoyan, because the first time Chu Ruoyan saw the Empress Dowager, just felt two huge impressions. Big. It's really big. I may not be able to grab it with both hands. Chapter 43, Dark Tides in the Dynasty. The minister began to take sides. The fullness of Chu Ruoyan's figure was already considered tops among her peers. But in front of the Empress Dowager it was nothing. After living for so many years, it was the first time Chu Ruoyan had appearance anxiety. She pondered, could she have this dimension later? Does Li Duan like this too? It could be said that for the whole afternoon, Chu Ruoyan's gaze had been fixed on the Empress Dowager to observe her. From the smooth, soft skin on her face to her slim waist, this is what it would feel like to touch. The Queen Dowager didn't want to miss a single detail on her body, and if she was a male, that's all enough to be pulled out for questioning. As for what the Empress Dowager had been saying all afternoon, she hadn't heard a word of it. It came back in a blur. At that time, the Empress Dowager even praised her for knowing her place, and that she should listen more and talk less in the harem. As dumb and harmless as she was able to survive in the harem, unlike some consorts that usually have nothing better to do than chew the cud. The Empress Dowager didn't know that she would be full of these colorful things. Hearing her father's question, Chu Ruoyan stammered for half a day, said, I didn't understand what the Queen Mother said. The Chu family head said in surprise, yes, how clever. It's this attitude of not understanding that. Didn't you learn it well? Chu Ruoyan really doesn't get it now. I wasn't paying attention at the time. How come I'm smart in my father's eyes? Forget it, forget the complications. We have to find a way to get Xiaoming done. When she returned to her room, Chu Ruoyan lay down on her own bed, remembering this morning's domineering Li Chan. It was simply the embodiment of her inner image of perfection. Li Chan in dragon robe. For women, why not a uniform temptation? If you were to enter the palace, would you be able to see Li Chen dressed like this every day? At the thought, she rubbed her legs together unconsciously for a moment, and with a slight tremor of, mostly wet again. Tonight, not surprisingly, Xiaoming still didn't show up and didn't even deliver the letter. This made Chu Ruoyan even more unsure of what he was going to do, and by this time, it was only then that Chu Ruoyan suddenly remembered that she did not know where Xiaoming lived. Just expect that in a few days, Xiaoming won't make a mess. In the secret room of the small mansion outside the 7th ring road of the imperial capital, the saint's remnant soul in the necklace had been stimulating Xiaoming with words. It allowed Xiaoming to be able to think of his goddess falling into someone else's arms. But at this time, Xiaoming was in the middle stage of breaking through the void-breaking realm, the most critical time. If anyone else had been disturbed, they would have spit blood and failed. But Xiaoming, a burst of terrifying ability erupted around him. As a slight tremor appeared in the space within the chamber, he actually succeeded in his breakthrough. It may not be possible to break through even after a few months, and it requires the assistance of elixirs to break through the realm of the. He reached it after just a few days. I have to say, the saint's remnant soul felt that his trick was really better than the elixir. The willpower of his own apprentice had never been so strong. He seems to have begun to master the Xiaoming manual. Originally, Xiaoming, with this dog-licking temperament, couldn't wait to tell Chu Ruoyan the news immediately. But considering that it was late and Chu Ruoyan had already rested, he pressed his restless heart and strongly pressed himself. It's 4 days away. I know you're in a hurry, but you must wait for me. Xiaoming couldn't sleep, so he simply continued practicing. This scene put the remnants of the saint's soul into some emotion, even if he mentioned more than once that but still what to say, you early so play hard to practice. Enduring loneliness, which female can refuse you? There are a lot of people who can't sleep tonight. The residence of the Minister of Justice, where some of the ministers of the court had gathered for a private meeting. The Ministry of Justice, as the legal enforcement agency of the dynasty, had enormous responsibilities and powers. It is not only responsible for hearing all types of cases, it also carries the heavy responsibility of maintaining order in the imperial capital and protecting the peace of the people. That's only part of the duties. There's the usual supervision of the 100 officials. He even sent people to inspect the state capitals of the Tianzi dynasty. It could be said that the Ministry of Criminal Affairs was as strong as a cloud of people and as large in scale. It was a veritable violent institution in the imperial capital. Feng Huai, the Minister of Justice, is the person in charge of this organization. His prestige was able to put most of the officials in the imperial capital on their heels. In the imperial capital, both the sons and daughters of officials of all sizes, and the descendants of the world's nobles, anyone who breaks the law will be apprehended by the Ministry of Justice. Even if someone under the Empress Dowager made a mistake, they could only choose to send a palace maid to plead for mercy, and cannot directly intervene beyond their authority. In a place like the imperial capital, the second-generation sons and daughters were causing trouble more frequently. That's why Feng Huai's connections were so wide, and many powerful people in the imperial capital owed him favors. Every time he's at the table, he's got the nerve to make a big deal out of it, saying that there is no official in the imperial capital who dares not to give him face. He holds the handles of too many people in his hands. It's just a matter of whether or not he wants to clean up these people. Whenever he wants, he calls an officer, and if that officer doesn't arrive on time, then soon you'll be in the imperial capital's heavenly prison. Of course, there is an element of bragging in these words, but he does have a lot of power, and his backer was the emperor himself, the late emperor to be precise. When the late emperor was on the throne, even Zhao Wanyuan and Guo Banyun had to be polite to him. Even if the late emperor dies, he doesn't need to defect to anyone. He himself is an untouchable presence in the dynasty. But since the new emperor Li Chen took the throne, Feng Huai, the Minister of Justice, has been furious. His privileges are then constantly revoked. For example, the right to mobilize the Forbidden Army, knowing that the Forbidden Army is the exclusive army of the royal family. It was a very exaggerated privilege for a vassal of his to be able to mobilize, even if only partially. There were also some temples that only royal blood relatives were able to enter, and Feng Huai was also able to enter and exit freely. Feng Huai didn't know who sent him for abuse of power, mobilizing the Forbidden Army to give themselves as guards to flaunt, undermining the majesty of the royal family. Others have joined him in mobilizing the Forbidden Army to obstruct the work of other departments, even robbing some prisoners caught by other departments. There is even unauthorized interference in the selection of talent in other departments. As a result, Li Duan withdrew these privileges from him after verifying the facts, giving him all the anger he needed. In fact, he already has a lot of rights and it's useless to ask for so many privileges, but he just wasn't happy about it, and power was something that, once it was in his hands, he wasn't too keen on losing. The people Feng Huai is summoned today are all ministers with real power in the court, the late emperor's old troops, also those courtiers who were dissatisfied with Li Chen. A bunch of old power brokers have gathered here, and they've just begun to exclaim how good the late emperor was. Open your mouth to talk about thinking about the old days or something like that. Just talking about thinking about the old days is proof that it's not a good mix now. After talking about the glorious deeds of that year, this group of power ministers have all had quite a lot to drink. With the strength of his drink, he began to hurl some treacherous insults at Li Chen. This scolding can be much more ruthless than the gang of scholars from Yunlu Academy. The scribe wasn't quite so vulgar, and the curse words were still biting. These old courtiers are full of swear words. In their opinion, when they helped the late emperor consolidate the kingdom, Li Chen wasn't even born yet. On what grounds do they revoke their privileges? The crown prince was polite to them back then. Who the hell is Li Chen? In the opinion of the courtiers, whoever becomes the emperor is better than Li Chen, who doesn't know anything about the human condition. If the Tiansu dynasty continued to let him be the emperor, sooner or later it would be over. Drunk, these old courtiers are bold enough to say anything. Seeing that the atmosphere was in place, Feng Huai finally stated his purpose for inviting them here today. Gentlemen, the late emperor treated us well, and we can't watch the Tianzi dynasty sink like this. That kid Li Chen is obviously not the material to be an emperor, and in his day, when the second prince returns, I will help him. What do you all think? At these words, the old courtiers in the room sobered up a large portion of their wine. Chapter 44, we don't have to go down voluntarily, but be prepared to do both. I'm begging for a recommendation. Those who could be invited by Feng Huai were all veteran ministers who were loyal to the previous emperor. They have been officials for many years, and they have many disciples and a lot of power. All of them are real power. In the imperial court, these are all veterans. Whoever wants to move them, you'd have to weigh yourself against that. Everyone here today didn't expect Feng Huai, the Minister of Justice, to actually start taking sides. Standing is still on the side of the second prince. It seemed that the second prince should have promised him certain favors, coupled with his dissatisfaction with Li Chen, so firm on the second prince. When Feng Huai uttered these words, many courtiers here are thinking, Feng Huai, the old oil man, is not an impulsive person, and generally does not do things he is not sure of. The second prince Li Xian last time in the courtroom defeat after going back, definitely want to find his master as a helper. It was the same clan powerhouse that was renowned in the Tianzi dynasty. They hadn't come into contact with the man in the sky at the top, but they knew there was such a man. It was said that this one was not only popular in the Tianzi dynasty, but even the rest of the continent. It's a true big brother level powerhouse. Now it seems that the people at the top have more than likely agreed to help, and Feng Huai should also know this before deciding to side with the second prince. If he estimated that the second prince did not have the certainty of solving Li Duan, he definitely did not dare to easily take sides. No one felt that the young Li Chen would be a match for the man at the top of the sky, unless Li Duan was able to enlist other helpers. But with Li Chen's current relationship, who could help him? It's not just a loner. Many of the old ministers who attended Feng Huai's banquet this time were looking up to him. After hearing Feng Huai's proposal, they simply agreed straight away and began to look forward to a bright future. Among them, there were also a few old ministers who had no idea in their hearts. After all, they really didn't want to participate in the battle for the throne. It was so hard for them to get to this point, and Li Chen just withdrew their privileges, but the power of this office remains. They've been in contact with Li Chen, the new emperor, for some time now, thinking that Li Chen wasn't the type of person who was very suspicious. As long as one does what needs to be done well, then this official robe on one's body is secure. Standing in line would be gambling with your life, and it would be flat out more risky. It was fine if the second prince won, but if he didn't, wouldn't he be implicated? It's no joke to behead a family, and to involve all the members of the family. A few courtiers wanted to leave, but at this time, they sensed a movement outside the door. There were many experts in the Ministry of Criminal Affairs, and Feng Huai himself had cultivated quite a few disciples. These scents outside were most likely the people Feng Huai had prepared in advance, and were giving them a reminder. Now, the courtiers realized that since Feng Huai dared to say this today, it's about trying to tie everyone to the same boat. Offending Feng Huai at this time was obviously not a good thing, so they had to put away the idea of leaving. Together, they promised to stand up to the second prince. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was now on the same page, Feng Huai took out his pitch. Let's get everyone here to sign. Anyway, sign this and you won't be able to run away or betray me. If I die, you die with me. The drinking game manhwa arranged is not that simple. If anyone doesn't sign, then he will certainly not let this person get out alive. It's a matter of life and death now, and a little sloppiness won't do. After so many years in the position of Secretary of the Ministry of Justice, it is not possible to do without some skills. The inner courtyard of the Deep Palace, the Empress Dowager's bedchamber. At this moment, the Empress Dowager was lying lazily on her side in bed, folded together, her breasts squeezed an amazing groove in the bed. The light sari made the curves of her marvelous body visible. If Chu Ruoyan was here, she would probably get a nosebleed. For the girl Chu Ruoyan, the Empress Dowager was very fond of her. She felt that Chu Ruoyan's eyes were very focused, staring at her all the time. It seemed to take her words to heart, because the others either kept their heads down or their eyes averted when they spoke to the Empress Dowager. It feels like they have their own agenda inside. Of course, except for Li Duan here. The Empress Dowager was unable to read Li Duan. Chu Ruoyan's eyes were then sincere and her admiration for the Empress Dowager was written on her face. Most of all, Chu Ruoyan, this child didn't talk much and didn't have that desire to show off very much. Nor did he say some very awkward words of loyalty in order to deliberately ingratiate himself with her. It made the Empress Dowager think she was an obedient and good child. So the Empress Dowager and Li Chen's opinion agreed. Chu Ruoyan into the palace is also a happy thing for all. Just as she was about to rest, the beloved courtesan gently walked in. Seeing that the Empress Dowager was not yet asleep, she presented the second prince's secret letter. The Empress Dowager picked up the letter and read it for a while. Not very interested. The letter began, naturally, with some words from the second prince complimenting the Empress Dowager. The Queen Mother can skip all this horse. At the back of the secret letter, the second prince implicitly expressed his intention to return to the capital. He was testing the waters here, wanting to know if the Empress Dowager supported him to return to the capital, waiting for the Empress Dowager's reply before he could make his next move. Because the Empress Dowager was different from Feng Hui, and Feng Hui was very upset with Li Chen, then the second prince only needs to draw a big pie to recruit. Besides, he was an old member of the late emperor's army, and loyalty to the second prince was not considered betrayal of the royal family. In the past, the crown prince and the second prince these were also very good to Feng Hui. He will also visit this old minister during festivals. Now that the crown prince was dead, Feng Hui was naturally obedient to the second prince. Li Chen, not to mention, was really not familiar with Feng Hui. The second prince felt that he was not much surprised that he was able to recruit Feng Hui, an important court official. But the Empress Dowager is different. Don't forget that Li Chen is the one she holds up. If the Empress Dowager's request is not excessive, Li Dane more or less agrees. This letter from the second prince is actually stating with the Empress Dowager that I'm not asking you to help me, but please don't get in my way when I do. If you're going to help me, then I'm sure I'll give you the power you want when I succeed the throne. What the second prince was doing was to alienate Li Chen from the neutral forces, then pull in the forces that don't like Li Chen. The Empress Dowager naturally saw the meaning of the letter. The beloved courtesan inquired, Master, then who are we going to help? The Empress Dowager yawned and said lazily, compared to the second, I actually prefer the sixth. It seemed that the Empress Dowager still remembered Li Chen's favor of that hot pot. The beloved courtesan nodded and stated, then shall I tell His Majesty the news? The Empress Dowager asked rhetorically. You told His Majesty, so are you going to help him out? These words made the beloved courtesan not know how to answer on the spot. It seems like yes yo, Li Duan. This character, whoever gives him a hard time, he lets him do it. The Secretary of the Ministry of War had not returned to the capital until now. Not that he had not completed the task given by Li Chen. If he had said that, Li Chen would have really let her tackle the second prince. So what does the master mean? Since she couldn't figure it out, the beloved palace maid directly asked her master. The Empress Dowager closed her eyes and said faintly, there's no need for us to take the initiative to come down but be prepared to do both, and have more for old six. Now the beloved courtesan understands. Anyway, it's all kinds of layout, to cope with each royal son gaining the throne. What the Empress Dowager needed was for Li Chen to beg her. She had a way to deal with the second and third emperors, but if Li Chen didn't beg her, she definitely wouldn't do it. Her purpose was Li Duan himself. To have an emperor of the Saint realm in your hands, wasn't that more exciting than gaining more power? What in heaven's name could be better than that? Even if the Empress Dowager did not say much, the beloved palace maid still understood her meaning. Inside the Heavenly Diffusion God sect, a separate pavilion belonged exclusively to Li Xian. The henchmen are reporting back to him on the latest developments. Chapter 45, The Duel Between the Second and Third Emperors. The uncertainty within the Imperial Palace. Li Xian's status in the Heavenly Diffusion Divine Sect was supreme, and it was no surprise that he had an independent pavilion. He's got too many halos on him. What with being the second prince of the Tianzi dynasty, the shuttered great disciple of the peak heavenly man, the youngest heaven-viewing realm powerhouse of the heavenly diffusion divine sect, and the champion of the 7th Sword Dao Conference of the 9 Abyss Sacred Realm, most outstanding senior award winner, it could be said that in this area, Li Xian's reputation had reached a high level. Li Xian was obviously not satisfied, and he had only one goal in mind, the throne. Inside the independent attic, a subordinate with a strong aura was reporting beside Li Xian. He was Li Xian's confidant, a Tian Yuan realm powerhouse who was known as the first fastest sword in the imperial capital back in the day. Windless, he traveled like the wind, and his swordsmanship was so powerful and untraceable that he was feared. He defected to Li Xian after he was assassinated during a showdown with his enemies, and then Li Xian saved him. Wind Wuxian wasn't a member of the Heavenly Diffraction Divine Sect, but he could freely enter and exit this place as well. It was also something that the Patriarch had done by default. It's with this kind of loyalist mastermind in place that it was only then that Li Xian was able to quickly grasp information about various places in the Tianzi dynasty. Of course, it wasn't that Feng Wuhan ran fast, it was the intelligence network under Li Xian, which was controlled by Feng Wuhan. He brought a response from the major powers of the imperial capital. Li Xian glanced at the intelligence and had a delighted expression on his face. Feng Huai's defection and the Empress Dowager's ambiguity, all of these were within Li Xian's expectations. On the side of Chancellor Zhao Wenyuan and Great General Guo Banyun, he didn't even greet them, because Li Xian's ascension to the throne hit them both hard, and they wouldn't help in any way. It would even reveal information to Li Duan. This time, Li Xian has learned his lesson and slowly started to lay out his plan. Unlike last time when he was so reckless, the reason he was so excited was because Feng Wuan had brought good news. Li Chen actually made the imperial husbandman kneel? The imperial husbandman is a great Confucian saint, the teacher of the students of the world. In Li Xian's opinion, without blowing it out of proportion, there was indeed no problem with Li Chen doing so, sort of regaining the dignity of royalty. But the problem was that he didn't think Li Duan had considered the consequences. Just a few days after ascending the throne, you dare to make such a mess. You've offended everyone you can. Do you still want to be the emperor? For Li Xian, this is a godsend. He said to Feng Wuan, you have someone go and prepare the invitation to pay respects to the imperial husbandman. I'll talk to master and return to the imperial capital immediately. Feng Wuhan nodded and left the room. He knew that his master was secretly paying a visit to Imperial Fuzi, a great scholar of the Saint realm. Feng Wuhan had followed Li Xian for many years and could guess some of Li Xian's style of doing things. Li Xian did not want to stay here for a moment, for he judged that if he didn't hurry up, the imperial husband was going to be shortchanged by the other emperors. He didn't need the royal husband to do anything, as long as the royal husband mobilized the disciples under his own discipline, singing his praises and belittling Li Duan. Don't underestimate these scholars. Scholars are the most violent group in spreading news. Most of the so-called yo-yos are referring to them. Then on the day when Li Xian officially succeeds from Li Chen, he is the destiny of heaven. He is the heart of the people. As for what makes Nikio help him, the second prince felt that it wasn't all an opportunity sent by Li Duan. If Li Chen wasn't so strong as to make this Saint realm powerhouse so embarrassed, wouldn't it be a matter of course, then, for the imperial husbandman to help him, coupled with his own personal visit to express his sincerity? He didn't even know what reason the Mikado had for rejecting him. As long as Li Xian was on the throne, the gloom of imperial husbandman being suppressed by Li Chen was swept away. Yunlu Academy will also return to the top of the empire. If the imperial husbandman can really help, then Li Xian is willing to worship him as his teacher. Let him hold back the Zenithians. Seriously, Li Xian doesn't even know how he lost this round. Li Xian now had begun to ignore Li Duan. He began to plot how he would achieve the balancing act of the emperor after he ascended the throne. The one that caused him the most headache was the third prince, because after easily cleaning up Li Duan, Li Xian was going to be in a direct line with the third prince. According to Li Xian's intelligence, the third prince's movements were not small. Not only did he go around pulling in powerful people, they have even begun to collude with neighboring powers with obvious intentions. What do the neighboring powers want? Well, naturally, territory, resources, labor, etc. As it happened, Li Duan had also just offended the Khan of the Northern Royal Court, so wasn't this an opportunity given to the third prince? You know, this behavior of the third prince is no different from selling out the country. But again, he's not the only one in history to do so. He can also be said to have killed for the throne, at all costs. The second prince especially despised the third prince for this approach. At best, his ascension to the throne would allow some forces to privilege above the imperial power, but the Tianzi dynasty was still intact, and he could slowly change it through the art of empire. By the same token, the third prince despised the second prince's approach, and the third prince felt that his ascension to the throne of the, at best, he'll lose some borderlands, and he'll find a way to fight his way back when the time comes, and the second prince has brought these tumors into the imperial capital. It will be hard to get rid of it. So the two of them had already ignored Li Duan to some extent and started to consider the future layout of their matchups. These two emperors were surprisingly unanimous in their thoughts. Li Chen wasn't just a bit strong, but in this world, if you want to mix well, you can't have strength, but you also need to have power and a background. So the next phase of the matchup, that's when the civil war breaks out. The feudal lords within the Tianzi dynasty, the generals defending the major cities, and the guarding forces at the passes along the way, the commanders of the various group armies, and even the imperial capital's elite city guard army, were where the second and third emperors really played their game. To both of them, the fight was bound to be protracted. At this time, Li Duan was wandering around the palace, and he didn't feel any sense of urgency at all. As long as he was by Li Xining's side, Li Xining wouldn't practice properly, and it would be late in the day. It wasn't yet time to rest again, so Li Duan took a walk around the palace. The eunuchs and palace maids along the way had to stop and salute when they saw him. It was only after Li Chen left that he was able to continue his journey. Li Chen felt a strange aura fluctuating as he arrived at the eastern side of the palace. It seems like someone is breaking through and practicing an evil technique. This was because the breath was full of negative energy, which was not the case with normal feats. Even if it's just a little bit exposed and then disappears, it could still be detected by Li Chen, who had strong perception. There are many concubines in the harem, and some of them are also very skillful, but it was absolutely impossible for anyone to practice evil kung fu. Even if the late emperor was dim, he could not have allowed such a person to be around. Not to mention the fact that the late emperor still had a certain amount of skill, and when he was alive that was also a majestic breath. At that time, every prince felt that the late emperor would still be on the throne for at least another 10 years or so, and no one intended to make a move. Even if the crown prince died violently, the second and third emperors all hid far away. Who knew that some days ago the late emperor's health was getting worse and worse, and he died so quickly? Li Duan judged, when he became emperor, that the death of the late emperor may have had something to do with those concubines favored by the late emperor. There are too many subtle techniques in this world, and there are tens of thousands of techniques recorded in the imperial family's library. It's less than 1,000,000% of this world. Li Chen had then read some books on feats, which stated that one could, by means of copulating, allow unnoticeable problems to arise in the other person. When intercourse is repeated many times and the problem reaches a certain level, the body corrupts very quickly, commonly known as Billy's poison. There were many people who diagnosed the late emperor at the time, and none of them detected which was the problem. That would mean that the tactic is undocumented, more sophisticated, and more defensible. The places where the late emperor lived, clothed and fed have been inspected. There can't be a problem. It's pretty obvious where the problem is then, and there's no way anyone else could have checked there. So before figuring out the situation, these female Li Duan is really afraid to touch. Chu Ruoyan's kind is more normal, whether by birth or experience. 10 generations of ancestors can be traced. In order to figure out the hint of evil qi that had just leaked out, Li Chen quietly disappeared into place. It didn't take long for him to come near the place where the evil aura had just appeared. Looking at the building in front of him, Li Chen was inwardly puzzled. Cold Palace? If I remember correctly, there seems to be a rather special person here. Chapter 46, Cold Palace Inner Courtyard. Fallen Ultimate Genius? The Cold Palace holds people who have offended the emperor, but not guilty enough to die. It is also the place where concubines in the harem go when they fail in their struggles, and to put it bluntly, it is the prison cell in the palace. The walls here are high, and on the walls, mottled with moss and vines intertwined and entwined. It was as if the palace was speaking of the vicissitudes of time. Li Chen stepped on the green stone slabs and walked into this area as a previous memory surfaced in his mind. At that time, Li Chen was still a cynical prince. He spends his days in the palace tinkering with his pile of toys. In fact, among the princes, the most talented is not the second prince Li Xian, is the fifth prince Li Ran. It is said that when Li Ran was first born, the auspicious phenomenon of heaven and earth, it was rumored in the palace that he was an innate Tao fetus sacred body, a natural cultivation wizard. Li Ran has been gifted since he was a child, and when he was 9 years old, his one Tao was better than the crown prince's. Cultivation talent pressed the second prince 10 head, in the late emperor test of military law, but also dumped the third prince a few streets. Simply an all-around genius, with skills beyond the ordinary. A veritable chosen one. The late emperor to Li Ran that is even more favorite. Every day to the court with him, receiving the ambassadors of other countries. They also highlighted Li Ran, so that Li Ran could show off in front of the ambassadors of other countries. He would even seek his opinion on some court politics. just to test him. There's no doubt about it. Leland did it all perfectly. The late emperor's fondness for him was simply known to all. At that time even the crown prince didn't have the authority. Li Ran did. Many courtiers were speculating that the late emperor might just be hinting at something. Li Ran's mother was also a descendant of the Sihun nobility, and at that time, by virtue of the late emperor's favor for Li Ran, that was also as good as it gets, even vaguely tending to replace the Empress Dowager. As a result, just one day 5 years ago, someone secretly reported that Li Ran was having an illicit affair with the late emperor's favorite concubine. His Majesty did find Li Ran and his consort naked on the couch when he brought the Praetorian Guard to arrest them. According to the information Li Duan got from those 8 women in the harem, when he kicked down the door of that consort's bedchamber, the crown prince, the second prince, and the third prince were all present, and besides the 3 of them, there was also the Empress Dowager. Don't ask Li Duan why is heard. At that time he didn't even go to get together. In fact, the 3 people, the crown prince, the second prince and the Empress Dowager, could be present at the scene, and this Li Duan could understand. After all, the 3 of them were right there in the imperial capital, even in the palace. It would be outrageous for the third prince to be there. This guy is always at the border, and just happens to come back once. Did he really hit such a great thing? It is said that His Majesty was so angry that he beheaded the consort on the spot, then have someone gouge out Li Ran's eyes, pick off his hand and foot tendons, and castrate him by the way, and just keep him in the cold palace. This was the fall of a supreme genius, and many felt that it came down to being too sharp. Li Duan didn't think it was that simple, nor was it very complicated. Given the power of Li Ran's mother at the time, she must have arranged a lot of protection for him, but these protections suddenly disappeared at some point in time, not just maneuvered when they were caught, either that or they were threatened, bought and killed. Li Ran's mother and the Empress Dowager are fighting, and this is what happens to whoever loses. Even if the late emperor guessed that Li Ran was framed, there were too many people at the scene. It's about him making a statement. If there hadn't been so many people at the scene, he could have closed the news and taken his time with the investigation. Perhaps in a rush of fire, or perhaps to save the emperor's face. The late emperor chose such a thunderous solution. The struggle in the harem is so plain and simple. According to later news, Li Ran's mother spent the whole day in tears and finally died of depression. Is that really how you die? Who knows? That's what the eunuch reported anyway. Did Dusty Li choose to keep a low profile because of this? No. His mother had little power and wasn't in very good health. Li Dust didn't intend to be high profile to begin with, only wanting to be a jerk and come out after he was fully leveled. This matter also strengthened this idea of Li Chen. Li Ran was not yet well feathered at that time, so he offended so many people at the same time, and the hope that he could survive was very slim. Don't look at the fact that Li Duan is also offended now, even more so, but not a single fart. After walking some distance in the cold palace, he came to the door of a room. No sooner had he arrived than a noise came from inside the door. Who? The voice's breath was weak and had a slightly feminine quality to it. It's me, Li Duan. Li Duan casually said. Old Six? Have you been imprisoned by His Majesty as well? No, I was just passing by. Perhaps Li Ran didn't know by now that the late emperor had died and Li Chen was now the emperor. The eunuchs and palace maids who usually brought him food would not tell him this. Everyone in the palace knew that there was no good end to having contact with people in the cold palace. Just as Li Chen was about to try to find out if that evil technique was being practiced by Li Ran, another noise came from inside. Just passing through. I don't think you're too young, if I remember correctly. Hurry up and ask His Majesty for a piece of fiefdom, and leave the palace, a place of wrongdoing. No, it's like none of them are hostile to you, and you're just looking at who's on top. If you flatter him, you can find a house in the imperial capital and become a prince, and if you need help, you can still ask for their help. It's safer than going to the fiefdom. Hey, why am I talking to you? You should be smarter than me if you've survived this long. I just haven't talked to anyone in too long and nag me. Just don't mention seeing me here after you leave. I'm afraid that Li Ran is saying more now than he has said in the past few years combined. The words were all bitterness and vicissitude, and especially the tone, which had a touch of feminine. It was even more miserable. So what if I want to be emperor? Li Duan's sentence directly gave Li Ran a whole won't. You're the one with the biggest ambition. But Li Ran was thinking at the moment that if Li Chen wanted to become the emperor, it would be a huge benefit to him. At least Li Chen would help him leave this place of wrongdoing and could even take revenge. With his eyes gouged out, veins in his hands and feet severed, and castrated, the only reason he's survived this long, it's the obsession with revenge that supports him. Normally, when the hand and foot veins were severed, one was already disqualified from cultivation, but Li Ran's physical talent was unusually high, combining hundreds of feats by himself. figuring out a set of evil techniques that could be cultivated without relying on meridians. Even if the speed of cultivation was slow at first, under the constant improvement he was making every day, he was surprised to find that he improved this complete version of the gongfu. No chicken is even more cultivated with half the effort. In a sense, it's a blessing in disguise. Originally, he had planned to cultivate for a few more decades before leaving the gate, but who knew that Li Chen's words? It gave him a slight heart attack. If he had Li Chen's help, he might be able to reach the legendary realm faster. Just now it was because he had practiced to a certain extent that a trace of it was accidentally leaked during the breakthrough and was detected by Li Chen. Even though he knew that Li Chen's words were a test, Li Ran decided to take a gamble. Don't blame me for not warning you. There's no turning back from this path. Don't worry. You're not afraid of me. With that, Li Duan pushed the door open. Chapter 47, Li's Past, Secrets of the Former Dynasty. Because Li Ran was blind, the room was pitch black with no lights lit. Perhaps it was because there were palace maids and eunuchs who cleaned it occasionally. It wasn't very dirty inside. The two of them chatted seriously for a while before Li Ran told Li Duan, "If you want to be an emperor, you can't do it without strength and men. If you're a henchman, there's no way this Li Ran can do anything about it. He's become an invalid, and his mother's dead. Most of the mother's forces have been eliminated or have defected to other forces. The only thing Li Ran could do to help Li Chen now was that he could provide him with a large amount of resources. As the saying goes, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. The rare treasures collected by Li Ran's mother during her lifetime. It's hidden in a mysterious place. This place was known only to Li Ran's mother and him. Li Chen could use these resources to enhance his strength and train his men. If you can, bring some to the palace for Li Ran. If you work with me, I can tell you where this location is. Hey, in fact, I'm in no position to work with you. I'm kind of begging you to help me right now." Li Ran had already lowered his stance so low that it was all in the attitude of begging. He knew that there was nothing he could do if Li Chen backed out after getting the resources. "Never mind. I won't tease you. I'm the emperor now, and I'm in the Saint realm. I was just passing by and noticed someone practicing evil kung fu here, so I came over to take a look." Li Duan spoke easily, but those words were a bolt from the blue to Li Ran. "What the hell? Do you want to see what you're talking about? We were just talking about how to make a comeback. And you're telling me that you've reached a level I never dreamed of? It's like two miserable hustlers discussing whose doorstep to beg for their next meal." As a result, one of the callers suddenly stood up and said he'd stopped pretending and showed his hand. "I'm a billionaire." Another expressed great shock. Li Ran was now this feeling of being shown the door. "It feels like I just spilled my guts to you and you boys are using me for pure fun." Most notably, Li Chen had just slightly released his aura. Li Ran didn't know if Li Chen was specifically in the Saint realm or not. But that terrifying to the point of being intimidating proved that Li Chen wasn't lying, at least more than 100 times higher than him. At this moment, Li Ran opened his mouth for a long time before saying, "Then why are you talking to me for half a day?" Li Duan shrugged and returned, "I'm bored." "You?" Li Ran wanted to swear at the moment, but his childhood upbringing told him not to say this. "Are you really the emperor? What's the point of lying to you? The crown prince died violently some time ago, and all the other princes are out there hiding from the world. A few days ago, His Majesty also had a problem and collapsed only so quickly, and the Empress Dowager said something about the country cannot live without a king for a day. It was necessary to make me the emperor. I fought. I'm in the Saint realm. What am I afraid of?" So I agreed. "And, they didn't give you a hard time?" "On my first day at court, the second made trouble in the courtroom." Li Duan then spoke briefly. "Ha ha, laugh me to death. Those guys never dreamed that you were actually in the Saint realm. No wonder you can sit so firmly. It's just a pity that I'm blind and can't see their ugly faces." Li Ran felt really relieved that Li Duan did this. This bunch of people who always like to calculate and lay out. How fun it would be to suddenly run into an immeasurable being. After pondering for a while, Li Ran queried, "Since you know that I practice evil kung fu, aren't you going to clean me up?" "You're the emperor," Li Duan stated. "Isn't it true that you cultivate evil kung fu because you want to take revenge? And it's not like I harmed you. What do I care?" Just now, Li Duan deliberately said that he wanted to be the emperor, just to see if Li Ran was honest. Li Ran's attitude was okay, so Li Chen was too lazy to clean him up. Besides, the evil gong that Li Ran practiced only utilized his own negative energy to cultivate. No harm done to anyone. There are a lot of evil gongs under the sky that are ambiguous, such as the blood-burning kung fu. It's the damage that would be done to yourself, damaging your lifespan to improve your cultivation. If Li Ran really relied on that kind of killing to cultivate, where would Li Duan give him a chance to speak? "Alright, you're the emperor now, and I'm even less qualified to negotiate any terms with you. Brother, you know about my talent. How about you get me some resources and in the future I'll be a fighter for you when I get to the Saint realm?" Li Ran knew that this statement was painting a big picture, but he also had the only advantage of talent. Who wouldn't want a Saint Realm henchman? Which Saint Realm is willing to be someone else's henchman? If Li Chen could help him at this time, he would indeed willingly serve Li Chen as a henchman. Brother Dukumba, you're out of line to say that. You can go wherever you like. It's not a big problem. Li Duan's words were a bit vulgar, but Li Ran felt a million emotions inside. Royal children are mostly born as enemies. He doesn't ask Li Chen to help him. Li Chen doesn't harm him. It has been the biggest help to him, since Li Chen has said so. Then Li Ran promised with conviction. I know you don't like troublesome things. I'll solve all your troubles in the future. What with the oldest two? The oldest three and the Empress Dowager. It's not good for you to do it as the Emperor. You'll take the blame. Leave it all to me. Li Chen coughed and said. Forget about the Empress Dowager. I don't have any conflicts with her for now. Hearing this, Li Ran's mouth smiled slightly with an I understand you look. He immediately said, I understand. I'll help you sweep away the power of the Empress Dowager. She'll be left for your own enjoyment. Li Duan was slightly stunned, and that expression seemed to say, but your offer is fine. Not hearing Li Chen's reply, Li Ran added, don't underestimate the Empress Dowager. When my mother first fought her, she investigated her. She seemed to be related to the remnants of the former dynasty, but she just couldn't find any evidence of it. You should know how the previous dynasty was destroyed. Dusty Li returned. I don't know. Li Ran, being able to answer no, Li Ran did feel surprised. Isn't this the compulsory education program for the royals? Considering also that Li Chen had cultivated to the Saint Realm and no one cared. Perhaps the late emperor really didn't care about him. Li Ran then simply said that the powerful people of the former dynasty, in order to increase their life expectancy and to improve their cultivation, it would take living people to cultivate, and they would use special methods to suck the essence blood from living people. It is because of the revelation of this matter that the whole country was shaken and the people were frightened. Are you saying that the death of the late emperor might have something to do with the Empress Dowager? Li Chen inquired. Not necessarily. There are quite a few remnants of the former dynasty in the mixed harem. Li Ran replied. What is the late emperor doing keeping so many remnants of the former dynasty in the harem? Looking for excitement? Don't forget that many of the so-called Shishun nobles are from powerful families of the previous dynasty. They rebelled against the former royal family and defected to our Li family, so that our Li family could succeed in their rebellion. No, in their uprising. Even our Li family had a certain status in the former dynasty. This time Li Chen is considered to understand. The harem is actually so complicated. Thanks to his own did not start. Li Ran told a lot of things tonight that his mother had investigated before. Back when Li had seized the palace, the former dynasty set a fire. A lot of critical things in the collection could have been burned or moved away early. Emperor Zhu, as agreed, forbade the practice of evil arts and decapitated all violators, and then slowly developed the. It was only because of this that the Tianzi dynasty had its current splendor. Li Ran knew very much information that could not be told in one night. Li Chen then asked, that is to say, but any woman related to the former dynasty cannot be touched? Li Ran smiled slightly and replied, not necessarily. As long as you find those 5 imperial dragon Bibles from the previous dynasty, you'll be able to restrain these evil feats, and you'll also be able to strengthen your body with your skills. Not to mention a harem of 3,000. 30,000 is not a problem. Li Ran could no longer be humanized, but he knew what men liked. After chatting for half a day, he knew that Li Duan was good at this, so he naturally searched for ways to please Li Duan. Upon hearing this, Li Duan patted Li Ran's shoulder and said, brothers, this matter is in your hands. If you can do it, we'll be friends for life. Chapter 48, you can't even imagine the joy of the Saint Realm. Tonight, Li Duan and Li Ran talked a lot, and he realized how complicated the situation in the imperial capital was. Li Ran thought it was outrageous that Li Duan knew nothing, and actually managed to live until now, and became emperor. But upon careful reflection, it might just be that back then, Li Chen didn't know anything about it. No threat to anyone, so no one cares about him. Someone like yourself, who knows a lot, who gets caught up in the struggles of the palace. That's what happens when you lose. The reason why Li Duan could talk to him was purely because Li Duan had nothing to do to kill time. But he now sort of understood why the death of the crown prince had never been clearly investigated. The clues keep breaking off, and there are probably a lot of spooks in the court, who have long since wiped out the clues. Or rather, those people don't want to find out. Li Duan summarized that the royal family of the previous dynasty wanted to revive, so they began to pull in the worldly nobles, and many of the concubines in the harem are descendants of the Shishun nobles. Within the pull of the former royal family, someone must have already defected to the former royal family. That's why the crown prince and the late emperor had accidents one after another. So according to Li Ran, the next thing that the former royal family will have to deal with. It must be Li Chen, the emperor of the Saint realm. The reason why they delayed making a move was that Li Chen's strength surprised them too much. They're also afraid of spooking the snakes, and they're definitely laying it out now. When he said this, Li Ran paused for a moment. He just wanted to make Li Duan feel a sense of crisis. Then Li Chen would need him even more, and he would be able to gain a certain benefit, that of Li Chen's shelter. Who knew that Li Duan yawned and was in a very stable mood, without any thoughts of worry, just making small talk with him. Li Ran then wondered. The remnants of the former dynasty have infiltrated the imperial capital for a long time. Aren't you worried about what they might do? Li Duan replied. It doesn't matter. There are too many people who want to get me killed, but the ones that actually have it, I haven't met yet. These words made Li Ran speechless for a moment. Why do I get the feeling this guy is faking it? What about the oldest two and the oldest three? The two of them are probably going to steal your throne openly. Just grab it. It's not like I have them both in my sights. I'm curious. Why did you become emperor? I've never been an emperor. So what's wrong with having a little fun? After a long silence, Li Ran took a deep breath and, opening his mouth, he said, could this be the joy of the Saint realm? Li Duan laughed softly. He. You can't even imagine the joy of the Saint realm. Li Ran, you're pretending again, aren't you? I feel like this guy became emperor just to pretend. I'm just saying, how come he just won't budge when I've been talking to him all day? Not even any mood swings. Now kind of understand. This guy pure is playing. He is not at all care about the emperor. At this moment, Li Ran felt that fate was just so marvelous. So many emperors fought for the throne, and one of them didn't get it. Li Duan cared the least about the throne, and now he is still sitting steadily. It's getting late, so if you're okay, I'll go back to rest, said. Li Duan then prepared to get up and leave. Let's pass the time here tonight. Tomorrow we still have to go to the morning court. Wait, can you let me out? Li Ran didn't want to stay here any longer. He has places he wants to go. I said you can leave if you want to. I don't care, but can you walk out of here looking like this? Don't underestimate me. I may be blind but my other senses are more than twice as strong. To prove it to Li Duan, Li Ran stood up and took a few steps, and as expected, he hit his head on a pole. Li Duan looked at Li Ran who was covering his head with a speechless face. You kid hard pretend right. However, the reason why Li Ran dared to say this was because he was already well aware of the character of Li Chen, the emperor. The guy is a pure Letzo man, and it's easy to kill him, and on top of that, there's no conflict between the two of them yet. Just missed. We'll both continue. This time, Li Ran activated his own gong method and a special energy spread out. The buildings around him slowly came into his mind. At this time, he was able to avoid obstacles just by walking, making even Li Chen feel a bit magical. Feeling Li Chen watching himself, Li Ran said, "Want to learn?" Li Duan shook his head and replied, "No, I have eyes." Li Ran, UING. In the process of walking out of the cold palace, Li Ran asked Li Duan if he wanted to change his clothes, like changing into eunuch's and guard's clothes so that you won't be noticed when you go out. Li Chen said it doesn't matter. I'm the emperor who dares to touch you. This acre of land. It's really up to me. So what if the others find out? Come and beat me to death if you can. Even if Li Ran can't see it. But he felt that Li Chen must have that confidence and pride belonging to a strong man written all over his face. It seems like someone is coming. Li Ran, who had a very keen sense of hearing, had just walked out of the cold palace, just felt 3 light footsteps approaching. For the Forbidden Army is more sedate, and this light footfall, accompanied by a certain weight of, mostly not courtesans, but eunuchs. According to Li Ran's judgment, the cultivation of the eunuch at the head was not low. With that thought in mind, he just ducked in and waited for the team to leave before coming out himself. But he never expected that Li Chen would directly say to the person who came, "Eunuch Chui, come here." When Eunuch Chui heard Li Chen shout, he came with quick steps and directly knelt on the ground, said, "The old slave sees His Majesty, and asks what His Majesty commands." Li Chen pointed to Li Ran, who was hiding in the cold palace, and said, "You know old 5-2. He wants to go out and doesn't want to be known. So you arrange it." This sentence not to mention Li Ran was a bit shocked. Eunuch Chui was even more confused. Why is His Majesty involved with the 5th prince? What are your Majesty's intentions in coming here so late at night? Is he implying something by letting the 5th prince go? Countless questions appeared in Eunuch Chui's mind, but he didn't dare to ask, nor did he quite dare to know. Li Ran was also thinking, what does Li Duan mean by this? Is he telling me to? Eunuch Chui has defected to him? Isn't that the point of being able to give such a dangerous task to Eunuch Chui? Or do you want to take this opportunity to have Eunuch Chui keep an eye on me? In fact, the two of them thought too much. Li Duan was simply too lazy to send Li Ran to the door. Just get a random person to deliver it. Old slave take orders. Eunuch Chui then walked into the cold palace with 2 eunuchs in his heart. Pick Li ran up. Li Duan patted his shoulder and said, "Take care, come back often when you have time. And remember our agreement." Li Ran froze for a moment before he realized that what Li Chen was talking about here was the Imperial Dragon Bible from the previous dynasty. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will fulfill my promise." There were outsiders here, so Li Ran still called Li Chen by his title to express his respect for him. Only after Li Chen left did he follow Eunuch Chui. Eunuch Chui isn't as bold as Li Chen. He had 2 small eunuchs change Li Ran into eunuch's clothes. I have to say, other people wearing the eunuch's clothes would feel like they'd be strangling down there. Li Ran wears this outfit quite appropriately. After all, he is a real eunuch. On the way out of the palace, Eunuch Chui was excitedly talking some. "What? The 5th prince has made a great fortune this time. Being trusted by His Majesty the old slave was also taken care of by Your Highness. Back then the 5th prince can tell the old slave if he has any needs in the future." Li Ran knew that Eunuch Chui was acting, since his own mother consort had lost her power. These eunuchs never minded themselves. The reason why Eunuch Chui had this attitude now was entirely because of Li Chen. Could it be that Li Chen had already subdued Eunuch Chui? No. Someone like Eunuch Chui should only listen to the emperor, and an emperor with real power. Then it was clear that Li Chen definitely had real power in the palace, and his prestige was not low. The scariest thing is that he's only been on the throne for a few days. No wonder he said that I can't even imagine the joy of the Saint realm. So that's how it is. Li Ran sort of understood this, but it was indeed a bit late. As he left this palace, Li Ran had mixed feelings. He had fantasized countless ways to escape in his head, but this kind of walking out in the open had never really occurred to him. However, the agreement between Li Chen and him, he would definitely keep it. The next morning, Li Chen appeared at the court on time. He would only be late, never early. Chapter 49, Prodigy of the Dynasty. Northern Expedition? The morning court was the same as always, bustling with activity before Li Chen came. The various courtiers were greeting each other and making some small talk in 2s and 3s. There were even quite a few courtiers who were praising Li Chen's action of making the imperial husbandman kneel and call himself an official yesterday. Let them, the courtiers, have light on their faces. Those courtiers who went along yesterday began to blow up, saying how great His Majesty was at that time. It made the others who hadn't been there envious for a while. However, there were individual disciples of the imperial husbandman among the courtiers, and these people didn't look so good, but didn't dare say anything. To put it bluntly, these courtiers are well informed. Every day, they go to and from the morning court, all discuss the hot events of the day. Some of them were discussing, last night, the banquet held at the residence of the Minister of Justice, saying that these people's gazes were still looking towards Feng Huai. Those who dared to discuss Feng Huai were basically also great officials at the Shangshu level. Looks like he's heard some wind of it, but specifically what exactly happened in the residence of the Minister of Justice last night, this they didn't know. Feng Huai's secrecy was done very well. Chancellor Zhao Wenyuan was still standing without changing his face, and no one knew what he was thinking about, and no one dared to accost him. The martial arts general headed by Guo Banyun was still grounded, so he didn't show up. His Majesty has arrived. Only with the eunuch's voice did the courtiers return to their positions, kneeling down and shouting slogans to welcome Li Chen's appearance. Li Chen's appearance in the court was getting lazier and lazier, but His Majesty was getting higher and higher. The first to report on his work today was the Minister of the Household, Lu Minghan. The post of Minister of the Household was not only an important court official, but also the center of the country's financial and household management. He needs to be in charge of the country's finances to ensure that the treasury is full and that revenues and expenditures are balanced. This requires not only a mastery of arithmetic, but also a far-sighted strategic vision to cope with various emergencies and the needs of nation building. He is also responsible for household registration and ensuring the accuracy and completeness of demographic data. Provide a reliable basis for human resource deployment and tax collection in the country. Lu Minghan was not a simple character. The late emperor had always praised him when he was alive. At an early age he had the title of prodigy, and no doubt entered the court as a scholar. It is said that the candidates of that session, all of them are running to the top of the list. No one dares to compete with him for the first prize. The speed with which Lu Minghan was promoted after becoming an official was staggering. But the thing is, he's just purely businesslike. To say that other courtiers, more or less with a little relationship, this is hard power. No black A godly person of this level sat in the Ministry of Households, and the Ministry of Households had been free of any chaos. It could be said that he had done his part in stabilizing the Tianzi dynasty. To be honest, when he reported, Li Duan was listening attentively. Lu Minghan came up and mentioned the issue of military spending, and now the regions are trying to stabilize the situation. In order to suppress those vassal kings who had embraced the military, the various groups of the Tianzi dynasty were increasing their military expenses. This, coupled with the tense situation at the border, is also increasing military spending. If we keep on adding up, the treasury will surely not be able to make ends meet. That's why Lu Minghan suggested Li Chen to lay off some of the idle troops to reduce the military expenses. The courtroom also exploded when this statement was made. On the side of the military generals, they have begun to accuse Lu Minghan of having evil intentions and not having an army. How can the regions be stabilized? Especially those military generals who are going to be associated with the troops that are being cut. He even said bluntly, if the Northern Royal Court comes over, will you Lu Minghan go up to the top? Don't look at some of the troops as idle, but they can be a critical force if it comes to a real fight. Some of the generals are even saying that His Majesty is going to fight with the Northern Court. You, Lu Minghan, are doing this to make His Majesty look bad. When this was said, Li Duan was a bit taut. You guys are really good at pulling it off, even I am involved. I could tell that the martial arts general was trying to use Li Chen to pressure Lu Minghan. Li Dust was talking about cleaning up the Northern Royal Court. Wouldn't disarmament at this time weaken his authority? Lu Minghan was not shy about increasing military spending. No need for the Northern King's Court to fight. As long as the treasury runs out of money and the army can't afford to pay their salaries, they'll find a way to get the money themselves. The world will be in chaos by then. Anyway, to each his own. No one is letting anyone in. Li Chen didn't say anything either. This was all customary for the morning court. And when they'd had enough of arguing, Li Chen then looked at Zhao Wenyuan and said, "What does the Chancellor think?" Zhao Wenyuan was speechless for a while. "Your Majesty, you're great, kicking the ball to me at this time. Do you really want me to offend so many people?" But he was the Chancellor, and he couldn't help but speak his mind. Doesn't it make him look like a loser if he doesn't say so? Before he even opened his mouth, Zhao Wenyuan sensed a group of people staring at him with deadly eyes. If he says anything that doesn't satisfy people, he's sure to get sprayed. Li Dust is of course kicking the bucket. "Your duty is to take the blame for me. You don't have a choice." After pondering for a while, Zhao Wenyuan stood up and spoke. "Your Majesty, in my opinion, you can go north. When things don't work out, you go straight to the north. Most of those who are going to be laid off are the troops stationed in the north anyway, and the north has been trying to deter the Crown Court in recent years. Military spending has also been increasing, so it would be better to just let them fight. Moreover, His Majesty had already made that kind of request last time, and there was basically no room for reprieve. Anything can be solved by winning the fight, and grabbing a wave in the process." Dusty Lee nodded, thinking it was a really good idea, and said, "Agreed. Choose a day for the northern expedition." Now, Lu Minghan and those military generals didn't argue anymore, solving the problem perfectly. The military generals have even taken the initiative and are bound to capture the Northern Royal Court Khan and present him to His Majesty. These words made Li Chen look disgusted. "I'm not good with men. Why do you want the Khan for me? These military generals can't even kiss ass. But any of you who said you'd grab a few beauties for me, I let you go." In fact, no one was more confused than the Khan of the Northern Royal Court. In the past few days, he had just received the humiliation that the new emperor of the Tianzi dynasty wanted to make peace with his family. Before he could get angry and condemn it, he ended up receiving another declaration of war from His Majesty the Tianzi dynasty. Because when a big country goes to war with each other, especially something like the Tianzi dynasty, they definitely have to tell the opposite side first. "I'm going to beat you and then I'm going to beat you to death." To the Northern Royal Court Khan will not be able to. "Did not you say to give me half a year to prepare for it? How come war was declared in 2 days? Are you really in such a hurry? Did I do something? You came up here to cut me down?" Normally, in the face of such provocation and declaration of war, the Khan would have been furious and sent out his troops. But His Majesty of the Tianzi dynasty was so overly perverse that he was beginning to suspect that the opposite side was in such a hurry to go to war. Could it be that it's already prepared? Is there a mole on his side? Have the leaders of those tribes really submitted to him? If the opposite side does not have these preparations, somehow start a war, is not eaten. The people of the Tianzi dynasty had always been shrewd, and he didn't think that Li Chen would fight unprepared battles. When this intelligence reached the ears of the third prince at the border, it even caused 1,000 waves to rise within him. Could it be that by doing this, Old Six has already discovered my intentions? Inside the courtroom, the incident of military expenses has just subsided. The royal historian Zhang Ansong directly opened to participate in the Ministry of Criminal Affairs Secretary Feng Huai. Chapter 50, Who gave you the courage to be stubborn with me? The Minister of the Household, Lu Minghan, just retired. The royal historian Zhang Ansong, holding a tablet, took a step forward. His voice was like a loud bell. "Your Majesty, The humble minister has a book to present. Li Duan slightly raised his hand. Speak, please start your show. With Li Chen's consent, Zhang Ansong's gaze was like a torch as he looked straight at Feng Huai, the Minister of Justice. The tone was stern. Your Majesty, I cited the Minister of Justice. Feng Huai, the death of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has been nearly half a year. The case of the country's attention. The people are terrified. However, to this day, Feng Huai, the Minister of Justice, who is responsible for investigating the case, and yet there is still no substantial progress. May I ask Lord Feng, with all due respect, why this is so? Feng Huai's face sank as he heard this, but he was not flustered. I just heard about a ginseng. Scared the hell out of him. Fatson he had defected to the second prince last night with the intention of plotting against him, but it turned out to be this kind of small thing. The reason why Zhang Ansong joined Feng Huai was because Zhang Ansong was an old member of the Crown Prince. After the death of the prince, many of his men went over to other forces. There were only a few people like Zhang Ansong, who had always remembered the favor of the Crown Prince and wanted to find out the truth and bring justice to the Crown Prince. Feng Huai, the Minister of Justice who had been cited, slowly stood out and said with an arch of his hand, the words of the imperial historian are not true. The prince's case is complicated and involves many people, so it can't be solved overnight. Your Majesty, since I took over this case, do not dare to have the slightest slackness, day and night interrogation, multiple verification, and strive to restore the truth. Although so far there has been no breakthrough progress, but the microcosm is still doing its best and would never dare to be sloppy. That statement is pure crap, and it can be said anyway, as long as it can't be checked. Feng Huai is a decades-long bureaucratic veteran, and has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Zhang Ansong let out a cold laugh. With this statement, is Lord Feng not shirking his responsibility? For the better part of a year, enough to search the entire capital and interrogate countless suspects. But what's the result? The case is still in limbo. The murderer is still at large. Lord Feng, are you capable of solving this case? Or do you have something else in mind that you dare not reveal? Feng Huai was scolded by this and began to get anxious. Looking at him angrily, the words of the imperial historian. This is nonsense. I am dedicated to serving the country and seeking justice for His Highness the Crown Prince. So how could I have any hidden agenda? If Lord Zhang has any grievances against the micromanager, he could have said so directly. Why be so aggressive? Immediately afterward, the two of them began to spray each other. From affairs of state and family too, it's starting to rise to personal attacks. Anyway, Zhang Ansong just bit Feng Huai, saying that he's suing for old age if he can't afford it. If you don't dare to say it, hand over the information or release the authority. He will go to the Ministry of Justice to check it out, and he must give the Crown Prince the truth. Feng Huai had been an official for many years, and the more he was pointed at his nose, the more angry he became. Above the courtroom, the ministers were talking and the atmosphere was getting more and more tense. Li Duan also had a look on his face as he watched the show. You two are arguing and playing, don't mind me. It's all a fixture in the courtroom, a mutual dislike between two ministers that, you can actually hear some of the intelligence. After almost 15 minutes of arguing, Zhang Ansong once again arched his hand at Li Chen. Your Majesty, I don't mean to make things difficult for Lord Feng. It's just that this case concerns the country's foundation and His Royal Highness's heavenly body. I am compelled to argue on the basis of reason, and I hope that Your Majesty will be clear-eyed and find out the truth at an early date so that the people's hearts will be at peace. He had said this, so naturally Li Chen was able to understand it. It's not a solution to keep the prince's death unaccounted for. So Li Chen nodded his head gently. The words of the I Ching are reasonable. Feng Huai, as the Minister of Criminal Affairs, detecting this case is your duty. I will give you another 3 months' time. Make sure to find out the truth. Never let anyone get away with it. As for Zhang Ansong, you have the right to supervise as the imperial historian. I will allow you to investigate the Ministry of Justice's files on the Crown Prince's case to ensure that the case is heard in a just and fair manner. There was absolutely nothing wrong with Li Duan's words, both urging Feng Huai to investigate the case, and let Zhang Ansong can check it himself. So Zhang Ansong cannot say that Li Chen did not give him a chance. Besides, Li Chen said that he would give Feng Huai 3 months, but he didn't say that he would punish him if he couldn't find out. It would actually be the perfect answer. The court officials felt that this matter was over, and that they couldn't find out for so long anyway. There must be many obstacles in the way. Zhang Ansong had just received the decree and thanked him for the favor, but Feng Huai stopped. He said bluntly, Your Majesty, this matter must not be allowed. The Ministry of Justice is indeed an important place of the imperial court. For the safety of the nation, many secret information is stored here. The late emperor entrusted the Ministry of Justice to my humble servant. It is the trust of the micro-ministers, and if the royal historian, Lord Zhang, wants to come and investigate, He is suspected of overstepping his authority, so I hope that your majesty will retract this statement. The whole room was shocked at these words. Feng Huai, an old minister, lifted the late emperor out. This is to harden the new emperor. To put it bluntly, he is relying on the fact that he is a veteran minister in charge of an important position, to press the new emperor on the basis of his own labors. Li Duan frowned and said, "Try saying that again?" Anyone could hear that Li Chen was in a bad mood right now, but Feng Huai seems to be on top. Li Chen has already cut down many of his privileges, and now he's letting others get their hands on his Ministry of Justice? Having long seen Li Chen is displeased, Feng Huai continued, "Your Majesty, it's not that I intend to contradict you. It is indeed entrusted by the late emperor, not to be trifled with." "Good, then I will send you to see the late emperor." Li Dus let out a disdainful light snort, and with just a lift of his hand, a powerful and pure energy was tearing through the void, arriving in an instant. In a flash, space shifted and the mountains and rivers trembled. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Minister of Justice Feng Huai's body exploded. Even with a high level of cultivation he had no room to resist at all, passing away instantly. Every inch of his body exploded, his bones exploding into powder, his skin and blood mix exploding into mush. A reddish-black bloodstain exploded directly from the ground, and there was still a mist of blood drifting in the air. The power generated by the explosion is even more. The whole palace is shaking. Everyone does not know what happened. It just felt like terrifying energies were constantly spreading from within the courtroom. The worst part was that those ministers around Feng Huai were splattered with blood. Li Chen's performance was so shocking that it was beyond the world's imagination. It directly stunned the group of ministers in the courtroom. Those military generals were all practiced, and most of them were still standing. The civil officials were shaken by the shockwave and sent flying, a large swathe of them, and were falling to the ground and wailing. Now, all the courtiers are thinking, no wonder His Majesty has always been so emboldened by. No wonder the Empress Dowager didn't even dare to drape the curtain. Is this the power of the Saint realm? It was the first time that they had ever felt so close to a Saint realm powerhouse, and it was a real eye-opener. Li Chen did not spoil Feng Huai. "An old minister. I've given you a chance. You've got to stand up to me, don't you? You won't even listen to me, and you're holding the late emperor against me? Let me take back my orders and dare to say I'm playing childish games? You think you're so great, don't you? Open your mouth to the late emperor. Close your mouth to the late emperor. This will send you to him. Happy to be dead now. Why do you think I don't dare to kill you? Who gave you the courage to be stubborn with me?" Chapter 51, Power is something that is clutched in the hand. How many are willing to put it down? Requests for recommendations. Requests for monthly votes. This time, there is no courtier who is not afraid of Li Duan. This one is saying that he will kill and really kill. No one dared to say anything about Feng Huai's death. After all, he was asking for it. His Majesty's words have come to that, and he's still going on about the late emperor and the late emperor. If the one who took the throne was an incompetent Your Majesty, even if he was angry, he would definitely still have to go through the procedures and have the Forbidden Army come to arrest Feng Huai. Even if Feng Huai was arrested, at best, they'll be locked up, and they certainly won't die. By the time a lot of people beg for mercy, and he writes himself a letter of repentance or something, His Majesty still has to release him. However, Feng Huai was facing Li Chen, an emperor of the Saint realm, and didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy. Explode on the spot. Now, the group of ministers began to re-evaluate the attitude they should have when talking to Li Chen. They were already afraid of Li Chen, but now they were even more afraid. Zhao Wenyuan has been the chancellor for decades, always with a face as steady as Mount Tai. What a first to give him such a fright. It came really suddenly. How could he not have expected this new emperor to have such an explosive temper? It seems that this is the best interpretation of the king wants the subject to die. The subject has to die. This Majesty really doesn't hold a grudge and exploded on the spot. Soon, the commander of the Forbidden Army, Li Sixing, brought someone into the courtroom to ask Li Chen what had happened. Li Chen said indifferently, "Nothing, just killed a disobedient one with my hands. You just call someone to mop the floor. I obey." Li Xing swallowed. Just that power just now. Li Sixing was scared even from a long distance. He was a strong person of the great circle of the heavenly abyss realm, a cultivation wizard that the entire imperial clan would rarely encounter once in 100 years. From a young age, he was fed pills to grow up, and only then did he reach his current cultivation level. But it was this kind of him who felt like he couldn't even walk a single move under Li Chen. He was already loyal, but now he was even more so. Before walking away, Li Xing swept around and asked, "Where's the body?" A nearby military general replied, "It has been blown to powder." Li Skin. When Li Sixing left with the forbidden guards, the eunuchs and palace maids soon walked in. Quickly clean up the scene. At this time, Li Chen began to mumble, Why are you all still sitting on the ground when I've obviously reduced the power to a very low level? Next time I do it I'll try to lower it a bit more. So all get up. The shock that this statement gave to the group of ministers was even more horrifying. Feng Huai, the Minister of Justice, is a cultivated powerhouse, so do you directly second or reduce the power? If you really get physical, or don't have a good grasp of the force, do we all have to die violently? If Li Duan knew what they were thinking, he would have said, nonsense, if you don't all die, wouldn't I be practicing for nothing? If you can withstand one of my moves, you're considered good. Li Chen's words were indeed suspected of being pretentious, but he had even more capital to pretend. One by one, the civil officials climbed to their feet, and the court meeting continued. Those who hadn't offended Li Chen were naturally just shocked and quickly recovered. Anyway, they hadn't messed with the emperor, and the emperor wasn't going to kill them. But those courtiers who had signed the letter of commitment with Feng Huai last night were all trembling. If His Majesty finds out, will he end up like this? Otherwise, wait for the morning court and go to the Imperial Library to beg for forgiveness. They were originally forced by Feng Huai. They were loyal to the royal family. The heavens can tell. As for the second prince, I really don't know him well. Don't drag us along if you want to die. This group of courtiers were already thinking inside about how they were going to cry later and started preparing their acting. Among them, none felt more lucky than Yan Hai, the Minister of Rights. He was the second prince's man, but he had always listened to Li Chen. He did what Li Chen said, and he thought twice about what the second prince said. He dared to do it without offending Li Chen. At that time, he guessed that he would die on the spot if he offended Li Chen, and now someone has been hit, right? This time, it was even more firm that Yan Hai did not dare to disobey Li Chen's determination. To put it in a treacherous way, as long as Li Chen didn't die, he would be a minister for a day. This farce had ended with Feng Huai's death, and Li Chen glanced at Zhao Wenyuan, said, the Ministry of Justice, the post of the Secretary of the Ministry of Justice, is related to the security of the country, cannot be suspended for a long time. Zhao Aiqing, can there be a suitable candidate to recommend? Zhao Wenyuan was Li Chen's professional receiver, so he asked him if he didn't understand anyway. Zhao Wenyuan knew that he couldn't avoid it, and after thinking for a moment, he took a step forward and bowed with his hands, and, in a deep voice, he said, Your Majesty, there is indeed a person in the mind of the micro-minister who can take up this important task. Li Chen nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. Zhao Wenyuan took a deep breath and continued. This person is the head of the Ministry of Justice. His name is Pang Jin. Since joining the Ministry of Justice, Mr. Pang has been diligent and responsible, solving many big cases with outstanding achievements. He is upright, and his prestige is very high. Quite a reputation among the ministers of the Ministry of Penal Affairs, and his strength was not bad. And the microcosmic minister thought that the great man, both in ability and prestige, was. All of them are good enough for the position of Minister of Justice. This statement caused the courtiers to react a bit, because Pang Jin was the head of the Ministry of Justice, a mid-level official. He was not even qualified to attend the morning court. Above him were high-ranking officials such as the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Justice, and the Minister of Justice. When Pang Jin becomes the Minister of Justice, that's a promotion of several levels in a row. Zhao Wenyuan recommended Pang Jin because Pang Jin was not a member of anyone's party. It's just a guy who does a lot of work. Feng Huai has been in charge of the Ministry of Justice for many years. The Minister of Criminal Affairs, the Minister of Criminal Affairs, the Minister of Criminal Affairs, and the Minister of Criminal Affairs, all of these can be his close confidants. And whoever is chosen to go up is actually not very suitable. If His Majesty wants someone who is very capable of doing things, Pang Jin is undoubtedly the best choice. This advancement by Zhao Wenyuan made the courtiers feel that it was unexpected, but also reasonable. After all, Pang Jin did mix in the Ministry of Justice for a long time, and the people in the Ministry of Justice knew about his ability and strength. Okay, according to the recommendation of the Secretary, promote Pang Jin as the Ministry of Justice. What are your opinions? This sentence of Li Dust can be said to be the final word. Who dares to have any opinion? Didn't Feng Huai just have a bit of an opinion and it blew up? In particular, those at the top of the Ministry of Justice hastened to say that His Majesty was wise or something like that. How dare they compete for the position of Minister of Justice? Li Chen has not killed them is already very good. It's not uncommon to see things like this in the courtroom, but it's not something that's hard to understand. The court meeting continues. The news that Feng Huai had been directly executed by Li Chen spread quickly. In the Empress Dowager's chambers, the shocked Empress Dowager received information from her beloved palace maid. What? Is Feng Huai so bold that he dares to directly contradict His Majesty? It was then that she realized that the movement just now was from Li Chen. The Saint realm was truly powerful. causing her eyes to become even more filled with a hungry look. That's right, His Majesty gave Lord Feng a chance, and Lord Feng is still obsessed. The beloved courtesan briefly explained the matter. Like a cold-blooded announcer, power is something that is clutched in the hands of a few who are willing to put it down. The Empress Dowager knew very well what was in the hearts of these ministers, but they did not consider who they were dealing with either. Don't look at Li Chen, who was usually good at talking, but when he really started to fight, that was also unreasonable. Dealing with the Saint realm was much more dangerous than dealing with an emperor, not to mention the fact that Li Duan has all of both of them. Chapter 52, Li Dust is strong, but I have no reason to lose. To say that Feng Hui died in the court, this thing, the most shocked than the second Prince Li Xian. Originally, Li Xian just got the Ministry of Justice, this big help. Delighted not, already fantasizing about how you're going to play. But before he could give the order, before he could lay it out, he let Li Chen pull it out directly and quickly. This made Li Xian begin to wonder if Li Chen had already arranged eyes around him. How is it that he just received the information himself and Li Chen handled it so quickly? Plus the news of the northern expedition that came out of the morning court. Li Xian could be certain that he and Lao San must have had a mole planted by Li Duan around them. This move, which appeared to be fooling around, was actually a deterrent from Li Duan to him and also the third prince. Kind of funny. I underestimated you before. It was only from this point on that Li Xian officially placed Li Chen on the level of being qualified to play against himself. However, Li Xian was not in a hurry. As long as his master made a move, there was no reason for him to lose. In his opinion, this one remains a solid win. In the great general's residence, Wu Banyun was planting vegetables in his own small courtyard. It's been many years since I've worked in the field, but the skill hasn't fallen off. Every move is so fluid and seamless. Even after planting a vegetable patch all morning, no sweat broke out on him. Fit beyond his years. After turning over the soil, it was roughly time for the morning court. He then sat down in a chair in the parlor and drank tea, listening to the news reported by his men. Feng Hui has done this to himself, except that His Majesty has put the northern expedition on the agenda. I was really not expecting that. He was feeling a little emotional inside. Missing out on 2 big shows today and being grounded at home wasn't going to be easy. Seemingly already having an idea, Gu Banyun urged the servant to bring over his clothes. A look of going out. At this time, Gui Jinwei, Guo Broyan's son, happened to walk over. Seeing his father, he questioned, "Father, where are you going?" Gui Jianyun said with a serious face, "Your Majesty wants a northern expedition. How can I be allowed to go on this expedition? Even if I die on the battlefield, it's still better than dying in the court. No military general would miss something like this. It would be an honor for them." This was why so many military generals in the court were begging Li Chen to let them go to war. "But father, this is the period when you are grounded by His Majesty. How did Feng Hui die, have you forgotten? It is not wanton disobedience of His Majesty's orders." Wu Jinwei's words had instantly calmed Guo Banyun down. To be honest, he was still afraid of Li Chen, the new emperor. "Yes. Oh, His Majesty has already shown me mercy by banning my feet. And it's only for 7 days, too. If I hadn't skinned that last time I went to the royal library, it's probably all ready for the court now. Wouldn't I also be disobeying His Majesty's orders if I left without being summoned at this time? What's the most annoying thing about being an emperor? That's naturally disobedient subjects. Isn't Feng Hui's example obvious?" He had just finished despising Feng Hui and almost ran into another gun. Li Chen's temperament Guo Banyun still knew. Just now he was just more anxious and almost forgot about it. But now the general of the northern expedition is undecided. What if someone else gets there first? Otherwise, in this way, I will go and seek an audience with His Majesty, and inform him of my father's wishes. Wu Jinwei's approach was indeed good, but Guo Banyun was a bit worried. Li Chen's mind is even harder to understand than the late emperor's. If his own son contradicts Li Chen, the chances of not making it out of the battle when the time comes are small. Being exterminated would be a big problem. Previous emperors more or less talked about process and sentiment. This one is really not, and do not need to talk about it. Seemingly seeing his old man's thoughts, Wei Jinwei continued, "Don't worry, father. We are the subjects or His Majesty's dogs. Just show loyalty." This sentence don't look vulgar, but Guo Banyun recognized it. Only by treating yourself like a dog. This attitude to communicate with His Majesty. Will you not offend him? With that said, Guo Banyun told his son to hurry up, lest he be preempted by the other military generals. Wei Jianyun just changed his clothes for the main event, and was already riding to the palace as fast as he could. But just as he reached the entrance to the palace, he was dumbfounded. There were hundreds of people here in great numbers, all of whom were some of the Tianzi dynasty's military generals, as well as their men. Many of these military generals were even wearing armored military uniforms, and the horses beside them were also in military uniform. Without exception, They all heard that His Majesty was going on a northern expedition and came up to ask for battle. There were quite a few young generals like Guizhenwei, and in addition to that, there were some old generals that, it's from the same era as Guo Zhanyun. They hadn't appeared in public in the imperial capital for decades, and now they all couldn't sit still. The idea is probably the same as Guo Banyun, dying on the battlefield. If it were a civil official, he would be here to exchange pleasantries, say hello, and say something polite. But the martial arts are different. They still have a rivalry, and they've already opened up a can of worms. What level are you at that you have the nerve to apply for the northern expedition? I see that you're sickly, consumptive physique, froze to death before they even got to the north. Oh, I've been in 100 battles, fought more battles, big and small, than you've ever seen. Who are you to argue with me? Let's all be quiet. I'll be fair. I'm from the northern front down here. I'm more familiar with the local treats, so I'll do it this time. You're the one with the big face, aren't you? Who here has spent time in the north? I heard that you were recalled to the imperial capital because of your incapability, and your position was taken by a young general. How nice of you to come. What did you say? Where did the rumor come from? I think you're looking for a fight, aren't you? Come on. Who's afraid? And all losers go back. A group of military generals in this place. That's hilarious. If it wasn't for someone pulling the strings, some of the already conflicted military generals almost got into a fight outside the palace gates. As you can see, there are also some military generals and great honchos who are constantly on their way. Guo Zhenwei was sweating at the sight. He tried to squeeze his way to the front, quietly taking out some silver tickets in his hand. He said to Eunuch Chui at the entrance of the palace, "Eunuch, I am the son of the great General Guo Banyun." Before he could say anything, Eunuch Chui pushed the money back and, then with an impatient face, he interrupted, "Stop it, General Guo. No one can go in without His Majesty's summons, and don't make things difficult for me. Eunuch Chui has already turned down dozens of big shots today. Guo Zhenwei, this level is really not enough to let Chui Gonggang give a good face." His father General Guo Banyun came more or less. Li Chen's order is the holy decree here in Eunuch Chui. You Guo Zhenwei stuffed more is useless, and with so many people here, you'd have to find a deserted place if you wanted to stuff it. I really don't know if you military generals are really stupid or you can't see the situation. Eunuch Chui doesn't know why, but as the new emperor gets stronger and stronger, he felt himself branching out as well. As the saying goes, even when you beat a dog, it depends on the master. The stronger the master, the madder the dog. Running into a master like Li Chen, Eunuch Chui really just doesn't carry fear when he offends someone. Anyway, I'm just Li Chen's dog, and I'm doing this as a favor to my master. You have the guts to go to my master's place and make a scene, and you'll see if he asks you or not and be done with it. Chapter 53, You told me to beg His Majesty. On what grounds? I owe you? Guo Zhenwei ate a big turtle at the gate of the palace and was booed by many military generals. Thinking that it was not a good idea for him to continue waiting here, he returned to the great general's residence. Wei Jianyun was inwardly annoyed when he learned of this news. As the head of the military generals, he was indeed qualified to seek an audience with Li Chen. But the problem was that he was grounded. If he went out at this time, with Li Chen's temperament, he would definitely still add the period of grounding to him. For this disregard of his imperial orders, which the emperor had not liked in the first place. How can we still give him a chance? If the emperor really gives it, what will the other ministers think of it in the future? After half a day of pacing back and forth in the yard, Wei Jianyun said to Guo Zhenwei, "You quickly go to the chancellor's residence." Guo Zhenwei was puzzled. What's the point of going to the chancellor's residence? We don't know the chancellor well. You don't understand. At this stage you can see His Majesty, and His Majesty is able to listen to what is being said, and only him. I understand, father. I'm on my way. Guo Zhenwei is like a toolman, running around. At this moment, inside the imperial study of the palace, Pang Jin, the head of the Ministry of Justice, and Zhang Ansong, the imperial historian, were kneeling in front of Li Chen. Both of these two were summoned by Li Chen to qualify to appear in the imperial study room. Among the two of them, the one who was the most terrified in his heart was Pang Jin, the head of the Ministry of Justice. Now it can be said that Pang Jin, the Minister of Justice, Pang Jin has an upright figure, a dry temperament, and a face as firm as iron. The brow revealed an unyielding valor. His aura was calm and powerful, as lofty as a mountain, and one could tell at a glance that this person is by no means a pool animal, and must be an expert with great skills. From the time he came to the imperial study, he didn't say much, but when faced with Li Chen's questions, he answered them all. He answered whatever Li Duan asked, and his answers were all very specific, which made Li Duan very satisfied. In his opinion, this kind of person can get down to work. Then Feng Huai, who was killed by him, was completely an official tumor. Every day he opens his mouth with a bunch of official jargon, sounding very high-end and atmospheric. Practically nothing, not a single useful sentence. You two just cooperate and try to get to the bottom of this thing. You come to me if you run into any obstacles. Li Duan didn't have much affection for the crown prince, but what should be investigated still had to be investigated. It was also a way to test Pan Jin's abilities. Your Majesty, I, Zhang Antsong, received the decree and thank you for the favor. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, that I, Pang Jin, will do my utmost in the case of His Highness the Crown Prince's death. Do everything you can to bring the truth to light and live up to Your Majesty's trust. After the two ministers finished speaking, Li Chen waved his hand for the two of them to hurry. The two of them were also considered to be ministers who could normally leave from Li Chen's imperial study. You should know that many ministers are afraid of this place, and some of them are even carried out by the Forbidden Army. On the way back, Pang Jin and Zhang Antsong exchanged pleasantries for a while. It's about discussing what to do next in the partnership. Zhang Antsong is a courtier, and has already experienced what happened this morning. There wasn't a whole lot going on inside right now, just wanting to know how the crown prince died. Pang Jin is different. He was working at the Ministry of Justice this morning. He saw the eunuch from the palace, thought something was up. As a result, I heard from the eunuchs in the palace that Feng Huai, the first hand of the Ministry of Penal Affairs of my family, had repeatedly contradicted His Majesty, being slapped to death on the spot by His Majesty. He himself was elected by Chancellor Zhao Wenyuan as the new Minister of Justice. It was indeed so sudden that Pang Jin almost didn't react. After mixing for so many years, Pang Jin did not expect that he could be a Shanshu so soon. That's the way it is in government. If you don't choose to take sides, and you don't have any notable credits, it's hard to get ahead, can be promoted. Pang Jin is very happy, but this case is really old fire. When the prince died, the late emperor was furious. Feng Huai, the then Minister of Justice, personally led the investigation. Pan Jin is a good case solver and is also investigating at the scene, but when he arrived at the scene, it had been cleaned up by professionals. Couldn't find any trace of it. At that time, Pang Jin suspected that this maneuver should be the work of a mole in the Ministry of Justice, because only someone who's been in the Ministry of Justice for many years, in order to accurately know the direction and approach of the Ministry of Justice to investigate the case, then he can clean up everything that the Ministry of Justice wants to investigate, after he commits the crime, leaving the Ministry of Justice with no leads to follow. Here Pang Jin began to judge that it shouldn't be Feng Huai and those few executives. They had followed the late emperor when they were young and were his confidants. There was no need to harm the crown prince. It would not do them any good. Then the mole is most likely to be the same level as himself, the highly capable ones in the middle of the Ministry of Justice. It's been half a year since the prince's case, and there are definitely no more clues at the scene. Once we find out who the mole is, the truth will naturally come out. Previously, Pan Jin didn't have the ability to check, and he wasn't a cutie. If he spoke to Feng Huai like this, he wouldn't be able to handle it too well if the other mid-levels joined together to bite him back. But now it's different. He is a hand of the Ministry of Criminal Affairs. The authority is instantly big, and with the backing of the new emperor, isn't this a chance for the new emperor to show himself? Pang Jin also knows that investigating this kind of case will definitely offend people, but just offend. When you come to be an official in the Ministry of Justice, there are a few who have not offended anyone. Who would dare to work in this place if they were afraid of death? Furthermore, the Ministry of Justice already has a lot of power. Pang Jin feels that the matter of the crown prince is related to the fate of the country, and there must be more than one to catch. The day he found out the truth for himself, the entire imperial capital would surely bleed to death. But before that, Pang Jin had one more person to meet, and that was Chancellor Zhao Wenyuan, himself to be the Minister of Justice. In addition to his own abilities, the recommendation of the Chancellor is also very important. At this moment, inside the Chancellor's residence, Zhao Wenyuan was sipping his ordinary tea, even if it was ordinary, but he felt very deliciously awake. Before him stood a young general. I say young, but I'm over 30. There were very few generals in their 20s in the Tianzi dynasty, so he was considered young for his age. Wu Zhenwei spelled out his father's claim, and, in words of earnestness, requested Zhao Wenyuan to go to His Majesty and let his father go on the expedition. He even said things like no regrets in death and my father never begged for anything in his life. Zhao Wenyuan put down his teacup and muttered, "Go back and tell your father. Let him think about how he got grounded." Zhao Wenyuan was so civilized that he didn't even bother to curse. "You told me to beg His Majesty. On what grounds? Do I owe you, with that mouth of yours? Or do we know each other well? His Majesty lets whoever he wants go. Why do you think it's useful for me to talk? Whether it's the matter of the Northern Expedition or the appointment of the post of Minister of Justice, It was His Majesty who asked me to say. I'm just saying, he won't let me say anything. Do I have the guts to say anything without authorization? Do you think I have the guts? Your father was grounded by His Majesty, not because he was self-righteous. And the preparations for the northern expedition can't be completed in a day or two, when the preparations are almost done. Your father's grounding was lifted a long time ago. If he's not afraid of death, he can beg for it himself in the courtroom. Wei Jianyun was the head of the military generals, and a few of them dared to steal from him at that time. I really don't know what you martial artists think. Whenever you hear of war, you go to your head. These words have a lot of treachery. Zhao Wenyuan also do not have that patience to speak. Just mentioning this one sentence. As for whether Guo Banyun heard it or not, then he didn't care. In a sense, Chancellor Zhao Wenyuan had begun to understand Li Chen's habits and thoughts. In Zhao Wenyuan's opinion, Li Duan liked the kind who could do his job well and don't bull too much, and when in trouble you can advise or even help solve the problem as a courtier. Zhao Wenyuan thought, isn't this me? Chapter 54, you better get out before I change my mind. While many ministers feared Li Chen like a tiger, Zhao Wenyuan felt that Li Chen was good to get along with, because the late emperor was very suspicious and would try to supervise the courtiers, or make things difficult for some courtiers with imperial maneuvers. It wasn't just the late emperor either. Many emperors through the ages have been like that. That's why Zhao Wenyuan had to be very careful in everything he did. He didn't dare to be too extravagant even in drinking tea. Just don't want to get caught in the act. Usually, they also had to guess the intentions of the late emperor's every move, so that they could make plans to deal with them. Facing Li Chen, the new emperor, all you had to do was not mess with him, and he wouldn't bother with you. He did not worry that his subjects would rebel because they did not dare, and he was not afraid. No one has to be so tired. Isn't this the perfect emperor? So when Li Chen revealed the card, Saint Realm, Zhao Wenyuan revealed the loyal subject card as well, fearing that Li Chen would kill the wrong person. Just after sending Wei Jianwei away, someone else came to visit. My humble servant, Pang Jin, pays his respects to Lord Chancellor. Pang Jin just made a bow when he arrived in front of Zhao Wenyuan. How does a huge person have time to come to my place? Zhao Wenyuan said this politely, but remained seated in his chair with no intention of getting up. There were few of him, in terms of either seniority or official position, who could make him rise to greet him. What's more, this is only the newly promoted Minister of Justice Pang Jin. The official rank is quite a bit lower than him. Minister Zhao, on top of the morning court today, thank you for the favor of your recommendation. Pang Jin came here, first and foremost to thank Zhao Wenyuan for his promotion. This Zhao Wenyuan had already guessed when he saw him. At least I mentioned you in front of His Majesty, otherwise the position of Secretary of the Ministry of Justice wouldn't be yours. It's only right that you thank me. After a moment's pause, Pang Jin added, in addition to that, there is one more thing that my humble servant would like to say. Zhao Wenyuan said. Speak. The demeanor of his tone somewhat mimicked Li Duan's. Li Du's speech is very dry. We have something to say. Lazy and you pull half a day calf. Subconsciously, Zhao Wenyuan would imitate Li Chen, and it was also a form of admiration for Li Chen. But next, Pang Jin politely stated that he was just a roughneck. He knows some case-handling techniques and brute force, but he really knows nothing about the court. The general idea is that, while I appreciate your recommendation, I do not associate myself with a party. I beg the Chancellor's pardon. Speaking very subtly, he didn't want to offend Zhao Wenyuan either. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenyuan laughed. Ha ha, they say you're a straight man. I think you're not quite smart here. You're right. You just need to serve His Majesty. Don't think much about anything else. Thank you, Chancellor, for your guidance. After saying that, Pang Jin directly excused himself and left, not daring to stay for a second longer for fear that the others would misunderstand something. If this news reaches Li Duan's ears, maybe Li Duan will think more about it. Pang Jin rarely came into contact with Li Duan, so he did things very carefully. In fact, Zhao Wenyuan recommended Pang Jin because Pang Jin had the cleanest base in the Ministry of Justice. Pang Jin was born into a family of hunters in the western part of the Tianzi dynasty, and due to his superior talent, he was then sent to the imperial capital to further his studies at the Combat Academy. During his further studies, he stood out from the crowd of geniuses and was specially recruited into the criminal department. After taking office, he solved a number of major cases, and was recognized by his leaders, all the way up to the position of head of the Ministry of Justice. From that background, he really is a man who can get things done. As the Chancellor, not to mention the information on officials of all sizes in the imperial court, and even officials in various localities, but it's all in his head. Not forgetting was only Zhao Wenyuan's basic ability. How dare you take up porcelain work without some diamond drills? Meanwhile, there was a lot of crying in the imperial study. Those who didn't know thought that Li Chen was dead. Speak ye. What are ye crying for? Can you tell me who died? Li Dus looked at the 6 ministers with a speechless face. As soon as they came in, they knelt on the ground and wailed, saying things like, I'm sorry, Your Majesty, that I'm really heartless, and that I beg Your Majesty's forgiveness. The main thing is, they're on their knees crying half the time. Li Duan froze, not knowing what they were talking about. In the end, all that could be done was to order them not to cry, and then point to any one of them and ask him to set the record straight. This one moved a few steps forward on his knees and opened his mouth to put last night. Feng Hui forced them to sign the letter of submission to submit to the second prince and told them about it. They repeatedly declared that they absolutely had no intention of betraying Li Chen, and were all forced to. There was even one who added details that the room was filled with sword and axe men prepared by Feng Hui. There's nothing they can do. Regarding Feng Hui's death today, they felt that it was a great relief, thanking Li Chen for saving them from the fire. Upon hearing this, Li Chen bristled. I thought you guys killed the crown prince. Come to me to turn yourself in and beg to be spared, and come to me to cry half the time over such a trivial matter. These words directly scared the 6 ministers green. Your Majesty, you dare to joke, but we don't dare to take it. It's not a good idea. If you put it on our heads, it's a good idea. That's a big offense to put 9 families to death. A few of them were veteran ministers under the late emperor. According to Pang Jin, there is no reason to make a move against the prince. A matter like attempted gangsterism is neither big nor small. To put it mildly, it would depend on how Li Duan judged it. Don't look at these 6 ministers out of the palace, all of whom were powerful ministers of great stature, characters that make people look over their shoulders. But here in the Imperial Library, their lives were a matter of Li Chen's word. Li Duan hadn't put the second prince in his eyes in the first place, just casually said, you guys can just do things in the future to stand up to this official robe, and the next one will not be an example. Hearing Li Chen's words, the 6 ministers cried again. This time I can say I am truly grateful. They were all ready to go to jail, and it turned out not only to be fine, but just a verbal warning. In the eyes of this group of old ministers, Li Chen was covered with a layer of holy light. This was simply a bright ruler of the ages. Seeing as how these old guys are still crying, Li Chen said impatiently, you guys better hurry up and get out before I change my mind. Hearing this, the 6 ministers rose in a hurry and left with thanks. One of them, I don't know if she's been kneeling too long in bad health, or if she just cried too hard, some weakness in the legs and feet, or did the other ministers drag him right out? After they left, the day was pretty much over. Li Chen knew that those military generals were in a hurry because of the northern expedition, but it was useless to be in a hurry. After all, this kind of thing completely depended on Li Chen's mood, and he had absolute dominance. Finally off duty, after stretching his back and putting down the last jingbiao in his hand, Li Chen got up and left the imperial study, having just returned to the gates of his chambers, and before he could enter, he saw a silhouette dart out from the door and instantly pounced into his arms, that soft and boneless body clinging to him. Li Chen felt the warmth and softness in his arms, and sniffed the faint fragrance of the tired feeling of government is swept away. Chapter 55, The Schemes of the Royal Court Envoys, Dark Tides. Why? Are you done with your homework for today? Pinching Li Xining's soft little face, Li Chen pretended to be stern and said, the strengthening of the 2 tendons has been completed. It's exhausting. The cultivation task that Li Chen had arranged for her was very simple. Of course, it was also for her, coupled with the fact that Li Xining was highly gifted. Strengthening 2 meridians per day was simply definitive. The rest of this ninny's time was spent playing, or sticking to Li Duan. Li Chen was still somewhat responsible, slowly checking the meridians in her body. Let's see if we've practiced wrong. It's a critical time to build a foundation, and you can't rush the work because you're greedy. Otherwise, in the later stages of the artery catalyzing technique, the meridians would be damaged, and there was a risk of breakage. After a careful inspection of the whole body, noticing a slightly violent energy flowing within Li Xining's meridians, Li Chen was reassured. It was estimated that in a few more days, Li Xining would be able to start the awakening ceremony. By then, Li Xining would have entered the middle stage of the vein opening realm and could continue to complete the system quests. The mandate is for 60 days, presumably to get people ready. In addition to obtaining cultivation resources, the Wild Mystery Realm is also a trial for cultivators. It can enhance the cultivator's fighting ability. At the same level, those with more combat experience tend to have a greater advantage. Brother, I want to go back. Originally, Li Xining lived outside the palace, but now she wants to move back in. Naturally, she had to go back and move her personal belongings over first. Okay, I'll go with you. Yeah. For this sister, Li Duan was still more favored. There's nothing to do in the afternoon anyway, so it's good to get out and go for a walk. Meanwhile, near the place where the 9 princesses of the imperial capital lived, a figure had already been in ambush here for a long time. Ever since Li Chen and the royal court envoys had a falling out, Altai and Adard then plotted to capture the 9th princess, but after waiting for several days, the 9th princess, since she entered the palace, neither returned to his mansion. Altai, still having a task at hand, left first and returned to the northern royal court. The younger brother, Adard, then continued to wait here with his men. Anyway, the escape route has been planned. As long as we catch the 9th princess, they would be able to reach the royal court in the fastest time possible. When the time comes, not only will the Khan not punish them, he will surely reward them handsomely. Today, at last, Adard had his chance. And, according to a report from his eyes outside the palace gates, the 9th princess's carriage finally left the palace. Adard was inwardly overwhelmed. At last it had come to me. He had heard that the 9th princess was a woman of great beauty, so he would like to see her properly. A few evil thoughts flooded through him at the thought. That was after all the woman Khan had named. He couldn't mess around, but he still dared to take some advantage. Just as he was carefully observing the streets on the other side of the palace, a woman suddenly stepped in front of him. This woman had fair skin and a melon face with delicate and beautiful features. It was a beauty not to be seen often even in Adard, and above all the woman was English. If this had been before, Adard would have gone up and struck up a conversation, but now it's different. He saw the official uniform on this woman, and a team of officials following beside her. It made Adard freeze right in place, not knowing what to do. Based on reports from the public that several of you are loitering in the area, please follow me back to the Yamen to be investigated. Lin Yue held the hilt of the sword on her waist with one hand and said with a serious face, she is a recent graduate of the Payroll Combat Academy this year, and due to her excellent grades, coupled with Li Chen's relationship, Yan Hai, the Minister of Rights, recommended her to serve in the Imperial Palace. When Lin Yue was so strong, she was appointed head constable. In fact, she is not a big official, just the captain of a precinct security squad. The 9th princess's residence happened to be within her jurisdiction. She had just received a report from the public, so naturally she had to bring her team over to check it out. Most people like this who are loitering in the imperial city are stomping around, preparing for the theft. The area under Lin Yue's jurisdiction was the residence of many royal children and great nobles. There was a lot of valuable stuff in there, and she wasn't able to be sloppy at all. Adard was a bit confused at the moment. He hadn't expected this in all his calculations. I've been squatting here for days without being noticed, and it just so happens that today I was reported by a member of the public? No, actually, it's because he's been squatting here for a few days, and the people in the neighborhood don't think something's right. Just go ahead and report it. Adard was a man of the Northern Royal Court, felt that he wouldn't be able to explain himself very well if he was captured. Just as his eyes dodged and he was about to bolt, a sharp longsword was already on his neck. The sword shone with a cold light. The movement of Lin Yue's sword was so fast that it surprised Atad a little. I didn't expect a constable of the Tianzi dynasty to have this kind of strength. Atad's strength was the same as Lu Hao's, both at the peak of the void-breaking realm. Lin Yue had already activated her meridians, and this aura should be at the void-breaking realm as well. Add to that the fact that there were other constables around, and Adard wasn't sure he'd be able to leave anytime soon. If he was entangled, the other experts would rush over and he would definitely be unable to defend himself. So he decided to hold back for a while. There was no rush to catch the 9 princesses. In this way, Adard and 2 of his men were captured by the officers of the others that weren't captured began to lurk, ready to rescue Adard. When Lin Jue left with her people for a while, Li Chen and Li Xining's carriages and horses passed by this place. Atad had to be glad that he had been captured early, or else he would have been facing Li Duan, with Li Chen's character. But whenever he dared to take a shot at Li Xining, it would not be as simple as an interrogation. In the precinct government offices, no matter how much Lin Yue questioned him, Adard said that he was loitering and, if you think I'm up to no good, why don't you prove it? And Adard's attitude was also very bad, relying on the fact that he was an envoy, and when he was being interrogated, all dare to put their legs on the table. He didn't dare to do so when facing Li Chen and the civil and military officials in the courtroom, but this is just a district office, he really doesn't care. Anyway, the other subordinates had already left, and it didn't take long for the diplomatic pressure to rise. As long as no evidence could be produced, Lin Jue would not only let him go, but also apologize to him. He wanted to see what this high and mighty cold beauty would look like when she bowed her head and apologized. A teasing expression was written all over Adard's face. If I can't take care of your emperor, I can't take care of you? Of course, at this moment, Adard doesn't know that this morning, Li Duan has already agreed to the northern expedition. The news just hasn't been made official to the public. When the news is announced, Addard won't be much of an envoy. After interrogating her all afternoon, Lin Yue was also furious. She hadn't been working long and had a lot of bad luck. The area under her jurisdiction. A lot of royalty and seigneurs. These people have a lot of power. Even the governor and chief constable of the Yamen had to bow their heads. There was even a bold feudal prince's son who kept molesting her because of her beauty. Lin Yue can't help it. She just joined the organization. She can't afford to mess with these powerful people, doing things that can only be endured. It was so hard to catch a petty thief. Thinking that he could finally brush up on some performance, repay Li Chan for cultivating her. I didn't realize that this petty thief was actually a royal court envoy. This royal court envoy was already threatening her, and if she didn't handle it properly, she was sure to come under diplomatic pressure. The old official next to him advised Lin Yue that it would be better to apologize to Addard and just let him out. But Lin Yue thinks she's done nothing wrong. She's followed the rules and regulations. Why is that? Walking out of the prison, Lin Yue sighed. It was so hard. She did not give up. However, and he felt that Addard, since he was an envoy, it wouldn't have been possible to squat in that place for so long for no reason. There must be some kind of conspiracy. With that thought in mind, Lin Yue was going to go back to the place where she had captured Addard and check it out. Chapter 56, a professional who pretends to be a pig and eats tigers. Requesting subscriptions and monthly votes. It's nearly dusk, and the afterglow is spilling over the powerful neighborhoods of the imperial capital. It gave the area a golden veil. Lin Yue was dressed in a tight-fitting power suit, with her sword hanging from her waist. The pace was firm through this stately street. This neighborhood is very different from the rest of the city, with fences towering over thee. It's as if you can isolate yourself from the hustle and bustle of the outside world. An imposing plaque, engraved with the distinguished family name, hangs at the main entrance. The extraordinary status of the place is emphasized. Outside the gates of some of the mansions, powerful guards with long spears and torchlight gazes patrolled the surroundings. No curmudgeon will be allowed to come near. Lin Yue couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions inside as she walked along this street. She looked at the lofty mansions and pondered in her mind, in this imperial capital, where every inch of land was, when will you be able to afford a house of your own on your own meager salary? Despite the fact that salaries in the empire are much higher than elsewhere, but for an ordinary constable like her, trying to settle down in this area was tantamount to a fool's errand. If you want to buy, you can buy outside the sixth ring of the empire, but those places are far away from the area where you work and the listings are hard to find. Why don't you save up some money and retire back home later? There are familiar landscapes, friendly neighbors, and her childhood memories and dreams. Thinking of this, Lin Yue gently patted her face and inwardly murmured, Lin Yue, you've only been on the job a few days. You haven't even gotten your first month's paycheck, and you're thinking about buying a house. If I don't do my job properly, how can I live up to His Majesty's cultivation? That royal court envoy must be up to something. Maybe we'll find out. It will be able to contribute to the stabilization of this area. Reality may be cruel, but dreams can still be harbored. For now, she had to work overtime to finish her work first. But sometimes, life doesn't always work out so well. Having just arrived near the place where Addard was captured, just as Lin Yue was about to delve deeper into the case, a cacophony of noise broke the silence around them. She frowned slightly, and followed the sound of the, only to see a figure reeking of alcohol staggering towards her with a couple of henchmen. That was none other than the clan king's son, Su Zifeng, who was disheveled, his hair disheveled, and, obviously fresh from the wind and moon. His feet were weak and his eyes were misty. If you were next to him, you could still smell the rouge and powder mixing. Lin Yue's heart sank. Ever since she became the head constable, this Su Zifeng hadn't given her a hard time. Every time he patrols, he molests her. He even dares to run to the government office to cause trouble. Let her not get tired of it. I thought I could avoid this trouble today, but I didn't expect to run into it here again. As soon as Su Zifeng saw Lin Yue, his eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth hooked into a lewd smile. You see, fate is so wonderful. Sheriff Lin just got off work, didn't he? How about a drink at my house? Su Zifeng was very bold, and this statement looked like a negotiation that, but relying on his status, he was ready to forcefully pull Lin Yue away. Lin Yue looked at Su Zifeng, who was getting closer and closer. Her silver teeth clenched as she glared angrily at him. When she was about to dodge, she saw a figure suddenly blocking her way. That's a son of a great nobleman named Shui Wu. He had also fallen in love with Lin Yue at first sight. So how could he tolerate his beloved being bullied like this? He just came back from work today, too, and happened to see his sweetheart being molested. This brought his subordinates to relieve him. Lin Yue had a pretty good impression of Shui Wu. At least Shui Wu was a relatively upright person. It's also knitted in the empire and the family conditions are there. It belongs to the sons of the honored ones who have a harsher discipline. At the very least, within the people who pursued her, compared to scum like Su Zifeng, it has been excellent. In Xue Wu's opinion, Lin Yue is very high-strung and he had never been able to find a chance to be alone with Lin Yue himself. He's a bit of an honest guy, and he doesn't do that fancy courting stuff. Every time he talked to Lin Yue, his hand unconsciously scratched the back of his head. But today, Xue Wu was very happy, and he thanked Su Zifeng for giving him this opportunity to heroically save a beauty. Just clean up this dude Su Zifeng, then Lin Yue will definitely give him a chance to eat. Thinking of this, Xue Wu angrily rebuked Su Zifeng. Su Zifeng, as the son of a vassal king, they should abide by the law and discipline and set an example for the people, but they are here to bully and molest the officials, simply ignoring the law of the land. There's no one else in sight. Su Zifeng sniffed, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile, as he relied on his status and position. Emboldened, he scolded. So what if I molested you? Your father can't even control me. So what are you, Xue Wu? In this imperial capital, there's still nothing Su Zifeng wouldn't dare to do. I could tell he was upset to have his fun interrupted. Please watch what you say. You can talk about me but not my family. Yo, didn't your punk-ass dad teach you not to come out and scream if you don't have what it takes? These words were like a sharp knife, piercing Xue Wu's heart deeply. He had admired his father since he was young. How could he tolerate such an insult from Su Zifeng? It could be said that Su Zifeng had accurately stepped on his lightning point. Xue Wu was so furious that he couldn't stand it any longer and decided to give Su Zifeng a little color. At his command, the men behind him were like wild horses out of control. Towards Su Zifeng and his men rushed. Su Zifeng wasn't willing to show any weakness, and the dogs under his command were all hand-picked experts. The two sides were suddenly in a melee. Fists and kicks were exchanged. Weapons clashed, and for a time, the street was filled with shouts and the crisp sound of metal clashing. Lin Yue stood at the side, watching the sudden battle with mixed feelings in her heart. She was both grateful for Xue Wu's righteous help and worried that the battle would lead to even more trouble. He's just a small official, and the one who did it is the son of a feudal lord. One was the eldest son of a great nobleman, neither of whom was someone she could mess with. Most of all, it was still her own work area, and she should have stopped the fight but the situation was out of control. If this matter reaches the ears of the governor and the chief constable tomorrow, it really made her feel like her head was spinning that she, the head constable, was going to be criticized again. In front of Lin Yue, the battle between the two sides had entered a white heat. Although Xue Wu was old, his strength was extraordinary, and the aura that erupted from him was astonishing. It was several times that of Su Zifeng. The energy fluctuations were even more terrifying when the arterial art was catalyzed. However, this Su Zifeng is a master of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Don't look at him at this moment. The truth is that it is deeply hidden. Many people may not realize that Su Zifeng's father was a vassal king with a heavy hand in the army. Ever since he was a child, he had been courageous, even reaching the terrifying strength of the middle stage of the sixth harmony realm, coupled with innate divine power, outstanding talent, and a powerful addition of qi. The cross-country challenges are even less of a problem. Back then, the late emperor was afraid of the Jinnan king and let his son come to the imperial capital as a hostage. Chapter 57, in the Tianzi dynasty, I never care about people's backgrounds when I beat them up. Su Zifeng had been getting into trouble ever since he arrived in the imperial capital, making no major mistakes and no minor ones. He has the appearance of a fop, and has long been hanging out in pleasure grounds and molesting virtuous women. It's almost like taking a back seat. Over time, people thought he was just a dude who relied on his father's prestige. Su Zifeng had done this to make the late emperor lower his defenses a bit against him and his father. He's been different all his life. He's very ambitious. How could one be willing to be a vassal king's son? It looked like he was messing around in the imperial capital, but he was secretly cultivating his own forces, waiting for the opportunity, led his father to rise up against the army. He came to the inside and the outside, and together to achieve a great cause. Xue Wu was strong, and that was only for other people. In Su Zifeng's opinion, he's still too weak. The reason why he cursed Xue Wu's father just now must have been intentional. He knew that Xue Wu cared about his father, and those words were able to provoke Xue Wu's anger. He finds ways to get into trouble every day, and the more contrasting trouble he gets, the safer he is. Su Zifeng acted for a while, and it looked like both sides were fighting back and forth. Feeling that the play was almost done, Su Zifeng's figure was actually like a ghostly one. It instantly disappeared from Xue Wu's eyes. Xue Wu was shocked, and before he could react, his abdomen was struck like a heavy blow. The strong fluctuations caused a strong wind to blow in the nearby area. A sharp pain hit him, making him almost gasp. His entire body was sent flying backwards, landing heavily on the ground in a dusty mess. At this moment, Xuewu was lying on the ground in spasms, his mouth involuntarily drooling out of. The eyes were even more rounded, as if they were going to bulge out. He groaned in pain, completely losing the arrogance he had before. If you don't have the strength, don't be a hero, you can't even beat me. What a waste. Su Zifeng slowly walked up to Xuewu and looked at him condescendingly. He even gently kicked Xuewu with his foot, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. The fact that he had caused Xuewu to be in such a sorry state after slightly revealing a bit of his true skill was a testament to his strength. Su Zifeng's strength also made Lin Yue feel pressured. She also didn't expect this dude to be so strong. Lin Yue wanted to leave, but a hand had already grabbed her shoulders in a death grip. Yue, I won't make things difficult for you. Just drink some wine with me. Su Zifeng began to take the route of a domineering president. In his opinion, women don't always like powerful men like him, even if you hate him. So what? After getting on base many times, don't you have to submit obediently? Moreover, apart from her flat chest, Lin Yue is a very good-looking woman with good abilities and strength. It can also be cultivated into eyeliner. Let go of me. Believe it or not, Lin Yue had just struggled for a while, but suddenly stopped struggling, not because she recognized it, but at this point in time, an unexpected figure suddenly appeared behind Su Zifeng. This person just gently rested one hand on Su Zifeng's shoulder, and Su Zifeng couldn't move a muscle. It was as if they were locked up. Su Zifeng turned around violently and saw a face that was so handsome that it made him feel a little inferior. He was already angry at being disturbed from his good deed, but now that he saw this look of the other party, he became even more angry. Su Zifeng roared, "How dare you make a move on me? Do you know who my father is?" As the son of a vassal king with a heavy army, there weren't many who dared to mess with him. Whoever really hit him would have to face the wrath of King Jinan. However, before Su Zifeng's words fell, Li Chen made a backhanded jerk as if he were swatting away a fly. A slap sent Su Zifeng flying heavily. Su Zifeng's body traced an arc in the air before falling hard onto the ground. There was a loud bang. His ass was puckered. His face was on the ground. His whole body was on the ground. Dust and grass clippings stained his clothes and hair. He was smacked and fainted on the spot, with a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. Appearing to be in a sorry state, the air around us seemed to freeze at that moment, and all the henchmen stopped their hands and, dumbfounded, he watched the scene in utter disbelief. Su Zifeng, who had just been arrogant and domineering and untouchable, at this moment, he was lying on the ground like a dead dog, even more humiliated than Xuewu, who he had just knocked over. Li Duan stood still, not even moving his feet for a fraction of a second. It was as if he had just done a small, insignificant thing. Introducing yourself? Isn't that too low? In the Tianzi dynasty, I never cared about people's background when I beat them up, because if you have a tough background, can you be as tough as me? I don't care who your father is. I'll beat your father in front of me. Li Duan had been loitering in Li Xining's mansion when he felt a strong pulsar impact erupt over here. I had nothing else to do, so I came over to check it out. It also turned out to be a familiar face, and the scene in front of us happened. Su Zifeng's lapdogs were the first to react, and the leader of the lapdogs pointed at Li Duan and said, "You, what have you done? Our master is the son of the king of Jinan." At this time, Lin Yue also reacted. She knelt down and kowtowed. "My humble servant Lin Yue, see your majesty." In that instant, all of the surrounding henchmen were stunned as they all fell to their knees with a plop. Xuewu, who had just been spasming on the ground, directly endured the pain and forced himself to climb up, kneeling in front of Li Chen. This powerful willpower is beyond admiration. In particular, the dog's leg who pointed his finger at Li Duan was kowtowing violently and continuously. It didn't take long before his head was bleeding and the floor was covered in his blood, his mouth shouting words of prayer for Li Duan's forgiveness. The street was filled with the sound of him kowtowing. At the moment, he couldn't wait to lie on the ground for Su Zifeng himself, because passing out, at least, is better than being dead. If he had known that this godly handsome man was the emperor, how would he have dared to point it out? The other henchmen were also terrified. How could they, these little people, dare to look directly at Li Chen, one head buried in the ground? "Get up all of you. Those who don't know don't sin," Li Duan said casually, then waved his hand to tell them to get lost. I must say, the henchmen were real fast runners, carrying their masters separately. In a puff of smoke, he disappeared into the street. Just as Li Chen was about to say something to Lin Yue's stomach made a gurgling sound. She had been so busy since noon that she hadn't had time to eat, and she did get a little hungry. She was strangely embarrassed to have this scene in front of Li Chen. Li Duan smoothly spoke. "I've helped you solve your troubles again. Won't you treat me to a meal?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yue was overjoyed and said, "Thank you for your majesty's great kindness. I am honored." Lin Yue knew of a nearby bistro that was very good, and she often went to it. "Just invite Li Duan to join you." It wasn't the first time the two of them had eaten. Only this time, Lin Yue knew Li Duan's identity. It's just a little more formal. But the scale was well taken, and without exposing Li Duan's identity. Show as much respect for Li Chen as possible. To be able to dine with the emperor, that really excited every cell in her body. The palace is used to eating this folk's snacks. Li Duan think the flavor is not bad. During the eating period, Li Chen swept a glance at Lin Yue. Said, "This outfit kind of fits you. It feels like it was customized for you." Chapter 58, I'm the emperor. Do I still have to use this to prove I'm me? Lin Yue's body was good in itself. And with this pretty face with a lot of English spirit, it does look bored in uniform. Li Duan was thinking that he could prepare a set for Chu Ruoyan to try when the time comes. The uniform was a nice touch with her long legs. "Thank you for the compliment, Your Majesty. Without Your Majesty I wouldn't have been able to wear these clothes." In fact, Lin Yue loves her job, but there are just some troubles that make her unhappy. Feeling the haze between Lin Yue's brows, Li Duan asked her how her work had been going lately. Keep her straight. Lin Yue's eyes looked at Li Chen for a moment, and as if she had made up her mind about something, she let the boss serve some wine. It's the same old rule. She's afraid to tell the truth without a drink. It was only after drinking 2 pots that Lin Yue spoke of her recent suffering. Being a constable for a few days now, she's been following the laws of the Tianzi dynasty, arresting what she should. The penalty should be punished. But the problem is that more or less everyone in this neighborhood has a background, and the ones that they arrested. It all goes up the chain of command. Not to mention the royals and great nobles themselves, even the stewards of their residences. All of them could make the governor of their yamen rise to greet them, and the chief constable had to bow his head. After the butler had finished lecturing the governor and the chief constable, these two came to lecture her. Every time Lin Yue was told to apologize to those who were arrested, she was also stubborn and wouldn't apologize. In the end the chief constable had no choice but to apologize to people for her. "I obviously didn't do anything wrong. Why do I have to apologize to people? I'm here to work. It's not like I'm here to apologize." After just a few days on the job, Lin Yue sensed that this central area of power that it's pretty hopeless without a backer. When will you be able to make a name for yourself, like Pang Jin? Become a role model for the teachers of the Combat Academy by word of mouth. But the Combat Academy has been established for so many years, and there can be a few Pang Jin. Perhaps Pang Jin was not even a figure in the courtroom in front of Li Chen, but in the eyes of the students of the Combat Academy, he was an idol. A legend from a grassroots background is enough to look up to. It was only after drinking a little that Lin Yue dared to say that. Or else, how could anyone dare to say such things in front of the emperor? Dusty Li ate while listening to her talk about her troubles over the past few days. When Lin Yue finished speaking, Li Chen handed her something, said, "Take it and feel the joy of power." At that time, Lin Yue person was confused because what Li Chen handed over was his waistplate. That was the emperor's exclusive waistplate, the only one in the entire Tianzi dynasty. With the waistplate in place, it was as if Li Duan was there in person. Lin Yue's hands were trembling as she received the waistplate, and she even pinched her own waist. Wanted to make sure I wasn't dreaming. I don't know if it was too much force, but the pain that ate at her made her suck in a breath of cold air. Instant sobriety. After getting the waistplate, Lin Yue looked at Li Chen dumbfounded and said, "But, Your Majesty, what will you do when I take your waistband?" These words directly caused Li Duan to choke for a moment. "I'm the emperor, and I have to use this to prove I'm me?" Li Chen knocked Lin Yue's head with the other end of the chopsticks and watched her eyes blink. The way he covered his head was a cute subordinate. Who dares to let Li Duan prove it? Isn't that looking for a beating? "I'm curious, why is Your Majesty helping me?" Lin Yue was still somewhat flattered. "Isn't it normal for me to help you? When you were a student, you were one of my subjects. It's only right that I help you. I'm your top boss and your backer when you're working. It's only natural that I'd help you, too, isn't it?" Li Dust did things completely depending on his mood, and when he was in a good mood, he would naturally manage it when he saw it, and he has the ability and the power to manage that. This was the joy that the dual status of Saint Relman Emperor could bring. Isn't Lin Yue now like a fresh college graduate, full of lofty aspirations? "I have strong beliefs, I want to make something of myself, and I'm looking forward to the future, but I've hit a lot of walls since I've entered society." Li Duan also wanted to see how Lin Yue would go about rectifying the workplace when she got this power. After the wine and dinner, it was dark. Li Duan then got up and left the place, and waved for her not to send it. Looking at Li Chen's upright back as he left, Lin Yue felt that there was light on him. What others thought of Li Duan, this Lin Yue didn't know, but in her mind, Li Chen was the only god in this world. With the emperor's waistband in her hand, Lin Yue's unhappiness of the past few days was swept away. It seems that your majesty's favor can never be repaid in this lifetime. When Li Chen returned to the Nine Princesses' residence, he boarded the carriage back to the palace. Brother, where did you just go off? Have you eaten dinner yet? Do you want me to make you some? Li Xining was a bit fist-pumping. She used to like to make some snacks for Li Duan to eat. But when he said that, a hint of fear actually appeared on Li Chen's face. Don't. I've already eaten. And it's not like my brother is talking about you. So just practice honestly and don't think about making dim sum all the time. You almost poisoned me before. Li Chen also did not understand that Li Xining was highly talented in this aspect of creating poisons. And she has a strange body that is immune to poisons and even eats them like candy. That's because I didn't know much about it before. Now I'm sure I'll get it right. Actually, it's got something to do with Li Xining's lineage. Her mother's ancestor had produced a strong person with a bone-eroding poison body. Those who possess the bone-eroding poison body have a body capable of automatically breaking down and absorbing any toxin that transform it into a source of your own power. Li Xining was born with this kind of constitution, so nothing would happen to her if she ate something poisonous. These toxins will be stored in her body, but at that time, she hadn't cultivated, and the Tianzi dynasty prohibited cultivating these, so she would unintentionally inject toxins into the treats as she made them. It wasn't that she wanted to poison Li Chen, it was that she had absolutely no control over it. Thanks to the fact that Li Chen's hidden cultivation was quite high at that time, his resistance to poison was very strong. Otherwise, he would have almost accounted for it in Li Xining's hands. Li Xining then told Li Duan about all this, and she did want to work beside Li Duan. Even making snacks for Li Chen was a reason to approach him. Looking at his sister's eyes full of anticipation, Li Duan said, otherwise, like this. How about when you cultivate to the void-breaking realm and are able to control the toxins in your body? Then you can do it for me? Li Dane was the type to say what he had to say. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. Nor will you knock your teeth out and swallow them. He did favor Li Xining, but it didn't mean he would be so spoiled. This request was not excessive, and Li Xining said that she would definitely cultivate to the void-breaking realm quickly. Li Chen also did not expect that the trumpet that he was now cultivating, it would become a poisonous thunder cultivator that would make countless cultivators lose their nerve. Originally, poison-type cultivators had to attract the enemy into melee combat and then lay a trap. As a result, Li Xining knew thunder magic and was directly able to poison her enemies remotely, quickly and accurately. The next day, the imperial court. Lin Yue had just walked through the door when the governor and the chief constable came over. The governor said to Lin Yue with a frustrated face, "My little ancestor, alas. Look what you caught me yesterday." Chapter 59, Your Majesty is right. Power is pleasure. The governor and the chief constable came to the yamen early in the morning and heard that Lin Yue had captured the northern envoy. Now that the northern envoys have taken the matter to the diplomatic level, officials from the Ministry of Rights have come over to be held accountable. The governor and the chief constable are now in a real headache, and if they don't handle the situation properly, they will surely be demoted and penalized in salary. Lin Yue said with a straight face, that northern envoy is lurking near the Ninth Princess residence. I reckon it's mostly because of His Majesty's refusal to use the Ninth Princess to make peace. They intend to take the Ninth Princess captive. I'm taking precautionary measures. After Li Chen left last night, Lin Yue explored the neighborhood for a while. Then he spent the night compiling information about the northern envoys since they came into the imperial capital and speculated on this possibility. In fact, she had speculation that it was espionage, collusion with one of the royals. But there really isn't any evidence for this one. Do you have proof that they're going to kidnap the Ninth Princess? Not identified yet, but you give me some time. So no, we can't wait until they do it, and then we'll take care of it. I'm the head constable in that area. It's my duty to guard that area. When the surrounding officials heard that Lin Yue actually dared to contradict the governor like this, they were really very brave. The chief constable, seeing the governor's face gradually reddening and warming, began to urge, "My lord." What Sheriff Lin said was also very reasonable. If she didn't stop it in time, and really let those ambassadors from the royal court take the Ninth Princess, that would be a dereliction of duty on both our parts. It could be seen that the chief constable was still more protective of Lin Yue. He spelled out the gravity of the situation. It's good that the royal court envoys didn't cause any trouble. If they did, they'd both be dismissed. Killing heads is big. Moreover, Mrs. Lam was arrested only after receiving a report from the public, and she was acting according to the rules. It's not like you're intentionally looking for trouble. So what do you say? The Ministry of Rights and the royal court are in there. The governor is like a deflated ball. With the stress of diplomacy and the hardened tempers of his own men, he suffered on both ends. This governor is only so stifling. The chief constable pondered for a moment and said to Lin Yue in a serious tone, "Otherwise, like this, you go apologize to that royal envoy, then we'll let him out, and send more men to watch them. Make sure they don't make a mess in the imperial capital, and won't that take care of it?" Because Attard, who was locked in the cell, named Lin Yue to apologize. If Lin Yue doesn't kneel down and apologize, he'd rather die at the courthouse than leave. The chief constable knew Lin Yue's character, but in this place, he wanted Lin Yue to take a step back. "Humph, I'll take care of it myself." With that, Lin Yue walked towards the area where the prisoners were being held. The governor and the chief constable looked at each other and both shook their heads helplessly, so they could only follow. Just as she arrived in the neighborhood, Lin Yue heard a group of officials from the Ministry of Ceremonies. Attard is being persuaded to come out of his cell. Attard is a cheap bastard, and the more the ritualists talk, the less he wants to leave, and that the cell was comfortable. Beside them, there were quite a number of people wearing the formal attire of the Northern Royal Court, who were constantly putting pressure on the officials of the Ministry of Ceremonies. When they saw the culprit Lin Yue appear, they began to denounce Lin Yue together. "Sheriff Lin, come over here and apologize to the Royal Court envoy, or you won't be able to be a sheriff. What do you do with this matter? Is it possible to arrest a Royal Court envoy just because you say so?" The official of the Ministry of Ceremonies had a high and mighty look on his face. Each one of them had a greater official position than Lin Yue, so of course they could reprimand Lin Yue. When Attard saw Lin Yue coming over, he directly taunted, "If it isn't Grand Sheriff Lin's, where's the bravado from yesterday's arrests? I wonder what Khan will think when he finds out about this." Opening his mouth was Khan, and he wanted to use Khan to put pressure on these petty officials. Just because Khan couldn't scare Li Chan at this level didn't mean that other minor officials weren't scared. As soon as he raised a ruckus, the rest of the royal court began to taunt as well. For a while, Lin Yue became a target here. Looking around at the ugly faces of this group of people, Lin Yue said coldly, "Are you guys finished? Then I'm going to start." As soon as the words left her mouth, she directly pulled out a waistplate from her bosom. This waistplate was made of arcane gold, and its surface glowed with a vast golden light. It was carved with intricate dragon patterns that were so lifelike that it seemed as if it could rise up in the air at any time. In the center of the belt plate, there were two big and powerful words "Imperial Gift" engraved. When this waistplate appeared in front of everyone's eyes, a powerful deterrent blasted out. It was the pressure from the Emperor. The originally noisy scene instantly quieted down. Everyone's gazes were focused on this waistplate, with incredulous looks on their faces. "This is," an official exclaimed in a low voice, with a hint of trembling in his voice, "His Majesty's waistplate." The official from the Ministry of Ceremonies had already recognized the origin of the waistplate and there was awe in his voice. Lin Yue raised her waistplate high, her voice clear, cold and firm. "The waistplate given by His Majesty is here. You are still not kneeling down." In an instant, everyone on the scene fell to their knees and, including those ritual officials who had just been strutting their stuff, horror and awe were written all over their faces, their bodies trembling, and it was as if they were facing the supreme being in heaven and earth. "Long live your Majesty! Long live! Long live! Long live your Majesty! Long live! Long live!" The crowd chanted, their voices echoing through the vast prison for a long time. As Lin Yue looked at the crowd that had fallen to their knees, an indescribable feeling of euphoria welled up in her heart. "Go on! Why don't you go on? Aren't you officials bigger than me? You come to reprimand me without asking what's right and wrong. Now you know I have a backstage job too." Sure enough, this thing just works. His Majesty is right. Power is pleasure. I was trying to explain just now, and now I don't even bother. After scanning the group of people who were more official than himself, Lin Yue glanced disdainfully at Attard, who was in a state of confusion in the cell. "Your backer is the Khan of the Northern Royal Court. My backer is His Majesty of the Tianzi dynasty. Who's afraid of who? This is the courthouse. Get out of here, all of you." Lin Yue was not polite and directly said with cold eyes. Hearing her order, this group of officials from the Ministry of Ceremonies immediately ran out furiously and, along with those messengers from the royal court, Attard in the cell was dumbfounded on the spot. "Didn't you guys come to save me? Why did you just leave?" Lin Yue came to the door of the cell and said, "Don't you like to stay here? Then you stay all the time." At this moment, Attard's heart went cold. How could this constable know the current emperor? Originally, Lin Yue was ready to leave directly, but when she thought of something, she walked to the door of the cell again. Looking at Attard, whose eyes were a little dull, he said, "I've come to tell you some good news. Our Majesty has already announced that we will go to war with your royal court on a certain day. If we really fight, you'll be going to jail." Seeing Attard's look that went from dumbfounded to horrified, Lin Yue was satisfied and left the place. Now, Attard's half-cooled heart was completely cooled. Sheriff Lin, I was wrong. Let me out. I won't dare to do it again. He kept praying loudly for Lin Yue to let him out, but no one cared. If I had known that, I would have gone out just now when those officials of the Ministry of Rights and the governor let me out. It's broken. You can't even get out now if you want to, just to put on a show. Who knew it would develop like this? No, I should have known that the last time I was humiliated out of the palace by the emperor of the Tianzi dynasty. I shouldn't have gotten the bad idea of capturing the ninth princess. Now it's a good thing. It's self-inflicted. Adard used to be a very warlike man. For now, though, he hoped the Khan would cherish the peace that lay before him. For the sake of peace, we can take appropriate steps back. Don't fight. As long as there's no official war, even if one's plot is discovered, it's still an attempted crime. With a better attitude you'll still be able to get out. If they really fought, they wouldn't really be able to get out themselves. Chapter 60, As long as there are people, there must be breakage. After Lin Yue came out from the cell area, the officials of the Ministry of Rights had long since run out of the room. Staying here is not waiting to be cleaned up by her, but the governor and the chief constable are still there. They both changed their serious expressions, squeezing hard smiles on their faces, and, like he was going to say something complimentary. Lin Yue didn't like to hear this and raised her hand to interrupt. No need to talk about it. I understand the situation you two are in, but you two must always remember that our duty as magistrates is to share His Majesty's worries. That's that. Thanks to Sheriff Lin for reminding me. Sheriff Lin, if there's anything you need help with in the future, just say so. It was only when she heard the two superiors say this that Lin Yue led the team away. Continue with today's daily patrols and investigations. Only today is different. In the area she's in charge of, whether it's the royal family or the honored ones, it would be bad luck for her to catch her breaking the law. In front of Li Duan's waist plate, these people would have no connections to go by. Sending Lin Yue, the little ancestor, away. The governor and the chief constable breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The governor reacted after a while, looking at the chief constable in confusion. The look was as if to say, why do I feel? She looks like both of our bosses. The chief constable shrugged his shoulders as if to answer, nonsense. She has His Majesty's waistband. Do you? Meanwhile, the Jinnan King's mansion in the early morning. Su Zifeng would only have awakened from his coma by now, having received a slap on the wrist yesterday. Not only did his face hurt like hell, it felt like his brain was hurting right now. Near his bed sat a beautiful woman of great plumpness, looking at him with pitying eyes. The beautiful woman was dressed in a red and white Chinese robe. Her skin was white and smooth, and her small mouth was thin and red. She was holding a medicinal ointment in her hand and was medicating Su Zifeng's face. Show elegance and grace between hands and feet. The body of the mature atmosphere is even more intoxicated. Every time he saw her, Su Zifeng would try to turn his face away, because he didn't dare to look at it much for fear that something might go wrong. The beautiful woman's surname was Ji, and her name was Lingyu. It was Su Zifeng's mother's own sister and Su Zifeng's guardian in the imperial capital. The two sisters of the Ji family were household names in the imperial capital back then as stunning beauties. One is married to the king of Jinan and the other to a scholar of Hanlin. Don't look at the Hanlin scholar as only a civil official, but many prime ministers are promoted from this official. It can be said to be promising as well. But the day Jirenyu was first initiated, the frail and sickly Hanlin scholar died of illness. According to Su Zifeng's understanding, this sister-in-law of his must not have caved in that night, mostly still yellow. At his age, living all day long under the same roof with such a plump and beautiful widow. Who can stand it? How can a body not be on fire? This is the main reason why he often goes to windy places to get his fire out. In the face of his own flavorful sister-in-law, if Su Zifeng didn't have any thoughts, it would be mostly impossible. It's just that the big job is not yet done, and he's still relying on his sister-in-law to take care of him in the imperial city. It just hasn't been acting differently. He was usually so flighty, and my sister-in-law knew that he was hiding his clumsiness, covering up his sharpness, always cleaning up his messes. When his sister-in-law finished applying the medicine, Su Zifeng also sat on the edge of the bed. From this angle, one could see the worried look on my sister-in-law's face, and the tightly wrapped, but still plump and seductive. Suppressing his lust for a moment, he recalled the images from yesterday before he passed out. Then, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. So he pounded the bedpan and said angrily, "Damn it! Which bastard hit me yesterday? Let's see if I don't kick his ass today." After all these years in the imperial city, he's never been the one pretending to be a pig and bullying people. The first time he was humiliated like this, he was upset. Seeing Su Zifeng's appearance, his sister-in-law sighed and there was a third of helplessness in his tone as he replied, "I'm looking at this thing, let's just forget about it." These words made Su Zifeng even more angry that he had lost face in front of his sister-in-law. Definitely need to find a way to get it back. He could care less about anyone else, but he didn't want his sister-in-law to think less of him. He'd always wanted to prove to his sister-in-law that he was a one-trick pony. I can't count it. If I count it, how can I get along in the future? The one who beat you is His Majesty of the day. These words caused Su Zifeng to stand still for half a day. Su Zifeng only figured it out now. I'm just saying how this guy comes up here and doesn't even give his name and just goes for it. Feelings that he doesn't have to report it. The emperor really doesn't need any reason to beat people up, as long as he wants to. It's that new emperor from the Saint realm? As the son of a vassal king who hung out in the imperial capital, he also had very many channels of information. That's right. Yesterday your men saw Lin Yue kneeling down to him, shouting under her breath, "See your majesty." Seeing Su Zifeng being beaten, his sister-in-law Jirenyu was very distressed. She didn't have an heir, but she had always treated Su Zifeng like her own child. Plus, Su Zifeng was her sister's own son, which made her want to take care of Su Zifeng even more than Su Zifeng's mother had doted on him. Now that Su Zifeng had been beaten up by Li Chen, Jirenyu also hated the new emperor Li Chen, whom she had never met. To be honest, if Li Chen wasn't the emperor, Jirenyu would have used her power to take revenge on Su Zifeng, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Su Zifeng's eyes. He didn't expect to be able to confront the emperor so soon. Anyway, this was a predestined duel, and he would have to clean up Li Chen sooner or later. Seeing Su Zifeng preparing to go out, Jirenyu was afraid that he would go to his head and hurriedly discouraged him. Don't be impulsive. He's the emperor now. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I have my own way. Seeing that Su Zifeng had regained his composure, with an air of knowing everything, only then did Jirenyu let him go out. What does Su Zifeng have against Li Chen? That's definitely out of the question for now. The reason why he said that was naturally to get high on his mouth in front of Jirenyu. I can't just give in. What if my sister-in-law looks down on me? He was still planning to wait for his ascension to the throne, and to confer a royal consort on his sister-in-law. Going out to the courtyard, Su Zifeng was indeed thinking about how he was going to deal with Li Duan. As a top Qi Lux son, he definitely couldn't swallow this breath. Su Zifeng had been operating in the imperial capital for many years, ostensibly as a playboy, but actually cultivated a dark line of their own. Many of the local mansions on this street have Su Zifeng's eyeballs, just like the preferences of the great nobleman Shui Wu. His old man had hidden faults in the military, all of which he knew well. Even among the forces of the second and third emperors, there are people he's planted. Learn some of their secrets. These secrets could definitely embarrass these two if they shook out. As long as the person had power, then Su Zifeng could find a way to infiltrate. But Li Duan, the new emperor, was a very exceptional fellow. The cultivation is horrible, even if it's still the emperor. Most of all, it seems like he doesn't have any specific powers. This made Su Zifeng unable to lay out, feeling that Li Chen was simply flawless. Nope, as long as it's a human being, there's bound to be a break. Maybe I can start with his preferences. Chapter 61, It's really hard to find the place where you've stepped on the iron shoes, but it's not hard to get it. Su Zifeng began to adjust his thoughts. He was good at fighting with his wits and understanding the preferences of his enemies. These are some of his usual tricks for layout. If you want to know what Li Dane likes, then you can start with the people around him. Su Zifeng remembered that his sister-in-law seemed to have a good relationship with the Empress Dowager in the palace. One time he made a bigger mess and was put in the prison of the Ministry of Justice. Or my sister-in-law went to the palace to trouble the Empress Dowager to ask someone to find the Minister of Justice before he was released. When the time comes, you can trouble your sister-in-law to go into the palace to find out the news. As long as you set up a trap against Li Chen's preferences, you can place people around Li Chen. Thinking of this, Su Zifeng's brows began to stretch. He was really a genius, and he was able to think of this solution. Li Chen, you wait for me. I'll return that slap yesterday tenfold. The matter had been resolved. Su Zifeng was in a good mood, and took his lapdogs out on the streets, getting ready to start the daily dude routine for the day. Small mistakes are not made, but big ones are not made. Good morning, Luna. You still smell good today. Su Zifeng took a sharp intake of breath next to Lin Yue. Still with that flippant look. Habitually, he molested Lin Yue, who was on patrol. He didn't believe that Li Chen could be by Lin Yue's side at all times. Yesterday must have been an accident. Lin Yue's background was clear to him, and this time he just got high on his mouth. Not his hands. Men, arrest him for me. Lin Yue spoke coldly. As a result, Su Zifeng was happy to receive 7 days of imprisonment for molesting an official. Lin Yue didn't care about that. As long as she wanted to capture, no one could escape. Su Zifeng even explained at the time, saying that he was just casually getting high, so he wouldn't be arrested. When he saw Lin Yue take out the emperor's waistband, he realized the seriousness of the matter. This damn Li Chen, why is he still a ghost? Lin Yue was disdainful. In the past, when I reasoned with you, you used power over me. Now that I'm in a position of power, I'm still talking to you about chicken. Su Zifeng wasn't the only one arrested today. Lin Yue had Li Chen's waistband. Is really scratching mad, including Su Zifeng, arrested 13 people during her work. Nothing to do with the second-generation kids who molested her. 7 second-generation kids who brawled on the side of the road. This time, the yamen was also very tough, and the stewards of those second-generation sons and daughters proudly came to the door. It was kicked straight out by the magistrate. When those royal relatives came to the door in person in an aggressive manner, the Lin Yue who was holding Li Chen's waistband was seen. That kneeled down on the spot and then left in ashes. The emperor's waistband is already frightening. Not to mention that it was still Li Chen, an emperor of the Saint realm. How scary would that be? Lin Yue sort of brushed up on her performance. It was also the first time that so many second-generation sons and daughters were being held in the court's prison. Within the penalty regulations, a stiff fine was collected. The magistrates are not afraid. Anyway, the one holding His Majesty's waistband caught him. If you have the guts, take it up with His Majesty. Su Zifeng sitting in the prison. People are stupid. Usually hands are fine. Did you get in this time with a little lip service? What kind of luck did Lin Yue have that she was able to get Li Chen's waistplate? The surrounding cells, except for that royal court envoy, could all be famous second-generation disciples of the imperial capital. It's not often you see this kind of luxurious all-star lineup. In normal times, these guys would have started cursing. Su Zifeng felt that the reason they were sitting honestly right now, not daring to let out a single fart. I guess they all saw the waistband as well. A second-generation disciple and the current emperor are really not on the same level. Their old man was nothing in front of Li Chen. What were they? Su Zifeng was now thinking. Could it be that Lin Yue was related to Li Chen? Was it true that as long as he took care of Lin Yue, he would be able to know Li Chen's secret? Then while you're raiding Lin Yue yourself, you'll have your sister-in-law go to the palace to find out the news. Wouldn't that be a sure thing? It's a real step in the right direction. Even a setback will instantly turn adversity into prosperity. This was a skill that Su Zifeng was proud of. On the other hand, the residence of the newly promoted Minister of Justice, Pang Jin. He got up very early today. After all, it was his first morning court. He put on his Shangshu's court dress and indeed looked more imposing than Feng Hui. Yesterday, when he returned to the Ministry of Justice, he was worried that those few Ministry of Justice executives wouldn't obey him. It's going to cause some conflict. But I've heard that those guys just came back from the imperial study, and it seems like they'd been cleaned up by Li Chen. What exactly was going on he wasn't sure, but when he met with a few of the top brass, those guys were very polite, too, said that he would definitely cooperate with Pang Jin. That was how Pang Jin, from their subordinate, transformed into a superior. Pang Jin felt that it was all due to His Majesty's favor. His Majesty must be afraid that he won't be able to hold the position of Minister of Justice, and made it a point to teach those higher-ups in the Ministry of Justice a lesson. This is something that moved Pang Jin so much that he inwardly vowed to do a good job as the Minister of Justice, sorting out Li Duan's problems. Li Duan also didn't know why these subjects were becoming more and more loyal. He clearly hadn't done anything. Practicing some of his words to chat with the other officials, Pang Jin also arrived at the palace on time. Immediately, many courtiers came around and congratulated him on this promotion. Pang Jin also responded one by one with great politeness, stating that it was all His Majesty's favor. The first time he went to the court, something rather embarrassing happened, and Pang Jin didn't know which position he was standing in. This Li Duan would have an advantage. After all, his first time in court was as an emperor. Just sit in the dragon chair. So Pang came in next to his acquaintance, Zhang Ansong, the royal historian, whispered a question about where he was located. Under Zhang Ansong's guidance, Pang came into his place. He was puzzled by one thing, so he asked, "Why is there a mark on the floor next to the... What's going on?" Zhang Ansong explained, "This is the location of your last explosion." Pang Jin, nice guy. As it turns out, after exchanging greetings, the courtiers each returned to their positions. Slowly, Pang Jin felt so much pressure. Each of these courtiers exuded an uncommon aura, especially not far in front of himself. The Chancellor Zhao Wenyuan in his official robes made him a newcomer, a little apprehensive. As a burst of bells and drums rang out, Li Chen, dressed in a dragon robe, slowly stepped into the main hall. The whole room stood in awe. From the perspective of Pang Jin, wearing a dragon robe, Li Duan like a dazzling emperor descending to the mortal world. The domineering aura that radiated from his bones made everyone present feel an invisible pressure that dimmed the entire world. Even though the surrounding courtiers were all imposing, in front of Li Chen, the emperor. All like a drop in the ocean. In particular, the unruffled look between Li Chen's brows caused many courtiers to become apprehensive. At this moment, the newly promoted courtiers deeply felt the emperor's dominance and majesty. In Pang Jin's eyes, this was the emperor who could shock the world. In Li Duan's perspective, it's annoying to get up early in the morning. His little bit of get-up-and-go was unruffled dominance in the eyes of his courtiers. Sitting on the throne, Li Duan began his daily routine for the day. The first person to report for work today was very surprising to Li Duan. It was Chancellor Zhao Wenyuan, who was usually as steady as an old dog. He stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, the humble minister Zhao Wenyuan has something to report. Chapter 62, in a good mood. Decided to reward myself. At Li Chen's gesture, Zhao Wenyuan continued. Regarding the spring gathering event in 10 days, I would like to ask your Majesty where you would like to choose for the spring gathering, so that I can plan ahead and prepare properly. It was true that Li Duan knew very little about dynasty politics, but he still knew about this spring collection. The so-called spring gathering is the emperor's hunting activities in the field in the spring. In the past, when the late emperor hunted, Li Duan, as a royal son, would also participate. He just doesn't want to reveal his full strength and won't be very deliberate about pretending to dish it out. Because the imperial princes were all excellent, Li Duan only needed to behave average and no one would care about him. If he had behaved poorly on purpose, everyone might have suspected that he was hiding something. Tianzi dynasty has always had the tradition of hunting and gifting the scholar after the spring exam. The recent spring exam is approaching. 12 days later, the spring exam release list, the top 3 will enter the temple examination. The first prize winner is the only one to enjoy the honor of the emperor's hunting. Expressing the emperor's love and expectation for the talent of the scholar is also a traditional beauty of the Tianzi dynasty. Furthermore, this hunt was also a stage for the noble sons of the Tianzi dynasty to display their writing and shooting skills. Many sons of the royal family, descendants of great nobles, and elites of the sex will participate in it, a show of force. Those who could participate in this hunt, those were all royalty and royal relatives. Li Duan could also promote some of the people who had performed well, so that they could feel the imperial favor. Generally speaking, if the emperor wants to participate in this kind of hunt, he must have made preparations in advance. The emperor cannot be allowed to be in danger on this hunt. Even if Li Chen was in the Saint realm, the ministers still needed to do their jobs. This was also considered one of the emperor's jobs. So Li Chen chose the Kangmang mountain range north of the city as his hunting ground. With the matter settled, Zhao Wenyuan returned to his position. Next, the military generals fought for the northern expedition, and one by one, they knelt down and begged Li Duan to let them go to war. Li Chen is a bit speechless. I haven't even sent my war invitation to the northern royal court yet, and the opposite side hasn't responded yet either. What's your hurry? The fight must be fought, whether the Khan of the northern court agrees to it or not. All of them had to suffer this severe beating from Li Duan. There's just a lot of preparation to be done before the fight. It is said that food comes first before soldiers and horses. Li Chen had just become the emperor and was not familiar with the military generals, and did not know who was capable and who was not, so he simply said, the secretaries are very active, and I'm very pleased, or else so that, at the spring collection in 10 days, I will choose whichever of you performs well. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Now you need to work on yourselves. Spring collection is a roundup, and in a way, a test of the general's ability to lead a team. There is also the ability to judge complex areas. These words can indeed make the military generals on the spot rub their fists and can't wait to start spring gathering immediately. Show your strength properly in front of Li Chen. Li Duan also did not expect that his casual remark that it accomplished the largest spring collection in the last 500 years. Whether it's those who want to go north, or those who want to curry favor with him, or those who want to kill him, this time is certainly the best time. Today's morning court ended early. After all, there wasn't that much going on. When he returned to the imperial study to finish the rest of his work, he found a familiar figure. This man, dressed in a gorgeous suit, with a majestic yet affable face, was standing outside the door of the. It's none other than the late emperor's own brother, King Jing and Li Longyu. As soon as Li Longyu saw Li Duan, a respectful yet gracious smile immediately appeared on his face. He quickly stepped forward and first performed a standard kneeling salute, mouthing, Your Majesty, your humble servant, long live your Majesty. Li Chen slightly raised his hand, signaling Li Longyu to get up. His voice calm and majestic, Imperial Uncle, please excuse me. I wonder what Imperial Uncle is here for. This guy came uninvited, so he probably had something to do. So Li Duan first saw what he said. Li Longyu got up and handed over a post with both hands respectfully, with a humble smile on his face. Your Majesty, the micro-minister has come here for 2 things. 1. 5 days from now is the micro-minister's birthday. the micro-minister has the audacity to. I'd like to ask your majesty to take the time to attend so as to enhance my pleasure. It's an honor to have your majesty here. Secondly, I have done everything your majesty ordered me to do a few days ago. This is also a request for your majesty's inspection. Li Duan took the post and lightly scanned it, then smiled. The birthday of imperial uncle. I shall go there of my own accord. Besides, I would like to take this opportunity to see how the imperial uncle's work has been progressing lately. Hearing Li Chen's agreement, Li Lun knew that was grateful again and again, and the smile on his face became even more intense. No matter how much these people were afraid of Li Chen, but to be able to invite Li Chen, it is undoubtedly the highest honor for them. For an emperor of the Saint realm to be able to attend one's birthday, how dignified was that to say? Enough to brag about for decades. What? You didn't invite this sage realm emperor for your birthday? Then I'm sorry, we're not in the same segment. The fact that I can invite it proves that I have a higher status than you in this dynasty. To be honest, in the entire Tiansu dynasty, there were not many who were qualified to come and invite Li Chen to a banquet. Invited to participate in the birthday banquet is not just visiting relatives. Li Duan think this is very normal. This uncle of his was also quite obedient last time, and he could properly give him a face. Entering the imperial study, Li Duan subconsciously looks at the table. Thanks to his recent efforts in the office, most of the zones have been resolved, and there are less than 10 today. Seeing that there were so few, Li Duan was relieved. After finishing, Li Chen walked out of the imperial study, in a good mood today, and decided to reward himself. So then, he had someone summon Chu Ruoyan into the palace. At the same time, the Chu family residence. Chu Ruoyan was dressed in her practice clothes, holding a weapon in her hand, her face somewhat grave, because today was the appointed time when Xiao Ming wanted to take her captive. Her heart is all about Li Chen. It's a two-way street. We're willing to go and live on the streets with Xiao Ming. In any way, Xiao Ming was not worthy of being compared to Li Chen. Moreover, Li Chen was gentle, handsome, extremely strong, and in a high position of power. Even if Chu Ruoyan was blind, she knew who to choose. It's been so hard for the two of them to make progress in their relationship, and they're just about to finally pierce that veil. She could then become a royal concubine. Not to mention that the entire Chu family was looking forward to Li Chen favoring her. She herself was looking forward to it. Judging by the wetness of her sheets, there hadn't been a lot of wet dreams in the last few days. Right now, she was holding a weapon in order to defend herself against Xiao Ming's attack. However, whenever Xiao Ming dared to appear, she would directly draw her sword and make herself known. She was very alert to even some breeze in the yard. Just at that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps appeared at the door. Chu Ruoyan immediately drew her sword, giving the maid outside the door a fright. Seeing that it was her own maid, Chu Ruoyan inquired, "What are you in such a hurry for?" The maid calmed down and said excitedly, "Miss, His Majesty has summoned you." These words made Chu Ruoyan overjoyed. Generally speaking, Li Duan summoned her in the afternoon. It looks like Li Duan's work ended earlier today. She immediately closed the door, changed into something that would show her strengths, and ran out the door and, riding in the carriage into the palace. All the way there, she was very worried, and even kept looking around her, and, fearing that Xiao Ming would make a scene at this time, but she knew full well that she was safe as long as she was in the palace. Chapter 63, Who eats side dishes when the main course is here? In the emperor's chambers, Li Chen was instructing Li Xining in her cultivation. Li Xining's cultivation talent was high, but she was just playful. Every day, she would only complete what Li Duan had set out for her, not practicing anything more than that at all. At this moment, Li Chen was teaching Li Xining to fight the moves inside the Nine Heavens Dragon Pulse technique. Li Xining's fight was a bit of a mess. Since she couldn't tame her limbs, Li Chen had a bit of a headache from watching, and could only personally help her with each movement. It was at this time that a tall woman appeared. Chu Ruoyan was dressed in a delicate, so-called deep coat. It was similar to the cheongsam that Li Dane recognized. The slit design skillfully outlines the contours of her slender thighs. Every step exudes endless charm. Chu Ruoyan has a slender waist. It's as if you can feel the amazing flexibility and strength with a gentle squeeze. Her breasts were full, and the design of her low-cut dress made that piece of soft snow white hidden from view. It was still wobbly as it walked over, making Li Dane feel very appetizing. Just the sight of her made Li Duan feel a little hot. Last time, it was at In-Law Mountain, and there were more people around. This time it was in the palace, and that certainly wouldn't let her leave. Feeling Li Chen's gaze unabashedly sizing herself up made Chu Ruoyan feel a little smug inside. "I know you're good at it. That's why I dress like that." Women in this world are still reserved, but reserve is for other men. Li Duan was clearly the exception. "Your Majesty, are you teaching Xining to cultivate?" Chu Ruoyan walked up next to Li Chen and, was looking curiously at Li Xining, who had a strange posture. This child is good at everything, but his limbs are a bit uncoordinated. How is your recent cultivation? Li Chen slowly shifted the topic from Li Xining to Chu Ruoyan. Who eats sides when the main course is here? Chu Ruoyan said that she hadn't pulled any punches in her recent cultivation. There is a vague tendency to break through the middle stage of the cave void realm yet. Li Duan let her properly display the techniques and moves she had cultivated. As a saint realm, Li Chen could still give her instructions. I say it's a pointer, but it's really just, warm up the food first. Chu Ruoyan then began to show her moves. Li Duan would also handily correct the deficiencies in her moves. Don't bend your arm too much, so that the sword stance swings back and you might hurt yourself. Don't straighten your chest too much, but press it down a bit like this. That's how you can make sure that when you perform the move, it's powerful enough. Tighten your belly. Yes, that's it, sink down a bit. Feel it slowly, especially Chu Ruoyan's legs, both inner thighs and calves. However, wherever it did not fit the stance, Li Duan would personally help her set it right, pointing out almost as much. Li Duan said, your legs are really good, Chu Ruoyan said with a red face. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the compliment. The sounds of live pointing were getting smaller and the gasps were getting sharper. At this time, Li Xining had long since had the good sense to bolt. Seeing that the main course was already warmed up, Li Chen carried Chu Ruoyan inside his room. Not only did she not put up any resistance, she probably wanted it more than Li Ding did. At the same time, the Chu family's backyard, Xiao Ming was tumbling over the wall. Today he was ready to take Chu Ruoyan away. A few more steps and he would meet the goddess that his heart had been yearning for. In the past few days, in order to cultivate, he hadn't even seen Chu Ruoyan's face. Still, it was rewarding, and he first reached the late stage of the void-breaking realm after he had already. Strength has been increased dramatically. The one who was most panicked at the moment was the Saint's remnant soul, who was trying to find ways to stop Xiao Ming this morning, saying that he might not have fully recovered his state. He asked Xiao Ming to wait a few more days. Where did Xiao Ming hear this? He didn't want to wait a moment and ran straight over. On the way, the Saint's remnant even said that there were people who attacked his family's murderers sent nearby. Let him do some investigating. Xiao Ming didn't care at all. The people in his family had been killed almost as long ago. It's not a day or two since my mother's whereabouts were unknown, so I don't care about this moment. But if the goddess was gone, wouldn't his efforts as a licking dog for so many years be in vain? Hearing this, the remnant soul of the saint was angry enough. You kid is really licking the life of a dog. The saint's remnant soul wasn't in a hurry. He still had one last move. He often came to this place and knew that the Chu family had an old ancestor of the heavenly viewing realm. Later on, one only needs to find a way to create some fluctuations when Xiao Ming makes his move. Then the heaven viewing realm ancestor would be able to find out. He would definitely come to stop Xiao Ming when the time came. As a master himself, he definitely had to help Xiao Ming with a wave as promised. Then 2 random hits. This was because he needed to lean over Xiao Ming and catalyze his meridians. This is a great burden for Xiao Ming. The Saint's remnant soul could at most help Xiao Ming raise his cultivation to the middle stage of the 6th harmony realm. This cultivation wasn't enough to look at the heaven viewing realm, but it was still enough if he wanted to run. But the remnants of the Holy One can run? He was stalling for time, allowing Xiao Ming to faint from excessive physical strength and meridian consumption. Then the Saint's remnant soul could manipulate Xiao Ming's body and leave Chu Ruoyan behind to escape, because Xiao Ming knew the Chu family's oldest ancestor. The Chu family's old ancestor also knew that he had come to snatch him because of emotional matters. Plus he had already left Chu Ruoyan behind, so he most likely wouldn't chase after him and let Xiao Ming leave. When Xiao Ming woke up, there was no longer any possibility of taking Chu Ruoyan away. He comforted himself for a while longer, stating that there was still a chance, allowing Xiao Ming to cultivate hard. At this time, Xiao Ming would definitely be serious about his cultivation. The Saint's remnant, as the director, had the script all ready. In order to stop Xiao Ming from taking away Chu Ruoyan, the Saint's remnant soul had made more than triple preparations. As a result, when Xiao Ming arrived at the room where Chu Ruoyan lived, Chu Ruoyan was not there. There was only a practicing uniform that Chu Ruoyan had worn, and a sword that Chu Ruoyan wore. He touched this practice suit of Chu Ruoyan's, and there was still a faint warmth on it. The saber also shows signs of having been opened. A bad premonition appeared within Xiao Ming's mind. He ran straight to the courtyard and grabbed Chu Ruoyan's maid. Where is your lady? Tell me quickly. Xiao Ming held back his voice that was about to growl and, word for word, Miss Chu? She was summoned to the palace by His Majesty Ah. The maid had seen Xiao Ming and, after all, Xiao Ming and the other 2 were Chu Ruoyan's licking dogs, and they used to even buy gifts to please this maid in order to learn about Chu Ruoyan's preferences. The maid's impression of Xiao Ming was not bad, but at this moment Xiao Ming's face made her a little scared. In the end, what happened? Xiao Ming to this teeth said, He squeezed his hand so hard that the maid only felt pain in her shoulder. My lady was wearing her practice clothes this morning, when she had told the story of Chu Ruoyan. He even said that he was frightened by Chu Ruoyan drawing her sword. Only then did Xiao Ming release her, and then stood powerless. Xiao Ming felt his heart ache, even more so than if his entire clan had been exterminated. He could imagine Chu Ruoyan in that practice outfit this morning. It must have been in preparation for running away with him, because the proper practice clothes are what allow the practitioner to perform at a normal level. It's perfect for fleeing a chase. At that time, when Chu Ruoyan saw the maid appear and drew her sword, Xiao Ming judged that it must be that Chu Ruoyan didn't want to go into the palace to see the dog emperor and was ready to kill herself. How helpless she was. How she looked forward to my arrival then. It was my mistake. I should have come earlier. How would Xiao Ming feel if he knew that Chu Ruoyan had taken the sword to defend herself against him? Chapter 64. The world reached with only Xiao Ming's injury. Xiao Ming blamed himself for all this. Since he knew that Chu Ruoyan was not in the mansion, he directly chased after her over the wall and, rushing from here to the palace gates like a warrior charging for love. Perhaps Chu Ruoyan left very early, or perhaps Chu Ruoyan urged the carriage to hurry up at that time. Xiao Ming never caught up with the carriage, and in front of him was the cold palace gate. The saint's remnant soul was simply relieved to see this. He was afraid that Xiao Ming would catch up with him, and then he would be facing a powerful person from the imperial palace. It won't be that easy to let him off the hook. Master, I want to sneak into the palace. Xiao Ming was now very uneasy and didn't know why. Hearing this, the saint's remnant soul immediately began to discourage it. Maybe Chu's girl just went to chat with the emperor like last time. I'm sure it came back on its own at some point. It's not like it's happened once or twice. There are many experts in the palace. With your current cultivation, even if I help you, it's hard to blend in. Besides, if you're caught, it'll involve the Chu family girls, so I think it's fine for you to go back and wait for news. The saint's remnant soul was a delaying tactic, and must not let Xiao Ming get on top now. Especially this last sentence, involving the Chu family's girl, was something that could truly calm Xiao Ming down. Xiao Ming, this licking dog attribute burst. His own death is not afraid, just afraid of the goddess accident. If he would hurt Chu Ruoyan if he did this, he would definitely choose not to do it. So he listened to the sage's remnant soul and returned to the Chu family's backyard to wait for news. Familiar yard. He'd been a lickspill for too many years, and much of the place was familiar to him. It was even more familiar than the Chu family's houseguests. Xiao Ming only expected that the familiar her to return. The remnants of the Holy One look at him like this. Inwardly, all of them were spitting. But if you put this mind in cultivation, as for this kind of behavior now, that Chu clan girl was only a middle stage of the cave void realm and was only considered an ordinary genius. She never chose you, not because you didn't stand out enough. You're in the middle of the void breaking realm. You're already considered a proper heaven's pride. It is no longer allowed to be placed elsewhere. That Chu family girl would definitely have a crush on you too if she met you alone. But the imperial capital is not short of heavenly pride. At that time, your rival, Lu Hao, was in the late stage of the void breaking realm. Strength is one level above you. The other competitor, Wu Qi, is in the early stage of the void breaking realm, but his grandfather is in the heavenly abyss realm. There's still hope of breaking through to the saint realm. Your family is thicker than yours. You guys are all 50-50. So the girl doesn't know which one of you is better. So why don't you just not pick anyone and keep them as fish for you? Is this the Chu family girl raising fish on purpose? That's definitely not true. You guys are the ones who have to make her a fish out of water for you. If you listen to me and cultivate to the 6th harmony realm, 2 realms higher than the Chu family's girl, higher potential than those other 2 boys, and then put on if you don't come with me, I'll find another woman. How could she not pick you? You boys had to be lickspittles, following that woman around from morning till night, and now that the new emperor has made his entrance, people's strength may be watered down, but their status is not, and you all can't rob them, so who can blame you? At this moment, Xiao Ming was panicking inside. He was afraid that Li Chen would take advantage of his goddess. Even the thought of Li Chen touching Chu Ruoyan's hand was hard for him. The saint's remnant soul was also panicking right now, and he was constantly encouraging Li Chen to cheer up in his heart. Hurry up and take Chu Ruoyan. If we wait for Chu Ruoyan to come back, we will still have to suffer. Dusty Li is really struggling with his piling at this point. I don't know if it was because he felt the saint's remnant soul's boost, but he began to sprint even harder. Even the bed and couch were shaking. Every moment of the wait was agony. Not only was Xiao Ming tormented, but the saint's remnant soul was also tormented. For every minute Xiao Ming waited, Li Duan was happy for 60 seconds. It wasn't until about 6 p.m. A full 8 hours after Chu Ruoyan had entered the palace, a houseboy ran in and the Chu family began to cheer. Xiao Ming's heart was beating very fast as he pressed his ear near the Chu family hall to eavesdrop. What he heard next nearly gave him a dry heart stop, because the palace eunuchs are in the hall, saying that Miss Chu has been favored by His Majesty, become a consort of the palace. When this news came out, the entire Chu family cheered. The Chu family directly changed from a second-rate family to a royal relative. Maids have the opportunity to be promoted to courtesans. The Chu family was also rewarded handsomely. Li Chen was refreshed, and Chu Ruoyan was in pain. The saint's remnant soul finally let go of his heart, and they all almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Praise this emperor for being so efficient. Only the world reached by Xiaoming's injury. His entire being began to twist at the thought of his goddess already having sex with someone else. At this moment, the saint remnant soul in the necklace realized that the energy within Xiaoming's body was growing crazily. This kind of terrifying cultivation speed. More drum rare ah. It seems that this kid is definitely a hidden saint body. It's just that this activation condition is too outrageous. Gas on the head of Xiaoming directly rushed out. Look at that momentum is to kill the palace. Is it a big deal? Not big at all. The saint's remnant soul had long thought of a plan, where Xiaoming could not play with him, before he could run out for a while. The saint's residual soul directly forced its way into Xiaoming's body. Master, let me go. I'm going to fight that dog emperor for my life. Xiaoming's brain was now incapable of thinking properly. He only wanted to kill Li Chan to vent his anger. Seeing the maddened Xiaoming, the saint's remnant soul cursed. Apprentice, if you send yourself to death now, then wouldn't the Chu family girl have waited for you for nothing? These words made Xiaoming feel a bit puzzled. Chu Ruoyan is an imperial consort now. Why are you still waiting for me? But the name Chu Ruoyan did make the dog-licking attribute very strong set his feet. Seeing that his disciple had eased up a little, the saint's remnant soul began to continue to fool around. As you know, just now Chu's girl was ready to draw her sword and seek death, but she chose to compromise with the emperor in order to wait for you. And if you die now, has she not suffered so much for nothing? These words caused Xiaoming's dog-licking attribute to awaken once again. He felt that the saint's remnant was right. Chu Ruoyan must have endured a great deal of aggravation, and she must have endured it for my sake. Noticing that Xiaoming's thoughts were beginning to be correct, the remnants of the Holy One then began to kidnap him from the moral high ground. Do you truly like that Chu family girl? I mean it. Xiaoming almost shouted out these words. After being a dog licker for so many years, he felt that he liked Chu Ruoyan more than anyone else. Of course, every lickspittle idea is actually the same. This saint's residual soul has already seen it all. You just crave other people's bodies. What's the point of being so noble? How many have you liked from your border town to here? It's just that Chu's girl is really pretty, and it's only right that you like it best. How many years of experience did the saint's remnant soul have? Where did he not understand this? In the past, when he treated Xiaoming as a disciple, he took some care of him, and to put it bluntly, he was spoiled. What Xiaoming wanted, he as a master tried to give. But now, the saint's remnant soul felt that it couldn't continue to be spoiled. He wanted to make Xiaoming a truly strong person. Then the saint's remnant soul continued to start the moral abduction. Then I ask you, since you genuinely love, so is it okay with you that she's a woman or has had a child? Chapter 65. If you are strong enough, there are good people all around you. This, Xiaoming hesitated for a moment, his brain not responding. Oh, you can't even accept this. How do you have the face to say you mean it? People are willing to give themselves and suffer for you. You don't like them because you think they're unclean, right? What Xiaoming was going to answer next, the saint's remnant soul could think with his feet. No, I'll take anything she says, even if it's my child's last name and hers. But do I have a chance? The reason why Xiaoming had rushed straight to the palace was that he felt it was hopeless, so he might as well fight to the death. The saint's remnant soul had already guessed that Xiaoming would say this, and Xiaoming just needed a hope now that the, also known as a large pie, and drawing big cakes is a specialty of the saint's remnant. As long as you want to, Master can show you a clear path so that you can get the Chu clan girl. Master, please tell me, how can I live without her? Xiaoming's words almost caused the saint's remnant soul to choke. As a former saint realm, he had seen all the big storms and waves, but it was the first time he'd seen one so licked, but it was within his reach. The remnant soul of the saint then said, you can join the dynasty as an official, and with your skills, together with the help of my teacher, in less than 3 to 5 years, you'll be able to achieve a little success. And in another 10 years or so, you'll have a lot of success. You might be able to become a powerful minister, and then you'll be able to overthrow the dog emperor, and everything will be yours. The Chu family girl will naturally return to your embrace as well. In order to fool Xiaoming, the saint's remnant soul let him go to the officialdom to sharpen his character. It also gave him a hope that he could have reasonable access to Chu Ruoyan. The saint's remnant soul had also considered allowing Xiaoming to cultivate in seclusion, but the boy was impatient and lucky. As if he'd gone from the frontier to the imperial capital. As soon as you leave one female along the way, Others appear. Maybe I'll meet a prettier woman, and I'll go back to being a fish when I get the dog-licking bug. Then wouldn't he have wasted all this effort? As long as he enters officialdom and maintains occasional access to the Chu family girls, even from a distance, he was able to stabilize himself. The saint's remnant soul could not make Xiao Ming break his mind about Chu Ruoyan. Master, is there an easier way? Yes, go and become a eunuch and you'll see it soon. That's better. Let's talk about being an officer. Seeing that Xiao Ming had already fallen for the trap, the saint's remnant soul began to talk about how he wanted to become an official. In the Tianzi dynasty, if you want to join the organization, graduating from a prestigious school is undoubtedly the best choice. This was too long, and Xiao Ming probably didn't have the patience for it. The next step is to take the various recruiting exams. These recruiting tests are, frankly, a walk in the park. Getting into an interview that depends on background. Everyone else is along for the ride. For every vacant position in the imperial capital's departments, there's a lot of powerful people stuffing themselves in there, mostly booked. Although the void-breaking realm was fine, this was the imperial capital, and the imperial capital had the least shortage of talent. Hearing this, Xiao Ming was puzzled. Then wouldn't I be unable to enter? The saint's remnant soul said breathlessly. See, you're in a hurry again. Since the master said so, then there must be a way. The imperial capital of the major departments. There is also a called external staff. This kind of treatment is not high, and there is no establishment. With Xiao Ming's strength, going as an external recruit is definitely qualified. The best way to get a quick entry from an external hire is to get credit for it. Which department in the empire has the easiest time getting credit? That's naturally the Ministry of Justice. Other departments compare years of service, and seniority, and frankly, time to stay up. The Ministry of Justice has a backlog of cases. If Xiao Ming solves a few major cases, it won't take long to get on board. Quickly move up the ladder when the time comes. The power of the officials of the Ministry of Justice was very great, and there were many strong people in it. Saint's remnant soul take the destruction of Xiao Ming's family. As long as Xiao Ming became a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Criminal Affairs, was it not simple to clean up his enemies? Not to mention mobilizing the forces of the Ministry of Justice. Even if the local city lord was asked to cooperate, the city lord would be very happy to do so. Officials who go down from the imperial capital, even if they are small, the local officials do not dare to offend. And then there's also the possibility of hitting up the eunuchs and courtesans in the palace, through being an official. That way you can meet the Chu family girl. If you're not an official, where do you get the chance to enter the palace? Maybe, they can even find the time to elope with the Chu family girl. It wasn't much faster than burying one's head in cultivation to the Saint realm and then going to the emperor for a duel. In the end, the saint's remnant soul concluded that as long as Xiao Ming went to become an official, all the problems would be able to be solved. If you can't solve it, it's just that you're not a big enough official. Look at that new emperor. Isn't he just a big official? So he can do whatever he wants. Anyway, the saint's remnant soul was just a flimsy attempt to stabilize Xiao Ming before saying whether or not he could be resurrected in the future. Still all counting on Xiao Ming. Alright, master, I'll listen to you. I'll report to the Ministry of Justice right now. Xiao Ming didn't want to wait a moment now, wanting to paralyze himself with work. Whenever you're idle, his mind would brainstorm images of his goddess with the ugly and fat emperor. In the inner courtyard of the palace, when Li Chen came out of his room, it was almost dark. You can see how strong the fight is. At this time, Li Xining walked over with a bad smile on her face, her expression as evil as it could be. Brother, are you really this powerful? Or are you stalling inside? Afraid that your sister will underestimate you? Li Dane gave her a blank look, not wanting to speak. Can't you see that your sister-in-law can't even get out of bed? Do you still need to question your brother? Li Chen is a veteran in this area. Chu Ruoyan, where can she resist? I don't even know how many times I've passed out. Has anything happened in the meantime? Li Chen began to change the topic, not talking about this with Li Xining. Oh, the Empress Dowager came at the very beginning, only to be blocked by Eunuch Shui. Li Xining stated that she slipped out when she saw Li Chen and Chu Ruoyan getting into a good mood, then instructed the eunuchs not to disturb Li Chen. This was something Li Duan was very satisfied with. It was really a sweet sister. Who knew that this time of year triggered the Queen Mother to come and spoil the party? Li Xining wanted to block it, but she was afraid of the Empress Dowager, and had been since she was a child. The Empress Dowager was a shadow even more terrifying than the late emperor in her inner heart. Just as she was stiffly preparing to go out, Eunuch Shui arrived just in time. According to Li Xining, the Empress Dowager was quite angry at that time. A chief eunuch actually dared to block her way. Is it that he doesn't want to mix in the palace anymore? The Empress Dowager's aura at that time was so strong that even Li Xining, who was hiding in the corner, was scared. Eunuch Shui then explained the situation with a smile on his face. stating that Li Chen was busy at this time. When the Empress Dowager heard that it turned out to be so, she lightly laughed and spat out something about broad daylight or something like that. Since it was too far away, Li Xining didn't hear it. Before the Empress Dowager left, she also instructed eunuch Shui to keep an eye on this place. If anyone disturbs His Majesty's work, he should not be the chief eunuch. But what exactly the Empress Dowager was looking for Li Chen to do, no one knew. But one thing Li Xining could see was that eunuch Shui was a truly loyal minister. She also didn't understand how Li Chen could make these palace people so loyal. Obviously Li Duan didn't do anything after he took the throne. When you reach the Saint realm, you'll understand. If you're strong enough, there are good people around. Li Chen knew this, so he didn't even bother to come out until he had cultivated to the great perfection of the Saint realm. Seemingly thinking of something, Li Chen said to Li Xining, I happen to have something to go to the Empress Dowager. You want to come along? No. I haven't finished practicing the homework that my brother set out for me. I'll go and practice first. After saying that, Li Xining ran away in a puff of smoke, not even asking about the battle just now in detail. It would be better to let her see the Empress Dowager than to let her practice. After a while, Li Chen stepped into the Empress Dowager's bedchamber, only to see that the interior was cozy and elegant. The Empress Dowager was sitting on top of a soft couch, chatting with a fresh-faced beautiful woman on the side. Chapter 66, This kid doesn't think that there really is an emperor to believe in, does he? The beautiful woman beside the Empress Dowager was outstanding in appearance, dressed in fancy clothes, and her demeanor revealed modesty and gentleness. That purple-colored fancy dress set off her figure even more, especially when viewed from the side. The breasts are full and erect, and the jiggle between the raised hand and foot. It's even more mesmerizing. Compared to the ripe Empress Dowager, this beautiful woman had 2 more points of youthfulness, which was really rare. At the first glance, Li Chen thought, this woman can't still be a yellow girl, right? She looks sober, but she hasn't tasted the sweetness yet, and when she does, it's bound to be lustful. That's what Li Dane's experience had taught him. Seeing Li Chen's arrival, the beautiful woman quickly got up and made a full bow. There was just the right amount of deference and detachment in her voice. My wife greets His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Her eyes gently skimmed over Li Chen, seeming to hide some complex emotions. However, that resentment was skillfully hidden in the depths of her eyes, without revealing the slightest bit. Li Chen glanced at the Empress Dowager and asked, Who is this? Seeing this, the Empress Dowager smiled faintly and explained to Li Chen, Your Majesty, this is an old acquaintance of the mourning family. I've come to see you today. Her nephew was inadvertently captured by Sheriff Lin, and what Sheriff Lin is holding in his hand is actually your belt tag. When Li Chen heard this, his heart couldn't help but feel a slight aura of awe. It seems that Lin Yui can awe. I just got my waistband and started working hard, so it looks like I gave her the right one. Analyzing the beautiful woman, both her dress and her ability to meet the Empress Dowager, both proved to be of no lesser status. Her nephew, then, must be no ordinary man. Li Chen asked indifferently, I don't know what your nephew has committed? The beautiful woman lowered her head, a hint of helplessness and self-reproach in her voice. Back to your Majesty. My nephew really shouldn't have done it this time. He was quick to speak out of turn, and said something unclean that offended Sheriff Lin, but he's weak and sickly, so I'm afraid he won't be able to cope if he stays in jail for 7 days. So I'm afraid. I implore your Majesty to spare him this time and allow him to be able to return home and recuperate. If it's just a mouthful, it's really not that big of a problem. The Empress Dowager also happens to be appropriate to say a few good words. Eyes are also full of expectations and requests. At this time, there was actually no one more shocked inside than Jirinyu. According to the past, even if her nephew was imprisoned in the prison of the Ministry of Justice, the Empress Dowager told the courtesan to pass a message that the Minister of Justice had to be released. Even if the Minister of Justice was a close friend of the late emperor at that time, the Empress Dowager did not even bother to ask the late emperor. This time, she was only imprisoned in the courthouse near the Ministry of Justice. But just because Lin Yue had Li Chen's belt tag, Empress Dowager Lian said that she had to wait for Li Chen's consent, and that she didn't have the authority to do so. Doesn't that mean that this emperor not only has real power, but also strong power? Otherwise, it's just a little thing like releasing someone from a sheriff's office. How could the Empress Dowager still need to consult the emperor? This woman Li Duan did not recognize, but the thin face of the Empress Dowager still had to be given. It's not like the Empress Dowager had any grudges against Li Chen and introduced him to the harem. Thus, Li Chen slowly opened his mouth. I am already aware of this matter, and Constable Lin is strict in enforcing the law, since there is no excuse. But in view of your nephew's frailty, I can be lenient and let him go home to recuperate. He needs to be careful with his words in the future. When the beautiful woman heard this, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes, and she hurriedly knelt down to thank her. Many thanks for your majesty's great kindness. My wife will certainly bear this in mind, and in the future I will be sure to discipline my nephew closely and never commit the same offense again. The Empress Dowager also revealed a satisfied smile. She enjoyed the face Li Chen gave her. There was a sense of honor in being able to make an emperor of the Saint realm open his golden mouth. When Ji Ringyu excused herself, Li Chen also began to state the purpose of his visit. In fact, it's not a big deal. It's the list of 10 harems selected by the Empress Dowager, and she's already taken care of one of them. He told the Queen Dowager to hurry up and arrange the next one. The Empress Dowager said no problem. You cannot trust my character, but you have to trust my vision. The two of them casually chatted for a while, and Li Duan also excused himself and left. On the way back to his chambers, Li Chen slightly hooked his hand and Eunuch Chui, the great loyalist, appeared behind his flank with quick steps, respectfully bowing his head as he waited for his master's command. Li Chen first praised Eunuch Chui and rewarded him with some gold. Eunuch Chui's mouth said it was his honor to share his majesty's worries. He was still euphemistically pleased to accept Li Chen's reward. It didn't matter how much gold there was. What mattered was that it was Li Chen's reward. When his men worked hard, Li Chen definitely had to reward them with something so that they could continue to work hard. And another thing, the identity of the woman who just went out from the Queen Dowager, and who her nephew is. What was the offense? Find out for me. Hearing Li Chen's order, Eunuch Chui immediately went down to do it. I thought the news would have to wait until tomorrow, but it's only been an hour or so since then. Eunuch Chui then handed over the information. Anyway, there was still some time before the break, so Li Duan picked up the intelligence to check it out. Li Xining, who was fiddling with her toys next to her, also came over, curious about what Li Chen was looking at. After looking at it for a while, Li Duan sort of understood. The dude who molested Lin Yue that he'd beat up yesterday. It's the Prince of Jinnan's hostage left in the imperial capital, called Su Zifeng. He was indeed arrested by Lin Yue this morning because of his foul mouth. That beautiful woman was actually Su Zifeng's sister-in-law, or a widow whose husband had just passed away. Most of Su Zifeng's mess in the imperial capital was cleaned up by her. When Li Chen saw Su Zifeng's file, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The boy's pretending a little too much, and he's deliberately making such a mess of it that, doesn't that make people even more suspicious that he has other plans? Li Duan spat. Indeed. I can even tell that this Zifeng named Su Zifeng has problems and is deliberately looking for trouble. I don't know. Li Xining picked up. Li Chen really didn't understand what this Su Zifeng was thinking. He's going to come to the empire, stay honest, and not willfully make a mistake. And then there really weren't many people paying attention to him, and he could slowly cultivate his base in secret. Su Zifeng is just causing trouble everywhere. And what with all the big things and little things? It was natural to get into the eyes of the sheriff's department. When you do that, people's sheriff's departments can't even think about not paying attention to you. You still think you're acting well, but it turns out that your bottoms are being checked out by the Ministry of Justice and the government offices. Li Chen could even see that there were traces of the late emperor's approval in these intelligence documents. The late emperor had written some approvals, meaning that before his father had done anything, it's better for the departments to turn a blind eye. Otherwise, if we really do him in, it's not forcing his father to rebel. I told you how Eunuch Chui investigated so quickly, so that's how it is, Li Chen muttered. In these intelligence files, even when, where, and whom Su Zifeng met, this person's movements afterward were monitored by the Ministry of Justice's masters. Is Su Zifeng really saying that the officials of the Tianzi dynasty are all stupid? Li Duan thought. When I was a prince, I was all just acting ordinary, and really no one cared. If I act like a loser, won't the others think that with my talent I'm still so wasted? Is there not something to hide? Your kid was there at the Seal King's residence, showing invincible bravery and outstanding wisdom, with an excellent reputation. Then he came to the empire like a different person, making small mistakes on purpose, not big ones. It's too obvious, but anytime you make a couple of big mistakes, I think you might not be acting. You're really starting to swing for the fences. The problem is that you really don't make big mistakes, and it's hard for me to misunderstand you. When you do that, it's not like you're saying directly to everyone, I'm going to start hiding. This kid doesn't think that the emperor really believes in him, does he? Chapter 67, Facing Different People. Li Duan has different ways of playing, not to mention Li Chen. Li Xining next to him could tell at a glance that Su Zifeng was pretending. Most of all, your father has been practicing lately, drawing in the strongest and most powerful forces in the neighborhood. The intent is much more obvious. This is not purely a nest of rebels, just not yet officially rebel. Brother, what are you going to do with this Su Zifeng? He's already set up a lot of eyes and ears in the imperial capital, plotting against it. Li Xining definitely wanted Li Chen to stay as the emperor. then she would always have a good life. She would be the first to disobey anyone who dared to steal Li Chen's throne. He's so low in the segment that I don't even bother with him. And the late emperor probably thought the same thing, but it's still okay to tease him a little. And that sister-in-law of his does look moist. Thinking back to the beautiful woman I just saw in the Empress Dowager's chambers, if I could stack her up with the Empress, that feeling of fullness and squeezing, Li Duan fell a little bang. It's hard to say what will happen to Ji Rinyu, but when Chu Ruoyan wakes up from her nap, guess it's going to suffer again. Li Chen let eunuch Shui send someone to instruct Lin Yue to target Su Zifeng. Anyway, with my word, you let him out. When he gets out, you find a way to pick on him, catch him and lock him up. Don't sentence them too harshly, just a fine and more jail time. In this way, Lin Yue was able to brush up her performance, and the government office was able to obtain a fine. Li Duan must have his own desired benefits as well. Li Qin judged that the Empress Dowager could not help plead for mercy every time. At best, it was just this once. A second time at the most. That beautiful woman will come begging for me. Ma'am, you don't want to see your nephew behind bars all the time. Facing different people, Li Duan had different ways of playing. It's not like she's a woman with a clean bottom like Chu Ruoyan, who doesn't need to cultivate her feelings. Just be cool and be done with it. These guys are rebels anyway, so there's no need to be too polite. On the other hand, on a street near the Ministry of Justice and the Yamen, with Li Chen's word of mouth, Su Zifeng was naturally able to get out of the courthouse. Xiao Ming had also just passed the examination of the Ministry of Justice and became a supernumerary of the ministry. The two of them rubbed shoulders on this street. The destinies of the two sons of Qi began to intertwine. What bad luck! That woman actually has the Dog Emperor's belt tag. Su Zifeng had just returned to the mansion when he started spitting like crazy. He picked up the ginseng soup that his sister-in-law had brought over and drank it as a mouthwash, then casually spit it into the bowl. Ji Rinyu was really heartbroken for this nephew, thinking that his nephew had been locked up in jail for most of the day. Must be freezing and starving. Got lots of good food for him. Su Zifeng was indeed hungry, and began to eat in large mouthfuls. Since Sheriff Lin has the Emperor's waistband, it's best if you don't mess with her. Ji Rinyu could see that Li Duan was an emperor with strong power. Su Zifeng's father wasn't ready yet. There was no need to offend Li Chen prematurely. Don't worry, Auntie, I know what I'm doing. Su Zifeng didn't take her words seriously at all. It's not just a little constable with the Emperor's waistband. If the hard way doesn't work, I'll do the soft way. After hanging out in the imperial capital for so long, and having single-handedly created many eyeballs of his own, all of which went undetected, Su Zifeng was confident. Inside the secret room of a small, dilapidated mansion outside the 7th ring road of the imperial capital, raging energy washed and undulated over a young male. The saint's remnant soul was constantly ecstatic inside when it saw this scene, because the energy in his disciple's body was now turning over like crazy. The meridians were also strengthening. At this rate, it would be possible to break through to the 6th harmony realm after a while. One should know that Xiao Ming used to be very fast in terms of cultivation speed. Since becoming a licking dog, he stayed at the middle stage of the void-breaking realm for a whole year. The saint's remnant soul felt more and more that what he had done was not wrong. Son, it's not you. It's Master who didn't realize your talent earlier. The reason why Xiao Ming was a hidden sacred body was because he needed a certain amount of negativity. The more intense the negativity, the more potential it can inspire. Xiao Ming's negative emotions had already accumulated enough today, and there was no need for the saint's remnant soul to stimulate him at all. However, the saint's remnant soul would not comfort him. The saint's remnant soul was afraid that in case Xiao Ming wanted to open up, that's a lot of trouble. He's trying to make Xiao Ming think, to make Xiao Ming feel guilty. This will be able to increase his hate level. Hatred was the key to the cultivation of many sons of Qi. After meditating on today's cultivation process, Xiao Ming let out a sigh of relief. Even though his recent cultivation speed was fast, he was still not very satisfied. He didn't have much of a concept of cultivation within him, and only thought about meeting his goddess sooner. In his eyes, Li Chen was like that evil final boss that, it was the final puzzle he needed to solve to reach the top of this world. Back in his room, Xiao Ming lay on his bed, thinking about this moment, and his own goddess must be secretly shedding tears in the palace. Chu Ruoyan was indeed shedding tears, but it was not the eyes that Xiao Ming was thinking of. The next day, Chu Ruoyan couldn't get out of bed at all. It couldn't be blamed on Li Duan. After all, she was the only one in the harem right now, and she had to take all the fire. When Li Chen got up and went to the court, Chu Ruoyan was surprised to find that her cultivation had actually increased. Yesterday she inexplicably broke through the middle stage of the cave realm, and reached the late stage of the cave realm. It's even still unconscious. Could it be that the cave realm is as good as filling the hole? When she thought about it, she felt a little embarrassed about how she kept thinking about it. but being able to carry a drill of Li Chen's level, her body strength would naturally increase. After a couple of hours, she followed her own cultivation technique, running a few weeks of. The body recovered almost enough to be able to get up slowly. The palace maid in charge was also highly cultivated, and she had been waiting outside. When she heard the room moving, she naturally brought the palace maids over to serve her in dressing. Now she's Li Chen's first imperial concubine. These palace maids who hung out in the palace naturally wanted to make a good impression in front of her as well. The palace maid in charge also kept praising Chu Ruoyan, from her hair strands to her toes. That little mouth was really sweet, putting Chu Ruoyan in a good mood. Then there was breakfast and pastries, and the courtesan in charge knew that she liked the dragon's mouth jade dew cake, and a lot of it for her. Chu Ruoyan had too much physical exertion last night, and was now in need of replenishment, so she also ate. Looking at all these ingredients that you don't usually see, and your favorite pastries, Chu Ruoyan felt that being an imperial consort was really fantastic. What's more, here was a man who made her want to pull out. When she thought of Li Chen's divinely handsome and majestic appearance, she couldn't help but feel a little spring flooded again. Having adjusted his mind, he was about to eat his breakfast when turning to the palace maid in charge beside her, she asked, "Are there any rules when it comes to eating in the palace?" She seldom goes to the palace. The last time the Empress Dowager did teach her something, but she was so focused on the Empress Dowager that she didn't pay attention. The courtesan in charge said with a smile on her face, "Back to your highness, unless at a palace banquet. It requires some attention to etiquette, and the maiden does not need to be concerned with that in private, however comfortable it may be." Then Chu Ruoyan was relieved, but she wasn't that savage, so she finished her breakfast normally. The courtesans will also make adjustments to her tastes over the next few days. After finishing her breakfast, she went out to the courtyard and saw Li Xining practicing. Chu Ruoyan walked over and was about to say something, but when she saw the dark circles under Li Xining's eyes, just asked suspiciously if you didn't sleep well yesterday. It was better that she didn't ask, but when Li Xining heard her say so, just a bit resentful. "I live next door. You screamed so loud last night, and the things you said, can I sleep listening to it? At least you should consider my feelings, and don't tell me you don't remember how nasty the things you said to my brother were." Chapter 68. There is a saying that one man can win. When Li Xining said these words, she originally thought that it would make Chu Ruoyan ashamed. Who knew that Chu Ruoyan was even more anticlimactic and asked, "What did I say last night? Why don't I remember? Can you repeat it?" She had such a dismaying little obsession that he wondered what he had said. Li Xining was dumbfounded on the spot. "You still have the nerve to ask me? The filthy things you said last night, is that something I can say? And most of them are inflections. What do you want me to say?" In fact, Li Xining wrongly blamed Chu Ruoyan. At that time Chu Ruoyan was not too conscious. How did she know what she had said? It wasn't the first time the two of them had met, and now with the addition of this intimate layer of Li Duan's identity, it's natural to be able to talk. The imperial capital twin Jedi just chatted in Li Chen's chambers. If this were to be seen by the other young talents of the imperial capital, then they would all have to shed tears. They were usually able to be happy for days just to see these two. A lot of young talent dreamed of just looking at the two of them one more time, but their dreams are Li Dane's daily routine. "Sister, you're really powerful. It's only been 5 days and you've already strengthened 10 major meridians." As a disciple of a cultivation family, Chu Ruoyan felt that Li Xining's cultivation speed was truly terrifying. If this news were to be released, I'm afraid it would cause an uproar in the bottom cultivation circles of the imperial capital. "Don't comfort me, sister-in-law. My brother said that this speed of mine belongs to the middle to lower level in our Tianzi dynasty, so practicing is just for fun. No need to take it seriously." Li Xining naturally believed Li Chen's words unconditionally, thinking that he was just an ordinary practitioner who couldn't be any more ordinary. Chu Ruoyan was about to explain, but when she thought that Li Chen was already in the Saint realm at such a young age, if we go by his standards, Li Xining really isn't anything. Seemingly remembering something, Chu Ruoyan asked Li Xining what the process was after entering the palace. Li Xining, being a princess and having been taught this since she was a child, told her that, today, if she is physically able to move freely, she'd better pay a visit to the Empress Dowager, who holds a high position in the harem. Then comes organizing your palace, also known as decorating. A formal consort, surely, has a suite. There are many empty palaces in the palace. Chu Ruoyan was the first to come, not only by Li Chen's favor, or someone recommended by the Empress Dowager, so she mixes well on both sides and can more than likely choose for herself. This made Chu Ruoyan very happy. Her family used to be in the third ring of the empire leaning out. It's already considered pretty good in the worldly circle. Still relying on the connections of the Empress Dowager's nephews, they were eligible to settle down in the third ring. That's why for so many years, the Chu family has been working for the Empress Dowager's nephew. The properties in the first and second ring roads are not purchased with money, but also with status and position. At the very least, you need a first-class family, or someone in the family who has a certain position in the dynasty. Only then can you live in the second ring. As for the first ring, apart from the stores, they were basically all royal relatives, powerful courtiers of the current dynasty and the like. There's no way to settle in a place like this without some hard power. The Chu family head's dream is to get the Chu family into the second ring position of the. Then looking at the Chu family's family history, he was even meritorious. But now, because of Chu Ruoyan in their family, they're skipping straight to the second ring. Enter the circle of the first ring of the empire. Because when the news of Li Duan's naming Chu Ruoyan as his imperial consort came out, their family's reward naturally came down. This is a tradition of the royal family, and Li Chen is very generous. Let eunuch Chui choose a set of mansions for the Chu family in a better section of the first ring. In this first ring of inches of land, the Chu family residence was 10 times larger than the previous residence. It was evident that Li Chen favored Chu Ruoyan, and his love for the Chu family. The Chu family had moved straight there that night, and he carefully inspected every area of the new mansion. Couldn't sleep with all the excitement inside. That night, he was planning a big party. Directly invite everyone from all over the world. Who you but know. The goal is to show them a face. Let's show them what the imperial first ring is all about. On the second day after Chu Ruoyan sealed her consort, the Chu family's head of the family had already begun to make a list of housewarming celebrations. It would be best if we could invite Li Chen, the emperor, over. However, this Chu family head felt that it was just an impractical idea. His Majesty was so busy, where would he find the time to come? If he really came, the Chu family head would not be thrilled to death. The first thing he wrote on his list was Li Duan, and when the time came, he asked his own daughter to casually ask. Anyway, he felt that Chu Ruoyan would definitely come. After all, this was a happy event for her mother's family. She made her debut as a royal concubine, and naturally, she was a heavyweight. The latter name was naturally the Empress Dowager's nephew, a great honored man he knew from the imperial capital or something like that. In the past, the Chu family had to bow and scrape when he saw them. These are the big shots who are high up on their own. Now, when these people saw the Chu family head, they all had to call out Brother Chu, just by virtue of the relationship between his daughter and Li Chen. The Chu family head could directly be said to be ranked in the imperial capital, because the entire imperial capital's relationship circle was now centered on Li Chen. It's all about who's closer to Li Duan. The closer to Li Chen, the higher the status in the imperial capital. Chu Ruoyan's current relationship with Li Chen was more than close. It was practically a negative distance contact. That was why even the pure-blooded royal family didn't dare to offend Chu Ruoyan. It was just that Chu Ruoyan's mind was full of Li Chen right now, and she didn't consider moving in other directions. After listening to Li Xining's explanation, Chu Ruoyan was thrilled inside. But this is the center of the first ring of the imperial city. It's a dream come true to have a suite here. Li Xining knew that there were many larger palaces in the palace, so she could take Chu Ruoyan to see them. However, Chu Ruoyan was very smart. What was the use of being big? The closer she got to Li Chen, the more valuable she became. So she chose one of the nicer palaces in the neighborhood for her chambers. That way, when Li Chen wanted to serve the bed, she would be able to come over quickly. And since this place was supposed to be near Li Chen's chambers, she could still hang around here from time to time. Very reasonable. Seeing the location Chu Ruoyan chose, Li Xining gave a thumbs up. With the palace chosen, the next step was the configuration of the courtesans. As the saying goes, one man gets a government position. Those maids in Chu Ruoyan's house are looking forward to entering the palace. According to the rules and regulations of the harem, a consort can choose 2 maids of clean birth to enter the palace. These 2 maids would be equivalent to having an official establishment, something that countless people could only dream of. Don't underestimate the establishment, because these 2 are the imperial consort's personal palace maids. The other courtesans are arranged by the palace. A palace maid is usually nothing in the palace naturally, just doing some chores. But when you walk out of the palace, some petty officials with power have to salute when they see it. This is not a joke at all, because the petty officials can't see the emperor. They can. According to the theory of status centered on Li Chen, Chu Ruoyan's palace made that status was naturally high. If anyone dares to offend them, they go to Chu Ruoyan's place to complain. And Chu Ruoyan and Li Chen say this. Isn't it bad luck for minor officials? Sometimes Chu Ruoyan didn't even need to talk to Li Chen. Her identity could make a lot of powerful people help. These powerful people would need a favor from a concubine like Chu Ruoyan. In the future, if you offend the emperor in any way, or if the Tianzi dynasty has any good policies, they could then get Chu Ruoyan to put in a good word. Many people didn't have the intention of offending Li Chen, but they also had to be prepared to please Li Chen. Chapter 69. A heavily abyss realm great circle cultivator died just like that? In the Chu family, Chu Ruoyan did have a maid, and then she would let her mother choose a maid that is said to be a maid. In fact, it could also be Chu Ruoyan's cousin or something like that, wanting to mix up an errand. As long as the bottom checks out, it is possible to be selected for the palace. But Chu Ruoyan's mother must have chosen a loyal maid. She was afraid that when Chu Ruoyan's position by Li Chen's side was still unstable, those cousins would go and grab Chu Ruoyan's favor, and that would be a big trouble. After paying her respects to the Empress Dowager, Chu Ruoyan's mother received a summons and entered the palace with 2 maids. Entering the gates of the palace, several of them were terrified. In the past, they were from a second-rate family. How could they qualify to enter the palace? It's different now. They're royalty. Even the palace maids and eunuchs, their attitudes became very good. Chu Ruoyan's mother still knew how to take care of things. When she saw Chu Ruoyan coming back from the Empress Dowager's chambers, that was exciting. His own daughter's elegant court dress, coupled with the stunning temperament of it's kinda like a royal princess. Yuck. Ugh. My daughter is the royal princess. Chu Ruoyan's mother came this time, besides visiting her daughter, and bring Chu Ruoyan her father's request. It was also the Chu family's housewarming banquet the day after tomorrow, inviting Li Duan to come and support the event. In fact, you don't have to worry about your father. You'll come back when you're free. If you don't have time, you should take care of your body in the palace and take good care of His Majesty. Don't try to run out all day long. How unlikable that would be. Chu Ruoyan's mother knew this very well. She just wanted Li Chen to think that her daughter knew what she was talking about. Not the kind of guy who fools around. Mother, I know. Chu Ruoyan also understands that his old man, who has been bending over backwards all his life in the imperial capital, this time it's finally straightened out, and it's tempting to show off, as is humanly possible. If Li Duan was free, she would ask for permission. If Li Chen wasn't available, she wouldn't have said anything. In the palace, you have to know the rules, especially around Li Duan. Be understanding. Next, Chu Ruoyan took her mother and the 2 maids on a tour of her chambers. Next to it also followed the palace maid in charge, waiting for Chu Ruoyan to roughly observe once more. She would have the place decorated to Chu Ruoyan's specifications, even if it hadn't been renovated yet. The extent of the palace's grandeur had already opened their eyes. Chu Ruoyan had spent some time in the palace and slowly began to adapt. Her mother and the 2 maids were simply dazzled by the sight. Any of the decorations here are worth a lot of money if you take them out. Even the bricks and mortar on the floor are not ordinary. In the face of Chu Ruoyan's inquiry, where did her mother dare to give any advice? Just let her watch herself. After visiting for a while, her mother inquired, I wonder where His Majesty is now. Do you want us to go ask for peace or something? Chu Ruoyan smiled and replied, Mother, His Majesty should be at the morning court right now. That's right. At this time Li Duan was dozing off in the courtroom. Nothing major today, just a simple daily report from the courtiers, and the progress of various projects. With regards to dealing with dynastic politics, Li Duan was now getting better and better at it. No one ever taught him anyway, so he just did exactly what he was in the mood for. What he thinks to do, that's what he'll do. At this time, a prompting sound appeared from Li Chen's system. Upon inspection, there are abnormal spatial fluctuations in the south of the imperial capital, and the wild mysteries have opened. Please ask the host to complete the task within the specified time. Li Chen thought about it. Li Xining had already cultivated the 10 major tendons now. It's time to brush up on her resources. The resources given by the system are truly the top treasures of the world. Matching not to mention. It must be a direct guarantee for the Saint Realm Grand Round. One more full trumpet is one more point of safety. Originally, Li Chen had planned to bring Li Xining along. A place like the Wild Secret Realm. Ability to gain some combat experience. In a battle of the same level, whoever had more combat experience would often be able to have a huge advantage. But the problem was that all of Li Duan's combat experience was minimal, and he was completely relying on his rank to crush him. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with level crushing. You have decades of combat experience at the vein opening realm. I'm 800 meters away from the Saint Realm and I've got you in seconds, and you still can't do anything about it. It would be troublesome to bring Li Xining, and he still needed to take care of Li Xining. Might as well go solo on your own and go through the basic processes you haven't touched in the meantime. Li Dust was now as if he had opened a full-leveled large number to complete a newbie mission. Those ferocious novice bosses were about to face an existence that was even more ferocious than them. After a little errand, the morning court was almost over. It was at this time that Pang Jin, the new Minister of Justice, stepped forward. Your Majesty, I, Pang Jin, have this to present. Seeing Li Chen lazily raise his hand, Pang Jin nodded slightly and the voice was steady and strong. Your Majesty, regarding the case of the Crown Prince's death. Today, the micro-minister has made some new progress. He paused, and his eyes swept over the crowd above the courtroom. Continuing, when His Royal Highness the Crown Prince sadly passed away, his escort, Fan Kuai, was an expert of the great circle of the heavenly abyss realm, and was known as the first fastest sword in the imperial capital. However, after the death of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Fan Kuai disappeared, and at that time there were many speculations that this matter may be inextricably linked to Fan Kuai, but unfortunately, Fan Kuai's whereabouts have been unknown, making the case confusing. When Pang Jin said this, he was telling Li Duan the antecedents. Many ministers knew this information, but Li Chen might not. Li Chen hadn't even paid attention to this matter before, and Pang Jin really did take care of his feelings by saying so. Then Pang Jin continued. However, just this morning, the minister received a report from his subordinates at the Ministry of Justice that Fan Kuai was found dead in his own home, and even more shocking, the way he died was the same as His Highness the Crown Prince. Both of his chests were left with green marks, and he was completely lifeless. Above the courtroom, there was a loud clamor. What? A cultivator of the heavenly abyss realm great circle died so silently? Even if it was an ordinary saint realm, there was no way to easily kill Fan Kuai, not to mention the same heavenly abyss realm cultivator. That Fan Kuai does not bring fear. This guy has been famous for a long time, and he is also the prince's beloved guard, so he is not a generalized person. The known saint realms in and around the imperial capital could be counted on one hand, so who could have moved? If there's a fight, there's bound to be violent fluctuations to kill an expert like Fan Kuai. Even if a Saint Realm powerhouse zoner came, he would have to frantically activate his meridians in order to kill him. And there are many experts in the imperial capital. They will more or less notice the situation. Then someone around here must have reported it. But Fan Kuai's death was too bizarre to be considered very weird, especially those of the Crown Prince's former henchmen, striving for Pang Jin to find out the truth at an early date, in order to console His Royal Highness the Prince's spirit in heaven. After listening to Pang Jin's report, Li Chen nodded slightly and commanded, "It's good that there's progress. You continue to investigate. I trust you and the ability of the Ministry of Justice." When Pang Jin heard this, he bowed respectfully and said loudly, "The humble minister complies with the decree. I will live up to your majesty's high expectations." When he finished, today's morning court ended. As usual, Li Duan returned to the imperial study to check the Zhangbiao. At this time, eunuch Chui brought Pang into the imperial study room. Pang Chen came to Li Chen and kowtowed. "Your Majesty, I have a secret report." Chapter 70, Is my Saint Realm Great Circle something to be ashamed of? Pang Jin glanced at eunuch Chui as he finished speaking, his meaning clear. Li Chen let eunuch Chui lead the people around him to leave first. He could tell by the look on Pang Jin's face that it should be something important to report. Eunuch Chui understood and closed the door on his way out, then greeted the eunuchs around him as they left. "Say it, what's the matter?" Li Duan put down the Zhang folders and looked at Pang Jin. "Your Majesty, Feng Shangshu has been investigating for half a year without the slightest progress, and I've just taken office, just to find the very crucial missing person, and there are clues to investigate. Do you think this is normal?" Pang Jin said seriously. "It's just the two of us here. Just speak directly. I can understand." Li Chen gave him a blank look. "Don't play dumb with me, you kid. It's just two people. You don't go so far as to talk official, and I'm not stupid enough to let you slowly guide me through the analysis." With an awkward smile, Pang Jin told the story. He felt that Fan Kuai had appeared too suddenly and had left behind clues that could be inquired into. If it was really the work of those who killed the prince, they would have wiped the trail clean. So he felt that this must have been done deliberately by someone to induce him to investigate. In other words, someone was laying it out, waiting for him to fall for it. The person who made this layout may not be the one who killed the crown prince. They might want to use the pressure His Majesty puts on the Ministry of Justice to force it to follow the clues they give them and achieve their goal. This bureau, then, is a bureau within a bureau. So he decided it was better to follow the clues and find out what the person who laid out the layout really meant. Use this to lower the guard of the layouts. Then he jumps out of the set and sets up a new one. In a few days, he falsely claimed to have found a clue, when in fact he had faked the clue. Then the layouts must have thought it strange that they hadn't missed it. Obviously. Why would there be new clues emerging? Did the person who killed the crown prince do it? The people who killed the prince would also feel out of place as to who was impersonating them. In that case, the two forces hidden in the shadows began to suspect each other. Even if the person who laid it out and killed the prince knew it could be a trap, they would have sent someone to check it out. Because the clue is unknown to all of them, they were afraid that this unknown could really expose them. When the time comes, by lining up the undercover agents ahead of time and finding people who shouldn't be there at that time, then tracking him down, you'll be able to really spread the net. This is Pang Jin's plan to kill two birds with one stone. I have to say, to be at his level, and to come from grassroots, this guy definitely has a couple of tricks up his sleeve. After Pang Jin's statement, Li Chen was also clear about what he was trying to say. There are many hidden forces in the imperial capital, and if they really want to kill someone, just like the crown prince and the late emperor, make it impossible to find a clue. But where a clue can be found directly, it's most likely that this power, in order to frame another power, the pushback that was carried out, it doesn't rule out accidentally leaving it behind, or being found without being cleaned up. These were things that Pang Jin needed to think about, not Li Chen. People who hide in the shadows either don't make any moves so you can't find a break, either that or there's a big move that will just kill you. This is the kind of person that's the hardest to guard against inside the empire. Li Chen didn't even want to spit on Su Zifeng. His kind was really stupid to the point where everyone was too lazy to deal with him. Thought I was hiding it well. It looks like you're hiding something, but it's really stupid. Then again, this kind of self-righteous stupidity seems like a way to stay alive. Just do it your way, and if you need anything you just say so. Li Duan knew that Pang Jin had probably come this time for more than just to talk about this matter. It is because he can actually handle such trivial matters himself and has the authority to do so. Since he's here, there must be some place he can't quite fix. Hearing Li Chen say this, Pang Jin once again knelt down and inquired, I dare to ask your majesty, what realm are you in? Li Chen spoke, Saint Realm Great Circle. At those words, Pang Jin's pupils suddenly shrunk violently, and his entire body trembled slightly. What? The Great Perfection? Whoever thought that Li Chen would be able to reach the Saint Realm at such an age should only be at the early Saint Realm. The early stage of the Saint Realm and the Great Circle of the Saint Realm were two different things. Can this news not be scary? The Great Perfection of the Sage Realm was also known as the One Step to Heaven Realm, the strongest battle force under the Celestials. When cultivators below the Saint Realm saw Li Chen in his erupted state, at most, they would know that he was in the Saint Realm. How is it possible to know his exact realm? Even if it was Imperial Husbandman, a Saint Realm, he was only able to feel that Li Chen was stronger than. The only way to know exactly how much stronger Li Chen was than him was to do it. Then I'll be bold once more, and ask your majesty to take matters into your own hands when the need arises. Originally, according to Pang Jin's intention, he was able to kill Fan Kuai, who was in the Great Circle of the Heavenly Abyss Realm. The person who made the move was definitely strong, and it was not guaranteed that there really was a hidden Saint Realm in the mix. Then the Ministry of Justice won't be able to handle it very well even if they find out. That's why he wanted Li Chen to activate the Imperial Soldier for a bit. The so-called Imperial Soldier was one of the bottom cards of the Imperial clan of the Tianzi dynasty. It is said that the second emperor of the Tianzi dynasty failed to ascend. Just refine your body into an Emperor Soldier, which can also be called an Emperor Corpse. And if the descendants of future generations encounter a crisis, then they can activate the Emperor Soldier. The Emperor's Soldier was having the strength of the Saint Realm. The conditions for activating the Emperor Soldier were very harsh, and Pang Jin didn't know exactly what they were. He thought that if there really was a Saint Realm hiding in the Imperial capital, and if it was found out, then I'll trouble Li Duan to activate the Emperor's Soldier to help. Then thinking that Li Chen himself was in the Saint Realm, he asked so much. The result of the questioning gave him a fright. That was the great perfection of the Saint Realm. There was still a hairy Emperor Soldier to activate, and activating the Emperor Soldier was also prone to spooking the snakes. It's not enough to directly trouble the Emperor to make a move. Pang Jin was now slowly beginning to understand that it was no wonder that after Li Chen had become emperor, the second prince ran out of the imperial capital in the night. No wonder Li Chen dared to declare war on the northern royal court with impunity. This was the bottom line. Saint Realm Great Circle. Pang Jin couldn't even imagine it. As a loyal subject, Pang Jin felt that his only backer was the emperor. Now it felt like the backer was too stable. I told you that Chancellor Zhao Wenyuan, that cunning old man, is so honest. Turns out he thinks like me. Okay, let me know ahead of time when you need me to do it. This was, after all, within Li Duan's scope of work, so of course he would agree. The only way he could sit comfortably was to get these issues resolved. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I will never let a third person know about this. Hearing Pang Jin say this, the corners of Li Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Is my Saint Realm Grand Circle something to be ashamed of? How well can't let a third person know? I haven't even planned on acting since I was full level ya. However, Pang Jin must have his intentions if he said that, so Li Chen let him look after himself. When Pang Jin left, Li Duan continued to review the Zhongfu, and went to brush up on his quests when his work was done. On the other side, the Heavenly Diffusion Divine Sect began to make relatively large movements. Chapter 71, If you can't clean up Li Chen, you can't clean up you? The Heavenly Diffusion Divine Sect Patriarch, Top Heavenly Man, announced that he was going into seclusion with his Taoist couple, Fairy Yulan. Refinement of the ultimate magic treasure. While he was in seclusion, the sect's Grand Elder acted as the patriarch. As soon as this news came out, it caused a huge stir in the central cultivation world of the Tianzi dynasty. What kind of magic treasure was it that could make both of them shut down at the same time? The news is really a smokescreen, deliberately put out to make everyone think that the peak heavenly being and the fairy of the pixie orchid were refining magic treasures in order to help Li Xian deal with Li Chen. In fact, the two of them had already quietly departed for the imperial capital, in order to attack Li Duan by surprise. In order for his beloved disciple to seize the throne, the two of them naturally did not reveal their identities. Trouble ensued, though, as the two of them were dressed in plain clothes because they didn't want to reveal their identities. The mounts aren't too exaggerated either. On the way to the imperial capital, the Yulan fairy felt countless men casting flirty glances. That voluptuous figure was the object of countless passers-by's masturbation. If it wasn't for the Zenithians protecting her next to her, these men would probably rush up and strip her naked. It couldn't be helped that her figure was so alluring that the opposite sex would find it hard to take their eyes off her whenever they saw it, even if she hadn't done anything but simply walk. With her shaky frame, both have endless temptations. In the time it took to eat a meal at the inn, the people at the top of the sky had even moved a couple of times. It's what makes those who try to come up and strike up a conversation flee. The people at the top are also mainly deterrents, and if they kill someone with their hands, the Tianzi dynasty's security department will come over to investigate. In particular, most of those who spoke out to slight his dogs were dilettantes that there is some background. Really killing them would be a pain in the ass. The two Saint Realm powerhouses only had so much to hold back along the way. If it weren't for the fact that the top heavenly beings had told the Yulan fairy to hold back along the way, it's probably going to be miles of bodies all the way across the country. How could a high and mighty immortal sect fairy ever suffer such an indignity? Just as the two of them were struggling to catch up, the second Prince Li Xian, who had left early, had already arrived at Yunlu Academy. Li Xian remembers coming here a few times, and each time he did, the scribes here are more hyper. All along the way to the Stargazer's building, you will come across many students reading aloud from holy books, but this time was different. The atmosphere of the entire academy was not as lively as before. There are far fewer students. Li Xian came with a hidden identity this time, and no one recognized him. His men had already cleared the air with the imperial husbandman, and Li Xian came directly to the Stargazer building. Lightly, he went up to the floor where no one Mikado was. When he came to the door, he saw the imperial husband napping inside. In order not to disturb the royal husbandman, Li Xian waited at the door for a long time. It seemed to him that the imperial husbandman was definitely testing him. In order to gain the trust of imperial husbandman, a great scholar of the sage realm, Li Xian was willing to wait at the door. As the noble second prince, Li Xian was also a little annoyed inside after waiting for a long time. In my heart, I thought, this old man is just bullying me for my low cultivation level. If that Saint Realm brother of mine came over, this wouldn't just go up and kick you awake. If Li Duan knew he thought that, he would have said, smaller pattern. If he knows I'm coming, how dare he sleep with me? You'll see if I'll criticize him to death and be done with it. It can't be helped. This is how it has to be when you have to beg. Even if Li Xian is no longer upset, he has to wait for the imperial husband to wake up from his nap. The oaf cooled him for half an hour before he pretended to wake up from his nap. Li Xian still had to go up and greet the imperial husbandman with an honored face, and call himself a student. Expresses respect for the Mikado. The imperial husbandman was in a good mood today, and the anger he had received at Li Duan's sort of get a little back at Li Xian. The imperial husbandman smiled faintly and said, what guidance does the second hall have for this little private school of mine? After he spoke, he gently stroked his beard, his eyes sizing up Li Xian. That's a bit of a yin and yang statement. Being that the largest academy in the imperial capital says so, then aren't all the other bookstores thatched? Li Xian is also a person who understands. The royal husbandman disparages his own academy. He has to hold it up until the Mikado is happy. So he bowed respectfully and said, the imperial husbandman's words are not true. The Yunlu Academy is the treasure of the imperial capital, the temple of learning. How can those mediocre people reach? Not to mention a small private school. This is simply a great insult to Yunlu Academy. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, but he didn't say anything, as the imperial husbandman sniffed, just quietly listening to Li Xian continue to brag. I'll humiliate you however your brother in the Saint Realm humiliates me. Today you sent me to the door to make me feel superior. How could I let this opportunity go? Seeing this, Li Xian could only continue. You, imperial husbandman, are even more learned and respected. You are a model for my generation. You are not only proficient in poetry and etiquette, but also have unique insights into the art of war and martial arts. Indeed, it is the backbone of the country. Yunlu School, under your leadership, has cultivated countless pillars of talent, so to speak. You have contributed very much to the prosperity of our dynasty. It was practically ass-kissing, but Nikio loved it. The imperial husbandman was tired of hearing what everyone else had to say, and loved to hear what the emperor had to say. Ha ha, the second prince has overstated his words. I wonder what the second prince's visit today is about. After Li Xian had made the imperial husband happy, he could naturally start a normal conversation with him. I have come to visit today, hoping to receive guidance and cultivation from the imperial husbandman. Let me be on the path to royalty. What he meant by this was that he wanted to be the emperor and asked if the imperial husbandman supported him. The long way to go on this path of the emperor is not to be the emperor. Li Xian this time, even if he knew that the imperial husbandman hated Li Chen, he still had to let the imperial husbandman clarify his attitude first, so that he can talk about it. You can't just say, I want to rebel right off the bat and launch a direct group invite to rebel. That would be saying too much. Li Xian had come over this time, and the purpose imperial husbandman had guessed it long ago. The second and third emperors are both openly rebellious. They both sense someone to ventilate. It's not about that. The second prince is gifted and has a high person behind him to guide him. So why do I need a Confucian like me? With these words, the imperial husbandman was latching onto Li Xian's bottom line. Didn't you say your master would help you? Didn't you talk your master into you letting me clean up Li Chen? Then you overestimate me. If I had that skill, I wouldn't have been on my knees then. Husbandman, naturally, the more senior people the better. And to be able to have a senior person like husbandman imperial instructing, it's the only way I'll be able to go on my way. Li Xian is telling him that his own master will do it, and it's more prudent to add you one. I've heard that your second highness's master is the ally of the Nine Abyss sacred region, and I've long wanted to discuss with him. The royal husband doesn't eat big cakes. I have to see your bottom card first, or what if you lie to me? That's natural. When my master arrives in the imperial capital, I will certainly invite him to have a talk with husband. I'd like to ask the husband to honor me then. Alright, then, remember me when your master comes. I'm a bit sleepy, so you can get busy and, no need to mind me. With that said, the imperial husbandman yawned and continued to sleep back to sleep. Li Xian are a bit of a wimp. Laozi have said to this point, you still consider? The oaf was not impressed. Nonsense. If you, the second prince, have come to beg me, the third prince will surely do the same. I need to see which one of you two is better before I decide to follow. Mikado, only play downwind. Readers should learn to be flexible. Chapter 72, Su Zifeng's talent. King Jinan schemes. When he came out of the Yunlu Academy, the imperial capital's #1 fast sword, Feng Wuhan, came over. Your Highness, has the imperial husbandman made a deal? This was the academy, and with the imperial husbandman in charge, it really wasn't a good idea for him to go in. As Li Xian's beloved, he needed to advise him. Don't say it. That old thing doesn't see a rabbit. Li Xian felt that his trip was simply equal to a waste of time. It was better to wait for master to come to the imperial capital. Right now, he needed to hide in the imperial capital, continue to spy on Li Chen's intelligence, and slowly lay out his plans. At the border, the third prince was not idle, and he began to take a risky move. Because the new emperor Li Chen has declared war with the royal court, the Khan has not responded yet. However, the army in the north of the Tianzi dynasty was already making movements. The north has a very large number of group armies, garrisons, reserves and the like. Most of them were loyal to the late emperor. That is, those military generals in the dynasty. It was only right that they would now listen to Li Chen's mobilization. Not to mention that they wanted to fight even more than Li Chen did. Among them were also planted the people of the Empress Dowager, the second prince, and the third prince. But these men could not interfere too much with the forces in the north, just being able to provide intelligence and dispatch when necessary. This would be a dark card, which can only be used once at a critical moment. The Empress Dowager's current ambiguous attitude made the second and third emperors puzzled. While the second prince was pulling boosts, the third prince started to go crazy. Since the northern royal court wasn't that reliable, the third prince decided to look for the Jinnan king. The conflict in the north has escalated, and when it does come to blows, the troops in the center of the Tianzi dynasty will be transferred out. The pressure on the king of Jinnan would be very low. The Jinnan king's heart for rebellion was very heavy, and this many people were able to see. Then the third prince simply issued a group invitation to the Jinnan king. We all rebel together to take the pressure off each other. By then, Li Chen was busy with the war in the north and Li Xian had no military power. The third prince thought he might be the first to hit the imperial capital, as long as he becomes emperor, and gets the northern royal court to show some face and send them some land. They will be able to be honest. Then turn the northern army to the south, directly unloading and eliminating the king of Jinnan. Wouldn't his throne be secure then? It even solved the scourge of the Jinnan king, the thought that the history books will surely record their own great achievements in the future. The corners of the third prince's mouth just couldn't stop rising upwards. This emperor, it really was just not him. In this aspect of military combat, the third prince was very conceited, but he was extremely talented. Of course, he had long forgotten about the oldest five. Li Ran, within him, when the late emperor was alive. Li Ran, as a young boy, was in a military mock battle organized by His Majesty, having captured the third prince alive. That memory was a shame that the third prince did not want to recall. A mere invalid. Where would the third prince care about such a trivial matter? Near the imperial capital, within a dark and quiet cultivation room, there were abundant cultivation resources here, as well as various rare treasures of great value. Li Ran, the invalid in the mouth of the third prince, was sitting on top of the futon. His body was surrounded by a thick layer of black aura, as if he had become one with the darkness of this world. In spite of his blindness, his heart was remarkably clear. It was cultivating a self-created forbidden evil technique with full concentration. As Li Ran's breathing became deeper and deeper, the energy in his body began to surge wildly. Like waves in a gale, wave after wave hit his body. The black gas seemed to be alive, wandering around the surface of his body, sometimes coalescing into a hideous ghostly face that, from time to time, it transformed into a sharp black blade, cutting the air around it and emitting an ear-piercing shrill whistle. On Li Ran's face, veins were bulging and sweat was raining down. Even though blood was constantly spilling out from the corners of his mouth and eyes, he didn't care. With each agony, he felt his strength grow by leaps and bounds. It wasn't like he was in the palace. He could boldly accelerate his training. Li Ran knew that he only had this one chance, and he had nothing left to lose. After running for a few weeks, Li Ran exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. Second and third, you guys wait for me. When he had accomplished his cultivation, he would definitely make these two guys into swine to ease his hatred. After resting for a while, Li Ran left the cultivation chamber. It was because he had promised Li Chen that he would help him find the Emperor Dragon Bible. Li Chen kept his promise to let him leave the palace, so he would definitely fulfill his promise as well. To take revenge, we definitely need Li Chen's help. 2. It would also be extremely difficult for him alone to shake the operations of the second and third emperors for so many years. In the southern part of the Tianzi dynasty, the Jinnan king's mansion. This place was as grand as a small palace. The Jinnan king is like a local emperor here, raking in all sorts of resources. Create your own piece of paradise. As one of the few vassal kings of the Tianzi dynasty who had military power, he was not at all restless. Originally, his duty was to deter the southern states. He has always done the same thing, beating the southern states into submission. But as you get more and more power, people get a little stupid. The birth of the world's son, Su Zifeng, was undoubtedly the key to making him rise to treason. Su Zifeng had been born with divine strength since he was a child, and his cultivation speed was several times that of normal people. And with the huge fortune added to his body, he was able to turn any danger he encountered into good fortune. At such a young age, his cultivation was already extremely terrifying, coupled with his outstanding wisdom and intelligence. There was even a hidden powerhouse who claimed that Su Zifeng had the image of a human dragon. The king of Jinnan then thought, is this a sign from heaven that I can take that step? Anyway, the southern states have been subdued, and even some of the smaller states, the heads of one country, and bowed down to him. The Jinnan king's mansion, also known as the Little Palace, was filled with many beauties that had been snatched from the southern countries. Even on a whim, the queens of these small countries would be made to serve in the bed. He was enjoying the thrill of this earthy emperor. In fact, at this time, the king of Jinnan was still hesitant and, because the emperor had done nothing to wrong him and had even given him so much power. Most of all, the late emperor and the king of Jinnan grew up together. How are a bit of old feelings? He really couldn't tear his face off to rebel and let the world spit on him. The turning point came when Su Zifeng was recruited as a hostage in the imperial capital. The king of Jinnan's inner self just thought, this is what you forced me to do. In fact, the late emperor had his own considerations. In the late emperor's view, the king of Jinnan had an old relationship with him, so how could he not rebel? But what about when he and the king of Jinnan are both dead? The Jinnan king's son, Su Zifeng, had been an ambitious person since childhood, and had once, in public, said some great disrespectful words, similar to the emperor taking his turn to sit down, this year to my house and such. He even beat up the royal children in his fiefdom. If he succeeds to the position of king of Jinnan, how could it still be sitting comfortably in the south? For the sake of the 1,000-year-old foundation of the Tianzi dynasty, the late emperor made this decision. It was true that he didn't have the idea of screwing Su Zifeng over. He was only thinking of putting him under house arrest. The late emperor felt that his body was hard and strong, and the king of Jinan had been in the battlefield for a long time, and had many diseases in his body. He can boil down the king of Jinan, divide the forces under him, and remove the threat of a heavy army in the south. Just let Su Zifeng go back and become a rich and powerful prince. It is also considered to be remembering the credit of the king of Jinan. But who would have thought that before the king of Jinan could survive, the late emperor himself died? This not-so-lousy stall is in front of Li Duan, and King Jinan and Li Duan don't have much of a friendship. He would have no qualms about rebelling. The king of Jinan had been preparing for this period of time and happened to also receive a secret letter from the third prince, just as all the forces were preparing to turn the Tianzi dynasty upside down. What is Li Dane preparing for? He was unprepared to even have gone to refresh his rookie copy. Chapter 73, It's not like I'm the one who's cursing anyway, so what wouldn't I dare to do? When he came out of the imperial study, Li Duan changed into an ordinary set of attire. According to the system's prompts, he was looking for a wild secret realm outside of the imperial capital. The so-called secret realm is a heavenly opportunity. The wild mysteries are refreshed at random locations in the wilderness. Plus, most of the resources produced in it were very low, so there weren't any major powers bothering with this. Ordinary wilderness secret realms were able to brush out resources from the two lower realms, the vein opening realm to the Yuan condensation realm. Those medium secret realms were basically controlled by the major powers and the official Tianzi dynasty. Only those outstanding disciples of the sects, or the outstanding students of the combat academy of the Tianzi dynasty, to qualify for entry. It is a way to develop talent for your own forces. Medium secrets are mostly refreshed in fixed locations. Being able to master a medium secret realm was the same as being able to cultivate a steady stream of talents for one's power. As for the higher mysteries, they were also known as the gates of the apocalypse, which could also be described as a kind of heavenly havoc. There were even magic treasures from the upper realm, gong fu, immortal pills, and so on inside. Every time the higher mysteries descended, there would be an unusual movement of heaven and earth. At that time, countless powerful people would be attracted over and start a dragon fight. Li Duan felt that, according to the awareness of the system's processes, judging that he should have already reached the middle stage of the vein opening realm. That's why he asked himself to come to the wild secret realm, the lowest class of secret realm, and it has to be what he says it is. Going higher surely doesn't even count. There was no point in wasting time when this Li Dane had experience. According to the system's direction prompts, he soon arrived in a lofty mountain range east of the imperial capital city. The entrance to the secret realm, like a spectacle, stands between heaven and earth. It exudes an ancient and mysterious aura. Li Duan had just arrived near the point of instruction when he saw a huge door in front of him. The gate was 100 meters high, as if it was a portal between heaven and earth, connecting two different worlds. Its grandeur is so magnificent that it inspires awe at first glance. The body of the door was carved out of an unknown black boulder. The surface of the stone is smooth as a mirror. Yet it reveals an antiquity. At the very top of the door was set a huge disc, above which there was a spatial fluctuation that was constantly spreading. When Li Chen looked up at the door, he only saw that the inside of the door was like a deep mirror. The scene in that mirror was unpredictable, sometimes like a black hole, sometimes like a star. It's impossible to catch a glimpse of its true nature. Outside the entrance to the secret realm, hundreds and thousands of people had already gathered. They come from neighboring cities, either alone or in groups. Despite the large number of people, the place was not crowded at all, because this space was just too big. A steady stream of people could still be seen coming from all directions. It's as if there were no roads in this world. And it's because of a secret place that the life is trampled out by these cultivators. Li Duan had just walked into this area when he heard quite a few shouting voices. The big man of the Yuanshan realm is leading a brush of the secret realm. 2 spaces left. Unique opportunity. Don't miss it when you walk by. Condensed Yuan realm self-strengthening team is missing one. It is best to come to a front row with a beautiful woman to assist. Are there any wind attribute stealing teams in the vein opening realm? Going in together to help each other out. Priority is given to those with speed boosting treasures. There is a lack of a condensed Yuan realm sword cultivator to form a sword formation. Condensed Yuan realm sword cultivators with experience in the secret realm should enter the team quickly. Hearing this, Li Chen expressed his doubts. Is this wilderness secret set so deep? In his impression, didn't the secret realm just go in and hit a boss and come out? In order to save trouble, Li Duan came alone. He scanned the area and realized that a lot of people here were fist-pumping and staring at the disc on the secret door. It seemed to be just waiting for the secret to open. Some are leaving with their heads hanging as if they are not satisfied with the performance. There were even some people at the door to keep order so that everyone would not crowd and would all be able to get in when the time came. In order to figure out how this secret realm actually worked, Li Chen decided to find someone with more experience to ask. Right at this moment, a sword cultivator wearing a cultivation suit took the initiative to walk over. It's your first time coming to the secret realm, right? That's right. Dare I ask this old brother how the secret realm is going to play out? The moment Li Chen came up and called sword cultivator old brother, sword cultivator was a bit confused, but he didn't say anything. He just vaguely felt that Li Chen's status might not be low. The sword cultivator's name was Luo Yong, and his hobby was to make friends. He saw that Li Duan was dressed in an unusual way, so he came over to say hello, even if Li Chen just changed his clothes casually. But this material is a top quality that does not circulate in the world, where ordinary people can afford to wear it. At least it should be the son of a powerful man. I have to say, Luo Yong, this kid still knows his stuff. Those who were able to reach the entrance of this secret realm were basically people from the imperial capital. When you're hanging out in the imperial city, you know one more person, one more way. It might be able to be of help in the future, and that's just a matter of words. Luo Yong's character. Li Chen felt that it was still okay, at least he was straightforward. The information about the secret realm is not known. Just find a low-level cultivator and ask them. Luo Yong also said it directly. Inside the secret world is a special world that there are exotic treasures and ferocious demonic beasts in this world. Cultivators who enter the secret realm are randomly transported to a location in the special world to explore. If you were lucky, you could just pick up resources such as top-quality spirit herbs and rare ores. More resources are guarded by demonic beasts, which need to be defeated. Or just have your teammates attract the demonic beasts away, so you can get the resources and just go out and distribute them when the time comes. It's not easy to bring out the resources. Each wilderness secret lasts for 2 hours, and 1 hour after the secret opens, you will see a pillar of light falling from the sky. Walk into it to bring out the resources you have gotten. If you don't walk into the light pole at the end of 2 hours, you're just forced to kick out. Resources gained inside cannot be taken out. That was why many people wanted to hug the thighs of Yuanshan realm cultivators, because this kind of low-grade secret realm bristles with the resources that are needed by cultivators at the vein opening realm and the Yuan condensation realm. Higher cultivators rarely come to such places. The Yuanshan realm came to brush this kind of copy, and it was a big leg up. To enter the wild secrets, wait for the whole time when the light is on the gate disc. Speaking of which, Luo Yong spat. Asterisk. Last time, there was a void-breaking realm that brought a few pulse-opening realm to brush the wild secret realm. It's simply shameless. According to Luo Yong, the appearance of the void-breaking realm would raise the cultivation level of the demonic beasts inside. However, the grade and quantity of materials would not change, and there would only be resources from the vein opening realm and the Yuan condensation realm. This was the main reason why high-level cultivators usually didn't come. Cultivators with lower cultivation levels should not think about acquiring resources if they mistakenly enter this kind of high-end bureau. It's basically just finding a place to stay and coming out when the time is up. What? How dare you come to the void-breaking realm? Don't let me catch you. Otherwise I would have condemned him severely. Li Duan cursed with such an impassioned voice. It didn't matter to him anyway. He wasn't in the void-breaking realm. He was in the Saint realm. We are scolding the void-breaking realm. Not him. Just follow the scolding. At first, when Luo Yong heard Li Chen curse so hard, he thought how fierce he was. As a result, Li Duan ended up with a condemn him a bit, and Luo Yong felt that this guy was also a mouth-high party. But think about it, the void-breaking realm that are all serious pride of the heavens, who has nothing to do and dares to offend the void-breaking realm. Perhaps thinking that Li Chen would be nervous on his first visit, Luo Yong comforted. Don't worry, the secret realm isn't just one world. The ones with high cultivation will mostly be lined up together. As long as the two of us aren't unlucky, shouldn't be able to line them up. When he said this, Li Duan understood. It turned out that those who opened a large number want to abuse the vegetables. Both will be lined up for the same one that runs a big number. In that case, those void-breaking realms still come to bring people to abuse the food. Mostly it's not about to match me. Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Li Chen's mouth. Originally, he was a bit embarrassed to come and brush the low-level copies at this level of cultivation. That's why I came alone. It would be fun if you could abuse the ones that come specifically to abuse the food. I'd like to see what unlucky people can line up against me. At the same time, at the entrance to another wild secret realm outside of the imperial capital, 4 men with masks appeared. At the head of the group was the imperial capital's top-ranked pride, the void-breaking realm's Wu Qi. Chapter 74, I don't know which unlucky people were able to line up to me. Wu Qi couldn't lick Li Duan lately, and he was annoyed inside. The goddess Chu Ruoyan entered the palace as a consort, and he had long since lost his thoughts. 2 deadly rivals. Xiaoming is nowhere to be found. Lu Hao is the son of a great nobleman, qualified to participate in the spring gathering event. Early in his father in preparation. There is no time to go out. Wu Qi's previous routine was the same as Xiao Ming's, which was to follow Chu Ruoyan around and be a licking dog, wasting your potential. Now that the goddess was out of reach, and the boy god couldn't be licked, Wu Qi was suddenly empty. It wasn't that there were two condensed Yuan realm clan disciples who said that the secret realm was about to open and asked him to bring it. The Wu family was a large family in Tiger's Nest City and had properties in the imperial capital. Wu Qi had nothing to do, so he agreed. The reason why I'm wearing a mask is because it's indeed very humiliating for the void-breaking realm to still come and fight this figure. He was too embarrassed to show his face. If someone found out his identity, wouldn't he be laughed to death by Lu Hao and the others back in the imperial capital? And beside Wu Qi, besides the two clan brothers, there was also his aunt Wu Nanjian. Wu Nanjian, even with a mask. That full, tantalizing figure also triggered a flurry of agitation in the neighborhood. But most of the people who come here are cultivators from the vein opening realm to the Yuan condensation realm. There weren't even a few at the Yuan Shen realm, but Wu Qi was at the void breaking realm, which was a few segments above them. So where were they, Wu Qi's opponents? Wu Qi was able to send all of these little caramels flying with just a slight movement. There is a big sense of punch the kindergarten, kick the old age home. Many of the people around noticed that Wu Qi was so tough, and they wanted to avoid his round. Wait for the next round before entering. After all, each person could only enter the wild secret realm once every time it was refreshed. A lot of people are thinking about cherishing this opportunity. Seeing Wu Qi's kingly and domineering aura exposed, he dissuaded many cultivators, the two heel clansmen that are also starting to blow up. Qi is really great. Your hand is enough for me to learn for 10 years. With Qi, this one's a sure thing. We need to get more resources. Strive to break through to the Yuan Shen realm as soon as possible and serve Brother Qi in the future. Make a contribution to the Wu family. Hearing the two clan brothers say that made him feel slightly smug inside. After years of being a lickspittle, I'd almost forgotten that I was a proper son of God. That's how one should be treated. The reason why Wu Qi brought his aunt, Wu Nanjian, was to see that Wu Nanjian was idle and bored. The second is because the last time he didn't squeeze into Yunlu Academy, he was despised by his aunt. This time he was going to let his aunt know what it meant to be a heavenly pride. I've heard for a long time that there are void-breaking realms that have nothing better to do than come and fight the wilderness secret realm. And I've come this time too, just trying to teach them a lesson. Wu Qi also arranged a very reasonable reason for himself. In the same age group, only Xiao Ming and Lu Hao were able to go through with him. As the pride of the heavens, ordinary void-breaking realm were often hung up by him over the levels. He comes here, that's a descending blow. I don't know which unlucky people were able to get in line for me. Before he even went in, Wu Qi was already going wild. At the entrance of another wild secret realm, Luo Yong and Li Chen chatted idly for a while. He then invited Li Chen to enter the secret realm with him, which meant that the two of them were teamed up. By teaming up, I mean touching the secret door before it opens and you'll get a mark on your hand and high-five whoever you want to team up with. Groups of up to 4 people. Li Chen felt that Luo Yong was indeed interesting enough, but he still politely refused Luo Yong. It's not that I'm not taking you with me. I'm in the Sage realm. You dare to group with me? You're not afraid of being killed by the monsters inside even if you go in. Luo Yong was a cheerful person. He said, it was indeed me who was a bit presumptuous just now, but if the two of us get in line, just let me know if you need help. Li Duan replied, then it will be troublesome when the time comes. You better hope you don't get me in line, or you're gonna get it. As Luo Yong left, he thought to himself, young man, you missed an opportunity to hug your thigh. He had also hidden his strength, but he was a strong person at the peak of the cave void realm, one realm higher than the Yuan Shen realm. It was also a minorly famous genius at the imperial capital regional level, on the same level as Chu Ruoyan. Chu Ruoyan just looked normal in front of Xiao Ming and Wu Qi, the proud sons of heaven, but when put into the midst of ordinary cultivators, it was already considered to be frighteningly strong. Of course, here would not be able to compare with Li Duan. Li Duan purely anticlimactic level, plus there was no useless socializing in the early days to cultivate this. This time, Luo Yong was here for the second time to help his own brother brush up his resources. His brother had wasted a lot of resources when he failed to break through last time. Coming here he also felt like a descending blow. As long as he didn't rank up to the void-breaking realm's heavenly pride, wasn't he killing indiscriminately in that segment? Seeing what Li Duan was wearing, his family should be dignitaries, so he took the initiative to sell Li Chen a favor. Who knew that Li Chen didn't want it? But he didn't say anything. This kind of thing was about destiny and couldn't be forced. In his opinion, it was Li Chen who was being overly careful, and it was human nature that, after all, it was only the first time the two of them had met. The whole point arrived, and a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted from the disc on the wild mysteries. All the cultivators who were ready, one after another, walked in and began this journey of exploration. Wu Qi's group was too strong. They stood at the front. It was the first group of cultivation teams to enter the secret realm. He also went in for the first time, and when crossing into the secret realm, feeling violent spatial fluctuations appear around them. The star tunnel in front of us was slamming through. There was a sudden flash of blinding white light, and when the eyes returned to normal, it had appeared in the middle of a primitive forest. The scent odor of fresh earth after rain in the forest reached Wu Qi's olfactory nerves. It gave him a very nostalgic feeling. Before Wu Qi could start exploring, he heard the cheerful sound of insects chirping into his ears, and then it came to an abrupt end. After that there was the sound of birds and animals stirring their wings. An image of a bird catching a bug came to him. Wu Qi had grown up in Hugo City since he was a child, and Hugo City could be surrounded by mountain ranges filled with demonic beasts. He came to this place and literally fought like a fish out of water on home soil. Seeing that his aunt and his two clan brothers were beside him, Wu Qi started exploring as the leader. Because in a place like this, the sooner you know where the danger is, then the place more than likely has resources. If he could rank it, it would naturally be a high-end game, and the strength of the demonic beasts inside wouldn't be too bad. Conservatively estimating, due to his appearance, the strength of the demonic beasts should be raised around the cave void realm. Wuzzy is confident that this is not a random fight. Everyone else avoids danger. He specializes in finding it. As far as the eye could see, it was full of thick tree trunks and tightly grown bushes and broad-leaved plants. In the faint light, one could see that the trunks of these 40 or 50-meter tall trees, there were a few large unicorns crawling around, eating resin and fermented wood chips. The weak sunlight above was blocked by the leaves, reflecting some spots of light on the ground. Wuzzy's group took the jungle in stride, and normally, proceed with caution in such dangerous places, but they didn't shy away from making loud noises, even trying to attract the attention of those demonic beasts. This will allow you to determine which area has treasures, but all those spiritual grasses that contain spiritual chi, and spiritual mines, all are targets they need to find. As for the grade of these things found, it depends on everyone's luck. Wu Qi felt like he still had a bit of luck on his side, since he had just explored for less than 10 minutes. He then found a wolf demon that was over 2 meters tall, and in the vicinity of the wolf demon's entrenchment, there were 2 extremely high-quality field herbs. It's called Moonflower Spirit Leaf. The leaves of this spirit grass are crystal clear, emitting a faint fluorescent light. It is rich in the essence of heaven and earth. This is a top-quality medicinal herb for breakthrough that Yuan Condensation Realm cultivators can only dream of. There's no market for it out there. Wu Qi's 2 clan brothers looked very excited. As long as they got these 2 plants, it certainly wasn't a problem for the 2 of them to break through. They also didn't expect to be able to find it so quickly. Just as Wu Qi strutted past, the wolf demon awoke. Just as he was about to do it, Wu Qi felt that something wasn't quite right. How is it that this wolf demon has such a strong aura? Chapter 75, the best thing to do with this creature is to beat it into submission. Bang! There was a loud bang. Wu Qi's body viciously crashed through a large tree in the neighborhood. The sound of a tree trunk snapping echoed through the open woods, startling a flurry of birds and animals. The powerful impact continued to send Wu Qi's body skidding across the grass behind him for some distance, leaving a deep mud puddle. Half of his body sank deep into the dirt as he looked at the wolf demon in front of him and, a face full of shock and disbelief. It was just one move, and you almost couldn't carry it yourself? What the hell? A wolf demon of the 6th Harmony Realm? It's also at the peak of the 6th Harmony Realm. Just because he was able to cross the level of the challenge didn't mean he could cross the level that much. At this moment, Wu Qi's mind was confused. Didn't he say that there were only demonic beasts of the cave void realm? How come all the 6th realm ones are here? Now not only Wu Qi, but all those who entered this secret realm. The high-level cultivators who were preparing to poison their little friends were all shocked by the cultivation level of these wild monsters. So far, they hadn't found any demonic beasts below the 6th Harmony Realm. The lowest were all at the early stage of the 6th Harmony Realm. Even a proud son of heaven like Wu Qi didn't have the strength to fight this group of high-ranking cultivators. While being chased by the demonic beasts, he cursed inwardly. Exactly which immortal had come in and mentioned this cultivation level to the demonic beast? For the sake of the resources of the vein opening realm and the Yuan condensation realm, it wasn't so ruthless. I wanted to spoof the low-level cultivators and give them a bit of a hard time. Who knew that I was being upstaged in intensity? Wu Qi conservatively estimated that this was at the very least an old demon of the heavenly observatory realm coming in. Only then could the demonic beast be strengthened to this point. He himself might have been unlucky to run into the strongest demonic beast here as soon as he came in. What he doesn't realize is that this is just where it's at, and where he is still just on the periphery of the demonic beasts inside were even fiercer, because this time, there was a saint realm coming in, not to mention him, the void-breaking realm. even the heaven-viewing realm would have to run when they came. Wu Qi was also a great artist, and he relied on his advantage of fighting in the forest too, constantly dodging the wolf demon's attacks. He doesn't run on the ground at all. It's all about weaving in and out of the giant towering trees, especially stepping on branches that were just big enough to hold his body weight. The wolf demon, due to its weight, would just stomp through these branches, trying to catch up to the weapon, and then snapped and fell down. Couldn't use his speed to his advantage at all, couldn't catch him at all. The sixth realm is nothing more than that, nothing compared to the dangers I've encountered before. Wu Qi forgets the pain after a good injury and starts to get cocky again. Originally, he had thought that while he was drawing away this ridiculously strong wolf demon, he told the two brothers to hurry and take away the moonlight spirit leaves. But who would have thought that the furious wolf demon would actually let out a howl and start calling for help? Wu Qi then remembered that wolf demons were generally pack animals. 3 terrifying auras appeared rushing around. High and low were also 3 wolf demons in the middle stage of the 6th harmony realm. Wu Qi's heart was half cold. Not that he couldn't run away. It was based on the prediction of the direction of the other few wolf demons attacking that his 2 clan brothers and his aunt were going to suffer, because a few of them were hiding right next to the path where the wolf demons were moving. When the other 3 wolf demons appeared, Wu Qi's 2 clan brothers fled in fear, and his aunt, Wu Nanjian, it was also ashen-faced, because Wu Qi had no way to save them. The 3 of them had also been surrounded by wolf demons. Just the snorts of these wolf demons alone blew them around. An aura of death began to spread. Not far away, Wu Qi was in a state of panic. It's over. If something happens to my aunt, how am I going to explain this? Grandpa will beat me to death, right? A wolf demon suddenly lunged towards Wu Nanjian. Every time it stepped on the ground it seemed to shake the earth, bringing up a whirlwind of fallen leaves and dust. Right now, it's opening its bloody mouth that's big enough to devour everything. Prepare to devour the prey in front of you in one bite. In that big mouth, fangs as sharp as knives were glowing with a cold light. Drool dripped continuously from the corners of its mouth, carrying a sickening stench. The branches and leaves shivered and rustled in the wind. Adding a touch of sadness and despair to the run, it creates an atmosphere of unspeakable death. However, just in the nick of time, it was as if the seal in Wu Nanjia's body had been broken by an invisible force. An ancient and powerful aura instantly erupted. Immediately afterward, a tiger sacred beast awakened from within her body, carrying a monstrous might that it directly slapped at the wolf demon that was lashing out. That palm, as if it contained the weight of mountains and rivers, the wolf demon was unable to react in time. It was then viciously slapped out by this huge force. It tumbled through the air, letting out a mournful wail, and eventually crashed into a tree trunk more than 10 meters away. The whole body was dented, teeth shattered on impact, and blood continued to gush from the corners of its mouth as it lay dying on the ground with fear and resignation in its eyes. Meanwhile, where Wu Nanjian had just been, a behemoth over tens of meters tall appeared, a black and gold-colored holy tiger. The sacred tiger's eyes flashed with terrifying might, and his body was athletic and strong. Every muscle contained explosive power, and his tail was like a black steel whip that could drive a howling wind with a flick of the wrist. When this sacred tiger appeared, the entire heaven and earth seemed to shake. The trees around it looked so small in front of its huge body, collapsing and, as if swept by a gale, it just whistled, and the sound was as deafening as the thunder of it made countless demonic beasts in the vicinity tremble with fear. Some weaker demonic beasts were even directly stunned by this sound wave and fell unconscious on the ground. Which of the surrounding wolf demons still had the raging flames they had just had? They were now prostrate in fear. Our Wu Clan Saint beast is actually inside our aunt? Wu Qi from afar exclaimed in shock. The reason why the city is called Tiger's Nest is because there was a holy tiger that rebelled back in the day. It was suppressed by a Saint realm powerhouse from the Wu family. That powerful ancestor of the Wu family thought that it was not easy to cultivate this holy tiger, so he sealed it inside his body, trying to probate it. By the way, it can also be passed on to the next generation of the Wu family as a guardian sacred beast to protect the peace of the party. That's how the Tiger's Nest came to be. Wu Qi had always thought that this sacred tiger was in his grandfather's body, but he didn't expect it to be here at Wu Nan Gardenia. Bad. Could it be that the enhancement of the demonic beasts in the wild mystic realm this time was the reason for the ant? But that's not a big problem. Auntie seems to be the strongest being here, and since that's the case, just let Auntie take care of all the monsters here is all. With that thought in mind, Wu Qi jumped over and, facing the sacred tiger with her back to herself, she yelled, "Auntie, kill those wolves!" As soon as the words fell, a tail whip came from the holy tiger. Boo! A roar that made the earth tremble appeared and, the vast majority of the giant trees in the area where Wu Qi had just been were all blown down by this. If he hadn't reacted quickly and jumped in the next tree, the blow would have been enough to slap him to death. Having escaped from the gates of hell, Wu Qi was still sweating. "Run! Auntie can't control this sacred tiger." Wu Qi shouted to his clanmates who were still gawking around. After saying that, the guy turned his head and ran as far away as he could, because the holy tiger had started to bare his teeth and let out a guttural low growl. Wu Qi, who had been hanging out in the mountain range for years, knew that this movement indicated that the sacred tiger was hungry. If he didn't run now, he wouldn't have a chance to run when the sacred tiger faced him. The two clan disciples also scattered their legs and ran away, and the holy tiger swept a glance at the terrifying pressure that came over him. The four wolf demons quickly became its prey because of its large size. At the moment, Wu Nanjian was inside the sacred tiger, and she could see what was going on outside. This was also the first time she had summoned the sacred tiger. She was trying to communicate with the sacred tiger, but the guy didn't care about her. It didn't take long for the area to become a mess, with the corpses and blood of demonic beasts everywhere. On the other hand, Li Duan was leisurely strolling through the forest, casually gathering some resources. Just wait for the aperture to refresh. This trip to the wild and secret places was okay with him, but where he let his breath out. Each of these demonic beasts ran away on the spot as if they had seen a ghost. Those who ran slowly directly prostrated themselves on the ground, shivering. Some demonic beasts even intended to curry favor with Li Chen, wagging their tails and begging for mercy in front of him. It seemed to want Li Duan to ride on it, but Li Duan thought, "You hedgehog demon, just don't pull this whole thing. I'll ride you and I'll suffer." Li Duan had also thought about the fact that this place was really quite big, so should he find a substitute mount, but he couldn't look at ordinary mounts. Just at this moment, he felt a powerful energy fluctuation around him that, it was accompanied by a roar of a demonic beast. When Li Dane arrived at the scene, he found a tiger-like behemoth that, a bite broke the neck of the giant bear demon. Seeing this golden and black striped, holy tiger that exuded powerful demonic power all over its body, Li Chen revealed a satisfied expression. This was the kind of mount he should ride. Perhaps to others, the sacred tiger is the beast that destroys everything, able to be shunned by all who see it. But in Li Duan's eyes, this was a relatively large house cat. The sacred tiger was about to eat the bear demon, but he didn't know when. Above a towering ancient tree in front of his own eyes, a figure suddenly appeared. The man's posture was erect, and his eyes revealed an unquestionable dominance and majesty. It was as if he was the only lord of heaven and earth, the sole ruler of the world. Looking down on the holy tiger below, sensing the threat from Li Chen, the sacred tiger instantly awoke from its berserkness, and it jumped up violently and the hairs on his entire body stood on end, like a cat blowing up its hair, showing unprecedented wariness. Those eyes flickered with vigilance as they stared intently at Li Chen, as if assessing the strength of the man who had suddenly appeared. Li Chen wasn't sure if the sacred tiger could understand human language, but he knew that this creature the best way to do that is to fight the suit. Only a flash of his figure was seen, as if he had merged into the void, and in the next second, the sacred tiger was surprised to find that the target he had locked himself onto had vanished without a trace. Just as the sacred tiger was looking around, trying to find traces of Li Duan, a faint voice rang in its ears. "Are you looking for me?" Before the words fell, Li Chen's figure had already appeared on its forehead at some point. It was like a light feather, but it brought an unprecedented sense of oppression to the sacred tiger. Li Chen lightly slapped his palm down. The sacred tiger only felt that its body was instantly locked up by an invisible force. The meridians of its entire body were completely sealed, and it could no longer move the slightest bit. Those once majestic and incomparable eyes were now filled with fear and despair. It looked at the man in front of it with a fearful expression, feeling that he was 1,000 times more terrifying than the guy who had sealed himself before. The sacred tiger that made everyone here scared to death. A genius like Wu Qi who didn't even dare to get close, couldn't even get through a single move in Li Duan's place. Just as Li Duan rode on the head of the sacred tiger, he was ready to properly temper it. With a bang, the sacred tiger suddenly disappeared, and before him, a naked woman appears. Li Duan was slightly stunned. "Ha, where's my mount?"